his spider sense flaring like never before. The scope centers on a target, and Frank Castle's finger begins to tighten on the trigger. Captain America stands tall, the weight of the battle etched on his face, oblivious to the threat above. Peter dives through the air, his body moving on pure instinct. "Oh God," he thinks as he fires a web to change his trajectory. The Punisher's rifle recoils with a sharp, metallic sound as the shot is taken. Spider-Man is caught in the middle of a swing, the impact of the bullet spinning him violently around. A blinding flash of light and a deafening boom mark the moment the high-caliber round finds its mark. Peter Parker falls toward the asphalt, blood spraying into the night air as the world turns red. To be continued. In a dark, cluttered lab, the Tinkerer is hunched over a workbench. "Hey, Tinkerer," a voice calls out as Vulture and the others walk in. "I don't suppose any of your friends have my money." Vulture steps closer, his face nervous. "Well, no, we don't have money for you today, but," and the Tinkerer sighs, "Man, you suck." Tinkerer spins around, pointing his tool. "We had a deal, and the last time I heard your song and dance, you ended up leading SHIELD right to my door." Suddenly, the air gets hot as the Green Goblin steps out of the shadows. "Give the man what he asked for," he commands, his voice like grinding stones. The Tinkerer panics as the heat begins to warp his instruments. "Hey, fire down, man, this is sensitive equipment. I'd think you of all people would respect that, man. You're Norman Osborn." The Goblin leans in close, his face inches from the old man's. "Where's the man of science in there? Come on." Tinkerer throws up his hands in defeat. "You want your suit, take it. I clearly ain't getting my money unless you get back in the game." Craven walks along a wall of high-tech weaponry, picking out a specialized knife. "I would very much like to open a tab." Norman stares into the middle distance, his mind already calculating the next move in his vendetta. Back at the Queensboro Bridge, a gloved hand lies limp on the cold, gray pavement amidst the dust. The city's lights continue to twinkle in the background, a stark contrast to the silence of the fallen hero. Peter's voice groans weakly in the back of his mind. Come on, genetically altered spider that bit me." Fingers begin to twitch, clawing at the ground as a flicker of life returns to his broken frame. Peter pulls himself into a sitting position against a support beam, his hand pressed against the bleeding wound in his side. "You went and bit me and turned me into Spider-Man. You completely ruined my life." He looks at the carnage around him, his vision swimming. "And I would like to thank the other superheroes for either leaving me here because they thought I was dead, or leaving me here to bleed to death." He stumbles to his feet, the world spinning. Okay, let's assume the other superheroes are very busy with an earth-shattering fight to the finish that is more important than a single bleeding to death teenager. He winces as he tries to stand upright, his ribs screaming in protest. Let's not assume that Captain America repaid my insane and amazing bravery of saving his life by leaving me here to die. He stands there for a moment, the silence of the bridge broken only by the wind whistling through the girders. He takes a deep, shaky breath. Okay, hospital, but this, is it, you know that, right? He looks down at his mask. This is when I pull off my mask and show the world. Who I am, everyone will know now by morning. He fires a web bandage into his side with a wet sound. I sure won't be able to be Spider-Man anymore. I can't be Spider-Man and Peter Parker. I can't do this once I've been outed. He reinforces the web seal, the temporary bandage soaking up the red. Hey, that should keep my insides inside, at least until I get to the... He suddenly looks toward the horizon, his spider sense screaming at full volume. Oh no. In the distance, he sees the silhouettes of the Sinister Six flying across the face of the moon, headed straight for his home. He watches them go, the horror of his situation deepening with every passing second. Peter's eyes widen behind the mask. He knows exactly where they are going and who is still there. He fires a webline, ignoring the agony in his torso. NNN, he groans, launching himself into the air once more. Back at the Parker residence, Johnny Storm and Bobby Drake are walking up the driveway. Well, that sucked, Bobby complains, while Johnny grumbles, John, this sucks. Johnny isn't having it. We were meant to have spectacular lives. We were meant to rock the universe, he argues, pumping his fist. Bobby counters as they reach the porch. Sitting in class all day, hiding in Peter's house, pretending to be his cousins, we need this stability. They reach the front door and start fumbling for keys. Admit what this tantrum is really about, Bobby teases, but Johnny just shakes his head. No. Johnny stops, looking at Bobby with a serious expression. If that girl knew I was Human Torch, she'd still be kissing me. But would you want to kiss a girl who only wanted to make out with you because you were Iceman? They walk into the dark house. Instead of her complaining, my hands were cold. Of course my hands are cold. I'm Iceman, Bobby says as Johnny calls out, hello. They look around, the oppressive silence of the house feeling immediately wrong. Gwen, Aunt May, Peter. Bobby spots a sticky note on the wall. Why isn't your phone on? He asks. Johnny sighs, because every time I flame on I melt the phone. Bobby reads the note aloud, his voice dropping an octave. It says, get out of the house immediately and call as soon as you get to a safe place. Johnny looks at the calendar, confused. What day is it? Were we supposed to meet them for dinner or something? Bobby looks around the kitchen. We should get to a safe place. I thought this was a safe place. That's why we live here. I'm confused. Johnny turns to him, his brow furrowed. What does get to a safe place mean? Bobby examines the paper closer. I don't know, it's Gwen's handwriting. Could it be any more cryptic? Johnny starts for the door. Let's go, this is weird. You wanted a not normal life. I want to make out with a girl. Suddenly, they both freeze as they hear heavy footfalls on the lawn. Thank you for admitting it. Outside, the Sinister Six have assembled on the Parkers' lawn, a terrifying wall of power. Is that him? Sandman asks. That's not him, but his scent is here. Johnny and Bobby step out onto the porch. What is this? Can I help you? Johnny asks, his hand beginning to steam. Norman Osborn steps forward, his chest bare and glowing with a hellish internal fire. Peter Parker, get him out here. Now. Johnny narrows his eyes, his voice turning cold. I know you. I know who you are, Norman Osborn. Norman's face is a mask of pure, murderous intent. Peter Parker, now. Johnny's eyes ignite with an orange flame. Better idea, you get the hell out of here. Johnny's storm erupts into a pillar of fire, the Human Torch taking his stand. Or you're going to have to paint on new eyebrows. The goblin roars and lunges forward, his massive fists ready to smash the young hero into the dirt. Norman's face is a contorted mask of green fury as he bellows at the torch. Johnny screams as he unleashes his full power, a wave of heat that turns the night into day. A massive explosion rocks the suburban street, the shockwave shattering windows and setting cars on fire. Johnny flies through the air, blasting the goblin with concentrated bursts of flame. Yeah, how'd that feel? Norman roars in primal pain as the intense heat sears through his tough skin. Ag! Sandman and Electro prepare to join the fight as the goblin recovers. The freakin' Human Torch, you couldn't smell that, Craven, Electro sneers. The goblin smashes through a brick wall, his eyes fixed on the flying hero. Johnny, look out, Bobby shouts. Sandman lunges at the torch, his massive form turning into a whirlwind of grit and earth. Sand, what are you going to do? Make my underpants itchy. Bobby Drake, now in his solid ice form, slides into the fray. Calf, he coughs as the dust settles around him. He creates an ice shield to block a spray of sand. Geez, he exclaims as the impact rattles his frame. Bobby launches an ice blast at Craven. What the hell? Is this some sort of halfway house for superpowered dirtbags? A massive flash of blue light and crystalline ice fills the street as the two sides collide in a riot of power. Johnny Storm is hit by a massive sandblast that knocks the wind out of him, his flames beginning to gutter. Flame, he gasps. Sandman looms over him, his arms becoming massive, grinding mallets of stone and silt. Bobby slides between them, firing shards of ice like a Gatling gun. Well, this is a whole thing all of a sudden, ain't it? Craven and Vulture circle the house, looking for another entrance. Seriously, what are all these kid powers doing here? How did they know we were coming? Vulture asks. Electro lands beside them, his body crackling with millions of volts. They didn't, you saw the look on their faces. Ice, water, really. Electro unleashes a massive, blinding bolt of electricity, that slams directly into Bobby's chest. Bobby is sent flying through the air, his ice form shattering under the intense electrical surge as he screams. Inside a neighboring house, a woman panics as she watches from the window. "I'm telling you, no, it's happening right now, right outside my house, superpowered." Bobby crashes through her living room window in a hail of glass and frozen debris. Aggie. Outside, the goblin recovers, smoking and scarred from the fire. "Is Osborne alive?" Vulture asks. "Yes, but wow," Sandman replies. Craven stares at the house, his predatory instincts honed on the target. "I'm telling you, the kid's in there, hiding like a little." Electro looks around, hearing the wail of sirens in the distance. "The authorities will be here soon. All the neighbors have called. Well, we better get a move on then." Parker. Electro charges his hands as Vulture takes flight, both ready to finish the job. "Wait," Norman growls. A figure stands in the middle of the street, silhouetted by the flickering streetlights and the smoke of the battle. The Vulture's eyes widen in primal recognition as he sees the red and blue suit. Son of A. He dives from the sky with a metallic screech of his mechanical wings. The Vulture's face is a mask of pure, unbridled hatred. "Do you know what you did to me and my life?" Suddenly, a thick webline snaps out, hitting Vulture square in the face and silencing his scream with a wet thud. Spiderman pulls the line taut, his feet planted firmly on the ground despite his swaying form. He swings the Vulture through the air like a ragdoll, smashing him into the side of a nearby roof. The remaining villains stare in total shock at the battered, maskless hero who has returned to defend his home. Peter Parker, bleeding through his suit and swaying on his feet, glares at them with unbreakable resolve. Who's, NN, next, to be continued. Chaos has claimed the streets of Queens as the ultimate battle for Peter Parker's life reaches its breaking point. Fire and lightning illuminate the night, revealing a neighborhood turned into a war zone by the Sinister Six. Peter stands alone, his suit in tatters and his strength failing, but his resolve remains unbroken. Sandman looms over the tattered hero like a mountain of shifting earth, his fist raised high. Behind him, the Vulture and Electro circle like vultures waiting for a carcass. "Get him!" A voice screams over the roar of the battle, though it's hard to tell who is more desperate for the kill. A searing red blast tears through the air, striking a nearby fire hydrant with a metallic clang. Peter is thrown through the air, the world spinning in a blur of pain and cold water. "Ow!" he grunts as he hits the pavement, every nerve in his body screaming for him to stay down. The pressure from the broken hydrant erupts into a massive geyser, a white-hot rush of water drenching the combatants. The force of the spray is enough to stagger even the most seasoned fighters. This isn't a planned tactical move, it's a desperate collision of powers in a residential driveway. Electro is caught in the sudden deluge, his electrical form reacting violently to the wall of water. "Son of A," he snarls, his glowing blue body flickering as the conductivity of the spray sends his energy spiraling out of control. A massive surge of bioelectricity erupts as the water hits the living capacitor. The air crackles with the sound of 1,000 short circuits as Peter and the villains are tossed like dolls in a hurricane. "Arg!" someone cries out as the neighborhood is bathed in a blinding, artificial light. Sandman is caught in the backwash, the water turning his granular form into heavy, suffocating mud. He loses his grip on the battlefield, the sudden weight making it impossible to maintain his monstrous size. The splash is deafening as he collapses into a shapeless pile of sludge. Peter collapses onto the wet asphalt, his lungs burning and his head reeling from the shock. "RRRRGGSSKK?" He chokes out, the blood in his mouth mixing with the rainwater. He's done more tonight than any human should be capable of, and it's finally catching up to him. Slowly, a figure begins to pull himself up from the wreckage of the fight, his skin covered in patches of mud and grime. He begins, his voice trembling as he tries to find his bearings. This isn't the proud warrior the city knows, it's just a boy trying to survive the night. A thin line of webbing shoots across the darkness, striking the survivor square in the chest with a sharp impact. The villain begins to snarl, but the air is cut out of his lungs. Even at the brink of death, Peter Parker refuses to let his guard down. The hero uses the last of his momentum to pull himself forward, his legs dragging against the rough ground. He lets out a guttural groan of effort, his muscles tearing under the strain. He has one job left, and he won't stop until the threat is neutralized. Peter delivers a desperate, staggering blow, the sound of the impact echoing through the silent street. It's a messy, uncoordinated strike, born of pure exhaustion rather than skill. He's fighting with his heart now because his body has long since given up. The battle finally falls silent as the villains lay scattered across the front lawns of Forest Hills. Peter drops to one knee, clutching his side as the adrenaline begins to fade. "Ow, that was about all I have in me," he whispers to the empty air. He looks up, sweat and blood dripping into his eyes as he hears the sound of footsteps approaching. Hi," he says breathlessly, his vision beginning to tunnel. He sees faces he recognizes, neighbors who have watched him grow up, now staring at him with a mix of awe and terror. A small crowd has gathered in the shadows of the nearby houses, their faces pale in the flickering firelight. They aren't looking at a superhero, they're looking at the boy from down the street. The secret is out, and the weight of it is heavier than any building he's ever lifted. Phones are held high, their screens glowing as they record the fallen hero in his most vulnerable moment. No one moves to help, they simply watch, paralyzed by the sight of the impossible made real. The silence of the neighborhood is more haunting than the screams of the battle. On the screen of a nearby phone, Peter's battered face is broadcast to the world. "Could someone call 911? He asks, his voice barely a whisper on the recording. "I'm not doing so good. Here, I've kinda sorta been shot." A woman frantically dials her phone, her voice shaking as she speaks to the dispatcher. "No, I'm telling you it's actually Spider-Man," she cries out. Behind her, a blue static begins to hum in the air once more. "Spider-Man, behind you," a neighbor screams. The Sandman rises from the pavement, a towering monolith of wet, angry earth. He has reformed himself into a giant fist, ready to crush the life out of the boy who dared to stand against him. "Oh, come on," Peter groans, looking up at the inevitable doom. The massive fist descends with the weight of a falling building, slamming into the ground where Peter stood a second before. The impact shatters the concrete, sending shards of stone flying into the air. It's a miracle Peter moved at all, let alone survived the shockwave. A desperate strand of webbing snags onto the Sandman's chest, but it does little to slow the monster down. The webbing simply sinks into the shifting grains, swallowed by the endless mass of the villain. Peter is trying to hold back the tide with a piece of string. Sandman swirls around him like a desert storm, his form becoming a localized hurricane of grit and fury. There is no escaping the cloud. It fills Peter's lungs and stings his eyes. The world has become a beige nightmare where every breath is a struggle. Peter's hand reaches out from the swirling sand, his fingers grasping for anything solid. He is being buried alive on his own street, the very ground he played on as a child now trying to consume him. The sand presses in from all sides, heavy and unrelenting. He manages to cough out a mouthful of grit, his lungs spasming as he fights for air. "PPFFTTT?" he sputters, his mask partially torn and his face caked in dirt. He is losing the fight against physics, the sheer mass of the sand overwhelming his superhuman strength. Another wave of sand crashes over him, pinning his legs to the ground and dragging him under. The villain isn't just trying to kill him, he's trying to erase him. Every time Peter tries to push back, the sand simply flows around his hands, offering no resistance and no escape. Peter is tossed through the air as the Sandman erupts upward, a violent discharge of earth throwing him into the night. "Ugh!" he cries out as his spider sense blares a warning he already knows too well. "I know I'm in trouble, thank you. Can't see. What now?" The vulture strikes with the precision of a hawk, his metallic wings cutting through the air with a predatory whistle. He catches Peter midair, a sharp laugh escaping his lips. "Ha!" he shouts, reveling in the fact that the wall crawler is finally helpless. Peter is sent crashing onto the roof of a parked car, the glass shattering under his weight. The neighbors dive for cover, the reality of the violence finally sinking in as their property is destroyed. Peter groans, the impact rattling his already broken ribs. He rolls off the car and onto the grass, his breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps. He looks up to see the green goblin hovering nearby, the monster's skin glowing with an internal fire. The fire isn't just on the outside. It's a hunger for destruction that Norman Osborn can no longer control. Peter watches as the goblin's eyes flare with malevolence, the heat from the monster singeing the air. "Crap, I forgot he does that," Peter mutters, his brow furrowed in pain. He's running out of jokes, and he's running out of time. The vulture hovers above, clutching 2 spherical grenades in his talons with a sadistic grin. "Hey, catch!" he shouts down at the fallen hero. He's enjoying this, turning a life-and-death struggle into a twisted game of catch. The metal spheres tumble through the air, their countdown timers humming with a lethal frequency. Grenades hidden in the suit, it's practically cheating, Peter thinks as he tries to scramble to his feet. "Everyone, run, go," he screams to the onlookers. The vulture bank away, his task complete as he leaves the explosives to do their work. He doesn't care about the collateral damage. In his mind, the neighborhood is just a backdrop for his revenge. The grenades bounce once on the lawn, settling near the wounded hero. In a final act of desperation, Peter fires a webline, snagging the grenades and pulling them toward him. He isn't trying to save himself. He's trying to get them away from the houses and the people. The webbing pulls tight as the light from the explosives begins to bloom. A massive pillar of fire erupts from the lawn, the force of the blast throwing Peter's silhouette against the night sky. The heat is instantaneous, a searing wave that washes over everything. The sound is a deafening roar that drowns out the screams of the neighborhood. Peter is thrown backward by the shockwave, his body spinning out of control as the fire licks at his heels. He hits the pavement with a bone-jarring thud, the air in his lungs completely gone. The explosion leaves a blackened crater where a vibrant lawn once stood. The vulture circles back, looking down at the smoke-filled street with a look of pure coldness. "Go to hell, kid," he snarls, his voice carrying over the crackle of the flames. He thinks the job is done. He thinks the light of Spider-Man has finally been snuffed out. Peter lies on the ground, his suit smoking and his skin burned, letting out a series of weak, hacking coughs. "Calf, calf." He wheezes, the world around him fading into a dull gray. He looks at the fire and wonders if this is how it ends, alone in the dirt while the world watches. Miles away, 2 sets of headlights cut through the dark as a car speeds toward the chaos. The driver is pushing the engine to its limit, the tires screeching on the asphalt. They don't know the full extent of the horror awaiting them, only that someone they love is in danger. Inside the car, Aunt May grips the steering wheel so tight her knuckles are white. Gwen Stacy sits beside her, her eyes wide with a fear she can't put into words. They are racing against a clock they can't see, toward a battle they aren't prepared for. Gwen looks over at the woman who has become like a mother to her, her voice trembling. "Are you okay, Aunt May?" she asks softly. May doesn't look at her, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. "I am not." "No, Gwen," she replies, her voice devoid of its usual warmth. A single tear tracks down May's cheek, reflecting the dashboard lights as she stares into the darkness. "I didn't want this life. No, I did not," she whispers to herself. "I wanted I didn't." She slams her palm against the steering wheel in a rare moment of pure, unadulterated fury. "Damn it! I'm running away and letting a little boy fight a fight no little boy should have to fight," she cries. Gwen reaches out, trying to offer comfort. "He's just a little boy," May sobs. Gwen shakes her head. "He'll be okay. He's always okay." May closes her eyes for a brief second, the image of her late husband flashing in her mind. "Oh, Ben, 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 I don't know what to do," she pleads with the ghost of the man who started all of this. The weight of her choices is threatening to crush her before she even arrives. The silence in the car is broken by the sharp chirp of a cell phone, the sound amplified in the cramped space. Gwen reaches for it instantly, her heart hammering against her ribs. "Hello, is it Peter?" May asks, her voice desperate. On the other end, a different voice speaks. "May." Doris, a neighbor from across the street, is huddled by her window, her hands shaking as she holds the phone. "May, it's Doris from across the street. Where are you?" she asks, her eyes fixed on the monsters outside. "I'm in my car. You're not home?" May responds. "No, oh, thank God," Doris cries. The car swerves as May's heart skips a beat, the panic in Doris's voice telling her everything she needs to know. What happened? May screams into the phone. I don't even know how to say this, Doris stammers. What is it? Gwen asks from the passenger seat. It's Peter. Is he okay? Doris watches as a bolt of lightning strikes the ground near the tattered red and blue figure. She begins, her breath hitching in her throat. What? May demands. I think he's Spider-Man, Doris whispers, the truth finally clicking into place for the neighborhood. May's face pales, the secret she has guarded so fiercely now shattered in the most public way possible. What's happening? Tell me exactly what's happening, she bellows. Doris watches as the villains close in. There are these men. Oh God, I'm sorry, May. I don't know how else to say this. They're killing him. The brake pedal is slammed to the floor with a violent force. The car's anti-lock breaks pulse against the pressure. May doesn't care about the traffic or the rules of the road anymore. Every instinct she has is focused on one thing, getting to her nephew before it's too late. The car skids sideways as May executes a desperate U-turn in the middle of the highway. Oh my God! Gwen screams, clutching the door handle as they narrowly miss an oncoming SUV. Hold on, May growls through grit teeth, her fear transforming into a mother's primal rage. The small silver car tears across the highway, its tires smoking as it cuts through the night. The sound of screeching rubber echoes across the asphalt as May pushes the vehicle to its breaking point. They are coming for the monsters, and God help anyone who gets in their way. The engine roars with a mechanical scream as the car accelerates toward the plume of smoke rising over Queens. Inside, a scream of pure terror and determination echoes as Gwen and May brace for the impact of reality. The journey home has become a race for a soul. Back on the battlefield, the scene is grim as Peter is tossed through the air by a massive fist of sand. The vulture circles above, his shadow falling over the broken hero. What kind of the vulture begins to mock, his voice dripping with condescension? Peter crashes into a blue mailbox, the metal crumpling like paper under the force of his body. He slides to the concrete, his movements slow and agonizing. He is a mess of torn spandex and bruised flesh, a testament to how much punishment one boy can take. He tries to push himself up, his hands slipping on the wet sidewalk. Okay, that's it, that's all I got, he mutters to himself, his voice thick with blood. Where the hell are the police? The X-Men? Anybody? The Teen T, his joke trails off as his strength fails him. A pair of headlights suddenly swing around the corner, bathing the street in a harsh, white light. Peter squints against the glare, his heart leaping into his throat for a split second. Peter? A voice calls out, filled with a familiar, terrifying concern. Doris rushes out from the shadows, her face a mask of frantic worry as she kneels beside him. You're Peter Parker, right? You're May Parker's boy, she says, her eyes searching his for any sign of life. Come with me if you want to live. But the rescue is cut short as a massive wall of sand erupts between them, separating the neighbor from the hero. Sandman roars in frustration, his shadow looming over the both of them. He has Peter cornered, and he has no intention of letting Doris interfere with his prize. A massive bolt of blue electricity strikes the center of the sandstorm, the sound like a thunderclap inside a small room. Arog! Electro screams as he pours his power into the air, the sheer intensity of the discharge enough to melt the sand into glass. The shockwave throws Peter and the nearby onlookers to the ground, the air smelling of ozone and burnt earth. Og! Doris cries out, shielding her eyes from the blinding glare. Geez! Someone else shouts, the sheer scale of the power on display terrifying everyone present. Electro lands on the street, his body glowing with a malevolent light as he glares at the fallen Peter. That was not cool, Electro, Sandman rumbles, his voice like grinding stones. Electro ignores him, his eyes fixed on the boy. Grow a pair, you're fine, so take the shot. I want to see his face when it happens. I want to see it. The vulture hovers nearby, looking down at the broken hero with a mix of curiosity and hatred. What did you do? He asks, the gravity of the situation finally beginning to dawn on him. Electro scoffs, his hands crackling with power. There's only so much crap I'm going to take from a 13-year-old kid who doesn't know he died 10 minutes ago. Electro leans in close, the blue static from his face singeing the air between them. "Hope you enjoyed that," he whispers, his voice a distorted hum of electricity. He is the executioner now, and he intends to savor every microsecond of the final blow. Peter looks him right in the eye, his gaze unwavering despite the blood and the pain. "Electro, I always meant to tell you," he begins, his voice surprisingly steady. "You were my greatest adversary, and it was an honor to battle you. Oh, wait, that wasn't you. I barely ever gave you a second's thought." Electro's face contorts in rage as he raises his hand to deliver the killing blow. He starts to snarl, but his words are cut off by the sharp, rhythmic crack of a handgun. 3 bullets tear through his glowing chest, the impact staggering the energy being. Bam, bam, bam. Electro is thrown backward, his electrical form sparking violently as the lead disrupts his internal containment. He lets out a scream that is more static than human, his power flaring out in all directions as he loses control of his physical vessel. Peter watches in shock as the most powerful man in the room is brought low by a few ounces of lead. His eyes go wide as he realizes who pulled the trigger. This wasn't supposed to happen. This wasn't the life he wanted for his family. A massive explosion of light and sound erupts as Electro's energy finally reaches critical mass. The sky above Queens turns blue for a brief, blinding moment as the living capacitor detonates. The shockwave is felt for blocks, a final, thunderous goodbye from a man who wanted to be a god. The smoke begins to clear, revealing Peter staring in disbelief at the figure standing by the car. His face is caked in blood and dirt, but his eyes are fixed on the one person he never wanted to see in this place. The silence that follows the blast is heavier than the noise that preceded it. Aunt May stands there, the smoking gun still clutched in her trembling hands. Her eyes are wide with shock, her breath coming in ragged gasps as the adrenaline begins to fade. She has just done the unthinkable to protect the only person she has left. Electro and the vulture lay scattered across the street, their forms flickering out like dying embers. The neighborhood is a graveyard of monsters, silenced by the desperate act of a woman who had seen enough. The air is still, save for the crackle of distant fires. Peter tries to speak, but his voice is caught in his throat. "Aunt May!" He finally manages to croak out, the realization of what she's done hitting him like a physical blow. He looks at her, his hero mask gone, leaving only the scared boy beneath. Gwen Stacy stands behind May, her hands covering her mouth in a look of pure, unadulterated awe. "Oh my God, that was the definition of awesome," she whispers, her voice filled with a mix of shock and a strange kind of pride. Peter crawls toward May, his hands reaching out to her as she stares at the gun in her hand. "It's okay. Og, what did I just do?" she asks, her voice cracking as the reality of her actions sets in. "It's okay. I got it," Peter tells her, his own voice breaking. The hero collapses into his aunt's arms, the two of them huddled together in the middle of the scorched street. Nearby, the bodies of Johnny, Storm, and Bobby Drake lay in the dirt, their battle finally over. Gwen looks around at the wreckage of their lives, her eyes welling with tears. Johnny. May grips Peter tight, her tears falling onto his tattered mask. "Is he still alive, Peter? What happened to you?" she cries, her hands searching for his wounds. Peter leans into her, his eyes fluttering. "Well, I know I'm probably going to get grounded for this, but I've been shot," he mutters with a weak smile. Neighbors begin to emerge from their homes, their fear replaced by a desperate need to help. "Please, somebody call an ambulance." May screams at the crowd. "We already did. We called everybody," a man responds, his voice filled with a newfound respect for the boy in the street. Gwen kneels by Johnny Storm, checking his pulse with trembling fingers. "They're okay. Bobby's breathing. He's got a pulse," she calls out, her voice filled with a desperate hope. "Both him and Johnny are okay, I think." May continues to cradle Peter, her heart breaking as she sees the blood seeping through his fingers. "Is anybody here a doctor?" she asks, her voice rising in panic. I called myself. They're coming," a woman tells her. Peter looks up at his aunt, his eyes filled with a quiet sadness. "I'm so sorry, Aunt May." May strokes his hair, her tears blurring her vision as she looks at the boy she raised. "What are you apologizing for? I know this. This isn't the life you..." Wanted, you crazy boy. But, cute, she whispers, trying to find a moment of levity in the heart of a tragedy. Peter closes his eyes, a small, peaceful smile playing on his lips as he rests his head against her chest. For a brief moment, the battle and the pain don't matter. He is home, he is safe, and he is loved. But the night isn't over yet, and the shadows are still moving. A massive roar of fire erupts from the wreckage of a nearby car as the Green Goblin rises once more. His body is a towering inferno of emerald flame, his eyes glowing with a madness that has finally consumed him. He isn't Norman Osborn anymore. He is a force of pure, elemental destruction, and he has one target left. Miles away, Mary Jane Watson is pacing her bedroom floor, her phone pressed to her ear as she listens to the ringing on the other end. "Come on, Peter, pick Peter. This is MJ, she pleads. "Again, please come on. I know you're not answering your phone because I don't know what you're doing, but..." She looks out her window at the distant glow over Forest Hills, her heart sinking with every passing second. Please call me back. Just let me know everything is okay. I can't, her voice breaks as she watches the flickering lights of the battle in the distance. She drops her hand, the dial tone sounding like a funeral knell in the quiet room. Lame, she mutters, though her eyes tell a different story. She is terrified, and the distance between her and the fight feels like an ocean she can't cross. A sudden flash of blue lightning illuminates her room, the sound of the distant detonation finally reaching her ears. She stares out at the skyline, her breath hitching in her throat as a massive pillar of smoke rises over the houses. She knows that sound, she knows what it means for Peter. The realization hits her with the force of a tidal wave, her eyes going wide as she whispers the one name that matters. Peter. She doesn't hesitate, she doesn't think about the danger. She just knows that he needs her, and she is the only one who can save him from himself. MJ grabs her jacket and bolts for the door, her movements frantic as she rushes through the dark hallways of her house. "Mom, I'm going out, but I'll be right back," she calls over her shoulder, not waiting for a response. She is a girl on a mission, fueled by a love that defies common sense. Her mother appears in the hallway, clutching a robe around her with a look of stern confusion. "Where do you think you're going, young lady?" she demands. I'm just running over to Peter's house. I forgot my book," MJ lies, her voice tight. "You have any idea what time it is?" her mother asks. "It's just across the..." The argument escalates as the two women stand in the doorframe, the tension between them mirroring the battle outside. "It's a school night and you're staying here," her mother says firmly. "But I just need to," MJ pleads. "You can see your boyfriend at school tomorrow." "But..." Her mother places a hand on MJ's shoulder, her tone final. "Tomorrow is another day," she says, trying to be the voice of reason in a world that has gone mad. MJ looks at her, her eyes filled with a desperate, unspoken truth. She knows that for Peter, tomorrow might never come. MJ looks back at the window, the flickering orange glow of the fires reflecting in the glass. She can see the smoke rising, can hear the faint, distant sounds of destruction. She feels like she's watching her world burn down while she's trapped in a cage of rules and curfews. Her face is a mask of pure, unadulterated fear as she realizes the gravity of what's happening. She knows she can't just stay here and wait. She has to find a way to get to him, to tell him one last time that she's there. The silence of the house is deafening. Back in Queens, the Green Goblin erupts from the ground in a faboosh of emerald fire and stone. He is a nightmare given flesh, his claws reaching out for the woman and the girl huddled over the hero. "Norman Osborn, what the hell is wrong with you?" May screams, her voice filled with a courage she didn't know she had. A massive explosion of light throws the entire neighborhood into a blinding white glare as the goblin unleashes his full power. "Omi guwad." Someone screams as the air itself seems to ignite. Peter is thrown back into the dirt, his body failing as the pain reaches a new, impossible height. He lands with a heavy thud, his vision swimming as he tries to focus on his aunt. "Listen to me," he wheezes, his voice a dry rasp. "Oh my God," May screams, her hands reaching out for him in the smoke. "Listen to me," Peter insists, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He looks Gwen Stacy in the eye, his gaze intense even through the blood. "Gwen, you listen to me. I don't care what Aunt May says. I don't care what Aunt May does. You get her as far away from here as you possibly can. I don't care if you have to hit her on the head with a hammer and carry her over your shoulder." May tries to protest, but her voice is lost in the roar of the fire. "You get her out of here," Peter screams, his lungs burning with every word. He is bleeding from a dozen different wounds, his suit more red than blue now. He is a hero making his final stand, and he won't let his family fall with him. May looks at him, the horror of his condition finally sinking in. "Peter, you're bleeding?" she whispers, her hands hovering over his chest as if she could stop the flow with her touch alone. She sees the boy she raised dying in front of her, and there is nothing she can do to stop it. The goblin looms over them from the roof of a nearby house, his flaming form silhouetted against the stars. "You hear what I said? You get her out of here." Peter shouts one last time as he pushes Gwen and May away. He is the shield, and he will not let it break. Peter launches himself at the monster with a guttural N-arch, his fist connecting with the goblin's jaw with a sickening crack. It's a desperate, suicidal charge, fueled by nothing but pure, unadulterated willpower. He is fighting a god with nothing but a teenager's anger. He strikes again and again, his blows landing with the sound of a hammer hitting stone. He is a blur of movement in the flickering light, a red and blue phantom haunting the man who destroyed his life. He doesn't care about the pain, he doesn't care about the cost. He just wants it to end. The goblin slams him into the ground with a thunderous crash, the pavement buckling under the impact. Peter groans, the air once again leaving his lungs. "Okay, ow, I am bleeding bad now," he mutters, his vision beginning to fade into a dark, hazy gray. He pulls himself up one more time, his fingers digging into the rough metal of a nearby pole. I can't do this alone," he admits to himself, his voice a broken whisper. "Hey, Norman, could you do me a favor? Just stay right here and practice. You're crazy, I'll be right back." Peter swings away into the darkness, his silhouette dancing against the moonlit sky. "Parker," the goblin roars, his voice filled with a murderous intent. Yeah, hold that thought," Peter calls back, his humor a shield against the encroaching dark. Gwen and May are still huddled in the shadows, their eyes fixed on the battle. "Come on, Aunt May. Listen to Peter. We have to get out of here," Gwen pleads, her voice shaking. "He's hurt. He's bleeding. We have to get out of here," May cries, her instincts as a caretaker warring with her fear. Peter lands beside the unconscious Johnny Storm, his movements stiff and agonizing. Johnny, I need you to wake up, pal. Spider-Man too." "Ugh, Human Torch," he wheezes, his hand resting on the boy's shoulder. He needs a miracle, and Johnny is the only one left who can provide it. Johnny's eyes flutter open, his vision blurry as he looks up at the tattered hero. "Johnny Storm, wake up," Peter demands, his voice urgent. "What's going on?" Johnny mumbles, his head reeling from the previous blast. He looks like a regular kid again, stripped of his cosmic fire and his confidence. Peter looks up at the goblin, who is currently descending on their position like a falling meteor. "I'm kind of in a really bad situation here. I really do need your help," he tells Johnny, his eyes wide with a desperate plea. He has never asked for help like this before, and it kills him to do it now. Johnny looks at Peter, the gravity of the situation finally clearing the fog from his mind. "I remember," he says, his voice gaining strength. "Get out of the way." He sees the monster, and he sees his friend, and he knows exactly what he has to do. Johnny erupts into a pillar of white-hot fire with a defiant flame on, the heat from his transformation rivaling the goblin's own internal furnace. "Hey, crazy! I've been wanting to do this to you, don't even want to know how long," he shouts, his voice a roar of elemental power. Face is a mask of pure, concentrated heat, his eyes glowing like miniature suns. He isn't just a boy anymore, he is the Human Torch, and he has a score to settle with the beast that attacked his home. The night is no longer dark. It is a world of flickering orange and searing heat. He unleashes a stream of concentrated plasma at the goblin, the air hissing as it is incinerated. "Come on, burn you percentandat, burn!" he screams, his rage fueling the fire. The goblin roars in frustration, his own flames crackling as he tries to withstand the onslaught. The neighborhood is bathed in a blinding light as the two titans of fire collide in the middle of the street. "Geez!" Peter mutters, shielding his eyes from the intensity of the blast. It's a war of attrition now, a battle to see whose fire will burn out first. The battle reaches a fever pitch as the Green Goblin absorbs the torch's flames, his body growing larger and more monstrous with every second. He absorbed it all. He took it all, Peter realizes with a sinking feeling in his gut. Johnny falls to the ground, his fire completely spent, leaving him vulnerable and exhausted. Peter watches from the shadows, his face caked in blood and his eyes filled with a grim determination. He sees the monster looming over his friend, and he knows that the time for running is over. He has one final move, and it's going to cost him everything. The goblin stands over the fallen Johnny, his massive frame silhouetted against the smoke and fire. "Aimed right at my face?" he roars, his voice a distorted growl of pure malice. He has won, the Firebringer is down, and the spider is broken. The world is his for the taking. A massive faboom of fire and debris erupts as the goblin unleashes a blast of energy into the street, throwing cars and rubble into the air. He is reveling in his power, a mad king presiding over a kingdom of ashes. He doesn't see the shadow moving behind him. A massive truck suddenly slams into the goblin's side, the metal screeching as it impacts the monster's reinforced skin. The force of the collision is enough to stagger even Norman Osborn, the sheer mass of the vehicle doing what the fire couldn't. Peter Parker is behind the wheel, his face set in a mask of grim resolve. The truck continues to plow forward, pushing the goblin across the pavement with a thunderous roar. The tires spin and smoke as Peter pushes the engine to its breaking point. He is using the entire weight of his world to crush the monster that tried to take it away. The vehicle slams into a nearby building, the impact shaking the ground for blocks. A massive cloud of dust and debris erupts from the site, swallowing the truck and the monster in a gray shroud. The sound of crumbling brick and twisted metal is the only thing that can be heard. The goblin roars in frustration, his voice muffled by the wreckage. "Parker! Parker!" he screams, his rage reaching a new, impossible peak. He is trapped, pinned beneath the weight of the truck and the ruins of the neighborhood he tried to destroy. Peter leaps from the wreckage, a heavy metal piece of the truck's engine in his hands. He strikes the goblin with a clampock that echoes through the street, the sound of a hero finishing the job. He isn't holding back anymore, he is the hammer of justice, and his time is now. He strikes again, the metal clanging against the goblin's skull. "What's the plan, Osborn? I'm dying to know. What next? You kill me, then what next?" he screams, his voice filled with a lifetime of pain and loss. He is demanding answers from a man who has none left to give. The goblin tries to rise, but Peter slams the metal into his chest with a guttural "RRHH. Your son you killed won't magically come back to life," he shouts, the truth of Norman's failures laid bare in the flickering light. Peter is a boy no more, he is the judgment that Norman always feared. He delivers a final, shattering blow, the metal breaking against the monster's chest. "Your world as a captain of industry won't magically go back to the way it was," he bellows. The goblin lets out a final, agonizing "Arrog" as his body finally gives out under the onslaught. A massive secondary explosion erupts from the truck's fuel tank, a blinding boom that lights up the entire block. The force of the blast is enough to throw the neighborhood back into the shadows, a final, thunderous exclamation point on the end of a long, dark night. The smoke begins to settle, revealing Peter Parker kneeling in the middle of the street. He is a ghost of his former self, his suit hanging in rags and his body covered in a fine layer of ash. "And your hair won't magically come into fashion," he whispers, his humor a flickering flame in the dark. The Green Goblin lies in a heap across the street, his body smoking and his eyes finally dim. The fire is gone, leaving only the broken shell of a man who thought he could rule through fear. The silence of the neighborhood is absolute, a peaceful blanket after the storm of the battle. Peter looks down at his hands, his fingers trembling as the blood drips onto the pavement. He is finished. He has done everything he was supposed to do, and now the weight of it all is finally too much to bear. His eyes begin to close, the light of the fire fading from his vision. Norman Osborn stares at him with one final, malevolent eye. "But you'll be dead," he croaks, his voice a rattling whisper from the grave. He has lost everything, but in his mind, he has still won because he is taking the spider with him. Peter lets out a soft, tired sigh as he looks at the man who has haunted him for years. "Well, yeah, there is that," he mutters, his voice drifting away. He isn't afraid anymore, he's just tired. He's ready to rest, even if that rest is eternal. The monster's eye flickers one last time before going dark, the light of the green goblin finally extinguished. The threat is gone, and the hero is left standing, or kneeling, in the ruins of his life. The battle for Queens is over, but the cost is only beginning to be measured. Suddenly, the roar of an engine fills the air as a massive truck barrels down the street toward the wreckage. The headlights cut through the smoke, illuminating the broken hero and the fallen beast. It's a final, desperate charge, born of a love that refuses to let go. The Green Goblin looks up, his eyes widening in a final moment of pure terror as the grille of the truck fills his vision. He has spent his life as the hunter, but in his final seconds, he is the prey. The irony isn't lost on him, even as his mind begins to fail. The truck slams into the wreckage with a bone-shattering force, the metal crumpling as it completes the job Peter started. It's a messy, violent impact, a final act of vengeance from a world that Norman Osborn tried to burn. The sound of the collision is a final, thunderous crack. The goblin is buried beneath the weight of the truck, his monstrous form finally silenced by the sheer weight of iron and steel. He is a creature of myth and fire, but in the end, he was brought down by the very things he mocked: a boy, a truck, and the people who loved them both. Inside the truck, Mary Jane Watson is slumped over the wheel, her eyes wide with shock and her breath coming in ragged gasps. She has done it. She has saved him. The steering wheel is cold in her hands, her heart hammering a frantic rhythm against her chest. Peter looks at the truck, his vision blurring as he recognizes the girl behind the wheel. A single tear tracks down his face, leaving a clear path through the soot and the blood. He is grateful, and he is heartbroken, and he is finally at peace. The scene fades into a hazy orange as the fire from the wreckage begins to spread, the tires of the truck spinning one last time with a VRUM. The battle is over, and the survivors are left to pick up the pieces of a world that will never be the same again. A final, massive boom erupts from the truck as the fuel tank ignites, throwing the entire neighborhood into a blinding white glare. The shockwave is felt for blocks, a final, thunderous goodbye from the machines that fought alongside the hero. The fire is a warm, orange blanket over the street. Mary Jane is thrown from the vehicle by the force of the blast, her silhouette spinning against the night sky. She lands with a poof on a nearby pile of soft earth, the wind knocked out of her but her life intact. She gasps for air, her mind a whirl of fire and shadow. "Og!" she cries out. The truck settles into the wreckage with a final, metallic slam, the fire roaring around it like a funeral pyre. The neighborhood is a war zone, a testament to the destruction that follows in the wake of gods and monsters. The sound of the crackling flames is the only thing that remains. MJ pulls herself up, her vision spinning as she looks at the destruction she caused. "Oh, number ow," she whispers, her body aching and her heart breaking. She sees the broken body of the boy she loves, and the reality of what's happened finally starts to settle in like ash. She crawls toward him, her voice a desperate plea in the quiet street. "Did I get him?" she asks, her eyes searching Peter's. Peter looks at her with a weak, pained smile. "You're insane. Did you steal this van?" "It was just there," she stammers. "You stole a van? You're welcome." They share a final, heartbreaking moment in the flickering light of the fires, a kiss that tastes of blood and smoke and lost futures. It's a goodbye, though neither of them wants to say it out loud. The world around them is burning, but in this small circle of shadow, they are the only things that matter. Peter pulls away, his eyes filled with a desperate, unspoken love. "Now get the hell out of here," he tells her, his voice a commanding rasp. "Aggie!" she screams as she is tossed through the air by a final shockwave, her silhouette a dark shape against the moon. Peter fires one final web line, his fingers moving with a mechanical precision that has become second nature. Thwap! The webbing catches her midair, a safety net of spun glass and determination. He is saving her one last time, even as his own strength finally drains away into the dirt. MJ lands safely in the net, her breath hitching in her throat as she looks back at the hero. Og! She cries out, her hands reaching out for a boy she can no longer touch. She is safe, but she has never felt more alone in her entire life. The Green Goblin rumbles from beneath the wreckage, his voice a distorted, inhuman growl. This is the day of reckoning, Parker. I'm delivering God's message. God wants this to happen, he snarls. He is a madman to the very end, clinging to a twisted sense of purpose as his world collapses around him. With the last of his superhuman strength, Peter lifts the entire crumpled engine of the truck above his head. His muscles scream, his bones threaten to snap, but he holds the weight for one final, impossible moment. He is the Titan Atlas, carrying the weight of his own destiny on his shoulders. He slams the heavy metal down on the goblin with a final, thunderous smash, his voice a roar of pure, unfiltered defiance. "Shut up!" he screams. The sound of the impact is the final note of the battle, a metallic clang that echoes through the streets of Queens and into the stars above. The goblin is finally silenced, his body crushed beneath the weight of the very machine that was meant to be his end. Peter stands over him, his chest heaving and his vision fading into black. "I will destroy your family like you destroyed mine. I will kill everyone you know." The ghost of Norman's voice seems to echo, but the monster is gone. Peter looks down at his hands, his fingers slick with blood and oil. "Could you do it?" he starts to ask, but his voice is barely a whisper. "Quietly," he adds with a final, pained effort. The smash of the metal is the only answer he gets, a cold, final punctuation on his life as a hero. Mary Jane pulls herself up from the webbing, her eyes searching for Peter in the smoke. "There you go," she says softly, her voice filled with a desperate hope that he's still standing. She sees the truck, and she sees the destruction, and she prays for a miracle she knows is too much to ask. Peter stands in the middle of the street, his head bowed and his body trembling. "Ow!" he mutters, the word a small, human response to an inhuman amount of pain. He looks at the ruins of his neighborhood and realizes that he has finally won, but the price of victory is more than he has left to pay. A final, massive faboom erupts from the center of the wreckage, a pillar of white-hot light that swallows the hero whole. It's a final, thunderous goodbye from the powers that defined his life, a blinding glare that turns the night into day. The silhouette of the spider is etched into the sky for one last second. The shockwave throws Peter into the air, his body spinning like a leaf in a gale. The sound is a deafening roar that drowns out the world, a boom that marks the end of an era. He hits the ground with a sickening thud, the air around him still crackling with the remnants of the blast. MJ looks on in horror as the smoke begins to clear, her hand reaching out for a boy who is no longer there. "Aggie!" she screams, the sound lost in the crackle of the flames. She sees the empty street and the blackened crater, and the truth of what's happened finally hits her with a cold, hollow force. Peter lands in the dirt with a heavy phallump, his body limp and his eyes staring blankly at the sky. The fire is still burning behind him, the smoke rising into the night air like a prayer for the fallen. He is a boy in a torn costume, lying in the grass of the neighborhood he died to protect. Johnny Storm runs toward him, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. "Oh my God, Peter," he whispers, his hands shaking as he reaches out for his friend. He has seen death before, but this is different. This is the boy who taught him how to be a hero, and he is lying still in the dirt. The neighbors watch from the sidewalks, their faces pale in the firelight as the silence of the night returns. They have seen the impossible tonight, and they have seen the cost of it. The hero is down, and the world feels suddenly very small and very cold. No one moves, no one speaks. The fires continue to roar in the background, a violent, orange contrast to the quiet tragedy in the foreground. The smoke drifts across the street, a gray shroud for the fallen warrior. The neighborhood that Peter Parker called home has become his final resting place, a graveyard of dreams and destiny. A single, bloody hand lies in the grass, the fingers curled in a final moment of effort. The red of the spandex is darkened by the wetness of the earth, a stark reminder of the boy who lived inside the mask. He gave everything he had, and in the end, it was enough. Johnny kneels beside him, his voice a desperate, broken thing. "I think you got him. Good, yeah, that's about all I had Peter whispers, his eyes losing focus. Peter, Johnny screams, his voice filled with a grief that will echo through the neighborhood for years to come. Mary Jane rushes to his side, her breath coming in frantic, sobbing gasps. "Oh my God, Peter, we have to get you to a hospital," she cries, her hands hovering over his wounds. "Are you crazy? You can't move him," a neighbor shouts. "I can fly him," Johnny insists, his fire beginning to flicker back to life. MJ looks around the crowd, her eyes wide with a desperate, animalistic panic. "Has anyone called 911? Is anybody a doctor?" she screams, her voice cracking with grief. She is a girl trying to hold back the ocean with her bare hands, and she knows she's failing. The tears are hot and bitter on her cheeks. Aunt May pushes through the crowd, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated devastation. "We can't be here, Aunt May. He specifically told us." Gwen Stacy cries, trying to hold her back. "Leave me alone," May bellows, her voice a roar of a mother's pain. She doesn't care about the rules anymore. May and Gwen reach the center of the circle, their eyes fixed on the boy lying in the grass. The crowd parts for them, a silent, mourning audience for the final act of a tragedy. The silence is broken only by the sound of May's ragged breathing and the distant crackle of the fires. MJ is huddled over Peter, her hands clutching his as if she could pull him back from the brink with sheer force of will. "Somebody do something," she screams at the world, her voice a raw, jagged edge of grief. She is alone in her pain, a girl who has lost the center of her universe. May looks down at her nephew, her hands reaching out for him with a trembling uncertainty. "Oh no," she whispers, the reality of the situation finally shattering her heart. "Queens, Forest Hills, we have a there's a then get here." Gwen shouts into a phone, her voice frantic. MJ's eyes are filled with tears as she looks at the boy she loved, her heart breaking with every shallow breath he takes. "He's really hurt," she whispers, the words a final, devastating admission of the truth. She sees the light fading from his eyes, and she knows that the end is near. May kneels in the dirt, her hands cradling Peter's face as the neighbors watch in a silent, respectful mourning. "What did you do, boy? What did you do?" she asks, her voice a mix of love and a devastating, motherly sorrow. She knows exactly what he did. He saved her, and she will never forgive herself for the cost. Peter looks up at his aunt, a small, peaceful smile touching his lips. "It's okay. I did it," he whispers, his voice a soft, fading thing. He is at peace with his choices, at peace with his fate. He has won the only battle that ever really mattered. He kept his family safe. May strokes his hair, her tears falling onto his forehead. Just hold on. The ambulance is," she starts to say, but Peter shakes his head. "Don't you see? It's okay. I did it," he tells her again, his eyes filled with a quiet, certain light. He looks into the distance, a memory of a different night and a different loss surfacing in his mind. "I couldn't save him. Uncle Ben, I couldn't save him. No matter what I did," he admits, the guilt of a lifetime finally being laid to rest. "But I saved you. I did it. I did." Hand drops from her face, his fingers curling one last time before going limp. The strength that carried a city has finally left him, leaving behind only the boy from Queens. He has finished his work, and he has done it with a courage that will never be forgotten. Peter closes his eyes for the final time, a peaceful sigh escaping his lips. The pain is gone, the fire is gone, and the hero is at rest. He died as he lived, as a protector, a savior, and a boy who loved his family more than his own life. Aunt May lets out a final, agonizing sob as she realizes that the boy she loved is gone. She holds him tight, her face buried in his shoulder as the world around them falls into a final, respectful silence. The neighborhood has lost its champion, and a family has lost its heart. Johnny Storm leans over his fallen friend, his eyes wide with a grief he can't possibly process. He is a boy who has lived in the spotlight, but tonight, he is just a boy who has lost his brother. The silence of the street is absolute, a heavy, crushing weight on the survivors. Gwen and MJ look at each other, their faces pale and their eyes filled with a shared, devastating sorrow. "No!" Someone screams, the sound a final, jagged edge of the tragedy. They are the leftovers of a life lived too fast and ended too soon, the casualties of a war they never asked for. The two girls can only watch as the fire behind them begins to die down, the smoke rising into the night air like a final, fading memory. They are young, and they have seen too much, and the world they knew has been incinerated in a single, violent night in Queens. Aunt May screams at the heavens, her voice a raw, primal roar of grief that echoes through the silent street. "Oh God, not him too. Please, not him too," she begs, her hands clutching the air as if she could pull her family back from the abyss. It's a cry that will haunt the neighborhood forever. The survivors are huddled together in the middle of the street, a circle of broken hearts in the flickering light of the dying fires. "Oh God, please, please no," a final voice cries out, but the night has no more answers to give. The hero is dead, and the world is left to mourn a boy named Peter Parker. The silhouettes of the onlookers are dark against the moonlit sky as they watch the final moments of the tragedy. "Oh no," a voice whispers from the shadows, the words a final, hollow echo of the neighborhood's collective grief. The story of Spider-Man has reached its final chapter, written in blood and fire. A single, bloody hand lies in the firelight, the fingers curled and still. It is the hand of a hero, a savior, and a boy who gave everything he had to protect the people he loved. The fire crackles in the background, a final, flickering salute to the fallen warrior. Peter's face is peaceful in the shadows, the pain of the battle finally gone. He is a boy at rest, his eyes closed and his features softened by the quiet of the night. He has done what he was meant to do, and his legacy is secured in the hearts of those he saved. The light of the fire fades into a dull gray as the night finally begins to end. The smoke rises into the stars, carrying with it the memory of a boy who dared to be a hero in a world of monsters. The battle for Queens is over. The life of Peter Parker is finished. The end. A digital message flickers on a screen, a simple email from Aunt May with a subject line that carries the weight of a fallen world. A celebration of Peter Parker. Inside the warm, familiar walls of the Parker residence, the survivors of a tragedy gather, and May pulls Miles Morales into a desperate, grounding hug. "Miles Morales, I am so glad you came today," she whispers, her voice cracking with the effort of staying strong. Aunt May steps back, her eyes red-rimmed but her spirit hospitable as ever. Hi, Gwen. I'm, Gank," the boy says awkwardly, standing beside the legendary figures of Peter's past. Miles looks at Aunt May, his expression a mirror of the grief and responsibility he carries every single day. "Oh no," he murmurs, seeing the toll the anniversary is taking on her. Gank steps forward, offering a small, wrapped box to Gwen Stacy. "You made this for me?" she asks, her voice barely a whisper as she takes the gift. Gwen stares down at the package, her blonde hair shielding her face from the room's collective gaze. Miles watches the exchange, silent and contemplative, wondering how many more anniversaries they will have to endure like this. Gwen looks up, her blue eyes searching Gank's face for the reason behind the gesture. "You didn't have this laying around? You made this for me?" she asks, and Gank simply nods, "Yeah." Suddenly, the room's heavy atmosphere is shattered, as Gwen pulls Gank into a sudden, passionate kiss that leaves everyone stunned. The room goes deathly silent as MJ, Bobby Drake, Miles, and Aunt May watch with wide eyes, completely blindsided by the sudden display of affection. Gwen pulls away, her face flushed as she clutches the gift to her chest. "I'm going to go put this in my room. I'll be right back," she stammers, fleeing up the stairs. Bobby Drake grins, leaning over to clap a bewildered Gank on the shoulder. "Way to nail that down, bro. Well done," he laughs, breaking the tension. Aunt May tries to keep the focus on the celebration, her hands raised as a doorbell rings through the house. "All of you, eat, drink. Those are Gray's papaya hot dogs, Peter's favorite." The doorbell rings again, and May moves to the door, a look of confusion crossing her face. "I understand if none of you, hello, what is this?" she asks, peeking outside. Standing on the porch is the unmistakable form of Pepper Potts, backed by a fleet of caterers carrying trays of high-end food. "May Parker, I'm Pepper Potts. I work for Tony Stark. He apologizes for not being able to make it, but he was touched by the invitation." Within minutes, the humble living room is transformed into a five-star buffet, leaving the teenagers in a state of shock. "Wow, the chef dude on TV?" Bobby asks, while MJ whispers, "Dear God, I dream about things like this happening." Pepper hands a digital tablet to May, offering a sympathetic smile. "If you could just sign here," she says, while May sighs, "If I sign, will you make it stop?" The group lines up behind a mountain of gourmet vegetables and hors d'oeuvres, looking like children in a candy store. Aunt May shakes her head, overwhelmed by Stark's small gesture. "I know the man means well, but good Lord, does he not live in the Rialo, good Lord." The doorbell chimes once more, and May lets out a weary groan. "Oh, good Lord, more. They probably forgot to dump shaved truffles all over us." But as the door swings open, it isn't more food, it's a familiar face with a wild mane of hair. "Hey, guys, wow, Flashback City," Kitty Pryde says, stepping into the light. The room erupts in warmth as Miles rushes forward. "Kitty Pryde, you saved my butt, big time, I will never forget it," he says, pulling her into a tight hug. The group crowds around her, the air buzzing with excitement. "Saw you on TV getting the Medal of Freedom. That was crazy," Bobby exclaims. Kitty brushes off the praise, her eyes distant. "One minute I'm a supposed mutant terrorist, and the next I'm Miss America. All this mutant racist stuff is going to be behind us." Bobby looks skeptical, crossing his arms. "Let's not get too ahead of ourselves," he cautions, while Kitty retorts, "Yeah, I can light on fire and fly around and I'm a monster. He does the exact same thing and he's on the cover of Rolling Stone." Aunt May moves toward Kitty, her eyes soft. "I'm glad you came, Kitty," she says, as Gank and Miles exchange a knowing glance in the background. Kitty looks down, the mention of Peter bringing back the sharp sting of loss that never truly fades. Suddenly, a shadow falls over the threshold as a large, imposing man stands in the doorway. "Hi, guys," Kenny, Con McFarlane says with a nervous wave. The room goes silent as Kitty and Kenny lock eyes. "Kitty, I did not expect to see you here," they say, the weight of their shared history hanging in the air. Without a word, they fall into each other's arms, a quiet reconciliation in the middle of the room. Gwen, MJ, and the others watch from the sidelines. "Who is that?" someone whispers. "That's Kenny. Kong used to go to school with us," MJ explains. MJ looks at Gwen, her voice low. "Wonder what happened between them." Gwen shrugs. "Yeah, guess it didn't work out." The two former lovers stand in silhouette against the setting sun. "You look great. Can we talk later, just us?" Kenny asks, and Kitty nods. Sure." They move inside. A black luxury sedan pulls up to the curb outside the Parker house, its headlights cutting through the twilight. The driver of the long limousine looks into the rearview mirror. "We're here, Mr. Jameson," he announces quietly. Inside the darkened car, J. Jonah Jameson sits in shadow, his face a mask of conflict as he stares at the house of the boy he spent years tormenting. The driver waits, the engine idling as the seconds tick by. "Sir." Through the glass, Jameson sees the silhouettes of the happy, grieving children on the porch, a world he no longer feels he belongs to. He doesn't open the door, he doesn't move. "Keep going. Back to the city," he orders, his voice gravelly and low. The limousine pulls away from the curb, leaving the celebration behind as autumn leaves dance in its wake. Back at the door, Aunt May looks out at the empty street before turning back to her guests. "Let's take this all back inside. Let's eat. For the next 10 straight hours." The house is filled with the sound of laughter and the clinking of silverware. "Oh my God, that was the best meal of my entire life," Gwen exclaims, leaning back on the couch. The meal winds down, a comfortable, heavy silence settles over the friends, the kind that only comes after a shared feast and a shared sorrow. Aunt May looks down at her empty plate, her thoughts drifting back to the nephew who should have been sitting there with them. Miles watches her, his sensitive eyes picking up on the shift in her mood immediately. Mary Jane breaks the silence, her hands clasped tightly. Does anybody this is going to sound weird? Does anybody else ever think about what Peter would be like if he was still alive? Kitty looks up, her eyes misty. Like, what he would be when he grew up. Gwen nods eagerly. "Yeah, exactly. Like, I used to have these dreams, these totally vivid dreams, and one that I keep having over and over again." In the shared theater of their minds, they imagine a Peter Parker who didn't die. A Peter who became the greatest hero the world had ever seen, standing at the center of the Ultimates, more popular than Captain America himself. They imagine a Peter who evolved. his suit becoming a marvel of science and engineering, leading a legacy of Spiderman that changed the very landscape of New York City. They see him as a man of the people, a hero who fought the kingpin and the underworld with a smile, his life a beacon of hope that never went out. Miles imagines a world where he wasn't a replacement, but a partner, a world where Peter took him under his wing and they patrolled the skyline together, two Spider-Men for a city that needed them both. MJ imagines the life they were supposed to have. The weddings, the family, the quiet moments of peace that were stolen away by a single night of violence. They envision a world of high-tech spider cycles and public adoration, a dream so vivid it feels almost real, until Bobby Drake breaks the spell. "Are you done, Bobby?" "Not even close." The group sits in the quiet living room, the weight of the what-ifs hanging heavy in the air. Gwen looks at her friends, her eyes shining with determination. "I don't know about you, but I feel like doing something. Good, today, right now, let's do something nice for someone." Bobby Drake grins, stretching his arms back. "Like, I could use a back rub." Gwen ignores him, her mind already moving to the next task. Miles looks at Gank, a spark of inspiration hitting them both. "Like, I know." They look at the massive amount of leftovers still sitting on the Stark-provided buffet tables, a fortune in food that could feed a small army. Later, the group arrives at the Queen's mission, their arms loaded with containers as they move toward the crowd of people waiting outside the shelter. Gank helps an elderly woman, the simple act of sharing a meal bringing a rare smile to her weary face. Bobby Drake uses his powers to entertain a group of children, a small ball of fire dancing between his fingers as they watch in wide-eyed wonder. Gwen and MJ work side by side, handing out food and supplies to those who have fallen through the cracks of the city. Miles stands back for a moment, watching his friends turn their grief into something tangible, something Peter would have been proud of. Aunt May approaches him, a tray in her hands. "You doing okay, Miles?" The night deepens, the friends gather on the sidewalk outside the shelter, the day's events finally drawing to a close. Kitty Pryde gives Kenny one last hug, a silent acknowledgement of the peace they've found. Miles and Aunt May share a quiet moment, the bond between them forged in the fire of Peter's memory. Gwen and Gank stand together, the awkwardness of earlier replaced by a new, quiet understanding. Suddenly, Gwen leans in and plants a quick kiss on Gank's cheek, leaving him standing there in a daze while Miles looks on in shock. Kitty whispers something into Kenny's ear, a secret shared between two people who have finally learned to let go. They wave goodbye as they head their separate ways, a group of survivors stronger than they were when the day began. High above, trails of fire and ice streak across the night sky, Bobby Drake and Johnny Storm heading off into the darkness. Aunt May and her remaining guests watch them go, a final salute to the heroes who still watch over the city. The house falls quiet as May, Gwen, and Miles prepare to turn in for the night, the memory of Peter Parker finally at rest. But as they enter the house, they don't notice the figure standing in the shadows across the street, watching them with an intensity that promises this story is far from over. Peter Parker's face fills the frame, a boy who has seen and done more than most people will ever get to do in their whole lives. "My name is Peter Parker. I am Spider-Man. And now I have one question. Do you want fries with that?" The scene shifts to a chaotic fast food counter at Burger Frog, where a teenage boy who looks exactly like Peter is being buried under a mountain of orders. "Would you like fries with that?" he asks mechanically. An elderly customer with a monocle glares up at him. "What kind of fries?" she snaps. The boy blinks, his patience wearing thin. "French fries." The woman leans in closer. "What's in them?" The boy lets out a heavy sigh. "What's in what?" The argument escalates quickly. The French fries, potatoes, and what else? Salt. Are you giving me lip, little boy? The boy's hands fly up in exasperation. "Lip? No, you asked me. I'd like to speak to your manager," she shrieks. A large, imposing man in a tie looms over the counter. "Yes, I am, ma'am. Is there a problem?" "This punk is giving me lip," the woman shouts, while the boy desperately tries to defend himself. No, she asked me what the fries were made of and I said." The woman continues her tirade, waving her arms. "I will not be spoken to in this manner. I'll call Live on 5 and report you people. The manager turns on his customer service charm. Ma'am, how about a free apple pie and a coffee on the house? The woman's anger vanishes instantly. Okay, here you go, thank you and have a nice day, the manager says, handing over the food. She turns to leave, throwing a smug look over her shoulder. That's more like it. The manager spins on the boy, his voice dripping with disappointment. Peter, you listen to me. I didn't do anything, the boy cries out. The manager points a stern finger. Customer relations is the most important, you're warned. There's 100 kids looking to take your job, and where's your hat? The boy pulls a crushed green frog-shaped hat from his pocket. It gives me hat hair, he mutters. Put on the hat, it's for health code reasons. Put it on, the manager barks. The boy stares down at the ridiculous piece of fabric, the humiliation burning in his chest. He slowly unfolds the frog hat, looking like he's about to lose his mind. He jams the hat onto his head, his eyes squeezed shut in frustration. He slams his hands onto the counter, his eyes blazing with a familiar fire as he glares at the next customer. Can I help you? New York City shines under a clear blue sky, officially open for business on Life Day. MJ reports on the screen, her voice filled with hope. I'm Mary Jane Watson reporting for Midtown High, comm student newscast. But the peace is short-lived. In the dead of night, a vehicle screams down a darkened street, its engine roaring with violent intent. The red Jeep smashes through the glass front of a convenience store, sending shelves and books flying in every direction. The dust hasn't even settled before armed men in masks leap from the vehicle, their guns drawn and ready. The lead thug laughs, waving a pistol at the cowering clerk. How'd that feel? Get the money and let's go. He jams the gun into the clerk's face, his eyes wild with greed. Are you kidding me with this? Open it and give me every last dime. The clerk trembles, his hands raised in terror. The safe yuts, open the safe, the robber screams. Suddenly, the other robbers freeze, their eyes widening at something they see behind their leader. What the hell? The lead robber turns around, his finger tight on the trigger. What are you? Oh, come on. Standing in the wreckage of the window is a figure in a flowing red cloak and a dark, featureless hood. You idiots! A voice echoes from the darkness. The robber doesn't hesitate, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the mysterious intruder. The figure doesn't flinch as the rounds impact his chest, falling away as if they hit solid steel. Like I said, idiots. The robber continues to fire until his gun clicks empty, sweat pouring down his face as he stares at the impossible being before him. The Red Hood steps forward, the light catching the metallic gauntlets on his hands. Yeah, so now what? This is what? The figure shouts, lunging forward with blinding speed. With a single, devastating punch, he sends the lead robber flying across the store, the man's mask twisting under the force of the blow. The Red Hood doesn't stop there, turning to the others and dropping them with surgical precision, the sound of breaking bones filling the room. The remaining robbers flee for their lives, leaving their leader groaning on the floor. Oh no, ag. One robber tries to reach for a weapon, but the Red Hood is already there, towering over him like an omen of death. He reaches out, his gauntlets humming with a strange, crackling energy. With a single strike, he finishes the job, leaving the convenience store silent once again. The robber is slammed into the wall, the force of the impact shattering the last of the display cases. The Red Hood stands over the fallen men, his breathing calm and controlled despite the violence he just unleashed. He grabs the lead robber by the throat, hoisting him up until they are eye to eye. You want to die? You want to go to jail for this stupid crap? Really? This is the best thing you could think of? He snarls, before slamming the man's head into the counter. Be happy you still have one. The clerk watches from behind the counter, his face a mask of pure terror. Oh my God. The Red Hood turns to him, his voice softening just a fraction. You okay? The clerk can only nod, his voice lost in the wake of the carnage he just witnessed. The mysterious hero looks out at the street, where sirens are finally beginning to wail in the distance. Oh my God. And what kind of malarkey and shenanigans, the clerk stammers, still trying to process the night. Suddenly, a new figure swings through the broken window, Spiderman, looking confused as he lands among the unconscious bodies. Are we? What happened? The clerk points a trembling finger at the wall where the Red Hood was standing only a second ago. I can't believe it. Oh man. Spider-Man looks around the room, his white lenses widening. Uh-oh. Outside, police cruisers screech to a halt, their blue and red lights bathing the wreckage in a strobe effect. Just everyone freeze, everyone stay where they are. Spider-Man throws his hands up, a nervous chuckle escaping him. It really takes a special kind of me to have a terrible day end so spectacularly sucky. But the officers aren't reaching for their handcuffs, they're reaching for their cameras. You really him? Of course it's really him, look at him. The police are starstruck, one of them even asking for a handshake. Seriously, bravo to you, kid, bravo to you, what happened here? Spider-Man shrugs, trying to maintain his cool. I swear to God, I just got here myself. Does anyone smell hamburgers? I smell hamburgers. High above on the roof, the Red Hood stands in silhouette against the full moon, watching the scene below with a grim satisfaction. He looks down at the city he has sworn to protect, his eyes hidden behind the dark veil of his hood. The gauntlets on his hands pulse with a dim, rhythmic light as he prepares to vanish into the night. And in an instant, he is gone, leaving New York to wonder who their new guardian truly is. Across town in Forest Hills, a figure in a tattered Spider-Man suit swings toward the attic window of the Parker residence. The boy clambers inside, dropping his backpack on the floor. What a day, he sighs, peeling back his mask. He looks up to find Gwen Stacy sitting on his bed, her arms crossed and a smirk on her face. You okay? She asks. Peter, or the boy who looks like him, rubs his eyes. How long have you been up here? Since school, I was doing my homework. You were waiting for me. Gwen laughs, moving toward him. Gwen Stacy, you were waiting for me. You smell like cheeseburgers. You should see the other guy. They stand close together in the dim light of the bedroom. Did you beat up any bad guys tonight? Couldn't find any. The cops are still being nice to me. Everyone on the street is being nice to me. Gwen pulls him into a soft, long-overdue kiss, the world outside finally falling away. They pull apart, whispering in the dark. Is Aunt May home? Yes, we're being naughty, she'll kill us. She said no hanky-panky. So go away then. Me, it's my room. But the moment is shattered by a sharp voice from downstairs, cutting through the romantic fog. Peter. Aunt May stands at the bottom of the stairs, a laundry basket in her arms and a look of sheer panic on her face. Gwen, is Peter home? Upstairs, the boy and Gwen freeze, looking at each other in silent terror. The boy rushes to the door, pulling a shirt over his head as he calls back. Just got home. There's dinner in the fridge. Good dinner or bad free dinner. He heads into the kitchen, Aunt May following close behind. Oh, good laundry, could you wash my costume? Kitty called. Gwen joins them, leaning against the counter. What did she say? I'm not an answering service. She probably wants to pretend she's not in love with you. The banter is familiar, comfortable. Leave her alone, she's been through a lot. We've all been through a lot. Well, that's true. The conversation is interrupted by the sharp buzz of the doorbell. Ding dong. The three of them look toward the hallway. Is that the doorbell? May asks, moving toward the front of the house. The boy opens the door, and his jaw drops at the sight of the person standing on the porch. Hi, can I? It's Johnny Storm, looking exhausted and carrying a heavy pack. Hey, Peter. Oh my God, Johnny Storm, where have you been? Gwen and the boy crowd around him. Where do I know that name from? The Fantastic Four, the Human Torch. Are you okay? It's been months. Where have you been? Johnny leans his head against his hand, his eyes closing in pain. I need somewhere to crash. Can I stay here tonight? I hate to ask. I just need a bed or... The boy doesn't hesitate, reaching out to help his old friend inside. Hey, sorry, I'm just... The group gathers around the fallen hero, another piece of the old world returning to the Parker home. Later that night, the skyscrapers of Manhattan loom over the city, their windows glowing like embers in the dark. In a luxury penthouse, two men speak in hushed tones. How does the Kingpin get to come back to America? Explain this one to me. When the city drowned, so did the courthouse, so did the federal building, so did the evidence. A little payola here, a little payola there, and boom, the big man is back in town. The doors to the office slide open, and Wilson Fisk, the kingpin of crime, steps into the room, looking as formidable as ever. Oh, hey boss, you look. Fisk doesn't look at them, he just stares out at the city he once ruled. Give me the room. Fisk stands alone before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, his reflection ghostly against the New York skyline. A cold voice cuts through the silence from the corner of the room. You've waited a long time for this, huh? Fisk spins around, his face contorting in rage. I told you I wanted the... Standing in the shadows is the red hood figure, his glowing blue eyes fixed on the crime lord. Who are you now? I'm actually a big fan of yours, but... The figure raises his hands, the gauntlets crackling with intense electrical energy. You came back at a bad time. With a deafening roar of energy, the figure unleashes two massive beams of blue electricity directly into Fisk's chest. The kingpin lets out a guttural scream as the sheer force of the blast lifts him off his feet and sends him hurtling backward. Fisk smashes through the reinforced glass, his massive form silhouetted against the night as he falls from the top of the tower. He plummets through the air, shards of glass following him down like frozen rain. He impacts a yellow taxi on the street below with a bone-jarring crash, the vehicle crumbling under his weight as the city's heartbeat stops for a split second. The Red Hood looks down from the broken window, watching as the traffic below grinds to a halt. Humpty Dumpty, very nice. The mysterious figure turns back toward the room, his head engulfed in a swirling blue flame that reveals a hollow, terrifying mask. That'll look good on the resume. Morning light filters into the Parker living room, but the atmosphere is anything but domestic. Gwen Stacy and Aunt May stand over the couch, staring at the unexpected guest currently using their sofa as a bed. Meanwhile, in a darkened room, a computer screen glows with a headline that is sending shockwaves through New York. The kingpin is dead. A webcam sits perched atop the monitor, watching the watcher. The screen displays the grim visage of Wilson Fisk, the man who once held the city in a palm made of iron and blood. It seems his reign has ended not with a bang, but with a sudden fall. A figure sits in the shadows, his voice a low, mocking drawl. Did you read the news today? Oh boy, they said a fat man fell and broke his everything, he muses to the empty room. The man wears a mask that looks like the skin of a reptile, his eyes hidden behind cold, yellow lenses. He leans back in an expensive office chair, the silhouette of a predator enjoying the chaos. He stares at a wall of monitors, cables snaking across the floor like digital vines. This isn't just a hideout, it's a command center for a new kind of war. That's my gift to you, people of New York, he continues, his voice dripping with condescension. You've been through quite enough already. You certainly don't have to put up with that fat @s% yet again. The news report flickers, emphasizing that Fisk is truly gone, leaving a power vacuum that the man in the chair is more than happy to fill. No more Wilson Fisk, no more kingpin of crime, he whispers, savoring the words. He looks around at his machinery, the technology that allows him to remain a ghost in the machine. You don't have to thank me. You could thank me, but you don't have to, he says with a dismissive wave. A robotic arm whirs in the corner, part of a suit that looks more like a high-tech diving apparatus than anything else. See, I used to be a lot like him, the man admits, his tone shifting to something more reflective. He looks at a photo on his desk, perhaps a reminder of a life he's left behind. I wanted a little piece of the pie. My piece. I wanted to boss around a couple of people dumb enough to let a guy like me boss them around. But the world has changed, and he has changed with it. But after all we've been through, after we've seen the world literally rip itself in half, I realized. He leans forward, the light from the monitors casting long, jagged shadows against the wall. I don't want a piece of it anymore. Suddenly, he stands, his head erupting into a sphere of brilliant, swirling blue energy. I want all of it, and I'm going to take it. And the best part, you'll never know who I am or how I did it, but you can keep calling me Mysterio. Manifesto continues, broadcast to anyone who will listen. Let me tell you how the world is. There is no good or bad, no authority or law. All cops are corrupt, all politicians compromised. Religion is a con and conspiracy is truth. He stares directly into the camera, his glowing head a void of light. There is no heaven or hell. You won't be punished in the next life. And just because we were born into this madhouse doesn't mean we have to accept it. The broadcast is a challenge, a rejection of every societal bond. I'm taking what I want. You should do the same. The signal begins to distort, static eating away at the image of the new villain. Go ahead, I dare you, and if you think contrary, come get me, come after me, that I'll respect. The distortion grows, the message becoming a jagged series of lines and noise. I'm telling you this so you hear it from me directly. You lazy cowards, I'm taking mine. The image of Mysterio fades into a washed-out blue, leaving only the ghost of his threat. You deserve what happens next, his voice echoes through the speakers. The screen goes black, leaving the city to wonder who is really pulling the strings in this new, kingpin-less world. In the silence of the night, a different kind of darkness takes hold, pulling Peter Parker into a nightmare he can't escape. He's underwater, the surface a distant, shimmering memory. He reaches up, his gloved hand clawing at the liquid abyss, but there's nothing to grab onto. Bubbles rise from his mask as he sinks deeper into the cold, crushing weight of the ocean. The light from above is fading, replaced by a suffocating blue. A shadow drifts past him, a shield, emblazoned with a star, sinking just as fast as he is. It's Captain America's, a symbol of hope now lost to the depths. Around him, the rest of the world's greatest heroes are suspended in the water, bound by heavy, rusted chains. Thor, Sue Storm, the Hulk, all of them silent, unmoving, and defeated in this watery grave. Peter bolts upright in his bed, a strangled gasp escaping his throat. "Da!" he yells, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He's drenched in sweat, his hair plastered to his forehead. "Oh man, come on," he mutters, rubbing his face with shaking hands. He stares out the window at the rain-streaked glass, trying to ground himself in reality. "Come on, man, don't go crazy now," he whispers to himself, but the image of the drowning heroes won't leave his mind. He looks over at his desk where his mask sits, a reminder of the weight he carries every single day. He collapses back onto his pillow, staring at the ceiling. Or, crazier, he sighs, knowing sleep won't be coming back anytime soon. The next morning, the lunchroom at Midtown High is a cacophony of voices and the smell of mystery meat. Students swarm the tables, oblivious to the drama unfolding in their midst. Kitty Pryde sits alone at a table, her head down as she tries to focus on a book. She has her earbuds in, a desperate attempt to block out the world that seems to hate her more with each passing day. A cookie suddenly sails through the air, clipping her book with a soft asterisk tap. She doesn't look up, but her jaw tightens. "Ooh," someone sneers from the next table over. Another cookie follows, this one bouncing off her head. "Oh, told ya," a voice laughs, loud and obnoxious. Suddenly, it's not just cookies. Fries, sandwiches, and half-eaten hot dogs begin to rain down on her, a barrage of garbage aimed at the school's most famous mutant. Flash Thompson and his friends are the culprits, laughing hysterically as they pelt her. "God, that is freaky," one girl exclaims, while a boy adds, "Seriously, she shouldn't even be allowed to go here." A cupcake hits Kitty square in the shoulder, smearing icing across her jacket. "Hey!" someone shouts, the sound of a tray hitting the floor echoing through the room. The cafeteria explodes into chaos as Kong jumps in to defend Kitty, shoving Flash back with a roar. "Leave her alone," he screams, trays and food flying in every direction. Kitty looks up, stunned by the sudden violence on her behalf. Flash sneers at Kong, his face turning red. "What's your deal, Kong?" he yells, while Kong counters with, "Leave her alone, she didn't do anything to you." The argument escalates instantly, the two boys standing nose to nose as the rest of the students watch with a mix of fear and excitement. "Well, she drowned New York," Flash spits, his eyes full of hate. The heavy double doors of the cafeteria swing open as Mr. Murch, the school's grim-faced administrator, marches in with 2 security guards in tow. "All of you, up against the wall? Now," he bellows. Mr. Murch glares at Kitty, ignoring the boys who actually started the fight. "Miss Pryde, I told you not to use your mutant powers on school grounds. I made it very clear," he says, his voice cold and accusatory. Kitty stands up, clutching her ice jacket, her eyes burning with a mix of anger and humiliation. What was I supposed to do? Let them hit me with bottles and cans? She asks, her voice trembling. She's already grabbing her things, knowing there's no point in arguing with a man who has already decided she's guilty. Geez, she mutters, pushing past the security guards. She walks away. She catches sight of Mary Jane Watson, who is holding a small digital camera, her face unreadable as she records the entire scene. MJ looks at the screen of her camera, her brow furrowed. The footage is grainy, but it captures the raw unfairness of the moment perfectly. She looks up as Kitty approaches, the two girls staring at each other in a silent moment of shared tension and history. Kitty stops in front of MJ, her hands balled into fists at her sides. "Tell me you didn't just stand there and film all of that," she says, her voice low and dangerous. MJ doesn't blink, holding the camera tight. "Listen to me, very, very carefully," Kitty says, leaning in. "You are not going to put that on the school website." MJ tries to move around her, but Kitty blocks her path. "Give me the camera," Kitty demands, reaching out for the device. "Hey," Kitty snaps, her hand passing through the camera like it's made of smoke. A sudden ZZZT* sound fills the air as blue sparks erupt from the device. "When I phase through techie stuff, I short-circuit it," she explains with a grim smile. MJ looks down at her dead camera in horror. "My camera," she cries. Kitty doesn't stop walking. "Have your boyfriend buy you a new one." "Oops, oh yeah, you don't have one anymore." MJ stands alone in the hallway, clutching the ruined electronics. "Yeah, neither do you," she whispers, her eyes welling with frustrated tears. Later, Peter and Gwen are sitting on the roof of the school, a small picnic spread out between them. "I think it started with the Pilgrims," Peter says, picking at his food. "Aunt May said they almost doubled the amount of kids going to our school since the attack." Gwen looks at him, her long blonde hair caught in the breeze. "This is nice, though," she says with a small smile. "Look at you, Mr. Parker, you are all smart. Hey, how about Johnny Storm sleeping in our house?" Peter lets out a long sigh, leaning back on his elbows. "Dunno, I'm going to blow off work after school and go home and see what's going on," he says, unaware that the day is about to get much more complicated. They sit in silence for a moment, the bustling sounds of Queens far below them. "I used to have the best job ever, Peter reminisces. The one at the great metropolitan newspaper where you got to come and go as you please and no one noticed you." Suddenly, Gwen freezes, her head snapping toward the city. "Did you hear that?" she asks, her voice dropping to a whisper. Peter's own senses spike. "Hear what?" He looks in the direction she's pointing, seeing a faint plume of smoke rising from several blocks away. "Right there," he says, standing up. A massive asterisk boom echoes through the air, rattling the windows of the school building below. "Okay, that I heard," Gwen says, grabbing her bag. "Go get him, I'll cover you in lab." Peter is already stripping off his civilian clothes, revealing the red and blue suit underneath. I hate to miss lab," he grumbles. Gwen just smirks at him. "Nerd, cutie," he fires back. He pulls his mask down, the world snapping into focus through the large white lenses. He gives Gwen a quick peck on the cheek before turning toward the edge of the roof. Spider-Man launches himself into the air, a twin strand of webbing shooting from his wrists. "Okay, let's try not to do anything too stupid. Again, other than the costume." He swings through the urban canyons, seeing people running in a blind panic below. Hysterical people running hysterically, me swinging towards it. Always a promising start to a bad day, he thinks. He lands on the hood of a car, looking for the source of the chaos. Hi there, citizens of New York, how may I be of?" Suddenly, a car is thrown through the front of a nearby building, a massive explosion of brick and glass forcing Spidey to dive for cover. Whoa, and yikes. He uses his webbing to catch the falling debris, shielding the pedestrians below. "Hey, who said it's impossible to catch a cab in New York City?" "No, nothing," he quips, trying to keep his own heart from racing. Two figures emerge from the smoke, their outfits a garish mix of colors and high-tech armor. "And what have we here?" one of them asks, her hands glowing with volatile energy. "These are the bombshells, and they aren't here for a friendly chat." A massive explosion rocks the street, a wall of fire and concussive force slamming into Spider-Man before he can even make a move. Boom is the only sound that registers. The force of the blast sends Spidey flying backward, his body crashing into a brick wall with a sickening asterisk smack asterisk. "Og!" he cries out, the wind knocked out of him. He tumbles into a dumpster, the metal clanging around him as he lands in a pile of garbage. "Ow!" he groans, his head spinning from the impact. He shakes the cobwebs from his head, looking back at the street. People are still screaming, fleeing from the two women who seem to be causing explosions with their bare hands. What the hell was? The bombshells stand in the middle of the street, the younger one aiming a glowing fist at a group of fleeing civilians. "Here's another one, UE-S," she screams, another blast erupting from her hand. Spidey is back on his feet in a second, diving through the air to intercept the next blast. "Okay, bombshells, I get it. Point made," he says, his voice strained as he narrowly avoids a fireball. The older woman, the mother, grabs her daughter by the arm. "Let's go, Lori. Let's go now. We can take this $S%," she yells, gesturing toward the nearby jewelry store. Spidey swings around them, trying to find an opening. "Usually, I would say, you really should listen to your mother," he calls out, his webbing narrowly missing Lori's arm. The street is a disaster zone, fire hydrants gushing and cars abandoned in the middle of the road. Except she seems to be the one that got you into this life of ill-gotten booty in the first place, which doesn't exactly make her mother of the. Lori turns on him, her face twisted in rage. "Stupid S at 3, she screams, launching herself at him with her fists glowing bright yellow. She throws a punch that Spidey barely dodges, the kinetic energy of her strike creating another localized explosion. "Boom" rings out as the air pressure around them shifts. He rolls away, his suit charred and torn. "Whoops," he says, narrowly avoiding another concussive blast that turns a parked car into a crumpled mass of metal. The mother is losing patience. "This isn't why we came here," she screams at Lori, "but we can do this. Go, get airborne now." Spidey is a blur of red and blue as he weaves through their attacks. "Okay, you ladies aren't even letting me get a chance to." Suddenly, his spider sense blares a warning more intense than anything he's felt today. Something is wrong, very wrong. He looks down at a nearby gas line that has been ruptured by the constant explosions. It's leaking, a hiss of pressurized gas filling the air. Even more than. He looks back at the bombshells, his eyes wide behind his mask. They're charging up for a massive combined blast, oblivious to the bomb they're standing on. A spark from a downed power line falls into the pooling gas, the air shimmering for a split second as the vapor ignites. Spidey lunges forward, his hands outstretched. "Everybody get?" he screams, but it's too late. The entire street erupts into a blinding wall of fire, the force of the gas explosion amplifying the bombshell's own powers tenfold. Everything turns to white light and heat. The two women are thrown into the air, their armored suits taking the brunt of the blast. "This is not what we came here to do," the mother groans as she tumbles through the air. Lori just laughs. "Ha ha, look at that, look at it." Spidey pulls himself out of a pile of rubble, his ears ringing and his suit smoking. "Ow, really?" he groans, checking his limbs to make sure everything is still attached. He sees the bombshells trying to make a break for it, using their explosive bursts to propel themselves over the rooftops. Thwip goes his web shooters as he launches a line after them. He swings over the street, his movements a bit slower than usual. "Yeah, let's not get up close and personal this time," he mutters, feeling the heat of the fire below even from up here. He gains on them, seeing them landing on a distant roof, and he fires a massive web net, the strands sticky and reinforced with liquid silk. Thwip goes the shooter, the web unfolding in the air like a predatory flower. The net catches Lori midair, wrapping around her head and shoulders, pinning her arms to her sides. "Og!" she screams, her glowing fists suddenly muffled by the thick webbing. The mother tries to reach her, her face a mask of panic. "Lori," she yells, but she's already losing altitude, her own flight bursts failing her. "MMMMM." Lori can only manage muffled grunts through the webbing. The two of them crash onto a lower rooftop, landing in a pile of industrial fans and air conditioning units with a heavy asterisk thump asterisk. Spidey lands nearby, his fists clenched. "Oopsie." The mother is already crawling toward her daughter, trying to tear the webbing away. "Oh my God, are you okay?" she asks frantically. Lori is thrashing around like a fish out of water. "Get it off! Get it off!" The mother glares at Spidey, her eyes full of a mother's fierce, irrational protection. "What the hell is wrong with you?" she spits, as if he's the one who just tried to blow up a city block. Spidey just stares at them, his chest heaving. "Guilt-riddled persecution problems," he offers, his tone a mix of disbelief and genuine annoyance. The mother stands up, her hands glowing with an even brighter light than before. She's pushing her armor to its absolute limit. Thwip, thwip, thwip goes Spidey's web shooters, firing a barrage of lines at her feet. She tries to fire a blast, but her hands are already encased in a thick, hardening shell of webbing. She looks at her useless fists, her face falling into a mask of defeat. She loses her footing, the extra weight of the webbing and her own momentum carrying her backward. She trips over the edge of the roof, a startled cry escaping her lips. Lori is still struggling on the ground, the webbing too strong for her to break. Let's go, let's go. Spider-Man, can you believe it? Maybe we scared him off." Spidey drops down behind her, his shadow falling over her. "Really? You really thought that?" he asks, his voice like cold steel. Smack goes his hand as he tags her with another tracking web. He turns to see the mother struggling to pull herself back up onto the roof. "Well, you guys are new at this whole thing," he notes, his voice a bit more sympathetic than it was a moment ago. Lori is still yelling, her language becoming more and more colorful. "You son of a, I'm going to melt your $8 face," she screams. Spidey just shakes his head. "Language, please." He fires one last tether, connecting both women to a large, heavy vent pipe. "Great," he mutters, feeling the adrenaline finally start to fade. Suddenly, the roof gives way beneath them, the structural damage from the fight finally taking its toll. Spidey, Lori, and her mother all tumble through the air once more. Bump asterisk scrape plop go the sounds as they fall through the levels of the building. Outside, the sound of sirens grows louder. A fleet of police cars and a SWAT team arrive on the scene, officers jumping out with their weapons drawn. "Captain!" one of them shouts, pointing toward the building. Spidey pulls himself out of a large industrial dumpster, covered in garbage and smelling like a week-old deli. He peeks over the edge, seeing the police closing in. Lori is sitting right next to him, her webbing partially torn, a banana peel hanging off her head. "Ow," she groans. Spidey just looks at her. "Shut up." "Hands over your heads," a SWAT officer screams, his rifle aimed directly at the dumpster. Spidey and Lori both slowly raise their hands, the fight finally over. Spidey turns to the police, his voice loud and clear. "Guys, get out of here. She has kablooey powers," he warns, even though Lori is clearly in no state to do anything explosive right now. Lori looks at him, her expression a mix of confusion and annoyance. "Well, asterisk now I don't, thank you," she says. Spidey just shrugs. No spider sense tingling anywhere. Only if my mom and me are right next to each other. Really. They sit in the dumpster together, the strangest pair of cellmates Queens has ever seen. "Ugh, I think my nose is bleeding. I'm gonna sue you," she mutters. Spidey just scoffs. "Yeah, good luck with that. You and your mom's powers only work next to each other. That is fascinating." Spidey stands up, shaking off a piece of lettuce. "I just don't get it. You and your mom got that kind of power and you're robbing jewelry stores? That's the best you can do?" Lori just glares at him. "You were in the same dumpster I was, E% shat." The SWAT officers move in to secure the scene. "Great job, kid. What a pleasure to meet you," one of them says to Spidey. "The bag of jewels is up on the roof with the mom. SWAT's already up there." Spidey prepares to swing away, feeling the eyes of the crowd on him. "You sure? The other guys would love to meet you," the officer calls out. "Some other time," Spidey waves back. "This everyone being nice to me thing is, I actually liked it more when people didn't like me. That's just sad." Back at the Parker home, the silence is broken by a groan from the couch. Johnny Storm is finally waking up, his face still etched with the exhaustion of someone who has lost everything. Aunt May is sitting across from him, a cup of tea in her hand, her face full of a quiet, grandmotherly concern. "Aunt," Johnny groans. "You've been asleep all day," May notes softly. Johnny looks at her, his eyes bleary. I'm May Parker, Peter's aunt, she introduces herself. Johnny blinks. Peter, yeah, where is Peter? School, I hope. May answers with a wry smile. She sets her tea down, her expression becoming more serious. But the question is, young man, where have you been? What happened to you? Johnny rubs his temples, the memories of the wave and the death of his family flooding back into his mind. He looks like a broken boy, far removed from the cocky hero the world knows as the Human Torch. The manifesto of Mysterio continues to play on loop across the internet, his nihilistic words spreading like a virus through the digital world. Not even that long ago, I wanted a little piece of the pie. In the school's computer lab, a group of students sit around a monitor, watching the broadcast with a mix of fascination and fear. I don't want a piece of it anymore. I want all of it. The video has millions of views, the counter climbing with every second. But you can keep calling me Mysterio. I like that. I would have never come up with that name myself, but it's out there now, and I like it. Jessica Drew looks at the screen, her brow furrowed. Creepy, she says. MJ just stares at the image of the glowing head. He's certainly trying to be. You want to do the piece on this, MJ? For the school webcast? Yeah, because this affects the school how? MJ turns to Jessica, her eyes full of a fierce, journalistic determination. Because Spider-Man goes to this school and the guy just admitted to killing a big Spider-Man bad guy. Hello? Lord in heaven, Jessica. You're still going with the whole idea that Spider-Man goes to this school? I still am. Jessica sighs, leaning back in her chair. Hey, I'm not trying to out the guy. No, that was then asterisk. This is now. Spider-Man's a hero. He's beloved asterisk. I get it. And now hey, he's one of us. He's inspiring people all over the world and he goes to school here. MJ looks at her, a strange expression on her face. Maybe, I just want to do right by him and that was last year. This year I just want to tell the story the way it needs to be told. The two girls stand in the middle of the lab, the tension between them palpable. MJ, if I wanted to out the guy, there's a lot of stones I could kick over in trying to do so. Trust me. They stare at each other, MJ's eyes narrowing behind her glasses. It's a standoff between two people who know too much and aren't sure how to use that knowledge. MJ finally turns and starts to pack her things. It's a big story. He's a hero, she insists. Jessica just watches her go. Not to everybody. MJ walks out into the hallway, the sound of the Mysterio broadcast still echoing in her mind. She has a story to tell, and she's not going to let anyone stop her. Back in the Parker kitchen, Johnny Storm is finally sitting at the table, a plate of sandwiches in front of him. He eats with a desperate, animalistic hunger. "Oh, man," he exclaims between bites. May watches him, her heart aching for the boy who looks so much like her own Peter. "Didn't realize I was this hungry," Johnny says, half smiling through a mouthful of food. May waits until he slows down before asking the question she's been holding in. "Johnny, where have you been?" Johnny's smile fades instantly, replaced by a look of profound, hollow grief. He looks down at his hands, the cocky hero gone, replaced by a traumatized teenager. He takes a shaky breath, his voice barely a whisper. Well, my dad died in the wave that hit New York." May reaches out, her hand resting over his. "Oh," she says, the weight of the tragedy hanging heavy in the room. "I know a lot of people died," Johnny says, his voice cracking, "but it's my dad. After the wave hit, I tried to help, tried to be the Human Torch. Sure, you knew I was the Human Torch, right? I did." He stares into the middle distance, the memories of the destruction clearly still fresh. "I wasn't sure what Peter told you, but once it was over, everything was wrong, everything was ruined. I packed a bag and I left the country." May listens in silence, her heart breaking for him. "Honestly, I was in such a fog I didn't even realize I was in Italy till I got there. Has that ever happened to you?" May gives his hand a gentle squeeze. "You were in shock," she says, her voice full of a gentle, motherly understanding. Johnny looks at her, his eyes searching hers for some kind of answer. "Maybe, the wave was terrible, all that death, all of it. I guess it was more than I could handle. It's more than asterisk anyone could handle. But I'm the Human Torch. I'm a superhero." May just smiles sadly at him. "You're just a kid," she says. Johnny looks away. Well, I walked around in a daze and I came back here in a daze. And then I saw the Baxter building, my old home, and just the thought of going in there made me sick. I came here, I thought of Peter, he's a good friend, and I came here. May stands up to pour more tea. When my Ben died in the wave, no, this was last year, my husband died, a burglar killed him, we had to move, I couldn't live in that house. Yeah. She looks at him, her eyes soft. Do you have any family left? She asks, her voice full of a quiet hope. Johnny looks down at his plate, his voice barely audible. My sister, Sue. May sits back down, her brow furrowed. Does she know you're back? Does she know you're okay? Johnny shakes his head slowly, the shame of his absence clear on his face. I haven't called. May looks at him, her voice firm but kind. You have to call. Johnny just stares at the table, the weight of the decision clearly weighing heavy on him. He looks like he's about to cry. May reaches out again, her touch a tether to the world he's trying to reconnect with. You have to call, she repeats, her voice leaving no room for argument. Johnny finally looks up, a small, tentative smile playing on his lips. Where's Peter exactly? May smiles back, her eyes twinkling with a mix of pride and worry. Knowing Peter, doing something spectacular. Meanwhile, Peter Parker, in his civilian clothes and a ridiculous green frog hat, is currently doing something decidedly not spectacular. He's fast asleep on his feet behind the counter of Burger Frog. A customer is standing in front of him, waving her hands and shouting. Hello, she yells, but Peter is dead to the world, his head resting on his hand. Another customer leans in, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is he asleep? Hello? She asks, while the first woman just continues to scream into the void. Suddenly, a manager appears, leaning right into Peter's face. Peter, he screams, his voice like a foghorn, do you want fries with that? Peter bolts upright, his eyes wide with a mix of panic and utter confusion. You cannot sleep at work, the manager yells. Oh man, am I at work? Peter stammers, his brain still stuck in a sleep fog. The manager just glares at him, pointing toward the restroom. I know you asked for the day off, Peter, but I need you here. Go take your break. What time is it? Go wash your face and get it together. Peter stumbles away, the ridiculing stares of the customers burning into his back. Sorry, I'm sorry, he mutters. Just go get yourself together, the manager bellows after him. He turns the corner, he's lost in a whirlwind of internal chaos. The only thing worse than having this terrible job is being so bad at it. And I didn't just ask for the day off because I'm lazy. The Human Torch is in my house, and I have no idea why, and I spent my lunch break fighting a mother-daughter exploding villain duo, and I'm zonked out of my mind, and my ears have been ringing off the... Suddenly, he crashes right into someone coming the other way, his soda spilling down the front of their shirt. Og, Peter yells. Oh, a familiar voice cries out in response. He looks up to see Mary Jane, her eyes flashing with a mix of shock and immediate anger. Well, that's just great, Peter, she says, looking down at the brown stain on her blue polo. Oh, MJ, I'm so sorry, Peter stammers, his face turning a bright shade of red. MJ just sighs, shaking her head. So much for that spider sense of yours, she scoffs. SHH, sorry, Peter whispers, looking around to see if anyone heard her. That only works if I'm in danger, he adds defensively. MJ just looks at him, her expression hardening. Well, great, she says, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Peter just looks down at his hands. The symbolism isn't lost on me, he mutters, feeling like the entire world is laughing at him. MJ crosses her arms, her eyes boring into him. Why are you even working here? She asks, her voice low and tight. I need a job. The newspaper folded, Peter answers, his voice full of a quiet desperation. MJ looks at him, her jaw set. And this is the best you could do? It's the best you could do, she says, her words cutting deeper than any concussive blast ever could. Peter looks back at her, his own anger finally starting to bubble to the surface. Yeah, but I haven't figured a way to get paid for that yet, he says, gesturing vaguely toward the city. Well, this has been nice catching up, MJ says, turning to walk away. So what, you totally hate me? Peter calls after her, his voice full of a raw, desperate hurt. MJ stops, her back still to him. "Oh, you know about that. Everybody knows about it, you jerk," she yells, turning back to glare at him. Peter looks confused, his hands spread wide. "You broke up with me asterisk," he points out. "It's gross. I thought you guys were like brother and sister," MJ spits, referring to Gwen. "No, you always said whatever," Peter counters, his voice rising. MJ shakes her head, her face a mask of frustration. "I never said that. Yeah, she lives in my house, and I didn't go running to her as soon as you broke up with me. It was asterisk months later." "Months," says you asterisk. Whatever. The argument is a tangled mess of old wounds and new misunderstandings. "You brought it up, so obviously it is whatever. I would have appreciated the heads up. Return a call. You haven't called me in months," MJ shouts, her voice echoing through the small restaurant. Peter's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. "When you didn't return the first 10 calls, I got the hint that maybe you weren't interested in talking to me. Friend. Pal. Well, you two enjoy each other. She's gross and you're gross," MJ spits, before turning and storming out the door. Peter stands alone in the middle of Burger Frog, the ridiculous green hat still perched on his head. "Enjoy being the queen of Crazy Town," he yells after her. "Oh, and if you ever feel like telling me why we broke up," he adds, but she's already gone. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, a low, rhythmic thrumming filling the air. Outside the window, a massive, hairy leg crashes down onto the street, followed by several more. A giant spider, the size of a skyscraper, is crawling through the middle of Manhattan. The city erupts into a new, even more profound panic as the massive arachnid looms over the buildings. Spidey is already swinging toward the source of the noise. "Whoa, and whoa, what the hell is asterisk going on around here?" he screams into his mask. He swings through the streets, dodging fleeing cars and screaming pedestrians. Seriously, what is going on? What is everybody running from? He sees a group of police officers firing their weapons into the air, their faces masks of pure primal terror. "Ah, Ollie, shoot them in the head, everybody go, go," they scream, their bullets disappearing into the smoke and shadows above. Spidey lands on a nearby roof, looking up at the massive creature. "Ho, hey, what is everyone going crazy about?" he yells, but the noise of the gunfire and the sirens is deafening. Suddenly, one of the officers turns his weapon on him, his eyes glazed over with a strange, shimmering light. "Oh my God! Holy!" he screams, pulling the trigger as a hail of bullets flies toward the wall crawler. Spidey dives out of the way just in time, his movements a blur of red and blue. "Hey, oh God!" he yells, seeing the officer's face up close. The man looks like he's living through his own personal nightmare. "What the hell? Seriously." He looks back at the giant spider, noticing something strange about the way it moves. It doesn't seem to be interacting with the environment at all, its legs passing through buildings and cars like they're made of air. Oh. He realizes the truth in an instant. This isn't a monster, it's a projection. Thwip thwip goes his web shooters as he fires a flurry of lines into the air. Gah! The webbing passes right through the spider's massive body, confirming his suspicion. It's a hologram, an illusion designed to create a citywide panic. The question is, who would go to such lengths? Spidey looks around, his eyes narrowing. Webs went through them, he notes, his mind racing through his list of known enemies. Maybe I need to get a little touchy-feely is what the... He dives toward the ground, his body passing through the shimmering image of a giant spider leg. He feels a sudden, sharp pinch at the base of his neck, his spider sense screaming a final, desperate warning. Suddenly, a different kind of monster appears, a massive, reptilian creature that seems all too real. It lunges for him with a guttural roar, its claws sharp and glistening. Crack goes the sound of its tail as it slams into a nearby car. Spidey is thrown across the street, his body bouncing off the pavement with a sickening thud. "Ow! I'll give a web shooter to the first person who tells me what the hell is going on," he groans, trying to pull himself back up. In front of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, the chaos is even more intense. People are huddled on the ground, their hands over their ears, screaming at invisible monsters. "Oh God!" one man yells, his face a mask of pure agony. Inside the vault, the man with the glowing blue head is calmly loading pallets of gold bars into a waiting truck. A security guard is on his knees in front of him, begging for mercy. "Make it stop, please," the guard screams. Mysterio ignores him, focused on his work. He uses a small device to scan the gold bars, the blue light from his head illuminating the cavernous room. He looks at the guard, his voice cold and devoid of any empathy. "Very nice," he says, as if he's admiring a piece of art rather than robbing the city's most secure bank. "I know it feels bad now, but it will wear off in about an hour," Mysterio continues, as if he's a doctor explaining a minor procedure. "Thank you for your time. I can't don't talk. At least you'll have a hell of a story to tell your children." He looks at the piles of gold, his voice full of a dark, twisted satisfaction. "Oh my, this is so yummy." Suddenly, a shadow falls over him. Spider-Man crashes through the skylight, landing a perfect kick right into Mysterio's chest. "Yeah, well, here's dessert," he quips. Smack rings out as the villain is sent flying backward. Spidey lands in a crouch, his eyes already searching for the source of the illusions. "Yeah, I figured it out. You sprayed the neighborhood with some kind of fear agent, some kind of chemical doodaddy, makes everybody see things like Jim Morrison did." He stands up, his hands ready at his web shooters. "But I'm sitting there wondering who would asterisk do that and why, and then I looked around and I said, the New York Federal Reserve. I saw Die Hard 3. I bet some schnook is trying to rob the place. And looky what we got here. Some schnook trying to rob the place." Mysterio slowly gets back to his feet, his glowing head swirling with even more energy. "This was a lot of work, you. Oh, hey, I remember you," he says, his voice sounding like a distorted recording. Spidey dives at him again, but Mysterio dodges with surprising speed. "Whoa, okay, how og do you do that? Weeks of work, weeks, og." Mysterio raises his hands, a powerful energy burst erupting from his gauntlets. "I don't want to kill you, kid, but you're making it impossible to seriously. Imagine if you took all this cool stuff you do and applied it to something that wasn't stupid." The energy blast catches Spidey full in the chest, sending him skidding across the floor. "Yog!" he cries out, the heat from the blast singeing his suit. Mysterio stands over him, his glowing eyes fixed on the fallen hero. "This was asterisk your asterisk doing, kid, GKKKSS, say good night," he snarls, preparing for a final, lethal blast. Spidey manages to roll away at the last second, his hand shooting out to fire a strand of webbing at Mysterio's head. Thwap goes the shooter, the web connecting with the glowing blue sphere. He pulls with all his strength, yanked Mysterio's head right off his shoulders. To his shock, there's no body underneath, just a series of glowing cables and circuits. The head is a drone, a remote-controlled decoy. What? The headless suit begins to self-destruct, a high-pitched whining sound filling the room. Wee-oo rings out, a siren call for the end. Spidey dives for cover just as the building is rocked by another explosion. Mysterio's voice echoes through the vault, coming from a series of hidden speakers. "Weeks of my life, cough, cough," he coughs, his voice sounding more human and frustrated than before. The drone head rolls across the floor, its blue light fading. "You and me, kid. Now it's on," Mysterio's voice promises, the threat lingering even after his body has literalized turned to scrap. Spidey pulls himself up, his head swimming from the double whammy of the explosion and the gas. "Og! Oh no you don't," he yells, seeing a figure trying to make a run for it toward the back of the vault. He lunges after the figure, but it disappears in a cloud of thick white smoke. "No you don't," he screams, but there's nothing left but a pile of stolen gold and the smell of ozone. A group of police officers and SWAT team members burst into the room, their weapons ready. "Oh, yes you did. Damn, holy," one of them says, his voice full of awe as he looks around at the recovered gold. Spidey stands in the middle of the room, his hands held up, his suit shredded and his dignity even worse. Heck, this is not what it looks like," he says with a weak, nervous laugh. Night falls over Queens. Gwen Stacy walks toward the Parker home, her bag slung over her shoulder, her mind still full of the day's drama. She stops at the gate, seeing two figures standing by a car in the driveway. It's Johnny Storm and a blonde woman she doesn't recognize. They seem to be in the middle of a serious, quiet conversation. Gwen walks up the porch steps, glancing back at them with a look of pure, unadulterated curiosity. "Hey Aunt May, how was your day, Gwen?" "Terrible. What's going on?" Johnny is talking to his sister. "That's his sister?" Gwen asks as she enters the house. Aunt May looks at her, her expression solemn. "Yes, the invisible girl from the actual Fantastic Four. Yes. Wow, that's her? I thought she was older." "Nope, she's just a baby too. What are they talking about?" Gwen asks, leaning toward the window. May looks out at Johnny and Sue, her voice low and filled with a quiet maternal concern. "We'll find out," she answers simply. The next morning, the news is full of Spider-Man's heroics. Headlines across the city read, "Spider-Man stops massive gold heist. Mysterio to blame." The city's opinion of the web-slinger seems to be at an all-time high once again. In his hidden lair, the real Mysterio stares at the news reports, his head once again glowing with blue energy. He looks like a god of the digital age, a creature of light and data. He turns away from the screens, his glowing eyes fixed on a map of the city. The game is far from over. In fact, it's just beginning. Peter walks up to his front porch, his backpack feeling like it's filled with lead. The weight of his dual life has never felt heavier than it does right now. Suddenly, the front door opens and Sue Storm steps out. "Oh hey, Sue Storm," Peter manages, his voice full of a quiet, starstruck awe. Before he can say another word, she lunges forward and pulls him into a tight, emotional hug. "Oh," Peter gasps, his hands hovering awkwardly at his sides. She pulls back slightly, her eyes full of a profound, genuine gratitude. What's going on?" Peter asks. "You keep an eye on him, he looks up to you. Who does?" She grabs him by the shoulders, her gaze intense. "Johnny, he looks up to me. If you need anything at all, you call me. I'm right over the bridge." What?" Peter asks, his brain struggling to keep up. She pulls him back into the hug, a small sob escaping her. "I'm so glad you're okay. You're such a great guy." What's going on?" Peter asks again, but he's already starting to understand. She lets him go and walks toward her car, her shoulders held high once more. Peter stands on the porch, watching her go, a million questions spinning in his head. The car pulls away, its taillights a dull red in the evening gloom. Peter stands alone for a moment, the world feeling just a little bit bigger than it did a few minutes ago. He opens the door and steps inside, a tired smile finally playing on his lips. "Hey, new baby brother," he says, seeing Johnny sitting at the kitchen table. Johnny turns around, a can of soda in his hand, his eyes bright with a new, rediscovered purpose. "Guess who lives here now? Come on, guess." One hint, he's awesome and he lights on fire. "Okay, that was two. Fine, I'll tell you. It's me," he yells, his voice full of the old, cocky confidence. The episode ends as the Parker household grows just a little bit more crowded. In the next issue, the shadows over New York deepen as a familiar figure looms over the skyline. A dark, hooded figure stands atop a Gothic monument, silhouetted against a massive, full moon. Captain America and another masked figure stand ready for battle, their faces full of a grim, uncompromising determination. The stakes are rising, and the world is about to change forever. Nick Fury and his team of Ultimates prepare for a new kind of war, a conflict that will test their loyalty and their resolve like never before. The lines between hero and villain are blurring. A figure in advanced power armor faces off against a blue-skinned woman, their combined energy threatening to tear the world apart. The War of the Armors is just beginning. The Shroud of Doom is coming. Are you ready for what happens next? The story continues in Ultimate Comics, Armor Wars 2. Don't miss a single moment of the action. Closing time has fallen over the Queen's Mall. As the janitors finish their shifts, the conversation turns to the wasteful nature of the job, but the mundane complaints are about to be interrupted. Mary Jane Watson tries to make a quick exit, but her coworker Brad is lingering with a look that says he's not quite ready to let the night end. "What does he want?" her friend whispers, sensing the awkwardness. Brad catches up to MJ, his face flushed with nervous energy. "I wanted to talk to you outside of work," he stammers, stopping her in the middle of the parking lot. MJ braces for the worst, her eyes widening behind her glasses. "Oh, I'm not fired?" she asks, relief washing over her only to be replaced by a new kind of tension. Brad awkwardly tries to navigate the conversation, bringing up a breakup he overheard MJ mentioning. "I was joking," MJ clarifies quickly, pointing a finger to keep him at a distance. The air grows thick with discomfort as Brad tries to lay his heart on the line. "MJ, I think you're great. You're smart and pretty," he says, scratching the back of his neck. MJ tries to let him down easy, reminding him of the divide between their lives. "Brad, you're in college, I'm in high school. We work together," she says firmly. The rejection stings, but MJ doesn't back down. "I do have a boyfriend," she says, rubbing her eyes as if the conversation itself is a headache. From high above, the scene looks quiet, two figures standing under a lonely streetlight. But a black sedan slowly pulls into frame, its headlights cutting through the dark. A man in a fedora leans out of the car, his voice dripping with a predatory charm. "Hey, you need a ride home, Strawberry?" he asks, completely ignoring Brad's presence. The predator's smile vanishes, replaced by the cold steel of a revolver. "Come on, it's scary out there. You need protection, baby," he sneers, making his intentions terrifyingly clear. Brad's hands fly into the air as the reality of the situation hits him like a freight train. "Oh my God," he yells, his brave facade crumbling instantly. The gunman laughs, a jagged sound that offers no mercy. "Get out of here, Tubbs, you're ruining the mood," he orders, his eyes hidden behind dark shades. MJ stands paralyzed, her world narrowing down to the barrel of that gun. The street is empty, and the only help is a man who is currently terrified out of his mind. The gunman gestures for her to get in, his tone shifting back to that sickening sweetness. "Come on, Strawberry, we'll take you home." MJ's jaw sets, a flicker of defiance burning behind her fear. "No," she whispers, her voice shaking but resolute. The man's accomplice laughs from the driver's seat as the gunman's face twists with rage. "You think you can do better than this? You stuck up," he begins, but the air above them suddenly shifts. MJ looks up, her eyes following a sudden movement from the rooftops. Someone else has been watching this play out, and they aren't going to let it finish. The car roof buckles with a thunderous boom as a figure in a brilliant red cloak drops from the sky. Glass shatters and metal groans under the impact of the surprise guest. MJ gasps, covering her mouth as she retreats. The violence of the intervention is sudden and total, leaving everyone in the car dazed and broken. Gunshots ring out, tearing into the darkness as the gunman panics. "Get us out of here. Go," he screams, firing blindly into the air. The hooded figure doesn't flinch, their movements a blur of red fabric and calculated strength. "Idiots!" they hiss as they begin to tear the car apart with their bare hands. Tires screech as the car lurches forward, the mysterious hero still clinging to the roof like a living shadow. MJ watches from the bushes, her heart pounding against her ribs. Inside the car, the world is a nightmare of spinning lights and screaming metal. "Go! Oh God!" the driver yells as he loses control of the wheel. The sedan spins across the asphalt, the hooded vigilante riding the chaos as the car drifts toward a sidewalk planter. MJ dives for cover as the car hurtles toward her. "Yipes!" she cries out, the sound of the engine roaring in her ears. The car slams into a concrete pillar with a bone-jarring crash. Debris showers the street, and for a moment, everything goes silent except for the hiss of steam. The gunman groans, pinned upside down in the wreckage of the vehicle. His world is spinning, and his gun is just out of reach among the broken glass. The red-cloaked figure stands over the wreckage, their presence looming and terrifying. The gunman can only mutter a weak NNN as he stares up at his doom. MJ looks on, her eyes wide with shock. She was nearly a victim, but now she's a witness to something she can't quite explain. The vigilante delivers a final, punishing blow to the gunman, ending the threat with a dull thud. And, "Scene," they mutter, their voice strange and muffled. The hero surveys the destruction, their cloak billowing in the night breeze. "Pieces of crap, all the things you could do with your lives, and this is it," they shout at the unconscious criminals. MJ steps out from the shadows, her voice small and trembling. "Who are you?" she asks, but the hero merely tells her to go home. The hero pauses, looking at MJ with a strange intensity. "You sound like you're my age," MJ observes, but she is met with a cold, "You're welcome." Distant sirens begin to wail. "Cops are coming, mall cops," the hero warns, looking back toward the mall. "But still, you should go home." MJ watches as the figure begins to retreat into the darkness. "What do you want to be called when she starts, but the silence is her only answer. By the time the security cart arrives, the red shadow is gone. MJ is left standing alone in the middle of a crime scene, her mind racing with questions about her savior. Meanwhile, in Peter Parker's home in Queens, the atmosphere is far less life-threatening, but equally chaotic. Voices carry through the walls as a new reality sets in for the Parker household. Peter, Gwen, and Johnny Storm sit around the kitchen table, a stack of pizza boxes between them. The Human Torch is moving in, and nobody seems entirely sure how it happened. Johnny takes a massive bite of pizza, explaining his desire to leave the world-famous Fantastic Four lifestyle behind. "I don't want to live in New York City anymore," he says around a mouthful of crust. Johnny's plan is simple but insane. He wants a secret identity. "Maybe I'll dye my hair," he suggests, while Peter stares at him like he's grown a second head. Peter tries to inject some logic into the situation. "I need a life, Pete. A normal life," Johnny insists, his eyes pleading for a chance to just be a kid. Gwen offers a smirk. "This is not a normal life," she points out, noting that even people with reality shows would find their situation absurd. Johnny grows serious, his hand over his heart. "I'm sick of wasting my life. My dad, he wouldn't want me to do this anymore. I need to go to school." Aunt May listens quietly, her eyes cast down as she considers the weight of the young hero's request. "You need structure," she says softly. Peter is still processing the logistical nightmare. "And he's going to live here?" he asks. Johnny looks hurt, asking, "Do you not want me here?" Peter quickly tries to backpedal. No, Johnny, I'm just surprised. I have questions. I'm not allowed to have questions." May looks at Gwen and smiles. "With Gwen here, our house has been full of life. For the first time since we lost Ben." The room goes quiet at the mention of the late Uncle Ben. May makes her decision final. "We have the room. We do. You can bunk together," she tells the boys, oblivious to the impending teenage territorial wars. Peter and Johnny exchange a look of pure, unadulterated horror. The normal life is starting to look like a very cramped one. Peter tries to be a good friend, offering his room while taking the attic for himself. "I fall asleep up there all the time anyhow," he lies poorly. Johnny is touched by the gesture. "You're not mad?" he asks. Peter grins, pointing at him. "Mad? No, I'm shocked but thrilled." Aunt May clears the table with a firm nod. "I'll make a new chore chart in the morning," she announces. Johnny blinks. "What's a chore chart?" The Human Torch, a man who has fought cosmic entities, looks genuinely terrified. I've never done chores," he admits. Gwen Stacy laughs, a bright sound that fills the small kitchen. "You wanted a normal life," she reminds him, enjoying his sudden realization of what that actually means. The next morning at Midtown High School, the hallways are buzzing with the usual teenage drama, but the weight of the previous night is still hanging over MJ. MJ catches Peter at his locker, her expression grim. "Hey, Peter." "Hi, are you okay?" Peter asks, sensing something is deeply wrong. MJ leans in close, her voice dropping to a whisper. "I met another superhero," she says. Peter's eyes widen in disbelief. What?" Peter's face goes pale as he stares at MJ. He's used to being the only hero in her life, and the thought of competition, or a new player in town, disturbs him more than he'd care to admit. MJ explains the attempted kidnapping at the mall and the red-hooded savior who trashed the car. "I'm okay. I'm telling you, this girl or guy came in and saved me." Peter tries to find a hole in the story, his brow furrowed. "So you saw another superhero. You're not seeing another superhero." MJ blinks, confused by his phrasing. "What?" she asks, the trauma of the night still fresh enough that she isn't in the mood for Peter's semantic games. Peter runs a hand through his hair, his frustration growing. "You just came up to me and said you were seeing another superhero." MJ scowls, her patience thinning. "I don't even know what you're talking about," she snaps, her own nerves on edge. Peter peppers her with questions about the hero's gender, powers, and appearance. Red cloak, like a hood or a shroud, totally covered, MJ describes. Peter's mind starts categorizing. Teleporter, or invisibility. He muses, trying to match the description to anyone in his mental database of New York's powered population. MJ's voice cracks as she describes her manager running away and leaving her to face a gun alone. The reality of her near-death experience is finally catching up to her. Peter is desperate to know if it's someone they know. I don't think so. I think it was another teenager, MJ says, her eyes searching Peter's face for an answer he doesn't have. MJ hides her face in her hand, a sob breaking through. "Oh God, I'm such a loser," she cries, the stress of the secret identity life becoming too much to bear. MJ looks at him with eyes full of tears and a sudden, sharp anger. The world isn't fair, and she's tired of being the one left in the crosshairs. Peter looks down, his hand over his mouth. He feels a crushing weight of guilt. Even though he wasn't there, he feels responsible for her safety. "Huh," he mutters. Gwen Stacy appears in the background, watching the emotional exchange from a distance. The dynamics of the group are shifting, and nobody is standing on solid ground. Peter looks MJ in the eye, his voice soft but urgent. "Hey, are you okay?" he asks, trying to bridge the gap that's growing between them. MJ's response is immediate and painful. "No, I was almost kidnapped last night," she shouts, her voice echoing in the crowded hallway. She starts to spill her guts about the regret she feels for breaking up with Peter. "I should never have broken up with you," she cries, her face a mask of misery. Peter can only offer a gentle warning. "You shouldn't go out there by yourself, at night." It's the truth, but it's not what she wants to hear. MJ continues her spiral, confessing that she only rejects other guys because they aren't Peter. "And now it's too late. You have Gwen, and she's so cool, and I screwed it all up." Gwen Stacy steps in, taking MJ's hand with a calm, older sister energy. "Hey, let's go, it's okay. Come on to the girls' room. You don't want to do this out here." MJ looks at them both, feeling like an outsider in her own friend group. "You haven't spoken to me in months," she tells Peter, her voice thick with accusation. Gwen keeps the peace, her voice steady. "I'll always be your friend, all of us. We're going to be friends forever." The moment is shattered as Flash Thompson walks by, cracking a joke that nobody is in the mood for. MJ and Gwen both turn on him with a unified $% off, Flash. Flash stumbles back, laughing at the tension. "Oh my God, are you two actually fighting over him?" "Him," he jeers, pointing at a bewildered Peter Parker. The argument is cut short as another student, Jessica, rushes toward them with a camera in hand. MJ, she shouts, her eyes wide with news. Gwen and Peter look at each other, the high school drama suddenly feeling very small compared to the panicked look on Jessica's face. Jessica delivers the news like a bomb drop. The Hulk is trashing the Queensboro Bridge. Gwen and MJ exchange a look of pure dread. "Again?" Gwen asks. Peter takes the cue, already looking for an exit. "I gotta go," he says. Gwen nods. "Go, I got this." Gwen and MJ watch him run, the weight of their secrets and fears momentarily forgotten in the face of a citywide catastrophe. "Don't get hurt," MJ screams after him. They stand side by side, two people who love the same boy, watching him run toward danger while everyone else runs away. Seconds later, Spider-Man is swinging over the rooftops, his internal monologue a cynical track of his own life. "Sadly, I'm actually glad for the break from my Peter Parker life. What drama? Drama, drama, drama." The bridge is a war zone. Smoke billows into the sky and cars are tossed around like toys. "Oh man, what's he doing back here?" Spidey wonders as he surveys the devastation. He swings past a taxi, his mind wandering to the idea of Hulk on the moon. "That's a movie pitch. That's a movie I would go to. Instead of this where I get, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh yeah, hurt." Spider-Man drops onto the suspension cables, his eyes fixed on the massive gray beast currently dismantling the bridge. "Hey Hulk," he calls out, ready for a fight he knows he might not win. He swings down closer, trying to get the behemoth's attention. "Hulk," he asks, his voice sounding small against the roar of the destruction. The Hulk towers over him, a mountain of muscle and rage. "Hulk smash," the beast roars, Spidey raises his hands in a futile gesture of peace. "Hey Hulk, remember me? Spider-Man? We had a moment. We're pals, please don't smash me." The Hulk doesn't care about pals. He brings a massive fist down, smashing through the bridge deck and sending Spider-Man flipping through the air with a desperate, "Oh come on, man." The gray giant continues his rampage, smashing everything in sight with a deafening boom. Spidey keeps moving, his agility the only thing keeping him from being crushed into the asphalt. Come on, man! Fight the cliché. Be the unsmash Hulk guy. The bridge shakes with every blow. Spidey lands on the hood of a car, watching as the Hulk rips apart another section of the structural steel. Something feels off, but he doesn't have time to think. Spidey gets swatted out of the air, tumbling toward a civilian car. "You guys really got to get out of here," he warns the driver as he bounces off the glass. He shakes his head, trying to clear the cobwebs. "This isn't a place for any," he begins, his spider sense starting to buzz with a new kind of warning. The Hulk roars again, looming over Spidey with a terrifying presence. Civilians flee their cars in panic, the scene descending into total anarchy. Spidey fires a web shot, his aim true. Is it me, or is something off here? He wonders as the webbing shoots toward the massive target. Another explosion rocks the bridge, a brilliant flash of fire and smoke behind the gray giant. The scale of the violence is breathtaking. The Hulk's face is a mask of pure hatred, his eyes glowing with an eerie, unnatural light. He looks real, he feels real, but the details aren't adding up. Spidey looks at his hands, then at the Hulk. "I webbed him, point blank. Where are the webs?" he asks. The realization hits him like a cold bucket of water. Hey, wait a minute, something's wrong. He watches as a falling steel beam passes straight through the Hulk's shoulder without a single scratch. Okay, what's this now? The rubble and debris are passing through him. The bridge deck erupts in another blast, but the fire doesn't seem to affect the monster at all. "Geez!" Spidey cries out as he dives away from the heat. Spidey tries to swing through the Hulk's legs, only to find no resistance. It's like fighting a ghost. "Son of A," he mutters, realization turning into frustration. Suddenly, a real blast of energy catches Spider-Man in the chest, sent not by the Hulk, but by something else entirely. The impact is staggering, and the wall crawler is sent reeling into the debris. Spidey is tossed through the air, his suit torn and his body battered. The illusory Hulk roars in the background, a perfect distraction for the true predator. He hits the ground with a sickening thud. Blood stains his mask and the asphalt as he struggles to remain conscious. Thump, his body sounds as it slides to a stop. A figure materializes from the smoke, a man with a glowing green cloud for a head. "Got us," he says coldly, standing over the defeated hero. Mysterio has arrived, and he's not alone. Later that day in Forest Hills, a car pulls into a driveway under the noon sun. The quiet of the suburbs is about to be shattered by a different kind of confrontation. Kitty Pryde's mother climbs out of the car, juggling grocery bags and a heated phone conversation. "You're saying my daughter Kitty can't go to school with quote-unquote normal kids?" she demands into the receiver. She kicks the car door shut, her voice rising with motherly indignation. "You're saying she can't live with human beings?" she asks the school principal on the other end. She pushes through the front door, her rage palpable. "I believe that is exactly," she starts, but the principal's response makes her stop in her tracks. "Oh yeah. She slams her phone shut, her face flushed with anger. "Come on, Kitty. Just once can you not make my life a living?" She stops as she notices a strange chill in the air. Her breath fogs up in front of her face. She looks at the thermostat, it reads 49 degrees. "It's freezing in here," she mutters, her heart starting to race for a new reason. A soft thump echoes from the kitchen. She freezes, the weight of the groceries forgotten as she stares into the shadowed hallway. She edges toward the sound, her voice trembling. "Hello, Kitty," she calls out, but there is no familiar response. She reaches into a block on the counter and pulls out a serrated bread knife. Her knuckles are white as she grips the handle, her eyes darting through the gloom. She rounds the corner into the darkened room, the knife held out in front of her. "Hello," she tries one more time, her pulse hammering in her temples. The shadows shift, revealing a figure huddled on the floor. "Who the hell are you?" she screams, the knife shaking in her hand. The figure looks up, terror mirrored in their eyes. "Who are you?" she demands again, ready to strike if the intruder makes a move. The boy on the floor raises his hands in surrender, his breath coming in white puffs of steam. My name is Bobby Drake. I'm a friend of your daughter. I'm one of the X-Men." He looks like a stray dog, cold and desperate. He begs her not to call the police, his voice small and pathetic. "Please don't call the cops. Please." Kitty's mom stares at him, her anger slowly turning into a confused pity. Back on the bridge, Mysterio stands over the fallen Spider-Man, his robotic voice cold and mocking. "Got ya," he says. Spidey groans in pain, his limbs heavy and numb. "You woman's disposable hygiene product," he spits back weakly. Spidey's world is a blur of gray and red. I can't get up," he realizes, his muscles failing him as Mysterio's technology continues to scramble his nervous system. Through his cracked mask, he sees the onlookers standing by their cars, doing nothing. "I came here to help these people, and now they're just going to stand there and watch me get stomped." Mysterio reaches down, his mechanical hand closing around Spider-Man's throat. "Why is this Mysterio gunning for me? Why? What do you want from me?" Peter wonders, the air being slowly squeezed out of him. He stares up at the swirling smoke inside Mysterio's dome. Lord, am I actually questioning the motives of a crazy smoke for a head? Even in his final moments, the quips don't stop. Spidey closes his eyes, bracing for the end. Isn't it enough that he just wants to run around dressed like that? Oh no. Suddenly, a familiar red shadow streaks across the frame. Whack! The cloaked figure from the mall slams into Mysterio with a flying kick, sending the villain stumbling back. "Oh!" Mysterio cries out. Mysterio recovers, arcs of blue electricity dancing between his fingers. "Damn it! Who the hell are you supposed to be?" he demands, his voice distorted and angry. The cloaked hero doesn't answer with words, but with a sudden flash of energy that engulfs them both. The air screams with the sound of a FSS. Mysterio is caught off guard, his robotic body jerking under the assault. "Hurrag!" the hooded figure grunts, their movements fluid and lethal. The villain realizes he's lost the advantage. "I'm not prepared for you," he admits, his glowing head starting to flicker as his systems take damage. Mysterio retreats toward the edge of the bridge. "So you'll have to excuse me," he says, his body starting to turn translucent as he prepares to vanish. With a sudden splash, the villain dives over the side of the bridge and into the dark waters below. The threat is gone, but the mystery remains. The cloaked hero stands at the edge, looking down at the water. "You got yourself a little sidekick too," they start to say, turning back toward Spider-Man. They stop mid-sentence, their gaze falling on a smear of blood on the bridge deck. They mutter, a realization crossing their face under that heavy hood. Spider-Man manages to get one leg under him, delivering a spiteful kick to the air where Mysterio once stood. Great catchphrase. He jokes, though he's still struggling to stand. He collapses back onto a car with a loud crash, his body refusing to cooperate. "Arg!" he groans, the adrenaline finally starting to fade. Spidey looks up at his savior, his voice thick with pain. "Okay, I give up. Who are you and what do you want? Let's do that, huh? Let's fight the cliché. Put all your cards on the table." "Stop." The hooded figure doesn't move, just watches him struggle. "You tell me who you are and what's going on and I'll, box you around until you pass out," Spidey threatens poorly. Suddenly, a final pulse of energy from Mysterio's lingering technology rocks the bridge. And that'll be, boom, the ground erupts underneath them both. Spidey is tossed back onto a pile of rubble. "Ow," he mutters, while a civilian yells a panicked "yo" from a safe distance. He lies there for a moment, staring up at the gray sky. His mask is shattered, his ribs are screaming, and he's pretty sure he's had better Tuesdays. The cloaked figure stands over him again, their voice cold and detached. "You don't get it, do you?" they ask. Spidey's response is a weak no. Spidey tries to fire a web, but his wrist shooters are jammed. "I thought I made that kind of clear. I don't get you at all," he shouts, his frustration boiling over. The hero starts to walk away, their cloaks swirling. "That's why you're you and I'm me," they say, their voice fading into the sound of the wind. Spidey pushes himself up, refusing to let them have the last word. "Oh, that's why," he yells, grabbing a loose piece of metal and hurling it into the smoke. The figure stops and turns, their presence more menacing than before. "Shut it!" they bark, and for a moment, the air itself seems to grow heavy with their command. A dull tang echoes as Spidey's makeshift weapon hits the ground. The silence that follows is thick with tension and the smell of ozone. The Savior dives off the bridge after Mysterio, their red cloak flaring out like wings. "Ow!" Spidey grunts as he watches them go, feeling more confused than ever. The bridge is finally quiet, the only sounds being the distant sirens and the crackle of a dying fire. The mystery has only deepened. Suddenly, the gray Hulk reappears in a flash of blue light, letting out a final, bone-shaking roar of nuo as it begins to dissolve into static. The illusion shatters into a million glowing particles, revealing the cold reality of the broken bridge beneath it. The nightmare is over, leaving only the wreckage behind. The red-hooded figure is nowhere to be seen, having vanished into the fog of the river below. The air is filled with the smell of burnt electronics and the sounds of SPG Sping Sting. A final explosion rocks the water's surface as Mysterio's escape craft clears the area. Whack goes the sound of the debris as it hits the water. Mysterio's real face, a man scarred and frantic, is briefly revealed in the light of his own failing equipment. "Oh no, oh no," he screams as his world falls apart around him. The scene fades to white, the chaos of the bridge fight finally coming to a close. The city has been saved, but the cost is yet to be tallied. Spider-Man slowly pulls himself up from the rubble, his head spinning. "Did he blow up?" he asks the empty air. "Wouldn't that be nice?" He stands up, looking around at the dazed civilians. "Is everyone okay? Is anyone hurt? Other than me?" he calls out, his hero instincts overriding his pain. Eyes catch a small glimmer among the twisted metal and broken glass. "There," he says, spotting something that doesn't belong among the wreckage. He leans in, his mask cracked and his face bruised. He's found something, a piece of the puzzle that might lead him back to Mysterio. Spidey catches a glimpse of the red hero disappearing into the distance. "Hey, no kiss goodbye," he shouts after them, trying to lighten the mood even though his heart isn't in it. Mysterio's projection flickers one last time, the villains face a mask of cold fury. "Laugh it up. I'm going to kill you," he promises before the hologram finally dies with a SH pooth. And just like that, the curtain falls on the Queensboro Bridge. And scene, Spidey mutters to himself, alone among the ruins. The wall crawler surveys the damage, a lone figure in a wasteland of twisted steel. "One mystery figure down, one to go," he muses, his mind already turning to the red-hooded savior. The savior is sitting nearby, catching their breath. Spidey walks over, reaching out a hand. "Don't touch me," they bark, pulling away before he can even get close. "Whoa, hey, just glad you're okay. You are okay, right?" Spidey tries to bridge the gap with his usual chatter. "Thanks for the team-up. Seriously, you saved my entire buttocks twice there. Hey, were you at the mall last night?" The figure stands up to leave, and Spidey grows more insistent. "What's with the voice? Are you a boy superhero or a girl superhero?" He points a finger, but the hero has already decided the conversation is over. "I gotta go." The figure points toward a specific spot on the ground. "There," they say simply, directing Peter's attention before vanishing into the smoke of a passing news helicopter. Spidey looks down at the spot they indicated. "Huh, what is this? Is this a piece of his suit?" he asks, picking up a small, metallic object from the asphalt. He examines the object, his scientific mind kicking into gear. "There's tech in there. Interesting. Is this Stark tech? It's singed, damaged. It's hard to even looks like a homemade processor, but I don't recognize the make or." He stares at the piece of technology, lost in thought. This is the lead he needed, but it's far more complex than anything he expected to find on a bridge. He looks around at the wreckage, his silhouette dark against the afternoon sun. Should there be a maximum of one mystery character in my life at one time? I mean, really. He sighs, pocketing the tech. "Least I have a clue here. Something to," he starts, but his concentration is broken by a sudden movement behind him. A young girl in gothic attire taps him on the shoulder, holding out a notebook and a pen. "Can I have your autograph?" she asks, her eyes wide with fangirl adoration. Spidey is caught completely off guard. Sure, he says, taking the pen. The girl leans in and whispers, "You are so hot. Oh my God, I said that out loud." Spidey can only blink in stunned silence. Meanwhile, the tension in the Pride household has reached a breaking point. "I almost had a heart attack, Kitty. A heart attack," her mother shouts, pacing the living room floor while Bobby huddles on the couch. Kitty stands her ground, her arms crossed. "Mom, he has nowhere else to go," she pleads. Her mother is unconvinced. "How is this my problem? Call his mom." Bobby's face is a mask of misery as he adds, "She did, and she hung up halfway through." The argument turns into a full-blown shouting match. "I live in a nightmare," Kitty screams. Her mother retorts, "I can't do both, Kitty. I can't fight the entire school system and the world for you and start taking in strays." Kitty points a finger at her mother, her voice trembling with emotion. "You can't believe in something to a point. Either you believe in this or you don't." The air in the room is heavy with the weight of conviction and fear. Her mother's face is inches from hers, her eyes burning with a different kind of fire. "Believe in what, Kitty? I believe in you. I believe in you. I don't know him. Where will we put him? He's not sleeping in your room." Kitty doesn't back down. "He can sleep in the basement." Her mother shakes her head. "It's not happening. No offense, Bradley." Bobby corrects her quietly, "Bobby." Kitty stops, a sudden thought occurring to her. She holds up a finger, her eyes narrowing as she looks at Bobby. "Hold on." A slow, mischievous smile spreads across Kitty's face. "How about this?" she asks, her mind already racing with a plan that her mother is definitely not going to like. At the local police precinct, the chaos of the day is still being processed. "I was reborn, rebirthed." A masked criminal screams as he's dragged away. The officers just roll their eyes. No one cares, seriously. The officers gather around Captain Frank Quaid's desk, complaining about budget cutbacks and the preferential treatment the Avengers get. The word is the Avengers are getting a big payday, and we're getting the short end of the. Captain Quaid shuts them down with a single, icy stare. "You want to get paid? Do your job. Don't worry about the costumes, don't worry about all the." Suddenly, Spider-Man drops through the window, crouching on a desk. "I tried to make an appointment, but they hung up on me," he says with a jaunty wave. The room goes silent as the officers stare at him. Quaid doesn't even look up from his papers. "Get the hell in my office," he orders, pointing toward the door without missing a beat. Behind closed doors, the conversation turns serious. "I need your help," Spidey says, dropping the jokes for a moment. Quaid is unimpressed. "Cleaning up the mess you made on the bridge?" Spidey is indignant. "I didn't make that mess." Spidey pulls out the piece of tech he found. "This," Mysterio dropped it, and by dropped it I mean it broke off his armor during my kicking of his ding-ding. He looks remarkably proud of himself. Quaid looks at him like he's an idiot. "You know it was on TV. The fight," he says. Spidey pauses. "It was on TV? Oh, yeah." The word "what?" hangs in the air as Spidey processes the fact that his embarrassing defeat was broadcast to the entire city. The screen on Quaid's desk shows the footage of the fight. It's not a pretty sight for the web-slinger. Peter watches his own defeat with a growing sense of shame. The bridge, the smoke, the mechanical ghost, it's all right there in high definition. Spidey tries to explain. "So you know it wasn't so much me kicking his ding-ding as me caught with my tights down and him spanking me around until someone else showed up and saved me." Quaid just nods. "Pretty much." Spidey hands over the tech. "But still, here it is. It's specific tech. I think it's stolen. It's a clue." Quaid looks at the object with a skeptical eye. "And you took it from the crime scene." Quaid rubs his forehead, his frustration reaching a boiling point. "There are 400 cop procedural shows on TV every day, and you don't know not to touch a crime scene? You don't know not to remove things from it." Spidey shrinks back, his shoulders slumped. "I don't watch a lot of TV. I have webs," he offers as a pathetic excuse. Spidey tries to justify his actions. "Even if I was the crime scene?" he asks. Quaid is already reaching for an evidence bag. "Hey, it's our first piece of something that could lead us to find out who this idiot is." Quaid examines the homemade processor. Okay, I have no idea what this is. I'm going to have to give it to the feds." Spidey is worried. You don't have anyone here who can. Mysterio killed the Kingpin. He's gone federal. Quaid looks at him. I don't trust anybody but you. Quaid offers a small, grim smile. Don't worry about it. Everyone wants to get this guy. But hey, you saying he came for you? Spidey is certain. Yes, the whole thing today was him gunning for me. He leans in, the weight of the target on his back finally starting to settle in. Quaid looks at the tech one last time, his eyes hard. Well then, now we got something. The lead is hot, and the hunt for Mysterio has officially begun. Back at the Parker home, Gwen Stacy meets Peter at the door with a look of frantic warning. Okay, brace yourself. Aunt May has gone insane. Peter is already exhausted. Oh God, what now? Gwen, I'm so tired. I've had such a day. Gwen doesn't relent. We have a new roommate. Peter's eyes go wide. Johnny, I know, he says. Gwen shakes her head. On top of Johnny's storm. Peter can only whisper a shocked, what? Gwen pulls him toward the door. That's why I ran out to tell you so you won't have a tantrum in front of him. Peter is panicking now. Who? Is it Dr. Octopus? Because that's the only. Gwen shushes him, her hand on the doorknob. Breathe, compose. Peter stares at her, his mind running through a list of potential villains that could currently be in his living room. They walk into the living room to find Johnny, Gwen, Aunt May, and a very awkward Bobby Drake sitting around. Up, hey, they all mumble in unison. Peter's home is officially a safe house for wayward mutants. Aunt May pulls Peter aside, her face full of concern. Okay, this is you're probably going to think I think we should take your friend Bobby in too. Peter is reeling. But what, who? I thought you were friends, he doesn't have a home. Aunt May is adamant, her empathy overriding any logistical concerns. Peter's heart sinks as he looks at Bobby. Why, what happened? He asks, already knowing the answer is going to be heartbreaking. May's voice is hard with anger toward Bobby's family. His parents kicked him out. She kicked him out for being a mutant. He can't help what he is. He needs a home. Peter tries to object, but I don't really know him. May puts a hand on his shoulder. Now you will, he's Kitty's friend. I think Kitty is on thin ice all on her own. Gwen looks over the edge of the doorway, a smirk on her face. Everyone knows you're talking about them. How is this going to work? The tension in the house is high, but the purpose is clear. Aunt May finishes her plan with a flourish. He'll bunk with Johnny, we'll figure out the rest. Peter and Johnny share another look of pure, unadulterated territorial dread. Gwen pulls Peter into a hug, her voice cheerful despite the chaos. It's like our own little Avengers mansion. Peter can only groan, I don't know. May looks at Peter, her gaze steady and full of a new kind of understanding. You need to be Spider-Man, I need to do this. I've learned, I need to help, the way I can. Peter and Gwen share a quiet moment, the weight of their lives and the safety of their home feeling more fragile than ever. The house is full, but the world outside is still hungry. Gwen hugs Peter tight, her face full of a tentative hope. Yeah, okay, Peter finally agrees, accepting the new reality of the Parker safe house. But miles away, in a darkened laboratory filled with flickering monitors, the real Mysterio lets out a scream of pure, unadulterated rage. Damn you, $% and %Spider-Boy. He trashes his equipment, his mechanical avatar reflecting his fury. Why can't I do this? Why can't I make you not exist? Millions of people died in New York, and I still have you up my nose. He stops, his glowing robotic hand hovering over a piece of damaged plating. Look at this. Do you have any idea of the cost? The man-hours? That's not my blood, I didn't bleed. He leans in close, his lenses focusing on 3 small, red drops of blood on the metallic surface. That's not mine, he realizes, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. A jagged, terrifying grin spreads across the face inside the dome. Ooh, got ya, for real, he says, his rage turning into something far more dangerous, a target. The blood on the metal is a silent promise. Mysterio has a new lead on his savior, and the hunt for the red-hooded figure has only just begun. To be continued. The dining room table at the Parker house is crowded. A domestic scene filled with teenage heroes trying to act like a normal family. Gwen Stacy stands up, looking around the table with a firm gaze. Okay, just so we're all clear, Peter is my boyfriend, she declares, marking her territory. Aunt May leans over, placing a plate of food down with a stern warning. And there's no hanky-panky in this house. That goes for any of you, especially you, Mr. Storm. Johnny Storm looks up, completely caught off guard. What? He stammers as MJ and Kong watch the exchange with amusement. Across the table, the boys start high-fiving as they joke about gossip sites, but Mary Jane isn't laughing. You're all gross, she mutters, rolling her eyes. Peter leans forward, his face etched with worry. Okay, I have to ask, how is the world-famous Johnny Storm and the world-famous Iceman going to live here and not raise suspicions? Aunt May smiles cryptically, a plan already forming behind her eyes. Let me see what I can do, she whispers. Later that night, the bathroom becomes a makeshift barbershop as Aunt May prepares to change their looks. Stand up. Let's see it, she tells Johnny. Johnny stares into the mirror at his new, darkened hair, his eyes wide with shock. It works. I'm going to cry, he moans dramatically. Meanwhile, the girls wait outside the door, curious about the transformation happening within the tiled walls. Bobby Drake is next, running a hand over his freshly buzzed scalp. Iceman too, Peter jokes, though Bobby looks like he's mourning his hair. I may cry, Bobby echoes. The silhouettes of the teens reflect against the wall as they debate the effectiveness of their new disguises. Just don't light yourself on fire, and no one will know, Gwen warns Johnny. Peter checks his own hair, feeling the weight of the secret they're all carrying. You know who you sound like. My cousin, Peter tells Johnny, testing out the lie. The sun begins to set over Midtown High School, a place that is about to become even more complicated for Peter Parker. Inside the main office, Bobby, Johnny, and Peter sit in a row, looking like three kids waiting for a lecture they didn't earn. Aunt May sits across from the imposing desk of Principal Sutras. Bobby Parker and Johnny Parker, Sutras reads off the papers, and they want to come to school here. May doesn't blink, her voice steady as she weaves their cover story. They have to. I'm their guardian now. Their identification was lost in the New York flood. Sutras looks at her over his glasses, his expression unreadable. Mrs. Parker, when last we met, you and I had words. I accused your nephew of being Spiderman. The principal leans in, the light from his desk lamp catching the sharp lines of his face. I appreciate your ability to look past the past, he says slowly. May tilts her head, her face a mask of polite concern. Well, my boys need to go to school, and you are the school. Sutras looks down at the files, a flicker of something like empathy crossing his features. These boys are good boys, who have been through a lot. May nods, but they are so young. They need guidance and education, she insists, pushing for their enrollment. A heavy silence fills the office, as the principal weighs the risks of having 3 targets in his building. Sutras gestures to the cramped office. The school is filled to capacity. To overcapacity, he notes, though he doesn't say no. He raises a hand to stop her next word. Okay, Mrs. Parker, I'll just come right out and say it. I don't know if your nephew Peter is Spider-Man or not, and I don't want to know. He stands up, looking out at the hallways. Having Spider-Man go to this school seems more like an honor, and I'm ashamed of myself for not seeing that clearly before. He turns back to her with a small, rare smile. Nothing would make me happier than to do right by you and your family. May closes her eyes for a moment, the tension finally leaving her shoulders. Mr. Sutras, Peter is not this. He cuts her off again, his tone becoming serious. I don't care either way, but you have to understand, the safety of the children is so important. We need to keep the school safe. The deal is struck. The Parker cousins are officially students, but the shadow of danger still hangs over them. The next morning at Midtown High, Gwen has to physically restrain Mary Jane as Peter tries to explain the situation. Be cool, Gwen whispers, hand over MJ's mouth. MJ's eyes are wide behind her glasses, her voice muffled as she struggles to process the insanity of Peter's life. No way, she finally gasps. Peter walks through the crowded hallway, feeling everyone's eyes on him as he leads Johnny and Bobby toward their lockers. Settle down, MJ, he pleads. MJ glares at the group. You'll never get away with this, she hisses. They're my cousins, Peter insists, wincing at the lie. Johnny puts on a ridiculous fake accent to sell the new kid act. I'm new in town and I was wondering if, but MJ isn't buying it. No good, Johnny asks, dropping the voice. The group huddled in the hallway, the lockers providing a thin veil of privacy. This goes deep in the vault, Peter warns, his voice low. Peter looks at MJ, trying to bridge the gap. You should come over for dinner, he suggests, but she looks conflicted. Oh, I don't know. Suddenly, the air in the hallway shifts. Peter and MJ both freeze, a strange feeling washing over them. Wait, Peter says, his eyes narrowing. What? MJ asks. In the bustling hallway, the regular rhythm of student life continues, but the atmosphere has become deathly still for Peter. The group gathers closer, sensing Peter's sudden change in mood. What's going on? Johnny asks. Something's wrong, Peter replies, his spider sense screaming. The camera pans across the hallway, students talking and laughing, unaware of the impending threat. MJ leans in, her voice a whisper. Is that a real thing? His spider sense is tingling, Gwen nods. Yep, there's danger here. The students in the background blur as Peter focuses on the source of the vibration coming from beneath the floorboards. Gwen grips her backpack strapped tight. Well, this is just freaking me out. Wait for it, Peter says grimly. For what? Johnny asks. Dunno, something. The wall erupts in a deafening roar of fire and shrapnel, sending students flying backward as the building's structure is torn apart. Bobby Drake is thrown through the air, his yell lost in the sound of crumbling concrete. Ugh. Debris rains down on the screaming teenagers as they scramble for cover. Holy, what the? Gwen Stacy looks back at the hole in the wall, her face pale with terror. Peter, she screams into the chaos. Emerging from the dust and smoke is a nightmare of green metal and glowing red eyes. A giant Spider Slayer robot has invaded Midtown High. The robot's mechanical voice booms through the hallway as it targets a fleeing student. Okay, everyone, recess. It mocks with chilling artificiality. Johnny Storm turns back, his eyes flashing with fire. Flame, he starts, but Peter grabs his arm. No, get out of here, you all get out of here. The kids dive through the smoke, trying to reach the exit as the building continues to collapse around them. What did Aunt May say? Low profile, Gwen shouts. Pandemonium breaks out as students stampede toward the doors. Listen to him. Go, go, Peter yells, ushering everyone to safety. Peter stands alone in the shadows, his face hardening as he watches the machine tear through his school. The time for hiding is over. A green laser beam slices through the air, narrowly missing Peter as he dives behind a row of lockers. Okay, giant killer robot is attacking the school, he notes to himself. He flips over a fallen door, his mind racing for a way to stop the carnage. Any chance I'm dreaming all of this? In a blur of motion, he slips into the red and blue costume, the hero finally emerging. Maybe when I got bit I went into a coma and this is all some big hallucination, he quips, trying to keep his cool. Spider-Man clings to the ceiling as the Slayer scans the room. Okay, hold on, is it me, or does it seem to be actually attacking only me? Like me personally. The machine fires again, its sensors locked onto the wall crawler. Why? What did I do? He wonders as he swings into the fray. Spider-Man leaps through a cloud of debris, his eyes narrowing behind the white lenses. It's the costume. I'm just too cute in this damn costume. Outside, the chaos continues as students watch the battle through the jagged holes in the wall. I'm going in, Johnny shouts, but Gwen holds him back. You absolutely are not. Back inside, Spidey lands a punch on the robot's metallic head. Okay, Robbie, which I assume is every robot's name. The robot counterattacks with a surge of electricity, sending Peter reeling. You wouldn't happen to be one of those talking Spider-Man killer robots, would you? That would be a huge help. He crashes through a brick wall, his body taking the brunt of the impact as the Slayer continues its relentless pursuit. Spider-Man lands on top of a dazed Principal Sutras, shielding him from the falling plaster. I didn't do this, Peter says quickly. Outside, Johnny is still arguing with the group. He can do this, so can I, he shouts, his skin beginning to glow with heat. Johnny pulls Peter aside, his voice urgent. Okay, Bobby, you stay here with the girls. Then you go run that way, flame on over there and come flying in like you happen to be flying by. Spidey grabs the principal and starts hauling him toward the exit. Okay, seriously, I'm not one to judge, but you have to lay off the snowcaps. The man just screams in terror. Suddenly, a streak of red and yellow light tears through the sky as the Human Torch finally joins the battle. The silhouettes of the two heroes and the giant machine are cast against the smoke. What the hell is that now? Sutras yells. I thought it was you, but now that I see you two together, I see I was way off, Spidey jokes. Peter sets the principal down in a relatively safe corner. You okay? He asks. The man can only stammer. Aye, good talk, Spidey replies. The web-slinger looks back at his flaming ally. Okay, mystery superhero, you ready for a classic team-up that will be remembered for? Peter's lenses widen as he senses another presence nearby, someone watching from the shadows. A figure in a tattered red cloak and bandages stands amidst the wreckage, their eyes glowing with an eerie, unstable power. Spider-Man lands nearby, panting. Okay, mystery person, that was impressive, he says, coughing from the smoke. Thanks, just need a minute, the hooded girl replies. The Human Torch dives back in, a wave of intense heat melting the Slayer's remaining circuits. Oh man, I knew I was going to miss all the fun. Peter's eyes go wide. No, stop, don't do that, he screams, but it's too late. Johnny looks back, confused. What? It could get up again? Spidey just points at the molten puddle that used to be a robot. Peter holds his head in his hands. It also has clues to whoever built this thing, clues you just melted. Johnny shrugs, his fire beginning to dim. Oh yeah, Reed yelled at me about that once. Good call, sorry. Peter looks at the mysterious girl again. Well, it's not the biggest deal, I have a pretty good idea who it is. It's just annoying that he knows I. The heroes stand in the middle of the ruined hallway. There was someone else here, right? Johnny asks. That was weird, yes. Johnny flies out of the building, a trail of smoke following him. Ladies and gentlemen, school is out, half day, he cheers. Gwen and Bobby watch from the crowd as the torch flies away. A real hero would have ended that in 2 seconds, Bobby grumbles. Next time, Bobby, Gwen replies. Gwen turns to MJ, her expression thoughtful. Hey, listen, at least you don't have to worry about all the stuff Kitty has to. MJ interrupts. Where is Kitty? Back in the alleyway, the girl in the red cloak collapses, her breathing ragged as the strain of her powers takes its toll. She screams in agony as a vortex of energy begins to swirl around her, tearing at the ground. Hhrya. She curls into a ball, clutching her head as the world around her seems to fracture and warp. The cloak falls back, revealing her bandaged hands and the raw, unbridled energy pulsing through her fingertips. A close-up reveals her face. It's Rick Jones' sister, her eyes glowing with terrifying power, blood trickling from her nose. She stares directly into the camera, her gaze piercing and filled with a pain that no teenager should ever know. The energy begins to fade, leaving her shivering in the wreckage of the alleyway. She pulls her cloak back around her, a lonely figure in a world of giants. This is how I did it, a voice narrates from the dark. In a room filled with monitors, the real Mysterio watches the recording. And I tell you, because you need to know, I'm not insane. Mysterio is planned. The villain stands before his wall of screens, a glowing green sphere where his head should be. I sent that, well, I call it my Spider Slayer. He paces the room, his voice dripping with malice. I'm going to ruin him. I'm going to out him, beat him, and kill him. And I'll give this kid credit, he is formidable. A camera tilts up to show the high-definition footage of the battle. How did I get so hot on his tail? I'll tell you, I have his blood, I have his DNA. He looks at a separate monitor showing a tactical team moving in. And now I have footage. Uh-oh, seems I have a drop-by. Captain Quaid's voice crackles over the radio on one of the screens. Guys, I'm telling you, you're getting too close. This guy is dangerous. Mysterio sighs, a digital glitch flickering across his screens. Damn it, so close. Suddenly, the entire building erupts in a massive fireball, a final act of controlled chaos from the master of illusions. Debris falls into the street as the villain vanishes into the smoke, leaving only questions behind. Damn it, so close. Flashback 6 months ago. A quiet suburban street in Queens is about to be shattered by the impossible. Inside a typical teenage bedroom, a woman calls out to her son. Rick, dinner, Rick. The room is messy, covered in posters of heroes. The mother enters the kitchen where her daughter is carving a pumpkin. Where is your brother? Backyard, the girl replies casually. The mother looks out the window, her voice rising in panic. Rick. In the middle of the yard, a massive crater is smoldering, a strange, celestial light flickering at its center. She rushes outside, her heart pounding in her chest as she reaches the edge of the pit. She stares down into the smoke, her face pale. Rick, she whispers, her world about to change forever. At the bottom of the crater, Rick Jones lies naked and glowing, his body wreathed in mystical fire as his mother and sister look on in horror. Rick arches his back, a scream of pure agony tearing from his throat. En Nyag. Mother reaches out to him, desperate to help. Oh my God, Bess, get a blanket, get the phone. Beams of blinding white light shoot from Rick's eyes as the energy inside him reaches a breaking point. Present day, Aunt May stands on her porch looking at a stack of bills. That's how much the internet costs. She looks up as a car pulls into the driveway next door, the mundane reality of the neighborhood contrasting with the memory of fire. Back in the flashback, the mother weeps over her son's unconscious body. Rick, how is this happening? The smoke clears, leaving the small family alone in the ruin of their backyard. Rick, the sister asks quietly. Today, Peter sits in a hospital room, reading a magazine to his unconscious neighbor. It says here the Fantastic Four broke up, he says, trying to sound normal. He looks at the boy in the bed, his voice filled with a heavy weight. When you wake up, you won't even believe what's happened to the world. Suddenly, Rick's eyes flutter open, and his mother rushes to his side. Rick. The boy looks around, disoriented and weak. "'S going on, Mom?" he asks, his voice barely a whisper. Mother pulls him into a desperate hug, the monitor beeping steadily in the background. Oh my God, oh thank God. Later, at the Midtown Mall, Peter and MJ walk through the food court, the conversation as heavy as the atmosphere at school. This seems like a bad idea, Peter, MJ says. Peter gestures vaguely with his hands. It wasn't my idea. Aunt May opened our door to them, and I gotta tell ya, Aunt May has never seemed happier in her whole life. MJ shakes her head, her red hair catching the mall's fluorescent light. It's crazy, Peter. Maybe she had a nervous breakdown. They walk in silence for a moment, the bustling crowds oblivious to the secret world they inhabit. Peter looks at her, trying to defend his aunt. It's a good thing, I guess. They're happy. She's happy. What am I supposed to do? Accuse her of being what? MJ stops, her expression turning serious. I'm not saying accuse her. I'm saying, watch out. Deep down, it might be something crazy. Peter watches her walk away toward her job, his own thoughts a tangled mess of loyalty and fear. MJ looks back one last time, a shadow of doubt in her green eyes. Or I could totally be wrong, really. Back at the Parker home, Gwen and Peter are unpacking groceries while discussing the bizarre events at school. Flash made a fake fart noise and that was it, Peter laughs. May looks out the front window as an ambulance pulls up to the house next door. Poor woman, she says, her voice full of pity. Gwen looks over Peter's shoulder. What's up with that? Is it her son? Peter nods. Yeah, Rick Jones. He went into a coma a few months ago. Outside, Rick is being helped into the house by his mother, a welcome home sign hanging in the doorway. He looks fragile but awake. Aunt May watches them with a soft, knowing look. Poor thing, she murmurs, her empathy reaching across the street. A finger presses the doorbell of the Jones house, the chime echoing through the quiet foyer. Ping pong. Marion Jones opens the door, looking exhausted but surprised to see her neighbor. Oh, hi, May. May holds out a warm dish wrapped in foil. Hi, Marion. I made some extra lasagna. I figured you might have your hands full this week. Marion takes the food, her eyes tearing up at the simple act of kindness. Oh, May, that is so nice. May waves her hand dismissively, offering a warm smile. I know we don't know each other that well, but hey, we both have kids. May turns to leave, her voice trailing back. So, hey, if you need any help with anything, you let me know. Marion watches her neighbor go, then looks down at the lasagna. It's not drugs, she whispers to the empty hallway. In his darkened room, Rick Jones sits on the edge of his bed, the weight of the months he lost pressing down on him. Marion stands in the hallway, the light from the kitchen casting long shadows as she talks to May through the screen door. I know the rumors. It's not drugs. Rick looks at his own hands, his expression one of confusion and burgeoning dread. May listens patiently, her presence a steady anchor for her frantic neighbor. You don't have to tell me, she says softly. Marion's voice breaks as she finally speaks the truth out loud. I think my boy is a mutant. In the bedroom, Rick's hands begin to glow with a soft, pulsing orange light, the very thing his mother fears most. Aunt May freezes, her eyes widening as she looks back at her neighbor. Oh. Marion's words come spilling out in a rush of terror. And it almost killed him. His powers flared up, and he's been in a coma all this time. May looks from Marion to the house, her mind racing. But now they think he's okay. He has actual powers, Marion whispers. The mother's voice is filled with the knowledge she gained from months of desperate research. I know not every mutant survives being a mutant. In his room, Rick stares at the energy dancing between his fingers, a silent witness to his own transformation. And Rick, my poor Rick. May places a hand on Marion's arm. Did you call someone, a specialist? A close-up of Rick's face shows a tiny, tentative smile. Oh man, he whispers, the power finally starting to feel real. Marion shakes her head violently. After all that's happened, they'll take my boy away from me. No, no. Rick Jones sits alone in the blue light of his room. The silent posters of heroes like Iron Man and Spider-Man his only companions. Suddenly, a giant mechanical eye opens in front of Rick, its glowing red pupil scanning his very soul. Rick's eyes go wide with terror as he realizes he's being watched by something far beyond human understanding. On the porch, Marion grabs May's hands. We'll figure it out, but please don't tell anyone, May, please. Aunt May marches back into her kitchen and raises her voice in a command that brooks no argument. Family meeting. The boys and Gwen gather in the kitchen, looking confused. This is a first, Johnny notes. Whatever it is, I didn't do it, Peter adds quickly. Aunt May looks at them with a solemn expression. No one's in trouble, but I think you boys need to suit up. Bobby looks at his spiky hair in a nearby mirror. Suit up in what? Johnny is equally confused. Are we going out to dinner? May points toward the door, her voice firm. Whatever you kids call it when you put on your costumes and go be superheroes, you need to do that. Peter Parker stands there, dumbfounded. You're asking us to go be superheroes? What the what? Moments later, the three heroes are perched on the roof of a nearby building. What are we supposed to do? Welcome him to the wacky world of mutants? Bobby asks. Spider-Man looks down at the Jones house. Absolutely. I was trained by the head mutant of the world, Charles Xavier, Bobby says, his skin turning to ice. Iceman poses dramatically. I know exactly what to do. I know exactly what to say. Spidey isn't convinced. Really? Because I remember you being no help at all with Liz. The heroes bicker as they watch the house. It's weird Aunt May sending us out on a mission, Peter notes. Only a lot weird, Johnny agrees. Rick Jones walks out into his backyard, looking at the crater he made 6 months ago. Hey, is that him? Bobby points. The heroes prepare to descend. Let's swing down there and give him a thrill, Bobby suggests. No, you could accidentally make him explode, Peter warns. Suddenly, Rick's body begins to fracture into a geometric pattern of golden light, an unstable force field expanding from his chest. Iceman slides down an ice ramp toward the yard. You guys just follow my lead. No, Spider-Man groans, following anyway. Bobby lands on a column of ice, looming over the glowing teenager. Hi, he says simply. Rick Jones lets out a yell as he starts to run, his body a blur of kinetic energy. Holy Euros section %, ag. He takes off like a rocket, leaving a trail of golden rings in the air behind him. Hey, wait, Bobby shouts, chasing after him. Spider-Man watches the two superpowered teens disappear into the distance. Hi, he says. He learned it from the best, Peter mutters sarcastically. High above the city, the Human Torch intercepts the glowing Rick. Hey there, glow stick, you need a little help. Oh my God, Rick screams. Rick loses control of his flight, tumbling through the sky as the city of Queens blurs beneath him. He falls through the clouds, his hands reaching out for anything to grab onto. Spider-Man swings in at the last second, catching Rick in a web-slinging embrace. Gotcha! Oh my God, Rick gasps. I know, it is exciting to meet me, Peter quips. Rick's eyes begin to glow again, the unstable energy building up once more. I don't. Ho, just settle down, Spidey warns. Uh-oh. A massive surge of energy erupts from Rick, blasting Spider-Man away as they both plummet toward the ground. Yag! The two of them crash through the front window of a restaurant, glass and debris showering the terrified patrons. Crash! They tumble over tables and chairs, a chaotic mess of red spandex and glowing teenage angst. Og, yow. Peter sits up, rubbing his head as he looks at the trail of wreckage. Well, I hope you don't think that means you're going to get to, oh my God. Eyes land on a newspaper sitting on the floor. The headline reads, Did Mysterio have local Detroit connections? Peter stares at the paper, his jaw dropping beneath his mask. Are we in Detroit? Back in Queens, Johnny and Bobby look at the empty space where Spidey and Rick just were. Huh. In the restaurant, the owner storms over, his face red with fury. Oh, ooh, my restaurant, you smashed my restaurant. By accident, Spidey tries to explain. The man gets right in Peter's face. By accident? This is my life, you destroyed my life. It's a window, dude, try to. A terrified waitress peeks over a booth. Ann Arbor, she whispers. The owner's voice rises to a scream. No, Michigan, Ann Arbor, Michigan. Spidey is just as confused. Is this really Detroit? The man grabs Spidey's mask, trying to pull it off. Ruined my restaurant. Hey, Peter shouts, struggling to keep his identity secret. Rick Jones stands in the middle of the mess, his voice cracking as the realization of his situation hits him. What is going on? Spidey finally pushes the man away. Off me. Rick is shaking, his power flickering again. I don't want to be here, I want to go home. The energy field around Rick begins to hum with a dangerous frequency, pushing back the furniture and the people. I want to go home. In a sudden flash of light, Spidey and Rick are pulled back through a spatial rift. Yeah, I better take that ride, Spidey shouts over the roar. Og. They rocket through the dimensional tunnel, a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds swirling around them. Yag. They emerge back in Queens, falling onto the grass of the backyard. Hi, Rick says breathlessly, looking up at Johnny and Bobby. The landing is far from graceful, as Spidey and Rick tumble through the air once more. Whoa, huh. The three heroes surround the dazed Rick Jones. Gotcha, boy, you like to yell, Bobby notes as he creates an ice cushion. Rick hits the ice with a soft poof. Og, hey buddy, seriously, take a second and get a hold of yourself, Peter advises. Rick stares up at the sky, his eyes wide with disbelief. I don't believe this. I don't believe what's happening. Just try to keep calm for a second, Johnny says. Rick looks at them, his voice rising again. Calm. Well, calmer than that, Spidey quips. Bobby steps forward, his ice form glistening. We're here to help you, promise. I'm a mutant just like you. I can help you with all of this. Rick shakes his head, his voice filled with denial. I'm not a mutant. Buddy, denial is not the best, I'm not. These powers were given to me. Johnny looks skeptical. By the magic powers fairy? Rick points at the sky. No, this eye came to me and said so. Johnny Storm's face goes pale, a look of genuine shock crossing his features. Oh my God, I know what this is. Flashback, 6.5 months ago, at the top-secret facility known as Project Pegasus. The Fantastic Four stand before a massive stone artifact, the air humming with cosmic energy. What's happening now, Reed? Sue asks. I don't know, Reed replies grimly. Suddenly, a glowing eye opens in the center of the artifact, its light reflecting in the eyes of the team. The Herald has been chosen. A booming voice echoes through the chamber. One human has been chosen to protect this world, to help find its future. We have given this one the power to do so. Reed looks at his teammates, his mind already racing. Who is it? Is it me? Johnny asks, eager for more power. The giant mechanical eye pulses with an ancient, terrifying light as it makes its final choice. The team is thrown back by a sudden burst of energy. Hey, are you okay? I think so. Ben Grimm growls at the stone. "Hello, is this thing on?" A government official, Danvers, walks into the room, clutching her radio. "What happened?" "They picked a herald. One of us." Danvers looks up from her radio, her face etched with confusion. "Okay, the other watchers just up and disappeared." "Yeah, so did ours," Ben adds, looking at the dead stone. The group gathers together in the silent lab, the magnitude of the moment sinking in. "So, who is it?" Johnny asks. "Who'd they pick?" Johnny Storm looks Rick Jones directly in the eyes, his voice solemn. "They picked you, Rick Jones. The Watchers came to Earth and chose someone to lead us into the future. It's you, you're the chosen one." Rick can only whisper, "Really?" Next issue. Spider-Man, the Human Torch, and Iceman are thrust into a new mystery that will challenge everything they know about their powers. The cosmic mystery of the Watchers continues as a new player enters the game, wielding technology beyond human comprehension. Wolverine returns in Ultimate Comics Avengers, a story of grit and survival in a world gone mad. Captain America faces off against a new threat in a battle that will determine the future of the Ultimate Universe. Ultimate Comics Avengers 5 is on sale now, bringing the high-octane action and dramatic stakes you've come to expect from the Marvel Universe. In the quiet corners of suburban New York, two legends loom over a boy whose life has just been upended. "What the hell are you talking about?" Rick Jones gasps, staring up at the heroes. Johnny Storm doesn't blink. "I was in the Fantastic Four," he says flatly, while Spider-Man whispers, "You know who we are." Johnny leans in, the flames of his memory flickering in his eyes. "Well, yeah. The four of us, we were called to this place out in the desert where this alien artifact came to life," he explains. Rick can barely breathe as he asks, "Artifact?" Johnny describes it like a Stonehenge thing that had been watching the entire Earth. Spider-Man crosses his arms, watching the boy's reaction to the impossible truth. Johnny continues, "Months ago, first we thought it had picked one of us, one of the Fantastic Four. But with the chaos of the world, even a sentient alien monolith can slip a hero's mind." The moment of truth arrives with a pointed finger. Johnny looks Rick dead in the eye. "But it's you, Rick Jones. You're the one." The weight of destiny hits Rick like a physical blow. He stares back, his voice trembling as he asks the question he's terrified to hear the answer to. "The one what?" Beside them, Bobby Drake, the Iceman, can barely contain his excitement. "Dude, that's amazing news," he shouts with a grin. Johnny remains grim, knowing all too well that being the one is rarely a gift. Panic sets in, clawing at Rick's throat as the reality of his situation begins to sink in. Rick slumps to the grass, his head buried in his hands as the heroes debate his future. "I think I'm right," Johnny asserts confidently. Peter sighs. "You always think you're right." Bobby just shrugs. It saves time. The world is spinning for Rick Jones, the suburban grass feeling like a cage around him. Suddenly, a memory flashes, a cold, stone eye watching him from the depths of his own mind. Rick looks up, his eyes wide with a horrific realization. Was it like a stone, like a column? Johnny nods, his expression softening just enough to show he understands the terror. "Yes." Rick rubs his face, trying to scrub the image from his brain. "With an eye." The Human Torch leans closer, confirming the nightmare. "Yes." The boy falls back onto the grass, his strength leaving him. "Oh no, I think you may be right, I saw it. I saw it just before I got my powers." Johnny beams, oblivious to the boy's internal collapse. "See, what's all the oh no? This is good, you know what is what." Rick explodes into a shout, the frustration of his new life boiling over. "Savior of the world? I don't want to be the savior of the world, and I don't really want to be a freak superhero." Bobby winces. Half of that insulted me," Peter adds, "and the other half insulted me." "So, an alien comes here, randomly picks me. Me of all the people on the Earth?" Rick yells at the sky. He rages about being juiced up without an instruction manual or a single word of explanation. He lets out a primal scream of pure, unadulterated frustration. "I mean, what the $%?" The veteran heroes look down at the novice's breakdown. "Hey, we all had to start somewhere," Peter says gently. "My life is ruined." Rick cries, Johnny counters, "Your life just started." Rick looks up at the three men who represent everything he's afraid of becoming. You want to help me? He asks quietly. Peter nods. We're here for you. Rick's fear turns into a desperate need for answers. Show me, I want to see it. This place. The Watcher, Johnny sighs. Oh, it disappeared. I told you it up and disappeared after it gave you the goods. Bobby tries to put a positive spin on the cosmic trauma. Let's rewind. You have powers, and now you have superpowers. Rick isn't buying it. Well, that's just great. I had plans. Spider-Man stares through his white lenses, unmoved by the teen angst. What were these plans you had that you are now so convinced you can no longer do, now that an alien race has come and given you awesome superpowers? Rick slumps onto the porch steps, the weight of the universe on his shoulders. First the coma, now this. The heroes want to test the equipment. Well, first let's see what you can do, Johnny suggests. Rick refuses, asking where they ended up when he last moved them. Detroit, Bobby replies with a grimace. The debate shifts to the mechanics of teleportation. They reference old sci-fi novels and the concept of jaunting. You can jaunt. That's huge, Bobby says excitedly, reminding Rick that he was the one who got them home. Rick just stares at the ground, a portrait of stubborn refusal. Whatever. Johnny looks at his teammates, his patience finally wearing thin. Anyone else want to smack him? Spider-Man takes a sarcastic tone. Yeah, if you're going to mope and wallow in self-loathing, I'm going to have to ask for a royalty. Rick snaps back. I'm not moping, I'm scared. Okay. Peter places a steadying hand on Rick's shoulder, shifting from Joker to mentor. Yeah, sure, that I totally understand. What are you scared of? Rick scoffs, like asterisk you know what I'm talking about. Spider-Man points to his own costume. I'm in a full body stocking and mask. Clearly, I have some asterisk issues to work out. Johnny and Bobby step in to offer their own scars as proof. We've been through all of this, Johnny says. Bobby adds, personally, when my powers flared up, I accidentally froze an entire city block. This is easy. The boy's eyes flash with anger. I was in a coma for 6 months. How is it easy? Peter ignores the anger and keeps the momentum moving forward. First, we figure out your power set, then we get you a look. The heroes circle around the boy, planning a debut he never asked for. A costume name, a code name, Peter explains. Rick just shakes his head. Oh no. Rick puts his hand up, drawing a line in the sand. That is not happening. No offense, it's lame. Peter isn't giving up. You got to have a name. Johnny puffs his chest out, talking about his own fame. I have one and I am beloved. Peter lists the benefits, branding, safety, and it gets you girls. The discussion about names is cut short by Rick's obsession. I want to go to the place where you saw this alien, he demands. Johnny warns him it's a secure government facility in Wyoming, and besides, the alien is long gone. Energy begins to surge around Rick, his body glowing with a blinding yellow light. I need to know why it picked me. I need to see it. Bobby sees the glow and panics. It's happening again. Peter lunges forward, shouting, grab IM. The backyard vanishes in a roar of cosmic energy as Rick forces his will upon reality. Show me, he screams, pulling the heroes into the void. They are torn through space and time, their screams lost in the roar of the jaunt. Spider-Man gasps, what the hell? Colors bleed together as they hurtle toward their destination. Johnny looks at Rick through the blur. This is weird, he notes. Right, Rick agrees. The journey ends as violently as it began, dumping the heroes onto hard desert sand with a series of painful thuds. They pick themselves up, blinking against the harsh Wyoming sun. Where the hell are we? Johnny asks, while Rick looks on in disbelief. In front of them stands a concrete bunker carved into the mountainside. Project Pegasus. This is it, Johnny announces. Bobby stares at the desolate landscape. Wyoming. The silence of the facility is eerie. Where is everyone? Bobby asks, looking around for guards. Johnny realizes the boy is right. A military installation this size should be crawling with people. Spider-Man points toward the entrance, his voice dropping to a whisper. The door. The heavy blast doors have been torn open from the inside, the Pegasus logo scorched and mangled. They step into the shadows of the facility, the air smelling of ozone and death. Someone's blown the doors, Johnny notes. We should call someone, Peter suggests. Johnny lights a small flame. We asterisk our asterisk someone. A noise echoes from the darkness ahead. Johnny raises a hand, his face hardening. SSHH. The corridor ahead is a graveyard, bodies of soldiers scattered like discarded toys across the cold floor. Spider-Man quickly covers Rick's mouth to keep his gasp of horror from echoing. Johnny moves forward, a silent sentinel in the dark. They peer into a massive vault where more bodies lie in the wake of a professional hit. Look at this, Johnny whispers. Rick can barely look. Put it back. Inside the vault, a team of women in sleek black tactical gear are busy looting the treasures of Pegasus. We're here for the Serpent Crown, their leader, Anna, commands. A younger lizard-skinned girl looks up as the heroes arrive. Guys. The vault explodes into a melee. Johnny flares up, shouting, "Don't run!" Rick doesn't listen, sprinting for safety while Peter fires a web line. He absolutely should run. Bobby engages one of the lizard girls, dodging a clawed swipe. Spider-Man quips even in the heat of battle, shocked to find myself oddly attracted to lizard girls. One of the Serpent Squad members tackles Rick to the ground. "Get her off me," he yells. The thief just sneers. "Stop winnin', little boy." A concussive blast ripples through the room as the thieves try to make their escape through the ceiling. Rick falls to his knees, his hands beginning to glow with an unstable, burning energy. Johnny and Bobby watch in awe. "Whoa," Peter breathes. The battle rages on. Spider-Man kicks a lizard girl into the wall. "Seriously, lizard girls, Serpent Crown, now I gotta go home and wiki you." One of the lizard women lands a heavy blow on Rick, sending him reeling. The boy is slammed against the cold steel of the vault, his powers flickering with every impact. Spider-Man webs up another attacker. "I'd just like to say, fight scene aside, I would date any one of you," the girl snarls. "I swear I am going to rip out your—" Peter cuts her off. "Hold that thought." The wall shatters as Peter dodges a strike. Bobby laughs as he traps another thief in a block of ice. "You think we've come this far to let the likes of you?" the leader snarls. "The likes of me? I'm just here looking for the men's room," Peter replies. A lizard girl lunges at Rick, her eyes filled with predatory hunger. "Are any of you single?" she asks with a hiss. Rick can only stammer, guys." The room becomes a chaotic swirl of fire and ice. "Not helping," Peter yells at Johnny as the torch's heat begins to melt Bobby's ice. "Sorry," Johnny calls back. The Serpent Squad is being overwhelmed, their screams echoing through the vault as the heroes press the advantage. The leader of the squad glares at Rick, her eyes narrowing with fury. "We didn't come this far." The vault is suddenly filled with a light that rivals the sun. Rick Jones stands at the center, his body a conduit for pure, unbridled power. Eyes burn with a white-hot intensity, the fear within him transformed into a weapon of mass destruction. With a roar, Rick releases a massive energy wave, blowing the thieves clean out of the facility entrance. The leader of the squad finds herself face down on the concrete, staring into the barrels of a dozen assault rifles. Back inside, the silence returns. "Okay, that was cool," Rick says, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "I take it all back, that was. But the victory is short-lived. Soldiers flood the vault, their weapons trained on the heroes. "We got company," Johnny says, his posture tense. A man in high-tech body armor steps forward. "Mr. Storm, is that you?" Johnny relaxes slightly. "Yeah, hey, Vaughn, right." Vaughn, the project leader, stares at Rick Jones. Johnny explains that the boy is the one the Watcher chose. "It picked asterisk him?" Vaughn asks, stunned. Rick just asks me. The soldiers are just as starstruck as they are suspicious. "Oh man, are you really Spider-Man?" one asks. Why else would I be dressed like this?" Peter retorts. Rick looks at his glowing hands, the weight of the choosing still a mystery. I don't understand why it picked me." Peter tries to ground the boy. "What does the asterisk why asterisk matter? Really? The question is, what are you going to do now?" He then mumbles something about dating the lizard lady that earns him a sharp look from the others. The fear in Rick's eyes is replaced by a quiet, determined resolve. "Guess I need to be, like, a superhero." Johnny puts an arm around his new protege. "Can we go home and finish this discussion?" Peter smiles under his mask. "See, nice day." Vaughn steps forward to stop them. Listen, guys, I'm going to need to detain and question you for my. But before he can finish the sentence, the room is empty. A faint swirl of orange energy is all that remains. The project leader stands alone in the vault, rubbing his temples in frustration. Okay, I'm going to get fired. They reappear in the backyard with a crash. Rick is sitting squarely on Johnny's back. Sorry, still new at this, he mutters. Peter groans from the bottom of the pile. Those aren't pillows. They stand up and dust themselves off. Bobby gets back to the point. Superhero, and now you gotta pick a name. Rick looks confused. I gotta, Peter nods. Branding. Names start flying through the air. The Leaper, the Sentry, the Transporter, Captain Marvel. Johnny suggests the Human Leaper, while Peter likes Marvel Man. Johnny considers the name for a moment. Marvel Man. Rick looks toward the sky, the name already forming in his heart. I like it, Bobby says with a grin. But Rick has other ideas. Nah, I don't need a name, I think I'm outta here. Rick's mother and sister appear at the back door, their faces etched with worry. Mom, Rick says softly. He looks back at the heroes, then at his family. I think I have to go figure it out. Mother runs down the stairs, her arms outstretched. You can do that asterisk here. Rick shakes his head. No, I don't think I can. They share a tearful hug, the quiet suburban backyard feeling too small for the power he now holds. You're not losing me now, he whispers. He pulls away, his body beginning to glow with a gentle, warm light. He looks his mother in the eye one last time. I'll come home when I know what I am. In a sudden burst of speed, Rick takes to the sky, leaving the quiet backyard behind. His sister looks up in awe. What about school? High above the clouds, Rick laughs as he feels the wind against his face. School? Why would I go to school if I could do this? Below, the heroes watch his trail fade. He's got a point, Peter admits. Johnny adds, but college. A name finally rings out through the clouds, a declaration to the universe. Nova. The trail of fire stretches toward the horizon, as the boy once known only as Rick Jones flies toward his future. Spider-Man turns to the mother, trying to be a hero one last time. Are you okay, ma'am? She just glares. Get off my property before I call the police. Later, the three heroes swing and fly over the Manhattan skyline. Why do we go to school? Peter asks. Johnny starts the cliché, because with great power, Bobby cuts him off. If you don't know, just don't answer. Meanwhile, in Brooklyn, the peace of the afternoon is shattered. A heavy security transport is blown onto its side by a massive concussive blast. Smoke billows into the air as the truck skids across the asphalt, pedestrians screaming and diving for cover. Inside the wreckage, the guards are dazed and confused. What do you do? One asks. Wasn't me, the other cries. Two figures stand in the smoke, the mother and daughter criminal duo known as the Bombshells. Okay, Lana, aim for the lock, the mother orders. I know, mother, Lana snaps back. With a concentrated blast of energy, Lana blows the rear doors of the armored truck wide open. They dive into the back, grabbing bags of cash. This is it? Lana asks, her mother grins. Nicely packaged money, this is the big score. They leap out of the truck, thinking they've made a clean getaway. No sirens, Mom, and no Spider-Man, Lana notes happily. But their victory lasts only a heartbeat as white webbing splatters across both their faces. At $%, they scream in unison. Hanging from a thread above them is a new player. Language, you two, my goodness, she chides as she drops into the fray. The Bombshells open fire, their explosive blasts lighting up the Brooklyn street as they try to hit the agile Spider-Woman. Lana is furious, charging forward with her fists glowing. Hey, you want a piece of meh? Spider-Woman is a blur of red and black, landing a powerful kick that sends the girl flying backward. The fight is short and brutal. I gotta tell you, kid, you should listen to your mother, Jessica Drew says as she takes down the pair. Jessica takes a breath, adjusting her mask. Okay, that hurt tremendously. The mother tries to rally her daughter. Just grab the money and let's go. Lana just groans. How many loser-ass spider people are there in this city? Lana turns to find herself face to face with a wall of fire. You're nothing but a Spider-Man wannabe with a B-cup and a yow. The Human Torch arrives in a blaze of glory. Ladies, 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 There's no need to fight. There's so much of the Human Torch to go around. The bombshells blast him out of the air instantly. Okay, that one-liner sucked, Johnny groans from the ground. The mother and daughter stand over him, ready to finish the job. But Spider-Woman is already back in action, webbing their hands and faces before they can pull the trigger. She delivers a final, synchronized strike that puts the thieves down for good. At least you kept it relatively PG, she tells Johnny. The battle is over as quickly as it began, the street returning to a tense, smoky silence. Lana Bombshell tries to crawl away, cursing under her breath. Oh, at $% unlike some. She's stopped in her tracks as the heroes close in. Ag. Spider-Woman looms over the young thief, her patience completely gone. Oh, at $%, Lana repeats. Jessica lands one final punch for the road. Language, really. With the police sirens finally getting louder, Jessica prepares to vanish. That was quick and fun, Johnny says. That was not fun in any way whatsoever, she replies. Johnny follows her as she webs onto a rooftop. Hey, come on, what's the hurry? You're running away from me. I'm not, she sighs. This is the second time we've had an impromptu team-up. Johnny swings alongside her, his flames kept at a low simmer. And you know, there's not that many people in the world with our, lifestyle. I gotta go, she interrupts. The torch doesn't take the hint. What's the deal? We have mutual friends, right? Jessica just keeps moving. Kinda, ask Spider-Man if you care so much. Jessica perches on a chimney, the city lights reflecting off her mask as Johnny lands behind her. She looks back at him for a moment, her voice soft. Sorry, Johnny. She reaches up and pulls back her mask, letting her hair fall free. Ow. The face beneath the mask is tired, eyes filled with a secret that Johnny can't yet grasp. She looks out over the city, the weight of being a clone, a secret she carries alone, crushing her spirits. Damn, she whispers. Johnny Storm steps into the light, a charming smile on his face. I knew you were cute under there. Jessica's heart sinks. Oh no. Johnny holds out a hand in a classic gesture of flirtation. So, hi, I'm Johnny. Jessica backs away. Stop it. Go away. This isn't fair. He doesn't give up. I'm Johnny Storm, Human Torch. You did something to your hair. Jessica groans. You're too much. Why don't you want to be friends with me? Johnny looks her in the eye, his sincerity for once outweighing his ego. Hi, I'm Johnny. Jessica, would you like to go to the movies with me? She stares at him. You're asking me out. He talks about wanting to marry her already. Jessica Drew realizes she might just be in serious trouble. Oh my God, she breathes. The next day at Midtown High, Peter Parker is a man on a mission, clutching his textbooks and trying to stay under the radar. Mr. Parker, you're supposed to be in study hall, a voice calls out. Gwen Stacy catches up to him in the hallway, a mischievous glint in her eye. Hello, Gwen Stacy. I thought maybe you slipped out so you could be, your other self. In the relative privacy of the lockers, they share a quiet, desperate moment. But the bell is about to ring, and the weight of their double lives pulls them back to reality. Peter tries to talk about grades and studying, but Gwen has other plans. I need you to come with me, she says firmly. Where? Peter asks. She pulls him through a door before he can object. When your girlfriend asks you to sneak away with her, you don't ask where. The door swings shut, revealing a sign that confirms Peter is in uncharted territory, the ladies' restroom. Inside, Kitty Pryde and Mary Jane Watson are waiting. Kitty? Peter asks, confused. MJ steps forward with a professional air. Mr. Parker, if you please. Peter realizes he's been set up. What could possibly? Gwen leans in with a grin. It's something that is long overdue. Mary Jane pulls a set of shears and styling tools from her bag. You're getting a haircut, Peter Parker. Peter tries to bolt, but the girls are too fast. No way, he yells. Sit it down, you are unkempt, young man, MJ commands. The girls take turns hacking away at his hair while venting their frustrations. They show him photos of himself in the Spider-Man mask, pointing out how his hair makes his head look like Charlie Brown. Peter can only sigh as his dignity falls to the tile floor. Suddenly, the door bursts open and Tandy, a girl with a mean streak, walks in. Oh, come asterisk on asterisk now, Kitty points at the door. This is the ladies' room. Then what are you doing in it, Tandy? The tension in the room spikes instantly. MJ points to a stall. God, just go in a stall. Everybody poops. Tandy sneers at Kitty, her voice dripping with venom. Don't tell me what to do, mutant. Gwen and Kitty stand their ground, a united front against the school's prejudice. Jealous? Kitty asks with a cold smile. Tandy doesn't back down. You shouldn't even be allowed to go here. You should be in a cage. MJ snaps, wielding her scissors like a threat. God, get the $80 out of here, Tandy, or you're next. Tandy retreats, slamming the door behind her. Wow, what a @%, cat, Gwen mutters. Peter looks in the mirror, his new hair a jagged mess. It's never going to end, he sighs, thinking of the hate Tandy showed. The moment of lightheartedness is gone, replaced by the grim reality of the world they live in. Later at the Parker home, Aunt May is ecstatic. I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it. She pulls Peter into a tight hug, Gwen and Bobby watching from the doorway. Now I can see your pretty face, May says happily. Bobby can't resist a dig. It is * a pretty face. Peter glares. There's supposed to be solidarity among men, Bobby. Gwen admits MJ might have overdone it. Well, Mary Jane didn't have the beautician experience she claimed she had. Peter just pleads, please let go of my head. The front door bursts open and Johnny Storm flies in, literally. It happened. For real. I'm in love. Johnny is practically glowing with excitement. And I have you to thank, Mr. Peter Parker. I met the most awesome, hottest chick. Peter asks if it's someone he knows. The word chick echoes in the room as the boys lean in for the gossip. They start guessing names. Silver Sable, Electra, Black Cat. Johnny just shakes his head to all of them. Gwen looks disgusted. Who the hell are all these skanks? Bobby just wishes he could meet a black cat woman himself. Gwen lands a sharp blow on Bobby's arm. Ow, he groans. Peter just wants to know who the mystery girl is. Johnny delivers the bombshell. No, you totally know her. Spider-Woman, and she's hot and we totally made out. The blood drains from Peter's face as the universe collapses for the second time that day. What the woozy-wah? Johnny is oblivious to Peter's crisis. We totally made out. Aunt May just looks on in shock. Oh my God. Johnny vents to Bobby about his love life. I've dated models and superstars, but something was missing. This is a girl with powers. Bobby nods sympathetically. Poor baby. In the shadows of the living room, Johnny describes their high-flying, daring-do lifestyle. Bobby is only interested in the details of the kiss. Bobby leans in, eyes wide. You kissed her, on her face, and she let you? Johnny looks confused. Why, what's the deal? Peter is already halfway out the door. Okay, I gotta go. Johnny calls after him. Wait, how do you know her exactly? Johnny is left standing in the hallway, repeating Peter's own words of confusion back to himself. What the woozy-wah? High above the city streets, Spider-Man lets out a scream of pure agony as he swings between the skyscrapers. Voice echoes off the glass and steel of New York, a primal release of all the stress and weirdness of his life. He tears across the bridge, the wind whipping past him as he screams into the twilight sky. The scream doesn't stop, a literal aerg that drowns out the city traffic below. Later, Peter sits alone on a cold stone gargoyle, watching the pigeons. He thinks about the villains he's fought, the friends he's lost, and the absurd fact that his clone just kissed his best friend. HMPH. I thought that would take my mind off of it. Monday morning brings the mundane reality of the classroom. Ms. Schutz is lecturing on the futility of high school ambition. See, this is the stage where I fear you're not actually trying to learn anything. She paces the front of the room, her voice a monotonous drone. You just think you have to go to college, and meanwhile you're here, and what are you retaining? Johnny Storm isn't listening to the lecture. He's leaning across the aisle, pointing a finger at Peter Parker. Peter glares back, his eyes narrow and his jaw set. He's in no mood for Johnny's antics. Johnny holds up a notebook with a frantic message scrawled across it. Dude, what's the deal? Peter just looks away, refusing to engage with the Human Torch in the middle of history class. The door to the classroom suddenly swings open, and the atmosphere in the room changes instantly. The principal enters, followed by two stern men in black suits. Kitty Pryde, Could you grab your things and come outside? The entire class turns to look at Kitty. Her face is a mask of pure, sudden terror. Why? She asks, her voice barely a whisper. The room erupts into a murmur of confused whispers. Please, Miss Pride, just get your things, the principal says nervously. Kitty stands up, her eyes flashing. You knew this was going to happen. A single tear tracks down her cheek as she looks at her classmates. I didn't do anything wrong, she says, her voice breaking. The men in suits move in, their presence like a physical weight in the small classroom. Johnny looks on in horror. Oh my God. Kitty sets her jaw, her anger finally overriding her fear. And if I don't? The principal is sweating, his voice trembling as he tries to keep order. Miss, there's an anti-mutant task force waiting outside. This wasn't my idea. Kitty stares at the suit closest to her. You can't shoot me, bullets phase right through me, so if you shoot, you hit the guy behind me. One of the agents taps his ear, speaking into a radio. This is Dickens, we have a hostile, everyone stay in your seats. Peter Parker stands up, his books falling to the floor. No, wait, they want you to flip out, Kitty. They want this to turn into an incident in the middle of class. The agent named Dickens turns his attention to Peter, his finger pointing like a loaded gun. Kid, sit down. Kitty looks at Peter, her eyes wide with a plea for help she can't voice. The principal looks at the floor, unable to meet the eyes of the students he's failed to protect. Mary Jane and Gwen exchange a look of pure, cold dread as the situation spirals out of control. Johnny Storm's hands are under his desk, a tiny flame already beginning to dance on his fingertips. Agent Dickens reaches into his jacket, his hand closing around the grip of his sidearm. The rest of the students are frozen, the reality of the mutant laws suddenly becoming very real and very dangerous. Peter looks at Kitty, a plan already forming in his mind. Kitty, run, he says quietly. Kitty hangs her head, the exhaustion of being a fugitive finally breaking her. I want to go to school like everybody else, she whispers. Peter's voice tears through the heavy silence of the room like a thunderclap. Run, he screams as the classroom explodes into motion. To be continued. Inside a classroom at Midtown High, the tension is thick enough to choke on as federal agents loom over a young girl's desk. Catherine Pride, please stand up and walk out of this class, one agent demands coldly, while the school's principal tries to intervene, pleading, Agents, I'm sorry, we did not agree to this isn't the way to do this. The peace is shattered instantly as Kenny lunges forward, a roar of frustration erupting from his lungs. This is $%, he screams, his fist connecting with an agent's face in a spray of sweat and glass. Chaos takes hold as desks are kicked aside and agents swarm the boy. On the ground, they bellow while another barks into his radio. This is Agent Stevenson. We need backup. Kitty watches from the center of the storm, her face a mask of mounting grief and anger. In the background, students shout for the agents to leave her alone, their voices lost in the scramble. Peter Parker stands among the crowd, his muscles tensing as Johnny Storm urges him to act. Peter, Johnny starts, but Gwen Stacy cuts him off sharply. No, you'll only make it worse, Johnny. Gwen's right, it's Peter's call. Peter looks down, the weight of the world on his shoulders as he makes the hardest choice a hero can make. Gwen's right, he whispers. Stay back. The agents have Kenny pinned against the floor, their hands rough as they threaten him with federal prison. Kenny, stop, the principal cries out, but the boy just glares back, snarling at the men holding him down. Peter places a steadying hand on Kitty's shoulder, his voice low and full of caution. Kitty, he starts, sensing the breaking point is near. A single tear tracks down Kitty's cheek, a silent testament to the life she's watching crumble around her. Kenny struggles under the weight of the black-suited men, his face contorted in a scream of pain. Og, he yells, his defiance still burning bright. Kitty looks at Peter, her eyes brimming with a tragic resolve. You have to go, she says softly. There's no other way to stop this. She closes her eyes for a brief moment, letting the fear wash away to make room for what she must do next. Suddenly, Kitty steps forward into the center of the fray, her hands raised in surrender. Stop, she commands. I'll go. From the floor, Kenny looks up in desperation, his voice cracking. Kitty, no, no, this is wrong, just run away. The agents don't lower their weapons, their muzzles trained directly on the teenage girl. Catherine Pride, you are under arrest, they shout, ignoring the principal's frantic cries to put the guns away. Kitty leans down toward Kenny, her voice dropping to a dangerous, icy whisper. Kenny, thing is, you forget, I used to be an X-Man. In a blur of motion, Kitty phases her hands through the agent's grip and grabs Kenny. I've been running circles around guys like these since my bat mitzvah. She yells as the floor begins to soften beneath them. The classroom floor becomes like water, and the two students sink through the solid tiles, vanishing before the agents can even pull their triggers. The remaining students erupt in cheers, fists pumping the air as their friend makes her daring escape. Go, Kitty, go, Johnny screams, a grin splitting his face. The principal watches the empty space where Kitty stood, his face pale with shock. She's on the move, I can't believe this. Go, 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 the agents bark, scrambling for the exits. Peter watches the chaos, his expression grim. He knows that while they escape the room, the real nightmare is only beginning. Deep below the school, the darkness is broken by a sudden splash as Kitty and Kenny tumble into the cold, murky waters of the sewer system. Kenny gasps for air, his mohawk dripping as he looks around the dank tunnel in disbelief. What? Are you okay? Where are we? Sewer, like under the school. Kitty stands tall, the glow of the sewer lights reflecting in her eyes. That was amazing, she says. Kenny stammers, his heart racing. I wasn't just doing it because I'm in love with you. Not in love, but have feelings. Kitty moves closer, her voice soft as she interrupts his rambling. I shouldn't have broken up with you. I'm going through some things. Kenny's eyes go wide as she asks, are we back together? Because I would like to be back together. She doesn't let him finish the sentence. She pulls him in, their lips meeting in a desperate, clinging kiss amidst the shadows of the underground. The world above is full of hate and soldiers, but here, for just a moment, they are just two teenagers holding on to each other. They pull apart slowly, both of them breathless. Wow, Kenny whispers. Yeah, wow, Kitty agrees, a small, sad smile on her face. The reality of their situation sets back in as they look at the dark tunnels stretching out before them. What do we do now? Are you going to run away? Kenny asks. I don't know, she admits. Her eyes harden again, the resolve returning. Let's go, she says, her voice firm and full of purpose. Hand in hand, the two of them run into the darkness, their silhouettes disappearing into the labyrinthine depths of New York City. Meanwhile, the doors to the Midtown High Auditorium are nearly bursting as an emergency, Tom meeting descends into a shouting match. Parents scream about federal agents with guns and the presence of mutants in their children's school. The crowd is a sea of angry faces, their voices blending into a cacophony of fear. What are you going to do about it? One father bellows, while others demand that the mutants be rounded up. Principal Sutras stands at the podium, looking exhausted and beleaguered as he tries to keep order. Please, everyone, just a moment and settle down so I can, he tries to say, but the shouts of who's responsible drown him out. The debate turns vicious as parents point fingers at heroes and government officials alike. Spider-Man's a hero, he's not a mutant. One woman argues, only to be met with a cynical says who. The principal has finally had enough. His face reddens and he roars over the crowd. How about you people sit down and shut your faces? The room falls into a stunned silence as he continues his outburst. I do have something to tell you, so sit your asses down. He takes a deep breath, standing alone in the spotlight on the stage. What happened today was unacceptable on every level. Federal agents came into this school with no appointment and took matters into their own hands. He looks out at the crowd, his eyes scanning the faces of the people he serves. Being a mutant in this country is a crime, and we, according to them, had a mutant in our school. He slams his fist down on the podium, the sound echoing through the hall. I am a principal, I am not the law, and neither are you. He places a hand over his heart, his voice shaking with genuine emotion. I was hired to teach your children, not teach them to punish those that are different. I didn't know what was going to happen today. I would never have allowed it, and I am sorry, truly sorry. The apology isn't enough for some. The shouting begins anew, parents threatening to sue everyone involved, their fear blinding them to his sincerity. He roars again, his voice cracking with the strain. Quiet. The audience settles back into a tense, uneasy silence as he stares them down, a man at the end of his rope. He gestures vaguely at the room. Go ahead and sue the school. I'll tell you a little something. The school is so underfunded. We're broke. Go ahead, sue us. Shut it down. Then what? He leans forward, his voice dropping to a low, accusing rumble. Instead of lashing out, I suggest all of us think about the fact that we live in a world where we are allowing things to get to this. He delivers the final blow with a look of pure conviction. What am I going to do about it? Me, personally? Well, I tendered my resignation. I stepped down, I quit. A collective gasp ripples through the crowd. He has walked away from his life's work, and the weight of that sacrifice hangs heavy in the air. He begins to walk away from the podium, but pauses for one last word. So the question I ask is, what are you going to do? Because if you think this is over, you are sorely mistaken. He points a finger directly at the parents. All it takes is anyone, to point the finger maybe at you, at your child, and no matter how special or good you might think your child is. He leaves them with one final, haunting thought. You're allowing others to decide for you. Be angry at yourselves. These children deserve better than what we're given them. Head bows as he finishes, the fire leaving his eyes. They deserve better than what we let happen to this world. Principal Sutras walks off the stage for the last time, his footsteps the only sound in the cavernous room. The parents sit in the dark, left to contemplate the wreckage of their own making as the man who protected their children departs. Later that evening, inside the Parker household, a voice echoes through the living room. Boy, we screwed that up altogether. Johnny, Bobby, and Gwen are huddled in the kitchen, their faces etched with regret. What did we do? Johnny asks defensively. We did nothing, Johnny. Nothing is bad, Peter snaps back, pacing the floor. Bobby Drake looks down at his hands, his ice powers humming beneath the surface. Worse for who? Johnny asks. Bobby, you came here to hide from this mutant crazy stuff. You're a mutant too, Peter reminds him sternly. Peter stops pacing and leans against the counter, his brow furrowed. If you went all X-Man, they would have figured out who you are and where you live. Fighting to fight is not always the answer. Johnny and Gwen look at him, the hopelessness of their situation weighing on them. What do we do now? Bobby asks softly. Peter looks up, a new light in his eyes. We find them and we help them. Moments later, Spiderman, Iceman, and the Human Torch are streaking through the night sky. Where do we start? Where are we? Johnny asks. Kitty's house, Peter replies grimly. They arrive at the Pride residence to find it transformed into a media circus. News, vans, and protesters line the street, their floodlights cutting through the darkness. The heroes hover on a nearby rooftop, watching the chaos below. Wait, did you see that? Iceman asks, his eyes widening. A massive explosion rocks the house, a pillar of smoke and debris erupting into the air as the front door is blasted inward. The heroes dive toward the carnage. I didn't do that, Johnny shouts in surprise as they descend into the smoke. Standing in the wreckage is a figure draped in red, her eyes glowing with a terrifying power. Run, you little pieces of $% she screams at the fleeing reporters. She stands amidst the flames, a vision of pure, unadulterated rage. It won't take anything away from she begins to snarl. Spider-Man swings down, trying to de-escalate the situation. Now let's everyone just calm down and whoa, he cries out as he's suddenly yanked through the air. Bobby catches Peter midair, sliding them both across an ice ramp. Gotcha, he yells. Yipes, I didn't miss, Peter gasps. No, you didn't, Bobby grunts. Bobby looks at the figure in red, his face pale with realization. You phased through her. Oh no, Kitty. Before he can react, a solid, heavy blow cracks against Bobby's face, sending shards of ice flying as he's knocked backward. Kitty stands over him, her face contorted with fury. What the hell do you think you're doing here? You're here to help me. A little late, don't you think? Johnny flies overhead, a trail of fire in his wake. Now that was totally uncalled for, he shouts. Oh, you shut up altogether, Kitty screams back at the himbo. Peter helps Bobby to his feet as the cold realization sets in. "You okay?" Peter asks. "No, that hurt, a lot," Bobby groans. Maybe she's been working out, or she's totally pissed, or both. Kitty turns her back on them, her red cloak billowing in the heat of the fires she's started. "Go away, I'm dead serious. Don't be in my life. You guys are not the kind of friends I need." Peter steps forward, his voice pleading. Hey, this isn't the way to go. Come on, we'll help you out of this. They want to see you like they see Magneto. Don't let them." Kitty turns her head, her eyes burning with a dark, dangerous conviction. "Magneto was right," she screams, the words striking like a physical blow. With another powerful strike, she sends Spider-Man stumbling back. "Oh, come on, Kitty," he groans, unable to believe how far she's fallen. She leaps through a shattered window, her movements fluid and superhuman as she disappears into the house. Inside, Kitty's mother sits in the darkness, her face buried in her hands. She doesn't even notice the spider-masked hero perched on the windowsill. She looks up, her eyes red from crying as she sees Spider-Man. "Help my daughter, help Kitty," she begs, her voice breaking. Johnny hovers outside, his flames illuminating the night. "Come on, just calm down. We do want to help you. We do," he shouts toward the building. Kitty emerges from the shadows again, her finger pointed like a weapon. "Yeah, then where were you when I needed it?" A sudden flash of light consumes the scene as she uses her powers in a way the boys have never seen before. The heroes are left standing in the wreckage, stunned and confused. Did you just kill her?" Johnny asks frantically. "Of course not," Peter replies. "Where did she learn to punch like that? That was new." Bobby looks at the spot where she was, his eyes full of fear for his friend. She never had that kind of power before, maybe she. Kitty's voice rings out from the darkness, full of a hard-earned confidence. "It's called training. I train myself." She steps into the light, explaining her evolution. "I can make myself intangible, so I wonder if I can focus it the other way, and I can." She mocks their attempts to soothe her. "Just calm down, really? That's the answer to the world's problems." Her rage boils over into a final rejection. "Now I see you're just another piece of crap human who, when push comes to shove, treats mutants like $% Well, percent you, and that's that." Bobby tries to reach her one last time. "Kits, you're talking crazy. I'm a mutant. I'm on your—" She cuts him off with a look of pure betrayal. "And you of all people, Bobby." She turns away, leaving the three heroes standing in the ruins of her front yard. "She's lost it," Johnny whispers. "She's gone nuts." Kitty looks back one last time, her expression unreadable. "Okay, fine, I'm the bad guy. So what? What are you going to do? What's the plan?" She vanishes into the darkness for good, leaving Peter to look at her mother, who is still crying in the window of the broken home. Johnny points to a manhole cover nearby. "There," he says, sensing where she went. Johnny uses his heat to melt the metal cover away, the iron glowing bright orange as it dissolves. Bobby prepares to lead the way into the depths, his hand coated in a thick layer of ice. Spider-Man jumps into the hole with a loud splash. "Yeah, I could have just lifted it up," he mutters to himself. The three heroes descend into the dark water of the sewer, the light from Johnny's flames the only thing keeping the darkness at bay. You," Johnny groans. They land in the muck and look around the cavernous tunnels. "Nuts," Peter says, the scope of the search hitting him. Peter calls out into the darkness, his voice echoing off the stone walls. "Kitty, hey, if you're there, if you can hear me, I love you, we all do, and we do want to help you, we just didn't know how." He continues his plea, hoping his words reach her wherever she's hiding. "You can get past this. I know how you feel. I do. Don't let them get to you. Don't let this turn you." Bobby adds his own voice to the effort. "What would Charles Xavier do, Kit?" But Johnny just sighs. "Come on, guys. Leave her alone. That's what she said she wanted." The tunnels remain silent, the only sound the slow drip of water and the distant hum of the city above. Kitty is gone. Deep in the most isolated part of the sewers, Kitty huddles against a stone wall, her red cloak wrapped around her as she sobs in the absolute dark. The scene shifts back to the video footage of the classroom arrest, the grainy image playing on a laptop screen in a dark room. Mary Jane Watson sits in front of the screen, her eyes fixed on the footage. Behind her, a dark silhouette looms. Oh my God, MJ, is that what I think it is? Gwen Stacy stands over her, shock written all over her face. You filmed it, you filmed it? MJ looks up, still processing what she's done. I didn't even know I was doing it. It was all instinct or... Gwen looks at the screen with a mixture of awe and fear. MJ, this is a national news story, and you have the only footage. You just got into any college in the world. The next morning, Aunt May stands in her kitchen, her face set in a hard, uncompromising line. No more superheroes, she declares firmly. The household is in a state of quiet shock. What? Peter asks. Just for now, Peter, May clarifies. As in we shouldn't be superheroes anymore? Peter asks. For now, she repeats. Johnny Storm scoffs, his youthful arrogance clashing with May's authority. Says who, Aunt May? Says me, Johnny Storm, and you're living under my roof and that means I am the law. Gwen sits at the table, picking at a muffin, her mind clearly elsewhere. Any word from Kitty? She asks quietly. Aunt May sighs, her concern for all of them evident. No, and that's my point. Things are touchy. Your school is in an honest-to-God upheaval. Your principal is gone, which means you're getting a new one any day. She places a hand on Peter's arm. And if I may, you guys have been a little cavalier with your superhero activities in and around school, and we can't have any more slip-ups or near misses. Johnny grabs a soda from the fridge, still looking skeptical. What if we do our superhero thing, like in the city, away from school? May doesn't budge. What if you just settle down and go about your day and do your homework? Gwen looks at Johnny with a pointed expression. You did say you were here to live a normal life. Bobby stands by the window, his voice full of worry. We should look for Kitty. Johnny shrugs, trying to hide his own anxiety with a casual remark. We did, Bobby, and we found her, exactly, and she told us to bliff-blap. Right, I think. Bobby turns back to the room, his eyes flash with a moment of anger. So we just give up on her. Peter rubs his tired eyes, the exhaustion of the previous night finally catching up to him. No, but what should we do? Gwen tries to be the voice of reason. She'll come around, Kenny's with her, they'll figure it out. Bobby isn't convinced, his imagination running wild. Or she'll join some brotherhood of evil mutants and come here and kill us in our sleep. Peter looks at Bobby with a mixture of pity and annoyance. Were you always this paranoid? Who told you I was paranoid? Did someone tell you that? Bobby snaps back. Bobby throws up his hands in mock surrender. Are you joking right now? Peter just shakes his head. Yeah, no good. A little intense. I'm still workshopping it, Bobby admits. Aunt May brings the conversation back to the task at hand. So, we all agree, no costumes, no powers for now. She adds a final warning, her eyes sharp. And, just FYI, I do have what you kids call the internets, and I will know if you broke your promise here and used your powers somewhere else. Johnny groans, his dramatic side taking over. What if there's a fire and I'm the only thing standing in the way of any? Lord, Gwen exclaims, rolling her eyes. Bobby sighs, looking at his empty wallet. We need to get jobs, man, I am out of money. There's an idea, Aunt May says encouragingly. Bobby looks at her blankly. Where can I get a job, though? I have no experience, I have no job skills. Peter pipes up with an unexpected suggestion. They're hiring where I work. They are? Bobby asks, a glimmer of hope appearing. Cut to Midtown's local fast food joint, Burger Frog. Peter and Bobby are standing behind the counter, both wearing bright green froghead hats that look absolutely ridiculous. Because it sucks? The caption reads as Peter asks a customer, Can I take your order? Johnny and Gwen walk in, and Johnny can't help but burst into laughter. Oh, my God, he chuckles, while Gwen just sighs, Stop it, Johnny. Peter and Bobby both glare at their friends, their expressions identical masks of misery. Can I take your order? Bobby asks, his voice tight with forced politeness. Johnny leans over the counter, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Let's see, do you have any dignity? No, it looks like you're all out. Bobby closes his eyes, his voice a low, painful whisper. I used to be an X-Man. Johnny just grins, relishing every second of their humiliation. Suddenly, Bobby's expression changes from misery to a strange, satisfied smirk. Johnny looks at him, confused. What did you just do? Bobby's grin widens as he delivers the punchline. I just froze your underpants. Johnny's eyes go wide as he suddenly clutches his waist, his face contorting in pain. Why would you ow? Where's the men's room? He gasps, hobbling away while MJ watches him with a look of pure confusion. Mary Jane walks up to the counter, her face serious. No, I actually need to talk to both of you. Peter looks at her, the humor of the moment vanishing instantly as Bobby adds a dramatic doon done in the background. Later that day, the three of them are gathered around MJ's laptop again, the footage of Kitty's arrest playing once more. Please, this can't not in front of the other students, the principal's recorded voice pleads. Peter and Bobby watch the screen, their faces grave. You were filming it? Peter asks. I'm part of the school newscast. I have a camera. I turned it on. Obviously, I didn't know it was going to turn into all this. MJ explains, her voice full of worry. The group moves to a local coffee shop to discuss their next move in private. That's what I wanted to talk to you guys about. What should I do with it? MJ asks. Sell it for a lot of money, Bobby suggests instantly. No, Peter and MJ both reply. MJ looks at Peter, seeking his guidance. What should I do, Peter? I don't want to hurt Kitty or Kong any more than they're hurting. But it is news, and I think, honestly, it shows Principal Sutras to be in the right. The guy lost his job, and he didn't do anything. Peter stares into his coffee, his mind racing as he tries to find a path that doesn't lead to more pain. MJ and Bobby start arguing about the ethics of the situation. What are you doing? Bobby asks Peter. I'm thinking, Peter replies shortly. What did you think I was doing? Peter looks up, a decision finally made. I know who to talk to about this. Give me your phone. Cut to the bustling, high-tech offices of the New Daily Bugle. The room is a maze of monitors and busy journalists, the air alive with the sound of typing and phone calls. Peter and MJ walk through the office, looking like two small fish in a very large pond. This is the New Daily Bugle, MJ says, her voice full of awe. Meh, I like the old one better, Peter replies, his eyes scanning the room for a familiar face. They continue their debate as they head toward the back of the room. You're too young to be nostalgic, MJ teases. I'm an old soul, Peter counters with a smirk. You don't even shave, she points out. I do, not every day. They finally reach the desk of Ben Urich, the veteran reporter. Hey kid. Hey Mr. Urich, this is my Peter starts, but Ben just looks at him with a tired grin. You look different. Oh yeah, puberty, how'd that work out for you? Jury's still out, Peter mutters. Peter introduces Mary Jane. This is Mary Jane Watson. Ben looks at her, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Have we met? Yeah, she used to come pick me up when I worked here, Peter starts, but Ben just waves him off. You were some sort of a cub reporter. Yeah. Ben looks at the phone MJ has handed him, his expression turning serious as he watches the footage. Not for publication /. Then why are you showing it to me? He asks, his eyes narrowed behind his glasses. Peter steps forward, his voice full of a hard-earned conviction. Because we don't know what to do, we're coming to you for journalistic principles. Ben stands up and puts an arm around Peter's shoulder, leading them away from the prying eyes of the other reporters. Then, let's get away from Jameson, he says quietly. They huddle around a monitor in a more private corner, the image of Kitty's arrest frozen on the screen. I've been running circles around guys like these since my bat mitzvah, the recorded Kitty declares. Ben looks at the footage with a mixture of professional interest and personal concern. Wow, you actually have something, he admits. We wouldn't have bothered you if we didn't, Peter replies firmly. Inside the flickering amber light of a New York City taxi, the man wearing Peter Parker's face looks out the window, admitting to himself that he doesn't know the first thing about the boy whose life he's stolen. He knows the basics, the high school, the secret powers, but the soul of the kid remains a mystery. He glances at Mary Jane Watson, noting how she seems so overwhelmed by her feelings that she can't even bring herself to look at him. He wonders if this is truly what love looks like, or if it's just the weight of Peter's drama finally breaking her. Mary Jane stares ahead, her expression unreadable as she whispers, I feel good. I feel clean. It's a confession of relief, though she doesn't realize she's talking to a monster. The imposter leans in, trying to play the part of the supportive boyfriend as they discuss Kitty Pryde's story and the excitement of the newsroom. Being a reporter? He asks, testing the waters of a future he plans to exploit. Sure, she responds, the distance between them growing with every word. He reaches out, his hand touching her face with a predatory gentleness that Peter would never use. Mary Jane looks up, a small escaping her lips as the atmosphere in the cab shifts from awkward to dangerous. Without warning, he lunges forward, pulling her into a sudden, aggressive kiss that catches her completely off guard. The city lights blur behind them, but the passion is entirely one-sided. Lips press against hers, a desperate attempt to solidify his hold on Peter's reality. But a kiss is more than just a physical act, and something feels fundamentally wrong to the girl who knows Peter's heart better than anyone. Her eyes remain open, staring into the dark, a cold realization beginning to dawn in the back of her mind. She shoves him back, her breathing ragged as she demands, "Why did you do that?" He looks at her with a feigned confusion, stammering, "I thought you wanted to." She recoils as if she's been struck, her hands going to her chest as she screams, "Peter." "That was so mean. What is the matter with you?" she cries out, her voice cracking with betrayal. He scoffs, leaning back into the shadows. "Oh, please." She glares at him, the hurt in her eyes turning to a sharp, burning anger. "Go to hell," she snarls. "You didn't want to?" he asks with a smirk that isn't Peter's. The tension in the taxi reaches its breaking point as Mary Jane shouts for the driver to stop. "Please pull over," she yells, while the driver nervously reminds her they are currently on the bridge. He reaches out a hand to stop her, but she's already scrambling for the door, calling him a stupid girl under his breath while she screams back, "How could you?" "What did you just say?" she demands, her face pale. He doesn't look at her, simply stating, "You heard me." She stares at him, truly seeing the stranger behind the mask for the first time, her mouth agape in horror. The taxi door slams shut as she abandons him on the side of the road, leaving the imposter alone with a simple "oops" whispered to the empty air. The driver watches her walk away into the darkness before asking, "You want me to just keep driving?" The imposter doesn't hesitate. "Absolutely." He sits back, adjusting his shirt and realizing that his performance wasn't as flawless as he thought. Guess that wasn't Parker's girlfriend, he muses to himself. He checks the address on a small card, his lip curling in disgust. Hey, Queens, kill me now, we're going to Queens." Night has fully claimed the quiet streets of Forest Hills as the yellow cab pulls up to a modest, two-story house. This is the heart of Peter Parker's world, and the intruder is about to step inside. The driver offers to drop him at his door, but the imposter just wants to get away from any witnesses. "That'll be $44, the driver says, to which the man asks if he has change. The driver turns back with a smirk. "For what?" The response is cold and final, "Your life." The imposter looks down at a thick stack of cash, the spoils of his new identity. It's more money than Peter Parker has ever seen at once. He stands before the mailbox, the name Parker written in simple letters next to a hand-painted flower. He covers his eyes, perhaps realizing the magnitude of the lie he's living. He looks up at the house, his internal monologue full of contempt. "This is where you live, Parker, with all your power. If this is the best you can do with what you have, you're an idiot." The front door creaks open, and the man steps into the warm, domestic light, his eyes darting around to assess his new surroundings. The house is far from empty. From the living room, he hears a voice calling out, "Hey, brother, hey, what's going on?" As he finds Bobby Drake lounging on the couch, eating ice cream with a remote in hand. Aunt May descends the stairs, her presence commanding but kind. "Robert, have you finished your homework?" she asks. "Ignore the imposter for a moment." "I'm pacing myself," Bobby retorts without looking up. Aunt May turns her attention to him, kissing him on the forehead. "Hi, sweetie, your mail is up on your attic desk." The imposter stands frozen, his mind reeling. Pretty old to be Parker's mom. What? She had him when she was 50. He rubs his head, focusing on the only lead he has. "Attic," she said, "attic, attic." He watches her walk away, a magazine in hand, feeling like an alien in a world of suburban normalcy. The stairs feel like a mountain he has to climb to find the truth. He walks through the hallway. He passes a wall covered in family photos. Peter's life is laid out in frames, weddings, childhood smiles, moments of joy, and the intruder realizes he's stepped into a fortress of memories. Suddenly, a door bursts open and Johnny Storm, shirtless and sweating, yells into his phone. "Come on, Sue. That's not fair. Stop yelling at me." Johnny looks at the imposter, his frustration boiling over. "She's been yelling at me for 22 minutes. No joke." The imposter just stares. "What did you do?" Johnny ignores the question, continuing his argument as he storms down the hall. The imposter watches him go, more confused than ever. What the hell is the dynamic in this wacky house? He continues up the stairs, his mind racing to fill in the gaps. The woman is clearly his grandmother. Maybe his parents died. Is this a foster home? Where's the damn attic? He spots a small, stuffed spider hanging from a string, a childish memento that seems out of place in a hero's home. He stops in front of a ceiling hatch, the spider dangling right in front of his face. He's found it. He pulls the cord, and the heavy wooden ladder unfolds, descending from the ceiling like a gateway to Peter Parker's deepest secrets. He peeks his head over the edge, a soft "huh" escaping him as he sees the inner sanctum of the amazing Spider-Man. The attic is a chaotic mess of science equipment, old boxes, and pizza cartons. A large shadow of a dragon wing hangs on the wall. Who the hell lives like this? He wonders, stepping into the cramped space. He picks up copies of Scientific America and Wired, tossing them aside with a sneer. Nerd. He approaches the desk, his eyes scanning the clutter for anything useful, any password or clue that might give him full control over Peter's digital life. The monitor glows in the dark room as he sits down, the silhouette of a fake hero trying to unlock the legacy of a real one. The screen flashes a single, demanding word, password. His hands hover over the keyboard, his confidence wavering for a split second. He winces, his face tightening as he realizes he's hit a wall. Of course, damn. Frustrated, he pulls out his own phone, the buttons clicking rapidly in the silence of the attic. He needs help, and he needs it now. "Hi, it's me," he says into the phone, his eyes fixed on the blank monitor. "I'm in my new home. Queens, I know you." Voice is cold as he updates his contact. "This kid is someone worth more to us than J. Jonah Jameson. How's the real Parker doing? He's out, and he'll stay out." He leans back, a dark smile playing on his lips. "They are both out cold for the next couple of days. I'll have to make do with what I have here." A high school flashback nightmare. He hears a noise and abruptly ends the call. "I gotta go." Gwen Stacy stands in the doorway, a smirk on her face and a familiar spark in her eyes. "Hey, Tiger," she says softly. He turns, caught off guard. "Hey, you." She walks into the room, leaning against a chest while he sits at the desk. "You didn't come and say hi to me," she pouts. "I didn't know you were here," he stammers, trying to keep the mask from slipping. Gwen leans down and kisses him on the cheek, asking about his day and his meeting with MJ. He lies effortlessly, saying they seemed uber excited about the story. "Uber?" she repeats, confused. She looks him in the eye, a playful suspicion in her voice. "You have never in your life said Uber." He tries to play it off. "I'm taking it for a spin." She leans in for another kiss, whispering, "So cute." But his mind is elsewhere, wondering, who is this? Is this his sister? Cousin? What is going on in this house? He pulls back, his face clouded. "Did something happen with MJ?" Gwen asks, her tone turning serious. "Well, yes," he begins, playing with fire. He tells her that MJ tried to kiss him. Gwen's eyes narrow. "Are you kidding me? Why would she do that?" He shrugs. I just don't know." Gwen's shock turns to pure fury as she stands up, the betrayal of her friend cutting deep. She begins to pace, her voice rising in anger. "What about $? After all the effort I made to stay friends with her?" He tries to calm her, but she's far past listening. She looks at him with a mix of pity and frustration. "I know nothing happened because you're like the best guy in the world, but man, that is so dishonest." She storms out of the room, her silhouette disappearing into the hallway. "Come back," he calls out half-heartedly, while May's voice drifts up from downstairs. "Gwen, sweetie, what is it?" A door slams shut below, the sound echoing through the attic like a gunshot. The imposter is alone again, the chaos he's sown already beginning to grow. He kicks his feet up on the chest, looking around at the mess that is Peter's life. Well, whoever that was, you weave some crazy web up here in your little attic, but who are you? The next morning, the group of teenagers walks down the street toward Midtown High. Johnny complains about the huge step down in lifestyle, while the others remind him they promised Aunt May they'd lay low. The imposter walks among them, his face a mask of boredom, until Bobby points toward a crowd. Hey, what's going on over there? Gwen lowers her sunglasses, her eyes widening as she takes in the scene on the street corner. Whoa. A police line has been established around a yellow taxi. Officers and investigators swarm the vehicle, the flashing red and blue lights casting a grim glow over the neighborhood. The teenagers stand frozen. Should we do something? Bobby asks, but the imposter just keeps walking. The cops have it, he says coldly. He looks back over his shoulder, a dark, knowing smirk on his face as he realizes the trail of blood he's left behind is already being found. The hallways of Midtown High are a cacophony of noise and bad smells. The imposter walks through the throng of students, his internal monologue full of bile. High school, I don't remember it smelling like a sock. Good luck on your future failure. He watches the students pass, mocking their haircuts and their mundane lives. And you will all fail, all of you. Okay, Peter Parker, with your house full of strangers and your powers and your drama. He spots Mary Jane in the distance, her face pale as she avoids him. Come on, who are you? What's the secret? He thinks, his eyes locked onto her. Mary Jane clutches her books to her chest, her eyes darting around as if she's being hunted. She knows something is wrong, even if she can't name it yet. She breaks into a run, her pink bag swinging as she flees down the hall, desperate to escape the shadow of the boy who used to be her best friend. The imposter watches her go, his eyes narrowed in a dangerous, analytical gaze. He's not done with her yet. Suddenly, his path is blocked as Flash Thompson slams a locker shut right in his face. And that's why I always use A, the jock begins, full of arrogant swagger. Flash leans in, a smug grin on his face. Come on, Parker, how many times I gotta tell you I don't like you like that? He teases, while MJ watches from the background, terrified. A hand reaches out, moving with a speed and strength that Flash is completely unprepared for. The imposter's hand locks around Flash's wrist, the jock's grin faltering as he feels the crushing pressure of a superhuman grip. With a sudden, violent movement, the imposter slams Flash against the lockers, the sound of metal buckling echoing through the hall. "Og!" Flash cries out, the air leaving his lungs. He leans in close to the terrified boy, his voice a low, terrifying hiss. "Remind me, what's your name again?" The crowd gasps as the imposter lifts Flash by the throat. "You've known me since the first grade," Flash stammers. The man just stares. "Humor me." "You sexually confused, future used tire salesman. If you ever, I mean ever, touch me again, I will kill you." Flash groans in pain, his face turning a dark shade of red as he tries to pull away. "Get the hell out." The imposter doesn't let go, his eyes cold and unblinking. "And I'm not being coy, you hear me? I will come into your house and I will kill you." He releases him, watching as Flash crumples to the floor. "Be gone, haircut," he orders, as a stunned Gwen Stacy watches from the side. "What the hell? I mean, what the hell?" The imposter walks away, adjusting his backpack with a smirk. "That one was on me, Parker. You're welcome." Gwen stands alone in the hallway, her sunglasses hiding her eyes as she tries to process the sudden, brutal transformation of Peter Parker. In the school library, surrounded by posters for musicals and student studies, Mary Jane tries to focus on her work, her hands still shaking from the encounter in the hall. "There you are," a voice says from behind her. She jumps in her seat, a sharp "yee" escaping her as the imposter looms over her. "Are you still mad?" he asks, leaning against the table with a casual, mocking air. "Are you going to apologize?" she demands. "For what?" She stands up, her frustration boiling over. "What has gotten into you? Seriously, why are you mad?" He just smiles. "Okay, what do you think of when you think of me?" He leans in, his face inches from hers, his eyes searching for the one thing he hasn't been able to find. Come on, little girl, let it slip. Tell me the Peter Parker secret. You know it. I know you know it. Mary Jane looks down, her voice small and filled with a growing grief. Up until last night, I thought you were the perfect person. I really did. Perfect? He asks, a genuine note of confusion in his voice. What made me perfect? She shakes her head, gathering her things to leave. The fact that, after all you've done, you even have to ask is what I like about you. I'm serious. He stops her, his tone turning sharp. My turn. Why did you kiss me yesterday? You didn't answer me. Why do you like me? She looks at him, her expression hardening as she realizes that the person standing in front of her isn't the boy she loves. Puh, high school. In a final, desperate act, she pulls him into a kiss, a test of his identity that only she can perform. The kiss ends abruptly as the other students watch in shock. One whispers. Johnny Storm just mutters a single word, dude. MJ pulls away, her face etched with a silent horror as the group stands in the middle of the crowded hallway. What's going on? Bobby asks, looking between the two. MJ just stares at the floor, whispering, oh man. Johnny turns to the imposter. Aren't you going to go after her? She's your girlfriend. The man just shrugs. Probably was. He watches her walk away, his internal thoughts cold and calculating. Parker lives in the same house as his girlfriend? Who gets to do that? Well, at least it's not his sister or his cousin. Johnny and Bobby exchange a worried glance. Huh, crazy, Johnny mutters, the first cracks appearing in their trust of Peter Parker. Mary Jane walks away, her hand over her mouth, her world finally shattering as she realizes the truth. Later that evening, the imposter returns to the Parker house, his backpack heavy as he steps into the quiet hallway. Hello, he calls out. In here, Aunt May's voice replies from the kitchen, her tone sharp and uninviting. He enters the kitchen to find May standing by the counter, her arms crossed and her face set in a grim expression. This is the way I raised you? To treat women like this? He looks at her with a bored, arrogant expression. Shut up, old bag hippie, he thinks, while asking her what Gwen said. May points a finger at him, her voice trembling with anger. When I told you kids to put the costumes away, I wasn't saying it so you'd have time to destroy your personal lives. I was telling you because the world's a dangerous place for people like you right now. He looks up, his interest finally piqued. Costumes, he repeats to himself, the pieces of the puzzle finally falling into place. He ignores her, turning and heading straight for the stairs as she yells after him. Excuse me. Not done talking, she screams, but he's already gone, his mind focused on the one treasure he hasn't found yet. He bursts back into the attic, scanning the room with a new, frantic energy. He's close, he can feel it. He looks at the computer, the science notes, the clutter, searching for the one thing a costumed person would hide. He spots the pizza boxes and old clothes, his eyes narrowing as he realizes he's been looking at it the whole time. Gaze settles on the large, heavy wooden chest he's been using as a footrest. He clears the clutter off the top, the old wood creaking as he prepares to force it open. He jams a screwdriver into the lock, the metal groaning under the pressure of his enhanced strength. With a sharp sound of breaking metal, the lock snaps. He flings the lid open, his face illuminated by a sudden internal triumph. Inside the chest, nestled among high-tech gadgets and metal canisters, lies the red and blue suit of the amazing Spider-Man. The eyes of the mask stare back at him, empty and cold. He reaches in, pulling the suit out and holding it up like a trophy. He's not just Peter Parker anymore, he's something far more powerful. He pulls out his phone, a simple boop, sounding in the quiet attic as he makes the most important call of his new life. Never doubt me again, he says with a dark, triumphant grin. Face it, Tiger, we just hit the jackpot. In the darkness of an alleyway, a figure begins to pull a red and blue mask over their face. I am not Spider-Man, the thoughts echo, but the world won't be able to tell the difference. The imposter stands in the shadows, looking down at the suit with contempt. Costumes? I don't wear costumes. Only a stupid person would be stupid enough to let that happen when so much is at stake. He examines the wrist-mounted device, a look of genuine surprise crossing his face as he fires a single strand of webbing. A web shooter. He invented webbing and he invented a shooter for it, he muses, the webbing sticking to a nearby wall. It's damn brilliant, really. Admiration quickly turns back to mockery. A smart person would have turned himself into the president of 3M with something like this, instead of keeping it to himself and using it to swing around the city. He launches a line onto a nearby flagpole, the sound of the webbing connecting with wood sharp in the night air. Idiot. He takes a running leap off the roof, plummeting toward the street below before the web catches him. Okay, he gasps as he swings through the air for the first time. The sensation of flying is intoxicating, but his lack of experience shows as he flails wildly through the sky. He slams hard against a brick wall, the impact rattling his bones. Whump echoes through the alley as he clings to the masonry. He hangs there, tangled in his own webbing as people watch from a nearby window. Okay, so that's not as easy as it. He takes another leap, his movements slightly more controlled this time. One more try. He begins to find the rhythm of the swing, the red and blue blur of Spider-Man returning to the New York City skyline, but with a far darker purpose. Below him, the city is a sea of lights and motion, unaware that their hero has been replaced by a wolf in Spider's clothing. He peeks over the edge of a rooftop, a single, guttural RRR escaping him as he prepares for his next move. He lands roughly on another roof, a sharp "og," showing that his body is still adjusting to the physical toll of being a hero. He crouches on the ledge, his red and blue form silhouetted against the city. Okay, that's not as easy as it looks. He pulls the mask up just enough to reveal his face, sweating and determined. Hey, I have powers, Parker, but your powers are much more interesting than mine. Peter Parker. He should be waking up right about now. In the cold, damp darkness of an abandoned warehouse, the real Peter Parker's head hangs low, his face battered and bloodied. A voice calls out from the shadows, echoing off the concrete walls. Who are you? Peter doesn't respond, a single drop of blood falling from his lip as he struggles against the ropes that bind him to a chair. Hey, the voice demands again, sharper this time. Peter slowly lifts his head, his eyes swollen and glazed with pain. He finds himself tied up across from J. Jonah Jameson, the man who has spent his life trying to ruin Spider-Man. I know you, right? Jameson asks, his voice surprisingly calm. You're Peter Parker. You used to work for me. Jameson looks at the boy, a rare moment of concern in his eyes. Why are we here? Where are we? Peter just stares, his mind a fog of pain. I don't know. Why did you attack me in the parking lot? Peter asks, the memory of the ambush finally coming back to him. Jameson looks confused. What parking lot? Of the Daily Bugle, Peter clarifies, his voice weak. Jameson shakes his head firmly. I didn't. You did, you beat me up and you, Peter insists, his frustration rising. Kid, I didn't, it was someone else. Kid, you tied up, yes, so am I, do the math. Peter closes his eyes, the weight of the situation finally beginning to sink in. They've both been played. This is a trick, this is some kind of, he thinks, his eyes snapping open. Something's wrong, something's weird and something's wrong. Jameson looks toward the shadows at the end of the room. How long have we hello? Hello, he shouts, his voice echoing into the darkness as the silence of the warehouse threatens to swallow them whole. From behind a grimy window, a single figure watches them, their silhouette cold and unmoving as they observe their prisoners. Why are you here? Jameson asks the darkness, his bravado finally beginning to fail him. Peter looks toward the same darkness, his voice a whisper. I have no idea. Jameson scoffs, trying to find a reason for his capture. No, there has to be a reason. I know why I'm here. I'm famous. I'm rich. I'm a kidnapping target. I'm exactly the kind of fellow you would try to kidnap. I'm New York famous. He looks over at Peter, his lip curling. You're not that famous, but you're just a kid. Peter doesn't respond, his gaze fixed on a point in the shadows that seems to be moving. Suddenly, a muffled MMRR sounds from behind Peter as someone tightens the ropes around his wrists. Jameson stares into the darkness, his face hardening as the figure finally steps into the dim light. The figure leans forward, their voice a cold, terrifying rasp. I know who you are. Peter looks up, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and recognition as he stares into the face of his captor. I know who you are, the stranger repeats, the words hanging in the air like a death sentence. Peter winces, his face twisted in pain. "Shut up," he whispers, his strength failing him. "I know who you," the figure begins again, but Peter cuts them off. "Shut up, they may be listening," he warns, his eyes darting toward the ceiling. Jameson looks around, his voice trembling. "Who may be listening?" Peter's voice is a low, desperate hiss. "Whoever put us here." "Do it, power up. Do whatever it is you do and get us out of here," Jameson orders. Peter grunts, struggling against his bonds. "I'm trying. I'm having trouble. I think they drugged us. I feel drugged. Fuzzy." The captor stares at them, a look of genuine disbelief on their face. "I can't believe it. I can't believe it was you this entire time, right under my nose." "Shut up," Peter yells, his anger finally breaking through the drug-induced haze. "This is the story of the decade. Right under my nose," the stranger muses, ignoring Peter's outburst. Peter glares at them, his eyes burning with a defiance that even the drug can't completely extinguish. Outside, the night is alive with the sound of sirens as police cruisers race through the rainy streets. "This is Captain Frank Quaid. We are en route. We have another call from a hostage. He has left his phone open. Over." The captain pulls out a megaphone, his voice booming over the roar of the engines. "This is Captain Quaid of Brooklyn PD. Let any and all hostages go, and we will be more than happy to talk you out of there." The scene outside the warehouse is a storm of activity. Police and SWAT teams surround the building, while a silhouette inside the warehouse begins to stuff cash into a bag. "Anyone ID him for sure? Something's happening." Inside, the thief looks at the huddled hostages, his voice full of cruel amusement. "You hear that, everyone? He thinks I should let you go. Let's take a vote. See if that works." With a sudden, violent movement, the figure crashes through a skylight, showering the police below with glass and bills. "Heads up! Big-time superhero coming through," he shouts, a red and blue blur in the night sky. The crowd below watches in stunned silence as their hero flees the scene of a crime, the money falling like snow around them. "That was him, for sure. Say it ain't so, kid. Aw, that kills me." In a montage of his greatest hits, the imposter is shown robbing banks, assaulting citizens, and leaving a trail of destruction in Peter Parker's wake. He stands among the webbing of his lies, a bag of stolen cash in his hand, a phone pressed to his ear. "It's interesting," the person on the other end of the phone says. "Jameson just figured out the kid's secret, and the old man's becoming less valuable to us by the second. Baby, I just made more in one night than we were ever going to scam off of Jameson," the imposter Peter responds, his voice full of arrogance. "How much? How?" the voice asks, as the imposter stands silhouetted against the city lights. "People saw him. Pretty sure this is the worst day in Spider-Man's life. I guarantee it's the lead story already." On a laptop screen nearby, a news anchor confirms his prediction. Day few thought would ever come, but the young hero known as Spider-Man has apparently started a one-man crime wave. The imposter looks at the screen, a single cold word escaping his lips. "Boom." "I heard it, that's hilarious," the partner responds. "I told you to lay off that MGH stuff, you sound weird." "I'm crashing, I'll be okay, I just need another hit." The imposter walks through the dark warehouse, his mask removed. "When you see what I'm bringing you, what do I do with Jameson and the kid? The kid, keep around. The kid is useful. The kid is dangerous." He looks up at the ceiling, helicopters circling overhead. "We have to find out more of what he knows that we don't. There's more gold in that there hill. You're pushing your luck." "Our luck? I'm pushing our luck," he corrects, his hand reaching for another dose of the drug that fuels his power. The partner's face is shown in close-up, a dark, sinister resolve in their eyes. "And Jameson, get rid of him. But wait, hold on. Do it smart. Do it so it gets the Parker kid talking." Back in the warehouse, the tied-up Peter screams at his captor, his voice full of desperate rage. "Shut up." The intruder stands between Peter and Jameson, the silhouette of a monster in the dark. "This is the story of the decade, right under my nose." Peter glares at him, the blood from his wounds mixing with the sweat on his face. He's cornered, and he knows it. A sharp creak-clunk echoes through the room as a door is unbolted. "Oh," Jameson gasps, his eyes wide with fear. Peter looks toward the door, his breath hitching as a new threat emerges from the shadows. A woman stands in the doorway, her silhouette elegant and terrifying against the bright light. "Some night," she says softly. "Yeah, I was thinking of going to Central Park and playing frisbee football. You want in?" Peter quips, his spirit still unbroken despite the drugs. "Maybe," she responds, her voice full of a dark promise. "We'll see how we're all feeling about each other after we're done with this conversation." Jameson shouts, "I demand to know who you are." "Sure, that seems reasonable," she says, stepping closer to him. "But this isn't about you anymore, Mr. Jameson." "Thing is, I'm kind of having the same problem," Peter says, his voice low. "I have no idea who you are or what you want from me, or us." "What we want everything we can get our hands on," she explains, leaning over Peter. "The who is a little harder to describe. Try me." She stands fully revealed in the light, a woman in a red corset and striped stockings, a blank mask covering her face. "We're somewhat of a chameleon," she says with a chilling calm. Peter looks up at her, the realization of who she represents finally hitting him. "We." He lets out a muffled MMRR. As he struggles again, the sheer malice of her presence more effective than any drug. "My brother and I," she continues, her voice drifting into a low, predatory growl. She steps behind Jameson, placing a hand on his shoulder as if they were old friends. "Peter," she whispers into the old man's ear. Jameson looks up at her in horror, his eyes darting toward the gold-plated pistol in her hand. "What are you?" Snap, snap goes the sound of Peter's fingers as his internal power begins to flicker back to life, but he's still too slow. She looks over at Peter, her mask hiding any emotion. "Whoever I need to be." She presses the gun against Jameson's temple, her voice turning sharp and command-like. "Pay attention, this is for your benefit." "What is this? What do you want from me?" Jameson screams. "I told you, don't worry about it, this isn't about you anymore, it's about Peter." Peter's eyes go wide, a guttural "no," escaping him as the finality of the moment hangs in the air. The muzzle flash lights up the room for a split second, the sound of the gunshot final, and deafening as Jameson's head snaps back. Peter stares in absolute horror, the sight of the murder breaking something inside him that no villain ever could. "Now," she says, standing over the fallen editor with a casual indifference that is more terrifying than the act itself. Peter's face is a mask of grief and shock, his mind unable to process the brutality he's just witnessed. "Let's talk about the world according to Peter Parker. The amazing Spider-Man," the other imposter says, pointing his own gun directly into the camera as the scene fades to black. Back in the Parker living room, the news report continues its relentless assault on Peter's character. Day few thought would ever come, but the young hero known as Spider-Man has apparently started a one-man crime wave. Aunt May can only gasp, "Oh my God." The household is in a state of shock. "I told you something was wrong with him," Johnny mutters. "Maybe he's just had it and is taking a little for himself," Bobby suggests, only to be told to shut up by May. "He wouldn't do that, Bobby. Both of you stop it." Aunt May stands tall, her fear replaced by a cold, grandmotherly resolve as Bobby's form turns to ice and Johnny's hair bursts into flame. "That's not my Peter. You suit up and you go find whoever this person is who's doing this to my family. And you find Peter and you bring him home to me." "Yes, ma'am," they respond in unison, to be continued. In the cold, industrial shadows of a Queens alleyway, an imposter clad in the iconic red and blue of Spider-Man leans against a delivery truck. He's gasping for air, his mask pulled up just enough to breathe. "Oh my God, I'm so tired. I'm shaky tired, the imposter mutters to himself as he stares at the loot. He maneuvers a wheelbarrow overflowing with gold bars through the debris, his greed momentarily outweighing his exhaustion. "This is 50 times a better plan than anything we would have ever thought of on our own. Oh man, I'm dizzy. He whispers, his hands trembling against the rusted handles. The imposter stares at a small vial in his hand, the blue liquid catching the dim streetlights like a siren's call. He knows he promised to stop using the mutant growth hormone, but the lure of Peter Parker's stolen life is too strong. "Just one more to get me home and I'll stop," backslash, he justifies, realizing he doesn't have the natural stamina of the man he's replaced. He throws his head back and downs the vial, the chemical cocktail surging through his nervous system instantly. In his warped mind, this is the final heist that will let him and his sister escape the city's stench forever. Backslash, we'll go to an island and I'll clean out, backslash, he gasps, already feeling the unnatural power begin to boil in his veins. Electricity crackles across the thief's suit as the drug takes hold, but the sudden surge of energy is interrupted by a commanding voice from the dark. Backslash, take off that mask, backslash, a voice bellows. The imposter freezes, his stolen power flickering like a dying light bulb as he realizes he isn't alone anymore. Flames erupt and ice crystallizes as the Human Torch and Iceman descend upon the alley, their faces set in grim masks of betrayal. Backslash, who are you? Take off that mask. It doesn't belong to you, backslash, Johnny Storm shouts, his hands glowing with the heat of a miniature sun. The chameleon looks up from his pile of stolen gold, his heart hammering against his ribs in a sudden panic. He recognizes them, the roommates, the boys who live with the real Peter Parker. Backslash, all right, they found me. This is not good, backslash, he thinks, his mind racing to find an exit that isn't blocked by fire or frost. Johnny Storm's eyes burn with an intensity that matches his flames, his patience evaporated into steam. Backslash, take off the mask. Backslash, he screams. The sheer heat of his fury threatens to melt the gold bars scattered across the pavement. Seeing no other way out, the imposter slowly reaches up and peels back the fabric of the mask, revealing a face covered in sweat and desperation. Come on, guys, it's me. There's enough for everybody, backslash, he pleads, trying to buy their silence with the gold he hasn't even finished stealing yet. The sight of the familiar face only makes Johnny angrier, his flames flaring higher as he senses the lie. Backslash, who are you really? Johnny demands, while Bobby Drake stares in confusion. Dude, it's him. I'm looking right at him, backslash, Bobby stammers, unable to believe his eyes. The imposter holds up his hands in a mock gesture of peace, his voice cracking with the strain of the MGH and the situation. Backslash, I'm sorry I freaked you guys out. I'm sick of just being Spider-Man and not getting anything for it. Backslash, he cries, playing the part of a disgruntled hero to the bitter end. Bobby narrows his eyes, the cold logic of a mutant veteran overriding the visual deception. Backslash, maybe it's because I've been around a shapeshifter here and there, but I'm telling you, that ain't him, man, backslash, he says firmly. Johnny leans in, his glowing eyes inches from the imposter. Backslash, what did you do with Peter Parker, backslash? The alley becomes a pressure cooker as the imposter backs into the shadows of the truck, his bluff falling apart. Backslash, okay, just everybody calm down, backslash, he yells, his voice hitting a frantic pitch. Johnny doesn't move an inch, his voice a low growl of pure fire. Backslash, show us, backslash. Suddenly, the imposter reaches into the truck and pulls out a submachine gun, the rapid-fire staccato of lead tearing through the air. Johnny and Bobby dive for cover as the thief sprays the alley with bullets, the MGH-fueled reflex making him faster than any normal man. The air is filled with the smell of cordite and the sound of shattering glass as the battle turns lethal. The imposter drops the gun and lunges forward, his hands crackling with an unexpected surge of electrical energy. He strikes out, catching Johnny Storm in the chest with a blast that sends the Human Torch sprawling back into the brickwork. It's a power Spider-Man never had, and it catches the heroes completely off guard. Johnny hits the ground hard, his flames sputtering as the electrical shock wreaks havoc on his system. He gasps for air, the world spinning as he tries to reignite his powers. The imposter doesn't wait to see if he gets up. He's already looking for his next target. Bobby Drake grinds his teeth, his eyes glowing icy blue as he prepares to end this farce once and for all. He can feel the moisture in the air, the cold ready to serve his command. This isn't their friend, and he's done playing games with a killer. But before Bobby can strike, a wave of heat washes over him as Johnny forces himself back into the air. Backslash, og. Backslash, Johnny screams, unleashing a torrent of fire that illuminates the entire block. He's done asking questions, now he's just looking for blood. The imposter stares up at the descending inferno, his eyes wide with the realization that he's poked a sleeping god. Johnny's fist is a ball of white-hot plasma aimed directly at the thief's head. The air itself begins to ionize as the final blow of the confrontation begins to fall. A blinding flash of light erupts as the electrical surge from the thief meets the raw heat of the human torch. The shockwave tosses crates and debris across the alley like toys in a hurricane. Geez, Bobby mutters, shielding his eyes from the brilliance of the clashing energies. Amidst the chaos, the imposter scrambles toward the mouth of the alley, his suit scorched and his mind reeling. He knows he can't win this fight, not against two of the most powerful teenagers on the planet. He needs a distraction, and he needs it now. Johnny Storm lands beside Bobby, his chest heaving as he glares at the retreating figure. What are you doing? Helping you? You're letting him get away, Bobby shouts, gesturing toward the shadowy exit. Johnny looks at him, bewildered. I thought you were dying. Down the street, the imposter disappears around a corner, the sounds of his panicked breathing fading into the city noise. He's escaped for now, but he's left behind a trail of destruction and a secret that's about to tear his world apart. The street remains eerily quiet in his wake. Bobby Drake stands in the middle of the alley, his ice form slowly melting as the adrenaline leaves his system. He looks down at his hands, then at the empty space where the thief once stood. He begins, his voice small in the silence of the night. He looks over at Johnny, who is staring at the truck and the scattered gold with a look of dawning horror. They realize they've let the man who knows Peter's secret slip through their fingers. Bobby whispers, the weight of their failure settling in. Meanwhile, in a dim, damp room elsewhere in the city, the real Peter Parker is strapped to a chair, his face bruised and swollen. A woman with short, sharp hair looms over him, her voice a chilling contrast to the violence she's inflicted. Don't think that I don't sympathize with your situation, Mr. Parker. She coos. She paces around the bound teenager, her heels clicking rhythmically on the concrete floor. In my opinion, you are way too young to be dealing with such adult situations as this, she says, her shadow stretching long across the wall. Peter can only watch her, his breath hitching in his throat. She stops and pulls a sleek gold handgun from her waistband, checking the chamber with practiced ease. But the problem, kid, is that you've put yourself in an impossible situation. Or I should say one impossible situation too many, she says, her tone conversational but her eyes cold as ice. She leans in close, the barrel of the gun reflecting the single hanging light bulb in the room. See, your lucky streak is over. And I'm sorry about that, I am she whispers, the threat hanging heavy in the air. But unless you tell me what I need to know, this is the end of the road for you, Peter looks up at her, blood trickling from a cut above his eye, his spirit battered but not yet broken. What do you want from me, he rasps, his voice a ghost of its usual self. He knows he's in a trap, and the teeth are closing in. The woman smiles, a predatory expression that holds no warmth. Well, while my brother runs around the city pretending to be you and trying to grab as much stuff as he can, I did a little research, she explains. I looked online and I saw that you're surprisingly tight with a whole long slew of powerful people. She leans into his space, her face inches from his, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. You've hung around with the Ultimates, you used to hang around with the X-Men. So, little one, what I need from you is detailed information about all the things that you know, she demands, her greed plain to see. Peter tries to shake his head, his mind racing for a way out of this nightmare. Lady, I don't even know he starts to plead, but she cuts him off with a sharp look. Before you start all that, it's important to know that we know who you really are, she interrupts. The silence in the room is deafening as Peter realizes the full extent of the danger he's in. He stares at the floor, the weight of his secret finally being used as a weapon against him. Everything he's fought to protect is now a target. The woman's accomplice, a man with white hair and a sharp suit, steps into the light, his presence adding a new layer of menace to the interrogation. Backslash, do I have to come right out and say how much trouble, how much immediate danger your family is in? Backslash, he asks, his voice smooth and terrifyingly calm. He looks down at Peter, his eyes devoid of any empathy. Backslash, they are going to think it's you who hurt them, backslash, he says, leaning in close. Backslash, now I know your aunt is an older lady. Backslash. He pauses, letting the implication of his words sink into Peter's exhausted mind. Backslash, I don't know how she would hold up to the stress of her little nephew Peter Parker physically hurting her, backslash, he muses, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. He reaches out and taps Peter on the chin, a mock gesture of affection. Backslash, how do you think she'll take it? Backslash, he asks. Peter's eyes widen in terror, the thought of Aunt May suffering because of him more painful than any physical blow. Peter's resolve finally snaps, and he lets out a primal scream of grief and rage. Backslash, NN backslash, he bellows, struggling against his bonds with a strength born of desperation. The woman raises the butt of her pistol, her face hardening as she prepares to silence him. She strikes him across the face, the sound of the impact echoing through the cold room. Backslash, settle it down now, backslash, she orders, her voice like a whip. Peter's head snaps to the side, his vision blurring as the world tilts and spins. He collapses back against the chair, his breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps. A dull thud signals his defeat as he sags in his bindings. Backslash, og. Backslash, he groans, the darkness at the edge of his vision starting to close in. The white-haired man stands over him, his silhouette framed by the harsh light of the doorway. Backslash, this isn't a threat. A threat is something that might happen. This is something that is actually happening, backslash, he explains, his voice devoid of any emotion. He promises Peter that if he gives them what they want, secrets, codes, battle plans, they will leave his family alone forever. The man looms over the bound boy, his face a mask of cold calculation. Backslash, there's only one way this ends, and you're the only one that can end it, backslash, he says, leaning in until his breath cold on Peter's cheek. The stakes have never been higher for the boy from Queens. The woman checks her watch, her patience clearly wearing thin as she looks at the battered teenager. Backslash, so, what? Do I really have to count to 3 or something, backslash, she asks, the gun held steady in her hand. She's ready to end this, one way or another. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shatters the silence of the building, the sound of tearing metal and splintering wood filling the air. Backslash, who the? Backslash, the woman shouts, spinning around toward the source of the noise. The hunters have suddenly become the hunted. Peter looks up through swollen eyes, a flicker of hope sparking in his chest as he sees a familiar silhouette in the dust and debris. He doesn't know who it is yet, but he knows someone is here to help him. The tide of the battle is shifting. He watches as the newcomers engage his captors, the room erupting into a blur of motion and violence. Peter is caught in the middle, a helpless witness to the storm that has been unleashed to save him. He can only wait and pray that his luck hasn't finally run out. Back in the alley, the imposter Spider-Man is in a full-blown panic, his MGH high turning into a paranoid nightmare. Kill him? What's going on? He screams as he tries to scramble over a pile of trash. He's surrounded, and he knows the Human Torch is just seconds away from turning him into a cinder. He looks toward the exit, his eyes wild as he sees the flickering light of Johnny Storm's approach. Backslash, we gotta get out of here. Kill him and let's get the hell out of here. Let's go. We gotta go. Go, he yells, his voice a frantic screech of terror. The chameleon sister catches up to him, her face set in a mask of frustration and fear. Backslash, being chased by the teenage superhero brigade. Backslash, the brother screams, grabbing her by the arm. Backslash, this little bugger's got all kinds of freak friends. We got to clean this mess and get the hell out of here. Backslash. The sister stares at the wounded J. Jonah Jameson, the man who saw too much, lying bleeding on the ground. Backslash, what happened? What happened to the big score? Backslash, she demands. Her brother points the gun at Jameson's head, his hand shaking. Backslash, you killed Jameson? Backslash, she asks in horror. Backslash, you told me to. Backslash, he retorts. Before he can pull the trigger, the imposter is interrupted by a sound like a thunderclap as Bobby Drake enters the fray with a vengeance. Backslash, Huaog, backslash, The thief screams as ice shards begin to rain down on the alley. The final confrontation has arrived, and there's no place left to hide. A beam of pure, frozen energy blasts through the center of the alley, slamming into the imposter and pinning him against the truck. Backslash @$% at $%. Backslash, he curses as the cold begins to seep into his bones. A blinding flash follows, and then silence. The thief swings wildly with his pistol, but Johnny Storm is too fast, his glowing hand catching the weapon and melting it into a useless lump of metal. Backslash, smack, backslash. The impact echoes through the alley as Johnny delivers a punishing blow to the imposter's jaw. The fight is quickly becoming a one-sided beatdown. Johnny doesn't stop, his fury fueling every punch as he hammers the thief against the side of the truck. Backslash, smock, backslash, another blow lands, sending the imposter's head snapping back. The thief groans, his stolen strength finally beginning to fail him under the onslaught of the real hero. The chameleon sister tries to intervene, but she is suddenly encased in a blast of freezing frost from Bobby Drake. Backslash, you son of a bitch. Backslash, she screams as the ice locks her in place. The two thieves are caught, their plans melting away under the combined power of fire and ice. They huddle together, their silhouettes dark against the flickering blue light of the ice. Backslash, where's my gun? Give me another gun. Backslash, the brother demands, his voice a pathetic whimper. Backslash, we have to go. We finish this. Backslash, his sister replies, but they both know it's over. The imposter looks up, the realization of his situation finally setting in as the air around him begins to turn unnaturally thin. Backslash, can't you feel it? Can't you feel what's happening? Backslash, he asks, his eyes wide with a new kind of terror. Backslash, oh no, backslash. The alleyway is suddenly transformed into a glittering cavern of ice, the walls and ground covered in a thick layer of frost. The two thieves are trapped in the center of the frozen landscape, their breath coming in white plumes. Backslash, you brought them here? The sister asks, her voice shivering. Backslash, I thought I lost them. You didn't backslash. The imposter scrambles back, his hands clawing at the icy walls as he tries to find a way out. Backslash, let's go. We go. We've gotta go. R. Backslash, he bellows, his desperation reaching a fever pitch. But the ice is everywhere, a prison of their own making. The sister turns on her brother, her eyes flashing with anger even as her teeth chatter from the cold. Backslash, how did this happen? How did this all go to hell so fast? Backslash, she demands. Because you got greedy. That's how. We had a plan. We should have stuck to the plan. Backslash. A sudden, sharp scream pierces the air as the ice begins to close in on them, the freezing cold becoming a physical weight. Backslash, Aggie. Backslash, the sister shrieks, her voice echoing through the frozen alleyway. The end is coming, and it's colder than they ever imagined. The brother watches in horror as his sister is swallowed by a column of ice, her form becoming a shadowy silhouette within the frost. Backslash, Camellia? Backslash, he screams, his voice cracking with the strain. He is alone now, facing the wrath of the heroes he tried to deceive. Suddenly, a column of fire erupts beside him, the intense heat a shocking contrast to the freezing cold. Backslash, Og. Backslash, he cries, shielding his face as Johnny Storm descends like a vengeful angel. The Human Torch's presence is a promise of pain he can't escape. He looks up into Johnny's burning eyes, his face covered in frost and soot, the mask of Spider-Man finally gone for good. He is just a man now, a thief caught in the crosshairs of a hero's fury. The reckoning has arrived. Johnny Storm stands over the thief, his body a living furnace that radiates heat like a supernova. Backslash, I have never wanted to burn someone more than I want to burn you. Backslash, he bellows, his voice like the roar of a jet engine. The air around them begins to shimmer and distort from the sheer intensity of the flames. The thief looks up, his face contorted in a mask of agonizing heat, his tongue lolling as he gasps for air. Backslash, you know what, freak? I don't know what you are and I don't know who you are, but I bet that you're the kind of someone that has a lot of trouble. Backslash, Johnny says, his voice dripping with contempt. He leans in, his face inches from the thief's, the heat of his presence causing the thief's skin to blister. When someone burns all the oxygen out of the air, backslash, Johnny finishes, his eyes glowing with the raw power of the sun. The thief's eyes roll back in his head as he begins to lose consciousness. With one final, powerful kick, Johnny sends the thief sprawling across the icy ground, the impact knocking the last of the air from his lungs. The thief lies still, a broken shell of the man who tried to steal a hero's life. The battle is over. A silhouette appears at the edge of the light, the real Peter Parker stepping forward from the shadows. Hey, look what I got. A voice calls out, but Johnny and Bobby are already focused on the friend they almost lost. The true Spider-Man is back. The alley is finally quiet, save for the crackling of Johnny's flames and the crunch of ice underfoot. The two thieves are encased in a massive block of ice, their faces frozen in expressions of permanent terror. I think we got 'em. What are they, like alien? Bobby asks, his ice form slowly receding. Johnny Storm immediately rushes to the battered teenager leaning against the wall, his flames extinguishing as he reaches out to his friend. Oh my God, Peter. Oh, dude. He cries, his voice thick with relief and guilt. Peter looks at them, his eyes struggling to focus through the pain. Peter sags into their arms, his legs finally giving out as the adrenaline leaves his system. How long? How long have I been here? He rasps, his voice a ghost of its usual self. Johnny looks at him, his face set in a grim mask. Dude, we have to get you to a hospital. I don't know how much damage he did. Bobby looks at Peter, his eyes full of regret for the time they lost. Dude, we didn't know. How could we know? He asks, his voice trailing off. Peter reaches out and grips Bobby's arm, a silent gesture of forgiveness amidst the wreckage of his life. They help him to his feet, supporting his weight as they begin to move toward the exit. Peter's head hangs low, the weight of the last few days finally settling on his shoulders. He's alive, but the cost has been high. They pass the frozen thieves, Peter's eyes land on a body lying on the ground, a man he recognizes all too well. Who is this dude? Jameson, J. Jonah Jameson, Peter whispers. She shot him. She shot him? Right in front of me. Bobby checks the man's pulse. Dude, this dude's still alive. Peter's eyes snap to Johnny's, a new kind of desperation in his gaze. You've got to save him, Johnny. Get him to a hospital. You've got to do this, he implores. Johnny nods, his face set in a look of grim determination. I'm on it, Peter. I'm on it, A blanket of snow settles over a quiet New York City, turning the bustling metropolis into a cold, silent landscape. The skyscrapers loom like giants in the mist, but something about this world feels hollowed out. In the dim light of his bathroom, an older, bearded Peter Parker stares into the mirror and lets out a heavy breath. Sigh. Peter Parker, you are not getting any younger, he mutters to his reflection, feeling every year of the life he's led. He steps into the bedroom and begins to button his shirt, the television in the background scrolling through a bleak weather report for a late-season storm. Movements are methodical as he tightens his belt, the routine of a man who has long since put away his more spectacular days. Next to a row of family photos, his fingers brush against a simple gold band sitting on the dresser. He slides the ring onto his finger, a grounding weight that reminds him of who he is now and the people who rely on him. Grabbing his bag, Peter prepares to leave the quiet sanctuary of his home for the grind of the city outside. Peter walks into the dining area where his children, Richard and May, are already midway through their breakfast. Morning, guys, he greets them warmly. Young May looks up with a smile, but Richard notes the weariness in his father's voice. Dad, May chirps while Richard adds, Hey, Dad, you sound tired. Late night. Peter leans down to kiss May on the head, hiding his exhaustion behind a fatherly smile. Yes, Richard, it was, he admits before asking, What are we eating, May? May proudly answers, Bacon. Richard points toward the kitchen counter. Mom made extra, it's over by the thing. Peter nods, nice, did she also happen to? Richard finishes the thought, Yep, in the pot. Pouring himself a cup of the dark brew, Peter feels a momentary surge of gratitude. Thank God for Mom. Thank God for coffee, he whispers to himself. Mary Jane enters the room, wrapping her arms around Peter in a tender embrace. Morning, MJ, that bad? Peter asks, leaning into her touch. She smiles softly, a little rough around the edges. I didn't hear you come to bed. She pulls back to look him in the eye, sensing there's more on his mind than just work. It was late. I didn't really sleep, Peter explains, but MJ counters with a knowing look. Didn't sleep or couldn't sleep. Peter takes a long sip of his coffee, the steam rising as he avoids her gaze. A little of both, he admits, the weight of his secrets beginning to press against his chest. May reaches for a spherical object on the counter, but Peter gently takes it back. That's to be expected, right? MJ asks, referencing the date. Today is, well, you know. Peter looks at the device in his hand, a reminder of a destiny he nearly missed. Aha, not a toy, kiddo, he tells May, his voice firm but kind. He looks up at the clock, knowing the world won't wait for his introspection. But right now I gotta run. I promised I'd head into the office, and then we have the thing, but yes, we'll talk later. Okay. MJ gives him a supportive nod. Count on it, she says, her eyes filled with an understanding that transcends words. Peter pulls on his coat as he heads for the door, the family calling out their farewells behind him. All right, bye, guys, he shouts. Bye, Dad, May calls back, oblivious to the storm brewing in her father's soul. The Daily Bugle building stands tall against the snowy sky, a beacon of old-world journalism in a changing world. Peter weaves through the busy newsroom, the air thick with the sound of typing and ringing phones. Hello, Peter, a colleague greets him. Hey, Betty, he replies, keeping his pace steady. He leans over a desk to check in with a coworker, trying to stay ahead of the day's stories. Any word on what's? He begins, but is cut off by a familiar roar. Parker, J. Jonah Jameson screams, his voice booming across the entire floor like a cannon blast. Peter stops in his tracks as the irate editor-in-chief marches toward him. Oh, hey there, Peter, someone mutters, but Jonah is already upon him. Mornin', boss, how are? Peter tries, but Jonah barks back, no time for chit-chat. Jonah gestures wildly toward his office, his mustache twitching with frustration. Parker, he bellows again, making sure the entire staff knows Peter is in the hot seat. Inside the managing editor's office, Ben Parker sits calmly at his desk, a sharp contrast to the chaos outside. The sign on the door clearly reads, Ben Parker, managing editor. Jonah bursts in, still fuming, as Ben looks up without a hint of surprise. My ears work fine, Jonah. There's no need to yell, Ben says coolly. Jonah snaps back, then why didn't you answer? Ben leans back, unbothered by his partner's theatrics. Because you were yelling. Jonah points a finger. Yeah, but I only yell 'cause you're old and I worry you can't hear. Ben simply looks at him. What? Exactly, Jonah replies, thinking he's won the point. Ben turns his attention back to his work, his face a mask of professional patience. Is there something you need, Jonah? He asks, cutting to the chase. Jonah leans over the desk, his demeanor shifting slightly. Our meeting at 4. I just found out that the money is insisting all of management be there, but I know you've got your thing, and I can try to push it back if you need me to. Ben doesn't hesitate, his resolve as steady as a mountain. It's not a problem, I'll be back, he states, dismissing the concern. Peter appears in the doorway, caught between the two powerhouses of the Bugle. Okay, here's your guy, Jonah says, gesturing to Peter. Peter offers a small wave. Hey, Ben ready to go. Ben looks at his nephew with a wry, judgmental smile. I was ready 15 minutes ago, Peter. Why are you late? Peter shrugs, his usual wit intact despite the early hour. Well, it's probably because I was neither on time nor early. Jonah scoffs, but there's a hint of affection in his voice. That's cute. Kids these days, always being cute, always being clever. Not clever enough to show up on time, but clever nonetheless. Peter smiles, enjoying the banter between the two veterans. You guys should have your own show, he quips. Jonah looks at him with deadpan sincerity. Why would we need that? We have our own paper. Ben stands up and grabs his coat, preparing to head out. All right, Jonah, I'll be back at 4. Jonah waves a dismissive hand. See you then. They walk out. Jonah stops them one last time, his eyes narrowing. Peter, hold up a second. Peter pauses, confused, as Jonah looks him up and down. Where's your tie? Jonah asks. Peter looks down at his open collar. I don't wear. Actually, I've never. I don't even think I own one. Jonah sighs as if dealing with a difficult child. You have to wear a tie. Take your jacket off, he commands, already reaching for his own collar. Jonah begins to wrap a tie around Peter's neck, his movements practiced and efficient. How do you think he's doing? Peter asks softly, referring to Ben. Jonah stops for a moment, looking Peter in the eye. Have I ever told you how much we love to sit around and talk about our feelings, your uncle and I? He asks sarcastically. Peter doesn't let him off the hook. Yeah, but how do you think he's doing? He repeats, needing a real answer. Jonah sighs and goes back to the tie. Your uncle is the toughest Sanuvagan I've ever met. Askin' if he's okay is kinda like askin' about the durability of stone or some other geological remnant of another time. He tightens the knot, his voice dropping an octave. Saying that, how about you and I, regardless of how it appears he's doin', keep a close lookout for any cracks we might see. Can we agree to that, Peter? Peter looks at the man he's known his whole life and nods. Yeah, he agrees, sensing the underlying fear Jonah has for his friend. Jonah finishes the job and steps back. All right, all done, and while you're still not respectful, at least you look respectable, he declares with a huff. Peter adjusts the unfamiliar fabric. Thanks, he says. Jonah points a finger at him. If you really want to know how your uncle is doing, you could always just ask. Jonah's expression hardens as he walks away. And Peter, I'm gonna want that tie back. The scene shifts to the city streets, where the snow continues to fall on a somber crowd gathered for a memorial service. Ben and Peter walk through the crowd, the atmosphere heavy with the weight of the day. So, Ben begins, breaking the silence. Peter looks around at the faces of the grieving citizens. Everyone's wondering if you're doing okay, he tells his uncle. Ben's response is blunt, his eyes fixed ahead. Everyone is not wondering if I'm okay, Peter. Everyone doesn't care. We work at the Bugle, so you and me, we're in the words business. If there's something you want to say, don't hide your intent, just go ahead and say it. Then everyone will respect you more because you did. Peter takes a breath, deciding to be honest. Okay, fair enough, I'm worried about you. Ben stops and looks at him. Why? They stand before a wall covered in graffiti and memories. Why? What do you mean why? You won't talk about what happened. You haven't said anything. Not one word about how you're doing or how you feel, Peter says, the frustration clear in his voice. Ben looks at the names etched on the memorial wall. Peter, you were 15 when your parents died, and you came to live with May and I. That first year was hard for you. Heck, it was hard for all of us. He continues, his voice softened by memory. But we loved you unconditionally. We protected you. I tried to teach you about the world and prepare you for it, while May was better at all this kind of stuff. But the one thing we never tried to do was replace your parents, because we couldn't. Ben looks Peter directly in the eyes. Now, that was 20 years ago. It's been a long time. But has one day gone by that you didn't think about them? Is there one day that it doesn't hurt that they're gone? Peter looks down, the pain as fresh as if it happened yesterday. No, he whispers. Ben places a hand on his shoulder. Then you know exactly how I feel, he says, the silence between them filled with the names of the lost. They stand among the hundreds of others who have come to pay their respects, a sea of umbrellas and heavy coats against the winter chill. The camera pans over the names etched in stone: May Parker, Douglas Pace, Emily Osborne. I don't suppose we'll ever understand acts of terror, a voice says over the PA system. Father Murdoch stands at the podium, his sightless eyes shielded by dark glasses. It lies well beyond my comprehension and far removed from any ideology or faith I call my own. To me, it just looks like madness. But I suppose after his actions that day it no longer matters. Whatever Stark believed died with him. Peter, MJ, and their children stand in the crowd, listening to the priest's words. What I do know is that years from now, decades from now, the memories of that man will fade, while the memories of the others who died on that day will not, because of you. Father Murdoch looks out over the crowd, his voice resonant with hope. Yes, they were taken before their time, and yes, heaven is more crowded today than we would prefer. But as you wake and work, then sleep and dream, it will be of them. Ben Parker listens intently as the priest concludes his speech. And when you recall each sweet memory of the departed as, the love swells within your heart. I encourage you to listen closely. Listen, and you will hear your angels singing. Father Murdoch steps down and introduces the final speaker. On the memorial behind me, you will find two names that belong to our last speaker. He is one of you. Their names were Norman and Emily Osborne, and this is their son, Harry. Harry Osborne approaches the podium, his face pale and composed. Thank you, Father. Emotional day. And Father Murdoch is right, the air is thick with memories, he begins. Harry looks out at the faces of his fellow survivors. The one I keep thinking of, one I can't seem to stop thinking of, is from when I was 7. It was the first time my dad played catch with me. Now, I don't really like baseball, and he didn't like baseball, but there it is, haunting me. And it wasn't until today, really, that I figured out why. Voice wavers slightly as he continues. It's because in that moment the entire world was just the ball, me and my dad. Like that was the only thing that mattered. Like I was the most important person in the world. And now I'll never be able to make another memory like that with him. Harry bows his head, the weight of his grief evident to everyone. We all lost someone. Mothers, fathers, siblings, sons, and daughters. And like Father Murdoch said, they will live on in our hearts. We will always remember them. But I have to be honest, I'm not sure that I'll ever be able to move on, or get better. The crowd remains silent as Harry Osborne finishes his heartbreaking testimony. Because when I'm all alone in the quiet of the night, it isn't angels I hear singing. I hear a ball hitting a glove. I hear screams and sirens. I hear all of us crying out in pain because a part of our future was stolen, and in exchange all we got were memories. He looks up, his eyes hard. It's just not enough, and I'm not sure any of us should be expected to live with it. The memorial ends, and the attendees begin to disperse into the snowy afternoon. Well, Ben mutters, looking at Peter and MJ. Ben shakes hands with an acquaintance as MJ and Peter watch. Except for the bit at the end, I thought that went as well as possible, MJ remarks. Peter looks at Harry from a distance. Have you ever met the guy? Ben answers, yeah, once. Seemed like a different person, but completely different circumstances. MJ adds her own perspective on the Osborne legacy. Ben told me he interviewed his father quite a few times over the years, but he never got even a hint of who Norman Osborne really was. Billionaire businessman, ruthless competitor, founder of Oscorp Industries, and loving father. You never know, I guess. Peter looks at Richard and May, ready to head back to the office. I guess, maybe, anyway, you guys headed back home? MJ nods, yeah, let's go kids. Peter adds, okay, minus any major crises, I'll be home in a bit. Bye, Dad, May calls out as they walk away, leaving Peter and Ben in the cold. Back at the Daily Bugle, Peter and Ben walk into a scene of utter confusion. What the? Peter gasps as they enter the newsroom. The staff is buzzing with panicked whispers, and desks are being cleared at an alarming rate. The door to Jonah's office swings open, and the man himself storms out, carrying a box of his personal effects. I quit, he roars, his face a deep shade of red. Jonah marches past his bewildered employees, not stopping for questions or explanations. Ben and Peter watch him go, stunned by the suddenness of his departure. Jonah doesn't look back, his resolve absolute. Ben turns to Peter, his voice low and urgent. Go to your desk, Peter, keep your head down, we'll catch up later. Peter watches his uncle head toward the boardroom, sensing that the world as they knew it just ended. Ben enters the boardroom where the rest of the management team is already seated, a somber mood hanging over the table. So, did I miss something? He asks, taking his seat. Robbie Robertson looks at Ben with a grim expression. You did, Ben. We've been informed that there is going to be some editorial restructuring at the paper. Jonah didn't care for the changes. Ben looks around the room, his eyes sharp. And how do you feel about them, Robbie? Robbie sighs, his hands clasped in front of him. I'm 2 years away from maxing out my pension, and I feel like that would be a good idea. Ben nods, understanding the pressure his friend is under. Sure, we all gotta have something to fight for. Mind if I ask what the changes are? Robbie explains the situation with practiced corporate diplomacy. There is an ever-increasing number of complaints from our advertisers about some of our more inflammatory content. Specifically, and I apologize for bringing this up today, they are uncomfortable with how dogged the Bugle is being while looking into the Stark terror attack. And they really don't care for the most recent direction of our coverage. Ben's jaw tightens at the mention of the attack. So we're going to be making some changes, at the behest of both the board and broader ownership in general. The board members sit in silence, waiting for Ben's reaction. And how do you think I should feel about that? He asks, his voice cold as ice. A massive figure stands in the doorway, his silhouette casting a long shadow over the room. Pleased at your good fortune. After all, nature abhors a vacuum, Wilson Fisk declares with a predatory grin. Ben doesn't flinch, his eyes locked on the kingpin. What's that supposed to mean, Mr. Fisk? Fisk walks into the room, his presence dominating the space. Jameson's out, and now the paper needs new leadership. You are the obvious choice, and so I suppose congratulations are in order, Mr. Parker. It seems you've got yourself a promotion. Ben looks at the man who now owns his legacy. That's if you want the job, of course, Fisk adds with a chilling smile. Fisk leans in closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. And if you can, toe the line. The boardroom falls silent as the weight of Fisk's ultimatum sinks in. The other board members avoid Ben's gaze, unwilling to interfere. Ben looks at the offer, his face unreadable as he processes the implications of working under Fisk's thumb. He stands and walks out of the room, his mind already miles away from the corporate politics of the Bugle. In the hallway, he catches up with Jonah, who is still carrying his box toward the elevator. Jonah looks at him with a weary smile. Ben stands next to his old friend, a shared understanding passing between them. So, what are we gonna do now? Jonah asks. The elevator doors slide open, and the two men step inside, leaving their old lives behind as they descend toward an uncertain future. Later that night, the city is still encased in snow, the lights of the buildings reflecting off the icy streets. A black SUV pulls up to a curb, its headlights cutting through the darkness as Fisk's security detail keeps a watchful eye. Wilson Fisk steps out of the vehicle, his massive frame silhouetted against the bright lights of the lobby. He seems untouchable, a king in his own domain. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the street, sending glass and debris flying as a high-tech projectile slams into the building. Above the chaos, a figure in green and purple armor hovers on a glider, his glowing eyes fixed on the target below. The Green Goblin has returned, but he looks far more mechanical and advanced than anyone remembers. Away from the city's turmoil, a quiet bar known as a bar with no name offers a refuge for those who want to disappear for a while. Inside, Jonah and Ben sit at a small table, surrounded by the murmur of other patrons and the dim glow of neon signs. I'm not saying no, but are you sure that? Ben asks, swirling his drink. Jonah interrupts him. I am. Jonah leans forward, his voice low and intense. Come on, Ben. We're both old enough to know the definition of insanity, so why would we quit one job and then turn around and do the same thing all over again? The point is that this time it'll be different. Ben asks the obvious question. Okay, still. Why? Ben looks Jonah in the eye, his expression challenging. Can you think of a single other thing you're good at? Jonah looks away, a small, sad smile playing on his lips. Not really. You? Ben takes a long pull of his beer. No, not anymore. They sit in silence for a moment, the weight of their decision settling between them. We're gonna need a name, Ben remarks. Jonah smirks. Sure, because two old men sat down at a bar and set themselves on fire. We're gonna need fire insurance. Jonah leans back, his eyes reflecting the years of struggle. The news, I tell you, Parker, I've been doing this for 30 years, and all I know for sure is that it's a dirty business. Ben looks at his partner with a newfound resolve. We'll do it better this time. We'll do it right. Jonah asks, and what's that look like? Ben simply replies, doing it right. Ben leans in, his voice filled with a quiet authority. And what's that look like? He repeats, doing it right. He looks Jonah straight in the eye, the fire back in his soul. It's easy. We tell the truth. They sit at the table as the bar continues to hum around them. Two old men planning a revolution in a world of lies. Jonah looks at Ben, his expression a mix of doubt and admiration. The truth, he repeats, as if the word itself is foreign to him. Jonah bursts into a fit of laughter, the sound echoing through the small bar. Ha 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 ha, he bellows, drawing looks from the other patrons. He wipes a tear from his eye, still chuckling. The truth, that's perfect. Thanks for that, he says, catching his breath. Ben looks at him, confused. What? Ben crosses his arms, his patience wearing thin. You don't agree? Jonah stops laughing and looks at him seriously. There are some things I like to believe in, Ben, that I'm not gonna die alone, that there is such a thing as justice. But in this entire universe, there's only one thing I know for sure. And that's that there's no truth in the news and no news in the truth. Jonah leans over the table, his voice a low growl. Like I said, it's a dirty business, so how about this? We promise not to lie. Ben considers the proposal for a long moment before nodding. Sounds like a fair start. They clink their beer bottles together with a sharp tink. Peter walks into the bar, his coat still dusted with snow. Jonah looks up with a grin. Hey, look who decided to join us. Peter pulls up a chair, looking between the two men. I hope the two of you are enjoying yourselves. Everyone's running around the bugle like someone set the place on fire. Jonah shrugs, completely unconcerned. It's what we do. Ben looks at Peter with a more serious expression. Did you get caught up in any of this? Peter takes a breath, the news still sinking in. They gave Robbie the wheel, and he knows I do a good job, so I should be fine. The real question is, what are you two going to do? Ben answers, we were just talking about that. We've decided to start our own news business. Jonah adds, you want a job. Peter looks at them as if they've lost their minds. Do you have any money? Jonah stands up, dismissing the concern with a wave of his hand. That's a day two problem, Peter. Tonight, I am a man who is right with the world. Jonah and Ben prepare to leave, leaving Peter alone at the table. Think it over, Jonah says. Night, Ben, night, Peter replies as they walk out into the night. Peter sits in the dim light of the bar, the silence closing in on him. Ben, I gotta know, he whispers to himself, his mind racing. He looks across the empty table at where Ben was sitting. How'd you do it? What? He imagines Ben asking. How do you blow up your whole life in one afternoon and then just start a new one? Peter imagines Ben's answer, echoes of their conversation from earlier. Peter, my wife is dead. You're a grown man and have a family of your own. And given the opportunity, I just couldn't take being in an industry of compromise 1 minute more. Why wouldn't I do what I did? It was an easy choice. Peter looks down, the imaginary conversation failing to provide the comfort he needs. What's going on, Peter? He asks himself, the weight of his own secrets becoming unbearable. Peter looks at his hands, his voice a low mutter. Well, my wife is very much alive, and I have a family and responsibilities that exceed professional bliss. I don't know that I can blow everything up just because I want my life to change. He looks back at the entrance of the bar, remembering Ben's invitation. Peter, no one's expecting you to join us. If you do, then that's GR. Peter cuts himself off. I'm not talking about that. This is something else. He looks out into the night, the world feeling colder than ever. Are you and MJ okay? He asks himself, the fear of losing what he is warring with the desire for something more. He smiles sadly, thinking of his wife. We're great, she's great. I think she deserves better than me, but she disagrees, which makes it even better. Peter clenches his fists, the struggle clear on his face. It's just, for the longest time, I've thought something was wrong with my life, Ben, that something was wrong with me. I can't really explain it, but now I just know that I've been right all along, and I don't know what to do. He stands up, his shadow long against the wall, a man caught between two worlds and unable to choose between them. Peter looks at the empty seat where Ben sat. You ever heard the saying, inaction is action? He asks the air. Yeah, sure. He recalls Ben's final piece of advice, a challenge to his very soul. Well, that's just a garbage way of saying don't spend your life waiting for something to happen. Make it happen. I love you, son. But if you're walking around half asleep, anesthetized by your own life. Peter looks at the doorway, the imaginary Ben giving him one last nudge. Then wake up. Later that night, Peter returns to his quiet apartment, the city's neon glow filtering through the windows. He checks on his children, the peaceful scene a sharp contrast to the turmoil in his mind. He peeks into Richard's room, finding his son still awake and reading. "It's bedtime, Richard. Your sister's already asleep," he says gently. Richard looks up from his book, his eyes bright with interest. "Can I finish this chapter I'm on?" Peter asks. "Depends. Whatcha reading?" Richard shows him the cover, A Tale of Two Cities. This is the original unedited all the year-round edition. Peter smiles, impressed by his son's taste. "You're a ridiculous person. You know that, right?" Richard counters with a smirk. "I don't know what you're complaining about, Dad. You made me this way. And I'm cool with it." Peter laughs, feeling a momentary sense of peace. "Okay, fair enough. That chapter, then bed. Good night, kiddo." "Night, Dad." Peter walks into the living room where MJ is waiting with a glass of wine. "Kids are down," he reports. MJ raises her glass. "Uh-oh, you know what that means." He sits down next to her, letting out a long sigh. "Spill it, mister," MJ says, noting the heaviness in his shoulders. Peter takes a breath, trying to find the words. "I don't even know where to start." "They quit the Bugle?" MJ asks. "Yeah, and decided to start their own thing. And they did this in like a 3-hour span of time. Total maniacs." MJ listens patiently as Peter continues. "The memorial? I've never seen your uncle cry. It was. Yeah, and sorry I was late, but after that and the work stuff, I felt like I should run by and check on him before I came home." "I've never seen your uncle cry. It was," Peter repeats, the image of his uncle's grief haunting him. MJ sets her glass down. "If you didn't, you would have been worried all night." "Probably," Peter admits, "and that would have just got in the way of us talking about you, Peter. I know it's been a long day, but this morning MJ begins." "Yeah," Peter says, cutting her off. MJ looks him in the eye, her voice soft but insistent. "Yeah, so what's going on?" Peter stares at the floor, his mind a whirlpool of conflicting emotions. He looks up, his expression guarded. "I don't want to say something and then not be able to take it back." MJ smiles sadly, taking his hand. "Well, that's just not how any of this works, but I do promise nothing's going to change how I feel, about you or about us, so." Peter takes a deep breath, the truth finally coming out. "I think I need a change." MJ nods, her eyes filled with understanding. "Hey, when I quit to start my own business last year, you were 100% on board. And I mean, sure, we've got bills and kids and it might be tough. But why would you think for a second that I wouldn't be behind you doing something else?" Peter looks at her, the struggle clear on his face. "No, MJ, I mean I need to change." MJ looks at him, the weight of his words sinking in. "Oh," she says softly. She looks at the spherical device Peter was holding earlier. "That." Peter looks at her, his expression a mix of fear and determination. "What do you mean, that?" MJ looks at him with a knowing smile. "I know you, Peter Parker. You're an amazing husband and just lights out as a father." She continues, her voice low and intimate. "But you've been walking around for years with this cloud hanging over you. You put a good face on it, but you're not satisfied with who you are." Peter looks at her, the truth finally laid bare. "Do you know what you have to do?" she asks. "I think so, yes." MJ looks at him, her eyes filled with a mix of fear and pride. "Are things going to change between us?" Peter doesn't hesitate, his resolve absolute. "Never." MJ leans in and kisses him on the forehead. "Well then." She stands up, heading toward the bedroom. "That settles it. I'm going to bed. And you?" MJ looks back over her shoulder, a playful glint in her eyes. "Go get him, Tiger." Peter sits alone in the living room, the city's lights reflecting off the windows as he prepares for the task ahead. He opens his bag and pulls out the spherical device, its surface glowing with an otherworldly light. He heads for the roof, his movements purposeful and determined. He stands on the edge of the building, the wind whipping through his hair as he looks out over the city he's destined to protect. He holds the orb in his hand, a reminder of the power he's been given and the responsibility that comes with it. The scene flashes back to last night, as Peter sits at his computer, the room bathed in the blue light of the monitor. Suddenly, the spherical device on his desk begins to glow, casting long shadows against the wall. Peter raises a hand to shield his eyes as the room is filled with a blinding light. A voice begins to emanate from the device, a voice from another time and place. This, Parker. The device projects a series of holographic images, revealing a world that should have been. Peter Parker. This is. The holograms coalesce into the image of a young Tony Stark, his voice resonant with urgency. 4. Parker. Peter reaches out toward the hologram, his heart racing as he hears his name being called from the future. Peter Parker. The hologram of Tony Stark stands before Peter, his image flickering with blue energy. Hello, if this has gone as I hoped, I am speaking with Peter Parker. My name is Tony Stark, and while it's likely you know my father's name, you've probably never heard of me. Hello, if this has gone as I hoped, I am speaking with Peter Parker. Tony continues, his expression grim. I got bad news for you, kid. After what you did, everyone knows your name. I am sending this to you from 6 months into the future. There was an attempt on my and my companions' lives, and we only had seconds to escape before the orbital platform fired. So we went to the only safe place I could think of. What? Peter asks, completely bewildered. I'm sorry that I can't be more specific than I am about to be, but we have to be careful. Because this world is more complicated and dangerous than you could ever believe, and there's a component of faith to this that is, frankly, unavoidable. All I can ask is that you, please, listen carefully. The hologram gestures toward the orb, which begins to hiss and open. Inside is a Picotech stealth suit to mask your identity and a bioorganic catalyst necessary for you to undergo a post-human transformation. Peter looks at the device in awe. What in the world is that supposed to mean? 20 years ago, you were supposed to be bitten by a radioactive spider. This would have given you amazing powers. And with them, you would have become one of Earth's most prominent superheroes. You were one of them. Instead, a great evil traveled through time and erased almost all the heroes of this world from existence. He did this so that he and his Confederates could treat Earth as a kind of experiment. An exercise in creating a society that could be perfectly directed and controlled. I am repeating this with others like you, and in 6 months, if I've done this correctly, I will exit this room to find an Earth that has regained its heroes. And together, we will free the world. It is my greatest hope that you are among our number. You were supposed to have a different life, Peter Parker. You were supposed to protect the innocent, save lives, and inspire the citizens of this world to be their best selves. And instead, all of that was taken from you. The red text on the screen is a chilling reminder of his stolen past. These people stole your future. These people robbed you of your destiny. The question is, Tony Stark looks Peter directly in the eye. Do you want it back? Inside the device, a small glass vial sits nestled in the cushioning. Within it, a spider with a red hourglass mark on its back crawls restlessly. Peter looks at the creature, his heart hammering in his chest. I want it. Peter recalls his uncle's words, the final challenge to wake up and take control of his destiny. He opens the vial, the small spider crawling out and onto his hand. The room is filled with a soft red glow as the transformation begins. He feels a sudden, sharp sting as the spider bites him, the venom coursing through his veins like liquid fire. MJ's parting words echo in his mind as he embraces the change. And go get 'em, Tiger. Peter looks at the bite on his hand, the mark of a hero reborn in a world that had forgotten them. He stands on the rooftop, his silhouette against the rising sun as he looks out over the city he's destined to save. The beginning. The Statue of Liberty stands tall against the bright blue sky, a symbol of freedom that feels more relevant than ever. The city below is waking up, the buildings catching the first light of dawn as the morning commute begins. High above the streets, a figure in a black suit swings through the air, his movements a blur of superhuman agility. I dunno, he mutters to himself. In the Parker apartment, Richard and May are already at the breakfast table, engrossed in a news story. I don't think it's real, Richard says, not looking up from his book. May counters, of course it's real, I'm looking at it. Richard looks at the tablet screen, unconvinced. That's actually not. May, that doesn't mean it's real. It's easy to fake stuff like this. It's CGI, Photoshop, whatever. May turns to Peter as he enters the kitchen. Dad, Richard says this isn't real. What do you think? Peter grabs a towel and begins to dry a plate, his expression a mix of amusement and concern. Well, I remember when you used to think unicorns were real, and Peter cuts her off. Unicorns asterisk are asterisk real. Right, exactly. So why do you care what he thinks? May looks down, her voice small. Because this guy is scary and I don't like it. Peter stops what he's doing and looks at his daughter. Oh, well, in that case, I'd trust your brother, kiddo, he's pretty smart. MJ enters the room, dressed and ready for the day. I'm sure it's nothing to be scared of. What are we scared of? Photoshop, Peter answers. MJ smiles, tell me about it. Peter and MJ stand in the hallway preparing to head out. Okay, guys, I gotta run. New client meetings at 10 and 2:30. The sitter should be here in an hour. But you know how she is, could be longer. MJ says. Peter replies, not a problem, MJ, I've got it covered. Great, call me if you need me, will do. And hey, good luck. Thanks, hey Peter, yeah, have you been working out? Maybe a little. Peter looks out over the city as he swings between buildings, the wind whistling past his ears. I don't want to be dramatic or anything, but over the past few weeks I've changed. A lot. Along with an increased appetite, seriously, I'm eating like 10,000 calories a day and a decreased need for sleep. I've become, and I honestly don't know how else to describe it beyond being, well, sticky. And that's not all. I'm also strong. Really strong. And I'm super agile. My reaction times and understanding of spatial awareness are off the charts. But I do have one problem. He slams into a wooden water tower with a deafening crash, sending splinters flying in every direction. He slides down the side of the tank, dazed and dripping with water. After 2 weeks of practice, I'm still not great at stopping, which does have a little something to do with the final change I've noticed about myself. He pulls himself up, the water sluicing off his black suit. I can take a beating, a serious beating. He looks out over the city skyline, his resolve undiminished. Could come in handy. Outside the Russian-Turkish baths, a sign announces their presence since 1918. You want to hear something crazy, Ben? A voice asks from within. Inside the steam room, Jonah and Ben sit on the wooden benches, wrapped in towels. Ben asks. Jonah continues, I was thinking about it, and I've had a cup of coffee for breakfast every day for the past. Has to be 25 years. Yeah. Jonah looks at the steam rising from the floor. Yeah, no apple juice, sure, because you're not 5, no orange juice, no plain glass of water, and nothing to eat, just coffee, for 25 years. Do you think it's possible? Is there any chance that it's bad for me? Ben looks at his partner with a weary expression. If I say yes, are you going to stop? Of course not. Then no, Jonah, I don't think it's bad for you, I knew it. Ben places a hand over his face, exhausted by Jonah's logic. Jonah leans back, looking satisfied. So, I think I've got something. Ben looks at him, sensing a shift in the conversation. Yeah. Jonah's expression hardens as he gets down to business. There was another attempt on Fisk last night. Go on. Ben leans forward, his eyes narrowing. This time, it came from inside the building. Jonah looks at the wall, his mind already working the angles. They say that place is like a black hole. Nothing escapes it. No light, no sound? Yeah, so how'd you manage to hear about it? Ben looks at his partner, his expression serious. Big explosions, building codes, someone inside lost their nerve, hit the panic button. Whatever. A call went out and the cops showed up. One of the first responders owed me a favor. Oh, I do love it when people owe us a favor. Fisk security ended up keeping the police away from the actual scene, but they did get into the building and got a look at the security footage. Jonah asks the obvious question. So that's what? 3 attempts in 3 weeks, and it's the same guy that we know of. Unless there is more than one lunatic flying around in green armor blowing stuff up, yeah, same guy. Jonah shakes his head, his expression a mix of admiration and concern. Well, that shows some serious determination. Ben looks at him, his voice low. Or a serious vendetta. Think we're gonna read about it in the Bugle. Jonah scoffs at the idea. You mean, will the dirty money behind the paper let the paper do a story about the dirty goings-on of said dirty money? I tell ya, I'm shocked. Ben's shocked to report there's no reporting going on here. Ben looks at him, his expression serious. You see what they did run today? Jonah nods, remembering the morning's headlines. A weirdo in a black suit swinging through the city? Yeah, I saw it. Hell of a picture by Peter, by the way. Yeah. Jonah asks the obvious question. So why didn't he give it to us? Because, technically, we're not open yet. There's also the small matter of him not working for us, and he never will if he keeps that up. Ben looks at the steam rising from the floor. So, we got two guys in masks and no one knows who they are. One gets the front page, the other gets buried. That's right. One's a distraction, the other's a story. They sit in silence for a moment, the weight of their decision settling between them. Ben stands up, preparing to head out. Wanna get to work? Jonah nods, his expression determined. Yes, I do. We still need a name. Ben looks back at him as they exit the steam room. I know, I'm working on it. High above the city, the black-suited hero swings through the air, his thoughts a chaotic swirl of doubt and determination. So here's an existential question. If the life you had stolen from you 20 years ago was suddenly given back to you, are you obligated to try and relive some version of it? Because if you did feel like you had to relive that life, wouldn't you just be 20 years behind the curve for forever or something like that? I mean, I'm a smart guy, but I have no idea what I'm supposed to do now. The world is different, I'm different. Stick the landing woot, I did it. Nice, if only there was a sign, huh. From his vantage point on a rooftop, Peter spots someone breaking into a building across the street. The figure is wearing a specialized suit, his hands glowing with electrical energy. ZZZZRRRRNNNNNN, his gauntlets hum as he prepares to blast the door. Let me guess, lost your keys? HRRK, got accidentally locked on the roof? Peter calls out as he lands behind him. The man turns around, his expression hidden by a mask. What are you supposed to be? He asks. Peter replies, or are you maybe trying to break into the bank below? The man scoffs at the hero's question. HRMPT, it's amazing that you asked me that because I was just having that same discussion with myself. What? What am I supposed to be? I'll admit, I'm struggling with it, but well, I saw you and what you were doing. And I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to be the guy who stops people like you. The man looks at him through his mask, his eyes narrowing. Ever done anything like that before? Peter looks him straight in the eye, his resolve as steady as a rock. No, first time. The man chuckles at his honesty. Well, you're a natural at it, thanks, you're welcome. He starts to walk away, his head hung low. So I guess I'll go home now. Clearly, whatever I had planned was wrong, and I'd like to thank you for stopping me before I did something I'd regret. Wait, seriously? Yes, seriously. The man stops and looks back at Peter. I didn't want to do this, I'm just desperate, but there's always another way, right? So I want to thank you for what you've done here today. For stopping me, I owe you. He extends a hand toward Peter. Sure, anytime, mister. Suddenly, a blast of electrical energy slams into Peter, sending him flying across the roof as the man's gauntlets flare with power. Just call me the Shocker, he shouts as Peter tumbles through the air and crashes into a dumpster below. Duo, he groans as he hits the trash. Later that night, Peter returns home, his suit torn and his body aching. Later, he looks at the refrigerator, his mind still stuck on the fight. I can't believe I fell for that. He grabs a container of ice cream and starts to eat, his movements sluggish and exhausted. Let's be friends, idiot, he mutters to himself as he stares blankly into the distance. Suddenly, a small figure appeared in the doorway, clutching a stuffed animal and looking at him with wide, terrified eyes. It's May, her face streaked with tears and her voice a series of hitched breaths. Sniff, sniff. Peter stops what he's doing, his heart sinking. Oh boy, he mutters to himself. May looks at him, her fear evident in every hitched sob. Sob. Peter drops his spoon and rushes to her side, his movements desperate to comfort her. May, oh God, SSHHH, it's me. It's okay, it's Dad. May looks at him, her confusion slowly turning back to fear. Dad, yeah, Dad. SSHHH, yes, it's just me, May. Why are you dressed like that guy? Peter looks at his daughter, knowing there's no way to hide the truth any longer. What if I told you he dresses like me? What? Peter takes a breath, his voice soft and serious. I am that guy, May. I got bit by this special spider and it gave me powers, and May looks at him with skepticism. Sure, you got bit by a magic spider. He pulls her into an embrace, his heart aching for the fear he's caused her. Which is why you never have to be afraid of him. The costume, me, I'm sorry I scared you. Seymour, are you still crying? May pulls back slightly, her small hand covering her nose. No, you smell bad. Peter offers a weary smile. That's because I was in a dumpster. Mom's gonna be mad. Peter moves toward the bathroom, but stops to look at her one more time. I'm gonna take a shower. That's not what I mean. I know. I'd planned on telling her, but not just yet. What do you say we wait and tell her and Richard later? For now, just for a little while, this'll be our little secret. Deal. May considers the proposal for a long moment before giving him a small, conspiratorial smile. Maybe. Peter offers a final bribe. Can I bribe you with some ice cream? Yes, but Dad, yeah, I still don't like the costume. They sit together on the sofa, sharing a container of ice cream as the sun begins to rise over the city. Maybe we can do something about that too, Peter says with a small smile. The scene shifts to a luxurious office where a man is looking at a tablet showing a picture of the black-suited hero. What is this? He asks. Fisk answers from across the room. A distraction, Monsieur Britton. Monsieur Britton turns to look at Fisk, his expression skeptical. And what exactly do you need that for? Fisk sits at his desk, his fingers interlaced in front of him. I am currently under siege by some mask-wearing vigilante. It has been very public and very loud, and it serves us to eclipse that noise with an even louder one. So I am giving the people a better story to follow. Britton scoffs at the plan, his voice dripping with disdain. Non, that's not the game being played, Mr. Fisk. The game being played is, give them nothing and make them like it. Britton looks out over the city, his voice cold and commanding. And as for what serves us, you serve us, myself and my fellow partners. He turns to look at Fisk, his eyes narrow and dangerous. We have divided this world amongst us, and after that, we have divided it further and gifted people like you your little kingdoms. And so you get to play king, Mr. Fisk, for as long as you can hold on to your kingdom. Fisk doesn't back down, his expression hardening. This is not some normal man who plays by the normal rules. He is powerful, maybe more powerful than you imagined. But not me. I see the full measure of my land and the full measure of the enemy at my walls, because I do not play king. I am one. Britton looks at him for a long moment before turning away. Then act like it. You have been given great resources. He stops in the doorway and looks back one last time. I suggest you use them. Later that night, Peter sits on the roof of a building, his suit torn and his thoughts preoccupied as he checks his phone for messages from home. He exchanges texts with MJ about being home soon, and the peaceful images of his sleeping children provide a momentary reprieve from the chaos of his dual life. A loud crash echoes through the night as Shocker breaks into another building, his electrical gauntlets flare with power. He looks into a bag filled with cash, a look of triumph on his face. Bingo, he whispers. Peter appears behind him, his silhouette against the bright lights of the city. Hey there. Fancy us running into each other again? HRMM? Yeah, how's that happen? You know what they call something that someone does at the same time every single day, right? A habit. And you got some bad habits, mister. The Shocker turns around, his hands glowing with energy. Yeah, well, who doesn't? Peter leaps into the air, dodging a blast of electrical energy as the fight begins in earnest. The newsroom buzzes with reports of the confrontation as the city watches its new hero in action. Peter delivers a powerful kick to Shocker's chest, sending him flying backward with a pained ack. But not good enough, he declares as he prepares for the final blow. Shocker falls to the ground, his body racked with pained gasps. Calf, I think you broke my ribs, he groans. Peter looks down at him, his expression serious. I'm the guy who stops people like you. Sorry about that, don't know my own strength. My wife, Shocker begins. He looks up at Peter, his eyes filled with desperation. It's my wife. She's dying, we don't have money, and so we can't pay for the treatments she needs. She needs this, so I don't have any other choice. What would you do if you were in my shoes? Peter looks at the man, his heart aching for his plight. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't imagine what that must wait, is that true? He asks, sensing a shift in the man's demeanor. Shocker suddenly attacks, his gauntlets flaring with power. What do you think? Peter narrowly avoids the blast, his expression one of pained disappointment. Oh man, not again. Shocker leaps away, his movements aided by a blast of electrical energy from his feet. Peter watches him go, his silhouette against the glowing skyscrapers as he realizes he's been played once again. He looks down at the street, where Shocker has disappeared into the darkness. Shocker continues his escape, the blue energy from his gauntlets illuminating the night sky. The green masked figure hovers in the distance, watching the confrontation with a detached interest. Later that night, Peter returns home, his mind still stuck on the events of the day. Later, so in the last few days, I've not only managed to get my butt kicked, twice, but I also accidentally revealed my secret identity to my kid. Worse than that, I scared her. He grabs a container of milk from the refrigerator and starts to drink, the weight of his decisions settling on him. Not good, Peter. Not good at all. He looks at the drawings on the refrigerator door, the simple sketches of a child's world. Face it, you might not be cut out for this, he whispers to himself. He stops as he sees a new drawing, a simple sketch of a spider with a red mark on its back. The note underneath reads, "Dad, I drew a picture of your spider. I hope you like it. You're the best. Love, May." Peter smiles, the warmth of his daughter's love filling his heart. Or maybe I'll give it one more day, he decides, his resolve reborn as the screen fades to black. To be continued. The Manhattan Bridge stretches across the sky like a steel spine, anchoring the city to the horizon. It's a quiet morning, but the air feels heavy with the promise of change. In the heart of the city, construction cranes tower over skeletal buildings. Development never stops in New York, and neither does the mystery that lingers in its shadows. Inside the Parker home, MJ leans against the doorframe, her eyes narrowed in playful suspicion. "I dunno, I think they're up to something. What do you think, Richard?" she asks, looking at her son. Young Richard Parker crosses his arms and assumes a thoughtful pose. I read about this in a book once. See how they're avoiding eye contact, Mom? Very sketchy, he remarks with a grin. On the couch, Peter sits with his daughter Mayday, who is clutching a pillow. Peter points a finger upward as if defending his innocence. Nothing, and if by nothing May means the simple enjoyment of some solid daddy-daughter time, then, yes, absolutely nothing, Peter insists. Mayday looks skeptical, mimicking her mother's sharp gaze. Maybe the two of you are up to something and you're just deflecting. It's a real thing. I read about that in a book once, she echoes, her voice full of mischief. MJ grabs her bag and gestures for Richard to follow. Well, Richard and I are heading out. Mom says I need new shoes. I think these are perfectly fine, but she disagrees. So now I'm getting new shoes. She pauses at the door, glancing back with a knowing smile. And after that, we're gonna pop into the florist. We shouldn't be more than an hour. MJ waves a final goodbye, her eyes sparkling. You guys have fun, and don't do anything I wouldn't do. Once the door clicks shut, the atmosphere in the room shifts instantly. Peter and Mayday share a look of shared excitement. Peter leans in close to his daughter. You wanna? He asks. Mayday doesn't hesitate. Yeah. Minutes later, high above the bustling streets, Mayday sits on a rooftop vent, sporting goggles and a scarf. She looks down at her father's latest costume experiment. Well, I like that it's got the spider on it, but it's kinda more scary, Dad. Peter, clad in the sleek black and white webbed suit, strikes a pose. You think, okay, what's it need? Mayday gestures broadly toward him. Maybe some color, and seriously, less scary, Dad. Peter taps a button on his belt and the suit ripples, turning red and black with a massive white spider. You mean like this? He asks. Mayday shakes her head. Less scary, more cool, and red. Well, I do like the red, but it's not cool, Dad, at all, you're so old. Peter's suit shifts again, taking on a bold orange and red pattern. Oh, yeah, would an old man wear this? I think not. Mayday sighs, pointing at the eyes. Maybe some blue, and bring back the webs. Finally, the classic red and blue appears, iconic and timeless. So like this? Peter asks. Mayday jumps down with a grin. No, Dad, not all blue, more like. She catches herself, looking at the final classic design. Oh, I like it. Peter smiles under the mask. So you like it? Wanna take it out for a spin? With a shout of joy, Mayday clings to Peter's back as they launch off the rooftop. They dive into the concrete canyons of the city, swinging through the air in perfect rhythm. Meanwhile, downtown at the new office of Ben Parker and J. Jonah Jameson, the scenery is much less heroic. The building is dilapidated, its windows grimy from years of neglect. "This place is a dump," Jonah grumbles. Ben stands amid stacks of boxes, looking around the cavernous, empty room. "Yeah, but it's our dump." Jonah gestures to the peeling wallpaper. "You could have picked a little nicer location." "Jonah, I spent exactly what you told me to. Are you saying there was more money in the budget?" Ben turns to Jonah with a stern expression. "Some, but if we spent it all on an office, there wouldn't have been any left over for the employees." Jonah stares at Ben for a long beat. "We don't have any employees." Ben smiles, a glint of humor in his eyes. "And that, my friend, is how you control expenses." Jonah looks around the wreckage one more time. "Still, yeah, we got an office." Ben nods, looking out the window toward the city. "Wow." Just then, Peter walks into the room, holding a small bonsai tree wrapped in a blue ribbon. He surveys the disaster area with a grimace. "This is not great." Ben turns toward the voice, his face lighting up. "Parker, hey Peter, what brings you by?" Peter walks deeper into the room, dodging a dusty desk. "Thought I'd come by and check out the new HQ. Also, MJ sent this to liven up the place. And boy, can she pick 'em or what?" He holds up the tree, gesturing to the gray walls. "Just look at what it does to the room. It's like it's a whole new dump." Peter sets the plant down and looks at the two older men. "Both of you do know you have to fix this place up if you want someone to work here, right?" Jonah and Ben share a silent, weighted look. Jonah finally breaks the silence. "We might have a little left in the budget." Peter walks over to a large corkboard covered in photos and string. "I'd use it. Hee-yee, now that looks interesting." He leans in, studying the connections and the faces pinned to the board. "What is it?" Ben walks over and stands next to him. "Well, it's a map, Peter." Jonah joins them, his voice lowering to a professional rumble. "Not really sure if we can say more than that right now, considering your current affiliations and place of employment." Peter smirks, glancing back at his uncle. "Oh, it's like that." Ben gives a small, apologetic shrug. "I'm afraid so, son. These are delicate times for our fledgling venture. Have you seen how terrible our office is?" Jonah leans against a pillar. "I suppose if there was a quid pro quo situation, we might be able to crack the door open a little." Peter crosses his arms, looking intrigued. "How can I help?" Jonah points to the board. "Has there been any chatter at the Bugle about a guy wearing a green suit waging a personal war on the Fisk organization?" Peter nods slowly. "Yeah, actually, the guy's already blown up a bunch of stuff. Robbie's taken to calling him the Green Goblin. Scary." He looks back at the map. He thinks there's a story there, but the higher-ups keep shutting him down. Peter scoffs at the memory of his editors. Instead, they're pushing stories about the guy in the black suit, which I get. He's extremely photogenic and, to me, seems to be a much more compelling and, dare I say, charming character. Ben and Jonah stare at him, completely unimpressed by his self-praise. Peter clears his throat. "A real man of the people, just an opinion." Ben points to the pins. "Right, well anyway, take a closer look at this. Each one of these pins is a location the goblin fella has hit, and they're all owned by Fisk." Peter rubs his chin, thinking. "Okay, well, that explains the Bugle's behavior, but what's the story with Fisk and the green guy? Classic good guy, bad guy situation." Ben's eyes narrow as he looks at the photos of the destruction. "Or bad guy, good guy." Jonah looks at Peter. "Or bad guy, bad guy. After all, this is the world, gentlemen, not a fairy tale." Ben nods firmly. "And I think it would benefit us greatly not to jump to any conclusions, so maybe we should find out more." Later, Spiderman crouches on a skyscraper ledge, his mask reflecting the city lights. "Stakeout time. Always wanted to do one of these. Not exactly sure how, but I can figure it out." He sits back, watching the quiet streets below. "All I know is that on TV these guys kinda just sit there for a bit and then the bad guy shows up. How long could this take?" Hours pass. Peter has constructed a web hammock and is lazily eating donuts. Now I understand why these guys are always eating while they wait. There's nothing else to do. Watch, eat, wait, watch, eat, wait. He sighs, looking at his empty box. It's been 2 days. I really wish something would happen. Suddenly, the clouds break and a torrential downpour begins. Peter huddles on the ledge, soaked to the bone. I hate this. A group of pigeons huddle near him for warmth. That's it, I quit. This was a terrible idea. Nothing's going to happen. I'm an idiot. Ben's an idiot. Jonah's definitely an idiot. He starts to stand up to leave. I'm going home. Wait a minute. In the distance, an explosion rips through a nearby construction site. Peter's eyes widen. Bingo. A metallic sphere with a goblin face carved into it rolls through the air before erupting in a blast of fire and debris. A masked man in black and blue armor leaps through the chaos. A voice calls out from the smoke, mocking and cold. Look at you, methodically goin' after Mr. Fisk, den to den, pretendin' to be a predator. The man in the green armored suit, the Green Goblin, banks his glider through the ruins of a building as the assassin, Bullseye, keeps pace with him. But you strike me as someone who's never once in his life actually hunted. Bullseye throws a playing card with lethal precision, because you didn't recognize a trap even when it was right in front of you. The Green Goblin narrowly dodges the card, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp sound. Ha, Bullseye. The goblin loses control of his glider as another explosion goes off nearby, sending him spiraling toward the ground. He slams into a pile of construction materials, dust and glass raining down on him. Who are you? He gasps, struggling to rise. Bullseye lands gracefully on a beam, looking down at his prey. A killer loose in the world, an actual predator in the wild. The goblin scoffs, firing a green blast from his gauntlet. That's funny. Seems to me you're more like a pet on a leash, doing Fisk's bidding while your owner's safe. Bullseye dodges the blast easily, his movements fluid and unnatural. You think I work for Fisk? Fisk is a prop, a puppet, like you and everyone else. The goblin groans as a surge of electricity from an exposed wire hits his suit. Arg! Bullseye stands over him, another card ready in his hand. No, I work for the real masters of the world, the real power. He steps closer, his eyes glowing behind his mask. I'm paid by the invisible hand to strike down those who forget their station, and I'm very good at it. He raises the card to strike, but if I'm Bane, honest with you, I'd do it for free. Now, boys. Before Bullseye can finish, a web lines shoots out and yanks the card right out of his hand. Spiderman lands on a nearby crate. If you can't play nice, maybe you shouldn't play at all. Bullseye turns, his fists clenched. Well, I guess it's my lucky day. I get to eliminate 2 problems at once. He pulls more cards from his belt, and after that I get to go home, which is good. He stares at Spider-Man with pure malice. 'Cause I hate this place. Spider-Man leaps into the air, dodging a flurry of cards. Well, you're gonna need to have better aim than that. Bullseye looks up, his mask cold and empty. I wasn't aiming at you. Spider-Man follows Bullseye's gaze and sees the cards wedged into the base of a massive construction crane. Oh boy. The crane groans and shatters, collapsing under its own weight in a terrifying display of gravity and iron. Bullseye stands over the wreckage where the goblin was buried. You alive in there? I hope you are, and I hope it hurts real bad. Suddenly, a surge of energy explodes from the rubble, sending sparks everywhere. Zee-zack! Bullseye recoils, screaming in pain. Arrgh! The Green Goblin rises from the wreckage, his gauntlets glowing with power. Don't worry about him, worry about me. Bullseye stares him down, his hand reaching for another card. Okay, deal. A second later, Bullseye is hit by a massive energy blast that sends him flying backward. Aye. The goblin stands tall over the fallen assassin. I'd tell you to make your peace, but that ain't how this is gonna go. Bullseye looks up, his voice weak but defiant. You know, it's a real shame. The goblin pauses. What? Bullseye coughs. A predator like you, not recognizing a trap even though you walked right into it. He looks toward the darkness of the site. Spider-Man swings back into the fray, his kick hitting Bullseye with the force of a freight train. They both tumble into the shadows. The Green Goblin looks at Spider-Man, his chest heaving with exertion. You okay? Spider-Man wipes the rain from his mask. Yeah, I think so. Thanks for the helping hand. The goblin nods slowly. Wasn't expecting to need it, but I certainly did. Spider-Man looks at the unconscious Bullseye. Who exactly is this guy? The goblin shakes his head. I don't know that, yet. Spider-Man looks around the site. So should I call the police or something? I don't really know what to do next. I haven't actually caught anyone before. The goblin looks down at Bullseye's gear. Fisk owns a large part of the police, and as far as I can tell, this guy is somehow more connected than Fisk, so I don't think calling the police will help. Spider-Man looks back at the goblin. Then, what are you going to do? The goblin looks toward his damaged glider. Same thing as every day, what needs to be done? He looks at Spider-Man, a strange gravity in his voice. A place for everything and everything in its place. Spider-Man looks at the high-tech suit. So, that's an interesting suit you have there. I bet some people think it's very cool. The goblin tilts his head. Spider-Man continues. That's because it is cool. The goblin reaches up to his chest plate, his voice becoming more clinical. Be that as it may, instead of cool, others might call it something else. Proprietary. He taps a hidden sensor on his chest. Tech. Spider-Man's mask tilts in confusion. What? A computerized voice rings out from the air. Suit pairing enabled. Suddenly, a buzzing sound fills the air. What was that? Did you hear that? Peter asks, looking around. The voice speaks again. Connecting. The goblin stands perfectly still. Connected, authenticated and paired, suit deactivating. Spider-Man's mask begins to dissolve into black smoke, revealing Peter's terrified face. What? No deactivating, no deactivating. The mask completely vanishes, leaving Peter exposed in the rain. Oh my God, I. The Green Goblin also touches his helmet. Tech. The helmet splits open and retracts, revealing the face of Harry Osborn. He looks at Peter with a mixture of relief and sadness. Hi, I'm Harry. Peter stares at him, his world tilting. Peter. Harry looks down, his expression hardening. Well, Peter, I don't know if you've noticed or not, but the world is a strange and dangerous place these days. Peter can only manage a weak reply. Yeah, I'm starting to notice that. The two former friends stand amidst the wreckage, the city continuing to hum around them as if nothing has changed. The tension is thick, a gulf of years and secrets between them. Harry breaks the silence with a half-smile. You want to get a drink? Maybe talk about it. Peter looks into Harry's eyes, searching for the boy he once knew. Sure. Be continued. Night has truly fallen over the city, the moon a bright eye watching the skyline. It's a moment of deceptive peace. The restaurateur sits on a quiet corner, its windows glowing with a warm, amber light that spills onto the sidewalk. Inside, MJ and Peter are dressed to the nines, though the fancy clothes can't hide Peter's distraction. Are we sure this is a good idea? MJ asks under her breath. Peter takes a sip of his drink, his eyes scanning the room. No, but at least it gave us an excuse to get out of the house, dress up a little. MJ smiles, her gaze softening. That's true, and I must say. She reaches out to fix his collar, a tender gesture in a public space. You clean up very nicely, Mr. Parker. Peter smirks at her. Well, I run with a tough crowd. I'm just trying to keep up. Suddenly, MJ's eyes dart toward the door. There he is. Harry Osborn walks into the restaurant, wearing a sharp purple suit and a confident, if slightly worn, smile. Sorry I'm late. Peter stands up and reaches out to shake Harry's hand. Hey, Harry, how's it going? Harry grips his hand firmly. Doing well. You find the place all right. Peter gestures to the upscale decor. We did. Pretty nice. I don't think they wanted to let me in, but they relented when I gave him your name. Harry chuckles, though there's a hint of exhaustion in his eyes. Sorry about that. The crowd here can be a bit insufferable. Just awful people, really. Peter raises an eyebrow. Yeah. Harry leans in with a conspiratorial look. Aha, I eat here at least once a week, so what are we drinking? Harry signals for a bottle as he looks at MJ. Probably a lot. Harry, I want you to meet my wife. This is MJ. MJ offers a polite, polished smile. It's very nice to meet you, Harry. Harry takes her hand with a flourish. Pleasure's all mine. Peter has told me all about you. Honestly, he won't shut up about it. The man's obsessed, I think. MJ laughs, a warm sound that cuts through the formal atmosphere. Well, I hear most people call that being in love. I'll admit, it's had a bit of a branding issue lately. She continues, her business side taking over smoothly. But you're on the job. Speaking of, congrats on your new business. I love it when people bet on themselves. Harry smiles at her genuine tone. Thanks. If I work hard enough, sometimes I forget how terrified I am. He looks back at Peter. Well, I hear most people call that being excited. MJ watches Harry with a keen eye. I can see why you like him. Peter smiles, his affection for his friend clear. So, I thought your wife was coming. Harry checks his phone as it buzzes. She had a business thing uptown. It should only be a few more. Ah, here she is now. He looks toward the entrance with pride. Peter, MJ, this is my wife. Gwen Stacy walks into the light, looking elegant and sharp in a gray blazer. Gwen Stacy, sorry I'm late. Things got a little complicated. She greets them warmly. Hello, you must be Peter. Hi, this is MJ. Hey there. Harry gives her a quick kiss on the cheek. What was the hold-up with the meeting? Gwen shrugs it off with a practiced smile. Oh, old-school executive types. I tried the carrot, but they wanted the stick. Nothing to worry about, so, should we eat? I'm starving. The appetizers arrive, everyone is impressed by the presentation. Oh my God, Gwen whispers. MJ takes a bite and closes her eyes. This is amazing. Harry beams at their reaction. Yeah, chef's pretty great. She's from Argentina, I think. Gwen corrects him without missing a beat. Uruguay. MJ looks at Peter. It's been a while since actually, when was the last time we went out? Peter thinks for a second. On a date, BK baby. Harry looks confused. BK, what's, before kids? MJ laughs. You got it, do you two have any? Gwen shakes her head, a soft look on her face. Children? No, I'd like to think I'd be a good mom, but none for us yet. We're considering it though. Peter smiles, looking at Harry. Well, it's just the best thing ever. What's the holdup? Harry's expression darkens slightly as he thinks about his secret life. The world we'd be bringing them into. MJ nods understandingly. Sure, I get it. Vary of the times. It's a scary proposition either way. How long have you guys been married? Harry looks at Gwen with pure adoration. Oh, who can say? Hard to keep track when every day is a dream. Gwen answers immediately. 8 years, 3 months, and 11 days, 2 leap years, not 1. Harry smiles at her precision. The culmination of a lifelong pursuit, but enough about us, MJ, spill it. MJ looks surprised. What? Harry raises his glass. We all know what Peter's up to. Let's hear how your business is going. Gwen takes another bite, watching MJ. What's this? Peter jumps in, clearly proud. MJ started a PR firm. She's a bit of a marketing genius. Gwen looks impressed. How nice. How'd you get into that? MJ smiles, starting her story. I used to model a little. It was fine, but while I was doing that, I started handling my own branding. People liked what I did, word got around. She continues. Then I got picked up by Bayham Larouche and worked there for a while. After that, I got poached by Altman, Smith and Altman for their executive suite about 5 years ago. Gwen pauses, her glass half raised. Really? Now that's an interesting place. I think Harry's dad used them a few times. MJ's expression turned serious. Interesting. Now that's a very polite way to describe a crisis management firm. She sighs, her gaze dropping to her glass. It starts with you can pick your clients and eventually turns into just make the problem go away. It was gross. Super gross. I just couldn't do it anymore, so I went off on my own. Harry nods in approval. Good for you, so who you got, client-wise? MJ answers quickly. Well, I'm on retainer at Damage Control, but other than that, it's all one-offs and irons in the fire. She looks at Peter. Except Peter, is it okay to talk about this? Peter shrugs. Sure, why not? MJ smiles back at Harry. I mean, you can't hurt their feelings, and they don't change their minds, so. She takes a breath. Last week I started helping out Peter's uncle, Ben Parker, and J. Jonah Jameson. They're starting their own news outfit. Harry raises his eyebrows. We just settled on a name. Back in the city, the neon signs flicker over a quiet intersection. "I don't get it," a voice mutters. In Ben Parker's new apartment, Jonah looks around the living room. "We're doing the news online, not in print, which I'm still not okay with, and she wants to call it the paper." He looks at Ben, who is pouring them both a drink. Is it supposed to be ironic or something? Ben hands a bottle to Jonah. "It was nice of you to stop by just to complain about this, Jonah." He smirks, and I think the word she used was meta. Nearby, young Richard Parker is sitting on a stool, absorbed in a book. "It's both, actually." Jonah looks at the boy, then back at Ben. "I dunno, it feels very clever, and you know how I hate that." Ben takes a sip. I do, but it also has that certain something to it, doesn't it? Not elitist, for the masses, very everyman." Jonah grumbles, but he can't fully disagree. "Yeah, maybe. I do like that it's kind of generic in the right way, not the other way, where you take out a vowel so you can trademark it or something. PAPR that nonsense." Ben chuckles. "I'd die of embarrassment." Suddenly, little Mayday Parker sticks her head out from around a corner. "Uncle Ben." Ben turns to her. "Yes, dear." Mayday looks back toward her room, then at Ben. "Is he going to be leaving soon?" Ben looks at Jonah, then back at the girl. "The paper sounds great." Back at the restaurant, Harry takes a long drink from his glass. "I know I get up every day and say to myself, what I really need in my life is more news. I mean, I just love it so much." Gwen gives him a stern look. "You're being rude, Harry." Harry raises his hands in mock surrender. "I'm joking, dear. Dad always said Ben was the salt of the earth. I just hope it goes well. Not sure if this is the right market." Peter looks up from his plate. "Too competitive." Harry shakes his head. "Closed system, you'll see." Gwen looks at MJ, her expression thoughtful. "I dunno, depends on what they cover. Depends on how deep they like to dig." She continues. "I can think of a few reasons why a couple of crusty old guys with nothing to lose might be useful." MJ nods, encouraging her. "Keep going, grist for the mill." Gwen locks eyes with Peter. "Well, take the pictures Peter's been shooting of that masked man swinging through the sky. Killer eye, by the way." Peter tries to play it cool. "Oh, I just point and shoot." MJ reaches out and puts her hand over Peter's, her eyes shining. "He means thank you." Peter looks at his wife, then back at Gwen. "I do, thanks." Gwen continues her pitch. "You're welcome. Anyway, if you look at the coverage of it, it's sanitized, surrounded." She leans forward, her voice intensifying. "It's not that the stories are corporate, they are, of course, but they're intentionally obtuse. They all miss the point of the masked man." Peter asks the obvious question, which is? Gwen doesn't hesitate. That he exists for a reason, that there must be a point to him, a purpose, for someone or someone's he's fulfilling a need, for good or for bad. She looks from Peter to MJ. "Now, I like to think he isn't a bad guy, but in a lot of ways, him being a good guy would be more upsetting to certain people." She pauses for effect. It implies that something's wrong with the world, and maybe he's what we're looking for, a cure for what ails us. Peter looks at her, truly seeing her for the first time. "I can see you've thought about this quite a bit." Gwen smiles, a flash of something sharp and determined in her gaze. "People need heroes, Peter, and if your uncle's going to report on that, good for him. Maybe you could let them use some of your photos." Peter feels the weight of his secret pressing against his ribs. "But I work for the Bugle." Gwen looks at him with a knowing, almost pitying expression. "And you always will with an attitude like that." Peter and Harry share another silent look, the conversation shifting into a hidden layer only they understand. Harry smirks, lifting his glass to Peter. "Hey, CEO of a billion-dollar company, go easy on the working folk." He takes a sip of wine, but she's not wrong. Gwen wipes her mouth with a napkin and stands up. "Fair enough. I've said my piece, and with that, I need to visit the ladies." MJ stands up too, looking at Peter. "Oh, I'll come with." She pauses at the door. "You two behave." Once they are gone, Peter raises his hand to wave, then slumps back into his chair. Harry is staring at him with a frighteningly focused gaze. Peter looks away, his hand covering his eyes. Harry's voice is cold. "My kid caught me in my costume." Peter looks up, shocked. Harry continues. "Well, thank God. For a second there, I thought you were gonna lecture me about the importance of keeping secrets and whatnot. Peter sighs. It is important, and I haven't told MJ because, look, it's not that I don't trust her or anything that would be ridiculous, but I have to protect them, don't I? Harry leans in, his face partially shrouded in shadow. You seriously think you can live this life and insulate the people you love from the consequences? Peter looks down at his hands. I don't even know for sure that I want to do this, whatever this is. Harry scoffs. I've seen you in action, pal. Yeah, you do. And if I'm brave enough to do it, you sure should be. Peter looks at Harry, and why is that? Harry leans closer, his eyes intense. Because, at the end of the day, I'm just a guy in a suit, and you with your abilities are a good bit more than that. It's all on us, pal. Peter's voice is a whisper. To do what? Harry gives him a grim, final smile. Save the world. Peter stares at his friend. Well, thank God. For a second there, I thought you were gonna lay something heavy on me. Harry's smile doesn't reach his eyes. Harry, for the first time in my life, I'm doing something I'm good at. Stopping bad people from doing bad things feels right. What you're talking about, I dunno, it sounds too big. He looks back at Harry. I'm not gonna tell you what you have to do, Peter, or how to do it. It's not my place and it's not my call. You have to decide that. Nobody's forcing you to come along for the ride. Harry stands up to leave. But you need to understand where this is headed and what we're up against. He points a finger at Peter, his face grim. These people, they're playing God and they're playing for keeps. And worse than that, they've been doing it our whole lives. He gestures to the restaurant. It's institutional, it's systemic, it's the whole damn world. He looks Peter directly in the eye. And you have great power, Peter, and with great power comes great responsibility. Harry leans back, his voice softening. It's such a gift, but only if you use it. Later, Peter and MJ walk down a quiet street, their hands entwined. The night is cool, the sounds of the city distant. So, MJ says softly. Peter looks at her. What do you think? MJ sighs. They were nice, kind of. Actually, they were a little. Peter smirks. Scary? MJ looks at him. Yes, it was like equal parts too personal and too intense, but with really great food. She looks at the sidewalk. Yeah, it was a lot. What'd you think of what they were saying? Peter looks away. About, MJ's voice is low, the world needing heroes. She stops walking and pulls him close. What do I need heroes for, Peter? I've got you. They continue walking home, two small figures against the vast, dark skyline of the city. But the manhole cover at their feet remains a silent sentinel, hiding the world below. To be continued. Months ago, Norman Osborn stands alone by a vast window, watching the sun dip below the New York City skyline as the city he built begins to glow. Behind him, the room is filled with the soft chatter and clinking glasses of the city's elite, but Norman remains detached from the celebration. He doesn't turn as his wife Emily approaches, his voice cold and precise. Let me guess, he's running late. Emily offers a small, hopeful smile, trying to bridge the gap between father and son. I'm sure he'll be here soon. I'm sure he'll have a good reason. Norman turns slightly, his face set in a mask of rigid discipline. No, you're either where you're supposed to be or you're not. Anything else is just an excuse. Phone vibrates in his hand, and he answers it without hesitation, his voice a sharp command. Harry. On the other end of the line, Harry Osborn wanders through the crowded city streets, his voice hurried. Dad, I'm sorry, I thought I called Mom. Norman cuts him off, his eyes narrowing as he looks out at the world. Where are you? Harry stops near a police cruiser, his hand rubbing the back of his neck. A couple blocks away. I know, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Norman's tone drops to a dangerous level of calm. Son, you know who we're supposed to be meeting with, and I've stressed how important today is. This is unacceptable. Harry tries one last time to explain, but Norman has heard enough. Look, I'm sorry, Dad. I'd tell you why I'm late, but it wouldn't matter, would it? Norman's grip tightens on the phone. No, Harry, what name do you bear? Harry is confused, his eyes darting around the street. What? Norman's voice is like a heavy weight. What name do you bear? Osborn, yes. He looks out at the skyscraper across from him, his legacy reflected in the glass. It's a great name. It means something. Harry sighs into the receiver. Harry, do you know what my favorite memory of you is? Norman asks. Harry thinks back to a simpler time. Yeah, that time we played catch and... Norman cuts him down with a single breath. No, that's you, the little boy, talking, and that memory. It's the memory of a child. He pauses, letting the silence hang heavy between them. The problem is, it hasn't happened yet. Norman watches as a brilliant, blinding light begins to streak across the sky towards the buildings. My favorite memory of you is the day you finally started acting like a man, like an Osborne. The reflection in the window shows the city reflected in Norman's cold, unyielding green eyes. We're all waiting for you, Harry. How long are you going to make us wait? Suddenly, a massive, white-hot explosion erupts in the heart of the city, dwarfing the skyscrapers in its wake. Harry stands frozen on the street, his eyes wide with horror as the shockwave of the blast paints his face in harsh, terrifying shadows. A few weeks after that, the world has changed, and a row of brownstones stands quiet under a pale sun. Inside an office, Bill, an older man with a gray beard and glasses, looks solemnly at the young man before him. I knew your father for almost 40 years, 30 of them as his personal attorney. He adjusts his glasses, his voice thick with loss. And now I can't really imagine a world without him in it. I'm gonna miss I.M. Across the desk, Harry Osborne and Gwen Stacy sit side by side, dressed in mourning black. Thanks, Bill. I hope you know he really appreciated you, Harry says softly. Bill nods, his expression somber. I do. There's really not much else to say beyond I'm sorry, Harry. Gwen leans forward, her voice searching for stability in the chaos. Is it normal for things to move this quickly? Bill explains the legal intricacies left behind. Well, Norman had almost the entirety of his estate and personal assets in a trust that the family just Harry and you now shared control over. He looks down at his notes. As far as the company itself goes, that'll take longer. But there's really nothing to do there except go through probate as the will is executed. Harry listens intently, the weight of $1 billion legacy resting on his shoulders. Will there be any problems? Bill spreads his hands, showing the absolute control Harry now possesses. The process will probably take 6 months. But Harry, because you're the sole named beneficiary, controlling interest will be yours. Gwen reaches out, her hand covering Harry's in a silent show of support. Good, that's good, Harry whispers. Bill continues, emphasizing the power Harry now holds. Until then, both you and Gwen currently sit on the board, so your hand is already on the wheel, and frankly, I can't ever see it coming off. Oscorp will be yours. Harry asks if they are finished, but Bill's expression changes as he reaches for an envelope. Is there anything else you need to go over with us? Because there is one other thing, Bill interrupts. Bill holds up a small card showing a black and white image of a chess king. Harry, this was delivered to my office this morning. For you. Harry takes the card, turning the black and white image over in his fingers as he stares at the mystery in his hands. What is it? Bill watches Harry, the reflection of the young man visible in his glasses. I have no idea what it means, but I do know who it's from. The next day, Harry arrives at a high-security building, met by guards armed with submachine guns at every door. He stands with his hands raised as a guard in sunglasses, and a black suit checks him for weapons, his eyes never leaving Harry's face. The guard pulls the small chess piece card from Harry's pocket, confirming his invitation into this hidden sanctum. Arms out. Harry is ushered through the final door, his expression one of cautious curiosity. Well, I'm here. He finds himself in a sun-drenched penthouse, face to face with a man wearing a black eye patch and holding a glass of wine. This is the man who sent the card. In a luxury pool overlooking the city, a mountain of a man sits, holding a drink aloft in a mocking toast. And right on time. Do you know who I am? Harry looks down at him, his voice steady. You are Wilson Fisk, entrepreneur, business magnate, man of influence, and on. Everyone knows this. Fisk smiles, a dangerous look in his eyes. Can you tell me what they don't? Harry doesn't flinch, reciting the rumors that swirl around the man known as the Kingpin. With the fall of Staines/Stark and the Union now a divided protectorate of other regions, He continues, noting the power shift in the city. There are rumors that you've secretly been named both the shadow governor of the greater New York territory, as well as the kingpin of Manhattan. Fisk lifts his glass, the liquid shimmering as he acknowledges the title with a smirk. He hauls his massive frame out of the pool, towering over Harry. I'm not a vain man, but from time to time, it is nice to hear one's name ring out. Fisk steps onto the pool's edge, water dripping from his swimsuit. Yes, I've been named, and next week I will be officially elevated to both positions. I'll be running things now, and you should be very pleased about that. Harry looks at him, skeptical of the offer. And why is that? Fisk pulls on a silk robe, his eyes fixed on the young Osborne. Because I need a favor. One, I think, you are uniquely suited to provide. Harry remains defiant, refusing to be seen as a mere extension of his father's legacy. I'm not my father, Mr. Fisk. He looks up at the giant. And even though I'm probably going to spend the next few years of my life pretending to be, he'd be the first to tell you I don't have his influence or pedigree. Fisk's smirk doesn't fade as he looks down at the boy. Well, you'll just have to make do. Fisk explains the shadows hanging over him, the remnants of the Stark Empire. You see, I have 2 5-letter shadows hanging over my head. Obadiah Stane had no existing family, and now there are no more Starks. He leans in close to Harry, his massive presence filling the room. There's no arguing about the value of the company, but I need to eliminate the remnant skipit from rising again. Fisk admits his own limitations in this specialized field, because it won't be forgotten, and I'm not qualified to separate the Stark wheat from the Stark chaff. Harry shakes his head, unimpressed. I don't see what I can do about any of that, and, with all due respect, it's your problem, not mine. Fisk's eyes flash with a cunning light. Not if I sell it to you. 2 weeks later, high above the city, a beam of light cuts through a heavy metal door, sparks showering the darkness. FSSSHHHHH. Inside the pitch-black vault, Harry and Gwen stand with Dr. Otto Octavius as the door finally gives way. We're in, Mr. Osborne, Otto says. Gwen looks around with a mix of sarcasm and impatience. Super, and it only took 2 days of cutting. How hilarious is it going to be if there's nothing in here? Otto explains the difficulty of their task, his goggles glowing in the dim light. There's no external power running to the box, and there's a Faraday patina covering its 6-inch thick titanium walls. Harry turns on his flashlight, his eyes scanning the room. Let's see what we got at the garage sale. Gwen sighs, feeling the weight of the wasted time. Digging through these old men's trash is going to take forever, Harry. With all we have to do, we should probably Jew. Harry interrupts her as he shines the light on the wall, his eyes going wide. Gwen, look. Lined up against the wall are 3 suits of Iron Man armor, their chest plates glowing softly even in the dark. Harry, Gwen, and Otto stand in the center of the vault, surrounded by the greatest technology the world had ever seen. I found the lights, Harry says. Otto is mesmerized, looking at the power source. You're not gonna believe this, but no wonder there's no need for external power. There's a fully functional arc reactor in here. He reaches out, his hands trembling with excitement. I've wanted to play with one of these things for years. Harry looks at the suits, his mind racing. This is all just stuff. Gwen looks at him, trying to grasp his cold perspective. That's a fairly comprehensive and incredibly generic view of the universe, dear. Harry looks around the room. Saying that, it's our stuff now. No, I mean it's all assets. There should be some repository of data here somewhere. You know, the real gold. Gwen gestures to a workstation in the corner. Here's a terminal, and it's attached to what I'm assuming is a data array. If what you're looking for exists, then it's probably archived here, right? She looks at Otto, who is already moving toward the computer. You want me to? Yes, Harry replies. Otto types at the keyboard, a look of focused concentration on his face. Gotta have a password to access anything, no surprise there. Gwen prepares for a long wait. Great, so we're going to need a crack team of decryption people, and God knows how many hours, days to G. Suddenly the screen flashes green. I'm in, Otto says calmly. Harry is stunned. What? Otto reveals the simple logic behind his success. It was ANTH0NY with a 0. Gwen looks at the screen, a look of dark realization on her face. Parents and their kids, right. Harry turns to look at the folders. Some of them, so what are we looking at? The screen shows a sprawling directory of accounts, suit designs, and something called history folders. Harry is mesmerized by the data. It looks like everything, accounts, suit designs. Hey, what are these history folders? What is? Gwen and Harry lean over Otto's shoulder as the data begins to scroll. Harry calls him by his first name. Otto. The scientist doesn't look up from the screen. It's Dr. Octavius. Harry ignores the correction. Otto size, yes. Gwen stands tall, her voice firm and commanding as she looks at Otto from below. You need to sign an NDA. Harry tries to interject, but Gwen shuts him down. Gwen, Otto has an NDA. No, she insists. Gwen stares Otto directly in the eyes, her gaze cold and unyielding. He's gonna need a new one, with more teeth, understand? Otto looks back at her, a wry smile touching his lips. Because if I don't, I can't play with all the new toys. Gwen doesn't blink. That's right, no new toys for you. Otto turns back to the computer, the allure of the technology too strong to resist. Where do I sign? 4 months ago. Harry Osborn stands in a laboratory, looking up at a massive suit of green and purple armor being modified by robotic arms. Harry looks at the suit, his eyes shining with a dark purpose. I like it. Otto stands next to him, his hands folded as he explains the technical hurdles. I had to make a few modifications. He gestures to the armor's surface. Turns out you can't paint this stuff. You have to bond the pigments with the metal at a molecular level. Otto continues, explaining the color choice. I know you wanted it to be a darker shade, but it all started to look brown. Harry remains focused on the bigger picture. No, it's good, Otto. And considering what we've learned from all the files, we have bigger fish to fry. Where are we on everything else? Otto picks up a small, silver orb, a modular chamber capable of rapid expansion. Check these out. The modular chamber is capable of rapid expansion. Harry looks at the device, a look of grim realization on his face. So, it's a bomb. Otto clarifies, showing the device's versatility. No, well, yes, but not just a bomb. It depends on the payload. You can substitute the catalyst for an array of reactions. He then points to a sleek, silver hovercraft sitting in the corner. And this is a hovercraft powered by Stark repulsor technology. Harry studies the craft, noticing its connection to the suit. It's linked to, and controlled by, the extended node I worked into the helmet. Harry looks at the suits, a question forming in his mind. I thought the suits could fly. Otto nods but expresses his caution. They can, I think, but that's running on the Ark, and I'm not comfortable enough with that yet too. Harry cuts him off, his voice flat. I get it, better safe than sorry. He notices something on one of the screens. What's that? Otto looks at the display, his brow furrowed. I have no idea, but it does show up on the network. Harry's eyes narrow as he stares at the mysterious signal. What network? Otto holds out the green-visored helmet to Harry. It's the reason I called you down to the lab. Harry takes the helmet, sensing the weight of what's about to be revealed. Yeah, you seemed a little unsettled, Otto. Otto's voice is tight with confusion. I'm confused. Put on the helmet, I'll show you. Harry slides the helmet on, and his world is suddenly transformed into a digital overlay of maps and data. Whoa, what am I looking at? Otto explains the scope of the discovery. All this stuff runs on a secure network that links all the dedicated Level 1 proprietary tech together. He points to the dots on the map. Each of those dots is another piece of Stark tech like the suits, an Ark node, or any dedicated AI on the network. Harry begins to understand. Okay, I get it. Otto reveals the most alarming part, the sudden surge in activity. So, what you're looking at is a snapshot of what the network looked like 2 days ago. He switches the display, showing hundreds of new dots appearing across the map of New York. And this is what it looks like right now. Harry is horrified. Otto, what the? Otto details the timeline. The first new signal appeared last night, and they kept appearing every couple of minutes until they finally stopped around 6 a.m. Harry asks the critical question, how many? Otto's voice is low. Over 100. What I can't tell is if they are old or dormant tech waking up, or if this is something new. Harry removes the helmet, his face a mask of cold determination. Well, I guess we better find out. 3 months ago, in the middle of the night, a massive armored figure leaps through the air over the city. Zizwhack. A common thug in a ski mask and a stolen Stark repulsor gauntlet tries to flee across the rooftops. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. He looks back, thinking he's escaped, when a green-armored figure lands silently behind him. Now let's see just how much I. The Green Goblin steps into the light, his voice amplified and menacing. Excuse me. The thug spins around, his eyes wide with terror as he looks at the armored titan. Huh. The goblin points a finger at the stolen technology. I think you have something that doesn't belong to you. The thug aims the gauntlet at the goblin, his hands glowing with unstable energy. I'm keepin' the money, pal, and there ain't a thing you can do to stop me. Suddenly, the gauntlet sputters and dies, the light fading into a pathetic whimper. FFTTZZZZ. The thug frantically shakes his hand. Huh, what happened? The goblin remains unmoving, his cold logic on full display. I turned them off, because I'm not here for the money, I'm here for the gloves. He leans in closer, demanding answers. Where'd you get them? The thug tries to cut a deal, his reflection visible in the goblin's glowing eyes. I tell you where and I get to keep the money. The goblin nods, sure. The thug explains how he stumbled upon the tech in a dead man's apartment. I was robbin' this guy's apartment. Turns out he must have just had a heart attack or something sittin' in his favorite chair. He describes a mysterious light and the voice of a terrorist kid, Tony Stark. Anyway, there was this light and that terrorist kid, Stark, talkin', and then the light stopped and these gloves were just sittin' there. The thug finishes his story, unaware of the implications, so I put him on. Harry is frozen as he realizes Stark is still alive. So Stark's alive. The implications hit him like a physical blow. That would mean. Suddenly, the thug leaps at the goblin, his fists swinging. That he gave me the gloves, and you know what? I think I'm gonna keep 'em. Wham! The Green Goblin easily catches the thug's fist, his armored face showing no emotion. Was that supposed to hurt? The thug begins to babble, his tough exterior crumbling into fear. Sorry, I didn't. You don't understand, I've got a wife, and she's sick and... The goblin remains unmoved as the thug pleads for mercy. I'm sorry. The thug lies on the rooftop, unconscious, as stolen cash flutters away in the wind while the goblin looms over him. 2 months ago, Peter Parker and Harry Osborn sit in a quiet, upscale bar, sharing a drink and the heavy secrets of their lives. The bartender moves in the background as the two men talk, their voices low and urgent. So, what do you do, Peter? Harry asks. Peter looks away, unsure of how much to reveal. Harry pushes. For a living, what do you do? Peter offers his cover story. Oh, I'm a photojournalist. I mostly take pictures for the Daily Bugle. He then turns the question back on Harry. Are you married? Yeah, you too, right? Harry asks. Harry nods, a look of genuine camaraderie on his face. Maybe we'll do dinner sometime, or something like that. Peter pauses, his expression darkening. Let's see how drinks go first. The two men sit in a companionable silence, each carrying the weight of a world they can't fully share. Harry breaks the silence, his eyes fixed on Peter. So don't you want to know what I do? Peter smiles, acknowledging Harry's immense fame. Harry, can I call you Harry? Harry nods. Of course. Peter explains that Harry's reputation precedes him. Harry, right now you're probably the most well-known person in the city. Everyone knows your name and what you do for a living. He finishes his thought with a knowing look. You don't need to tell me anything. I know who you are. Harry looks at him, his face half shrouded in shadow. Actually, Peter, what you're referring to is a product of public relations and marketing. He leans closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. And it doesn't have anything at all to do with what I really do for a living. Peter is intrigued, and what's that? Harry closes his eyes for a moment before asking the question that will change everything. Tell me something. Did Tony Stark appear to you out of thin air and give you your suit? Peter is stunned, his eyes wide. Harry continues. There was more to it than that, but Yeah, did the same thing happen to you? Peter admits the truth. No, I found all this out the hard way. Harry asks him to elaborate, care to define the hard way. Peter looks down at his glass, his voice heavy with the memories of the Stark-Stain conflict. Well, after Stark was involved in the death of my parents, I inherited my father's company, and then I was basically given Stark's company also. He reveals the dark truth he discovered. After that, when I was reading through all the Stark family secrets, I found out that the people who gave me this company might just be the most evil people in the history of the world. He finishes his thought with a look of pure determination. And that it was very possible that they not Stark are who really had my parents' blood on their hands. Peter looks at Harry, his face a mask of resolve, which I find unacceptable, so now I have a new job. Harry nods, his expression mirroring Peter's. Okay, fair enough. I guess that qualifies as the hard way. He pauses before asking the next logical question. Thanks, do you know why Stark picked you? Peter takes a long drink from his beer. Yeah, he said I was supposed to be someone else, have a different life. He adds with a bitter laugh, which was stolen from me by the same people you're talking about, I'm guessing. Harry looks at him, his voice low and urgent. And now you're going to do something about it. Peter looks Harry in the eye. He said I was supposed to be a hero. He finishes his beer, his voice strong and clear. And as soon as he said it, I knew it, in my bones. Harry leans in, his face set in a mask of dark purpose. So, yeah, of course we're going to do something about it. The two men clink their glasses together in a silent oath. That's what heroes do. Harry looks at a green-armored helmet, his mind racing with the technical challenges ahead. At first, I thought it was just your suit that gave you your powers. He admits his own misconception. Honestly, I thought you were the suit because it took almost a month to peel you out of it. He touches the helmet's visor, his voice low with wonder. So imagine my surprise when I found out the problem went a little deeper. He points to a hidden detail on the armor's inner lining. You have some sort of embedded exoskeleton under your skin, and while it is impressive, taking it off. Harry looks up as a man in an identical suit steps into the room. Well, that had to hurt. The other armored figure stands tall, his voice cold and robotic. Pain is part of the process. High above the skyline of a reborn New York, the Oscorp building stands as a glowing testament to power and industry. It's a bastion of secrets, hidden in plain sight behind walls of glass and steel. Deep within its sterile heart, a scientist meticulously adjusts a suit of high-tech green armor. It's a beautiful thing, don't you think? He asks, his voice echoing through the silent laboratory. Peter Parker, bearded and wearing a heavy burden behind his eyes, takes a bite of a sandwich as he watches the genius at work. This is Otto Octavius, a prodigy handpicked by Harry Osborn's father to be Oscorp's resident big brain. Peter swallows his food and looks at the man in the white coat with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Sure, I guess. Who are you again? He asks bluntly, leaning against the cold metal railing. Otto doesn't look up from his work, his green goggles reflecting the data streams flowing across his monitors. Harry Osborn stands nearby, a smirk playing on his lips. See, what can I say? Dad could really pick 'em, Harry jokes, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Harry stands tall in his sleek black undersuit, his arms folded confidently as he watches Otto's progress. Well, there you go, Harry mutters, as if the genius of the man before them explains everything. Otto steps onto a hydraulic lift, gesturing toward the displays as they rise. So here's where we're at. Your suits are both Stark tech, but they were built using two completely different types of engineering, he explains, his tone shifting into a lecture. He points to the massive, armored plates of Harry's suit. Harry, your suit is basically a dedicated piece of very sophisticated hardware. Top of the line, flawlessly constructed. If pressed, I'd actually call it the perfect war machine. Otto pulls out a specialized device, his voice full of professional pride as he stares up at the green giant. As a piece of tech, I can get inside it, customize it, do whatever we want. We own it now, top to bottom, back to front. But then he turns his attention to Peter's suit, and his tone shifts to one of genuine awe. But this Pico-Tech suit of yours, it's beyond that. highly adaptable, transformative, and, well, he pauses as he uses a tool to draw a sample from Peter's glove. He holds up a vial containing the microscopic technology, watching the particles dance within the liquid. That's going to take a bit more time, Otto admits, his reflection distorted in the glass. Peter looks at Harry, his concern for their safety outweighing his hunger. Are you sure about this, Harry? He starts, gesturing toward the intense scientist. Harry cuts him off with a look of absolute trust. It's fine. When he gets like this, just let him cook. You'll see, Harry promises, his gaze returning to the work at hand. Otto returns to his console, explaining the hidden vulnerabilities they've uncovered. Both suits run on the same network, which is exactly how Harry was able to shut Peter's suit down during their first violent meeting. Otto pulls up a tablet, his fingers dancing across the interface. Up to now, they've both been running in a kind of safe mode. They actually have an onboard AI that you can use for anything: combat analysis, life support, problem-solving, really. He scrolls through a list of historical profiles stored on the device. We just need to turn them on and give them a profile to map to, Otto continues, his eyes scanning names like Napoleon and Caesar. He pauses on the list, offering a choice. I've prepared several archetypes to choose from: Napoleon, Lincoln, Caesar, Gandhi. I even made one of me, should you be so inclined. Peter hesitates, his brow furrowing. I like to talk to myself, he says. Otto explains that the suit is more than capable of copying the host's brain patterns, but historical records are far more efficient for higher functions. So, if you have enough data, can you construct a profile from historical or personal records? Harry asks, his voice dropping to a low, serious tone. Otto confirms that as long as they have access to the data, it won't be a problem. Harry looks back over his shoulder, a shadow passing over his face as he makes the decision that will define his future. My dad, he states firmly. The Green Goblin is about to find its voice. Across the city, in a much humbler part of town, Gwen Stacy and Mary Jane Watson arrive at an unassuming brick building. This is the birthplace of their new venture, the paper asterisk. MJ takes off her sunglasses, looking up at the weathered facade. This is the building? She asks. Gwen smiles, reminding her that dead things leave behind the bones, and these are good bones. They won't judge this book by its cover. They walk toward the entrance, ready to step into a new chapter of their lives. All right, after you. Let's see what my money's bought me, MJ says, her heels clicking against the pavement. MJ reaches for the handle, but stops when she sees something taped to the glass. HRMPT, she grunts. Gwen looks at her curiously. What? The door is locked tight, and the office inside is dark. They're not here. Door's locked, they left a note, MJ says, holding up a yellow scrap of paper that says they had to run out. In a dark, cavernous parking garage, Ben Parker and J. Jonah Jameson walk toward a meeting that feels like a trap. Anyone here? Jonah calls out, his voice echoing off the concrete walls. Out of the darkness, a voice replies, Over here. Two men step forward from behind a parked car, their faces obscured by the dim lighting. Ben and Jonah are led to a more secluded area where a man waits in the shadows. Nice ambience, very cloak and dagger, Jonah scoffs. Well, Jonah, I wanted somewhere private. And this is private, the stranger replies. The man holds out a thick manila envelope, the paper crinkling in the silence of the garage. Jonah and Ben look at it with a mix of dread and anticipation. Robbie Robertson steps into the light, a small smile on his face. Robbie Robertson is a man who comes through in a pinch, Jonah observes. Robbie nods. I do have my moments. Ben and Jonah quickly scan the documents inside the envelope. Ben, this is, Jonah stammers, the weight of the information finally sinking in. Ben looks up gravely. Yes, it is. They realize that this evidence is explosive, but it's too dangerous for the Asterisk Daily Bugle to touch. Robbie insists they have it, even if he doesn't get the credit. He knows the city needs to see the truth, no matter who delivers it. Robbie explains his plan. He won't join their new paper just yet. For now, it serves them best if he stays in the belly of the beast, at the Asterisk Bugle, as their man on the inside. Jonah looks at his old colleague with newfound respect. Well, Mr. Robertson, I gotta say, I'm a little shocked at what a scoundrel you've become. Ben adds that he's never been more proud. High above Manhattan, a stealth jet glides silently through the clouds. It's heading toward a black hole in the map, a building that officially doesn't exist. The craft touches down on a hidden rooftop helipad. The building's locked down and the surrounding area's secure. You've got a 20-minute window, sir. A voice crackles over the radio. A man with an eye patch and a stern face meets a tall man with a ponytail. Has our guest arrived? He asks. Yes, we have him in the Agamemnon room, the Frenchman replies. They walk toward a massive set of blast doors that hum with electrical power. C'est une chambre si grande pour un homme si petit, the Frenchman muses. Well, let's not keep him waiting, non. They enter a lavish, wood-paneled room. Wilson Fisk stands with his back to them, staring at a portrait of the maker. He admits he never met the man who remade the world, but he considers himself the protector of that dream. Fisk turns, his massive frame casting a long shadow across the expensive rug. No small burden, is it, Monsieur Britton? He asks, his voice a low rumble. Monsieur Britton, his eyes fixed on the kingpin, gets straight to the point. Non, si n'est pas, I understand that you've lost one of my agents. They discuss the missing man. Fisk explains that there is no body and no footage of the encounter. The assailant used a close proximity EMP to wipe every digital trace. A pity, but a problem that must be solved. Monsieur Britton pours a drink, the amber liquid catching the light. It seems you were right and I was wrong. This has grown into a much larger problem than I first believed. But do not worry, I have a solution. Fisk's eyes narrow, his expression unreadable. Is that so? He asks, his gaze piercing through the man across from him. Britton raises his glass in a dark toast. It is, I come bearing gifts, he says, his voice dripping with confidence. He gestures to a line of masked, black-clad soldiers standing in the shadows. An entire team of my agents. It embarrasses me that I lack a more subtle out. But I suppose there are worse ideas than throwing numbers at the problem. Fisk looks at the soldiers, his silence speaking volumes. I say, no thank you, he finally replies. Britton is stunned. What? I do not need them, Fisk clarifies. I know how to beat my adversaries, and I will do so, on my terms. Britton smirks, his pride slightly wounded. Well, look at you, behaving like a king of his own kingdom, and will you offer me some small hint of your plan? Fisk leans in, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. Just know this, I do not have a plan. I have **6** of them. The Kingpin's game has only just begun. Later, in the heart of an Oscorp training facility, a massive impact shakes the walls. Dust falls from the rafters as the sounds of combat echo through the air. Spider-Man has just been sent flying by a powerful blow. Harry Osborn, clad in his glowing green goblin armor, stands over him with a smug tilt of his head. Not gonna lie, I felt that, Peter groans from the floor. Peter reaches up, and Harry grabs his hand, pulling him to his feet with more strength than Peter expected. The training is getting more intense with every round. Spider-Man adjusts his mask, his breathing heavy. He looks toward the monitoring station, where Otto is observing every move. Harry turns toward Otto as well, the green glow of his visor reflecting off the walls. So, you get what you need, he asks, his voice modulated by the suit's speakers. Otto is typing furiously at his console. He explains that they now have a baseline for suit performance. The next step is activating the AIS, which will be a permanent reboot once they are online. Ready when you are, Peter says, bracing himself. Harry nods in agreement, the two heroes standing in the center of the arena like gladiators. Otto's finger hovers over the final command key. Here we go, he says softly, his heart racing with the thrill of discovery. Suddenly, both suits are wreathed in crackling blue electricity. The air hums with the sound of high-frequency power as the artificial intelligences are awakened. The energy surge subsides, leaving the air smelling of ozone. Otto looks up from his screen, his voice tight with anticipation. Anything. Harry's posture changes instantly. He stands straighter, his eyes glowing with a cold, predatory light. I'm not, he starts, his voice shifting into a tone that sounds chillingly familiar. "All right, son, show me what you're made of," the Norman Osborn profile commands through Harry's armor. Harry points a finger at Peter. "Hey, Pete, sorry about this, but my father says I have to kick your ass now." Peter feels the static in the air as he prepares to defend himself. "Whoa, easy on the identity secrecy. But good luck with all your daddy issues," Peter quips, trying to ignore the sudden chill in the room. Harry's reflection is visible in the visor of his helmet, and he isn't smiling. "No, no, we're doing this. Hit me," he orders, his voice echoing his father's cold authority. Peter obliges, swinging a kick that Harry blocks with inhuman speed. "Okay, but remember that you asked for it," Peter says as they trade blows across the room. The fight becomes a blur of motion. Harry catches Peter's fist midair. "Gotcha!" he yells, his strength surging. Peter flips away, but Harry is already moving for a counterattack. "Good, good," the suit's AI whispers. Peter flips into the air, his suit's picotech reacting to his movements with liquid grace. He fires a webline, trying to gain leverage in the high-ceilinged room. The AI Norman's voice rings through Harry's speakers. "A fight isn't won after one good punch." Harry grit his teeth. "I know that," he replies, his focus tightening. Suddenly, a webline catches Harry's shoulder, pulling him off balance. "Woo off," he gasps. The AI warns him to never let his guard down. "They killed me. What do you think they'll do to you?" Peter slams into him with a powerful overhead blow. The sparring match has evolved into something much more dangerous as Harry's father pushes him beyond his limits. Harry hits the floor with a bone-jarring thud. The AI Norman is relentless, mocking his failure. "Soft, soft, soft," it repeats, a mantra of disappointment that fuels Harry's rage. Harry fires a repulsor blast from his gauntlet. Peter narrowly dodges the energy beam, his spider sense screaming. "Close, but no banana," Peter quips, though the strain is showing in his voice. The combat is fierce, each hero pushing the other to the brink of their physical capabilities. The AI continues to taunt Harry, calling him weak and an embarrassment to the Osborn name. Harry roars in frustration, his armor glowing as he unleashes a massive beam of energy from his chest plate. Peter is caught in the shockwave and thrown into the air. Peter is blasted backward into a pile of wooden crates, splintering them on impact. "Ow, that hurt. We okay?" he groans. His suit confirms diagnostics are within acceptable levels, but notes that Harry clearly needs therapy. Green gas begins to vent from the seams of Harry's armor as he stands over the wreckage. He breathes heavily, his posture hunched. "Well, Dad?" He pants into the open comms. "How was that?" Harry asks, his voice desperate for approval. There is a long, agonizing silence before the cold reply finally comes through the speakers. "Acceptable." Otto watches the monitors from his elevated station, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Oh, that's odd. A third asterisk carrier signal?" he mutters, his fingers flying across the keys to investigate the anomaly. Harry approaches Peter, his armor's aggression fading. "You okay? Need a hand?" he asks, offering his gauntlet. Peter groans, pushing himself up from the debris. "Oh, now you go easy on me." Harry retracts his mask, revealing a sweating and exhausted face, but he's wearing a genuine smile. "Heh, don't act like you didn't get in a couple good ones, but sorry if I went a little." Otto's voice cuts through the moment, sharp with alarm. "Little problem here." The urgency in his tone stops both Peter and Harry in their tracks. Otto explains that a third signal has appeared on the Stark network. He tried to lock it out, but there's a backdoor. Before he can finish, he realizes the signal isn't remote, it's right there in the room with them. A blinding flash of electrical energy erupts in the center of the hall, the sound of a portal opening tearing through the air. A powerful voice booms from the light. "I told you I'd be back in 6 months." Out of the swirling energy steps a figure clad in gleaming red and silver armor. Iron Man has arrived, his presence radiating an authority that dwarfs everyone else in the room. He looks at the two armored heroes and the scientist, his voice modulated by the suit's external speakers. "And here I am. I just have one question for you. Are you a hero yet?" The clock is ticking for the future of New York. 3 weeks later, a peaceful bridge in Central Park, stands bathed in the golden light of late afternoon. It's a moment of calm in a city that is rapidly changing behind the scenes. Inside Peter and MJ's apartment, the TV displays the local heat index for a sweltering Wednesday afternoon. On the dresser, photos of their family sit as a reminder of what Peter is fighting to protect. MJ calls out from the doorway, her voice breaking Peter's concentration. "Peter," I said, "I think we're gonna be late." Peter stands in the middle of the room, shirtless and lost in his own thoughts. MJ peeks around the door frame, her expression a mix of amusement and concern. "Hello, Earth to Spiderman, anybody home?" she asks, leaning against the frame. Peter shakes his head, finally blinking back to reality. He looks at his wife with a sheepish grin. "Sorry, what were you saying?" MJ repeats the plan. Peter and Uncle Ben will pick up the cake while she heads straight to the arcade with the kids. Peter agrees instantly, his mind still slightly distant. MJ notices the shadows in his eyes. She reaches out, gently touching his face. "Hey, you okay? Something wrong?" she asks softly. Peter tries to deflect, mentioning how fast their kids are growing up. MJ isn't entirely fooled by his smile, but she lets it go for now. She reminds him to get candles when he picks up the cake. "Candles, cake, got it," Peter promises as she turns to leave. Soon as she's out of the room, Peter's attention shifts back to a small black sphere sitting among the family photos. He reaches out a hand, his index finger nearly touching it. "No, not today. We have a brand new, very strict, no-costume policy at Parker birthday parties," Peter tells the sphere, trying to sound firm. To his shock, a voice speaks back directly into his mind. "Well, that's disappointing, but tell the kids I said happy birthday." Peter spins around, looking for the source. "What the?" Peter stares at the orb, his heart racing. How are you talking?" he asks. The voice is calm, mirroring Peter's own cadence. "I talk all the time, Peter. I believe we've even had conversations." Peter is stunned. "Okay, sure, but that's when I'm wearing the suit, and you're just a voice in my head." The AI confirms his theory. "Yes, same as right now, I'm not actually talking out loud. You're imagining this," it says, the logic as flawless as it is unsettling. The black sphere pulses with a faint light, a visual representation of the consciousness within. "Just kidding," the voice says with a hint of Peter's own sarcasm. Peter picks up the orb, holding it in his webbed glove. "Hilarious, and people think I'm not funny," he scoffs. The AI quips back that those people are very, very wrong. The sphere explains its nature. It is a perfect replica of Peter's psyche housed in an independent, adaptable picotech shell. "Of course I can talk," it adds matter-of-factly. Peter looks into the smooth surface of the orb, seeing a distorted version of his own face. "Okay, and what else can you do that I don't know about?" The sphere begins to shift and move, the picotech particles swirling like a dark cloud within the shell. "Oh, I can do all kinds of things, Peter." Peter places it back on the dresser, grabbing his shirt. "I gotta go, but we're going to talk more about this later," he says. "I look forward to it," the voice replies. "And please remember to wish the kids happy birthday for me." Peter leaves the room, the door closing behind him. A part of himself is now watching him from the shadows of his own home. Flashback 3 weeks ago. Howard Stark, the man in the Iron Man armor, stands before the two young heroes. "That's the first thing you want to ask me about?" he asks with a playful shrug. Harry is the one pushing for answers. "I don't get it. Why is my suit so different than his, and yours for that matter?" he asks, gesturing between them. Howard's tone turns somber as he looks down at his gauntlet. "It was the last breakthrough my father made before. It was the last thing he made." He explains that the picotech is revolutionary, a level of engineering far beyond his own understanding. "I thought it should go to someone who might need it the most, something special, for someone special." Peter is skeptical, pointing back at Harry. "I mean, this guy's been punching me for hours while the other sicko just watches. Still, I gotta ask, what do you mean? What makes me so special?" Howard looks Peter directly in the eyes. "You don't know? Of course you don't. You're special because, well, you're top of the list." Harry steps forward, the green eyes of his helmet glowing with intensity. "List? What list?" he demands, his voice rising in anger. Howard explains the existence of a secret database. When the Maker was eliminating potential opposition, he designated a handful of heroes as mission-critical to erase from history. Harry and Otto exchange a look. "Wait, that wasn't in any of the files," Harry says. Otto agrees, confirming they learned about the Maker but saw nothing about a list of heroes. Howard looks at Harry with a mix of pity and disdain. "I'm not lying, and who are you supposed to be? In that suit of stolen armor." The tension between the two armored men is thick enough to cut with a knife. Peter tries to intervene. "Don't worry about that," Peter says to Howard. Howard reaches out, his armored finger tapping against Harry's chest plate. "What the?" Harry exclaims, his suit systems flickering at the touch. Howard pulls back. "See, not so cool when someone does it to you, is it?" he asks, a smirk hidden behind his faceplate. Howard leans in closer to Harry. "I know that face. You're Harry Osborn, you stole my birthright," he says, his voice cold and accusatory. Harry doesn't flinch. "Actually, I paid for it. Pennies on the dollar, after what I've learned. Fair price for a company run by traitors." Howard sighs, the anger momentarily replaced by a shared tragedy. "None of our fathers are perfect, especially mine. I woke up into a world of monsters and men, never again able to sleep so soundly." He looks around the silent training hall. The Maker returns in a little over a year. Best get ready for him, he warns, the weight of the coming war hanging over them all. Howard turns to leave, his boots thudding against the floor. "So what now?" Peter asks. Howard places a hand on his shoulder. "I guess we all have. I'll be in touch." Harry watches him go, his eyes narrowing. He turns back to Otto, a sharp edge in his voice. "Where was I? Excuse me." Harry repeats the question, his voice tight with a growing insecurity. "Where was I? On the list." Otto looks at the data screen, then back at Harry with a look of profound realization. "You weren't on it, at all." The words hit Harry like a physical blow. He watches Iron Man blast off into the sky, leaving a trail of blue light in his wake. Harry's place in this new world has just been called into question. Otto and Peter stand by the massive window, watching the sunset. "He seems okay. What did you think?" Otto asks, though he already knows the answer. Harry's gaze never leaves the horizon. "Otto, we have to find a way to upgrade the security of our suits." The seed of obsession has been planted. Present day, the neighborhood bakery is bathed in the warm light of a New York morning. It's a normal day for everyone but Peter Parker. Inside, J. Jonah Jameson is at the counter, acting with his usual lack of patience. "I'll have a deli sandwich, and we're in a hurry, son, so." "To go," he barked. "Sir, this is a bakery," the clerk deadpans. Peter and Uncle Ben watch from a distance, amused by the scene. "I don't remember Jonah being invited to the kid's birthday party," Peter whispers. Ben smiles warmly, his hands folded. "Don't tell him I said this, 'cause he'll deny it, but I think Jonah's a little lonely. So it's like this, you got a bakery and that means you got bread." Jonah is now lecturing the clerk on how to turn his bakery into a sandwich shop. Ben notes that Jonah also brought a gift for Richard. "That's unusually sweet of him," Peter observes. A young clerk named Billy emerges from the back, holding a large white box. "Got a pickup for Parker," he announces, his voice cutting through Jonah's lecture. Peter takes the box, confirming the candles are inside. Jonah stops his negotiation and looks over. "Great, thanks," Peter says, relieved to finally be moving. They head for the door. Ben turns to Peter. "Did he get anything for May?" Peter asks. Ben admits he doesn't think Jonah even knows it's a double birthday party. Peter is confused. "He didn't. How does he not? Their birthdays are in the same month." Ben shrugs. "He has his moments, Peter. I didn't say anything about him stringing a series of them together." Jonah is eating a croissant at the counter, looking satisfied with himself. Ben nudges Peter. "Did you tell him about the thing?" "I hadn't got to it yet," Peter admits. Ben looks at Peter with an encouraging gaze. "I was waiting for the right time," Peter continues, his voice betraying his nervousness about the upcoming offer. They stop on the sidewalk outside the bakery. Ben and Jonah turn to face Peter. "What?" Peter asks, seeing the serious look on their faces. Peter looks between the two men, feeling the weight of their gaze. He knows what's coming. Ben steps forward. The asterisk paper officially launches next month. When it does, we want you on board, he says, making the offer official. Jonah grins, nudging Ben. Ah, you see that look in his eyes, Ben? He's gonna try and negotiate. Better let me handle this. Peter tries to explain his hesitation. He's worked at the Asterisk Bugle for a decade. He has security, a 401k, a family to think about. Look, there's a lot of stuff going on in my life right now. I'm just not sure it's the right time, Peter says, looking toward the city skyline. Ben looks at his nephew with a knowing, warm smile. Are you really gonna say no to me? He asks, his voice full of the love and trust they've built over a lifetime. Peter looks down at the ground, a reluctant smile finally breaking through. You know, you're not making this easy. Jonah scoffs, and that's not a no. Peter's a grown man and he's not afraid of hard choices, he says, pointing a finger for emphasis. Peter looks at the two men he respects most. Plus, I'd have the two of you, and this endless banter, to look forward to every day. And some weekends, Jonah adds as they continue their walk toward the birthday party, the camaraderie between them stronger than ever. Peter pauses at the entrance to the arcade, his expression turning serious again. I'm going to have to talk to MJ. Ben puts a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Well, tell her you're getting a raise. The future is calling, and Peter Parker is ready to answer. Later that day, Arcades is a riot of sound and neon. The Parker twins' birthday party is in full swing, and for a moment, the world feels normal. Peter is in the middle of a dance battle with his daughter, May. You're not beating me. Peter laughs as they move to the rhythm of the machine. MJ and Richard watch from the sidelines, cheering them on. Don't sweat it, May, you got this, but be careful, your father's not the best dancer. But what he lacks in talent, he sure makes up for with effort. Richard notices Jonah standing off to the side, looking slightly overwhelmed by the noise. Oh, hey, Mr. Jameson, I didn't know you were coming, the boy says politely. Jonah looks at the boy, his usual bluster replaced by a quiet sincerity. Well, I'm not normally much of a party person, but your uncle wanted me to tag along. Don't tell him I said this, but I think he gets lonely sometimes. Richard looks at his dad, who is laughing and dancing with May. Yeah, he doesn't seem lonely. Jonah's gaze is fixed on Peter. That's because people do a very good job of hiding that, he says, his voice carrying a world of hidden weight. Richard stares at him, sensing the truth behind the words. Oh. The boy asks the question that Jonah wasn't expecting. Do you ever get lonely, Mr. Jameson? Jonah tries to recover his pride, standing tall. Of course not. I'm the most interesting man in the world. Everywhere I go, people love me, but... He trails off, his eyes clouding with an old memory. When I was your age, I used to be lonely all the time. He tells Richard about being a kid with no friends, spending his days in the library or the back of the classroom. You know anybody like that? He asks gently. Richard thinks for a moment, then looks at Jonah. Yeah, maybe. What about when you were older, after school? Jonah explains that getting a job changes your perspective. You learn about purpose and responsibility, and it's no longer enough to just be interesting or popular. He looks at Richard with a rare warmth. But if you're lucky, you meet someone who cares about the same things you do, like I did with your Uncle Ben here. I got you something. Richard tears off the wrapping paper to reveal a book titled Asterisk, I Never Lie Asterisk by J. Jonah Jameson. Whoa, you wrote a book, the boy exclaims in awe. Jonah admits he wrote it in his spare time and published it himself after every major publisher turned it down. There's no accounting for taste, right? He looks at the book, then back at Richard. I think I actually lost money on it, but it was out in the world. It was mine, and now it's yours. Richard beams, holding the book like it's made of gold. This is really cool. Thanks, Mr. Jameson. Jonah stands tall, his arms folded. A small, genuine smile breaks through his stern exterior. You're welcome, kid. Across the room, MJ raises her hands, her voice carrying over the music and the games. Who wants cake? She announces, her smile lighting up the room. Richard looks at Jonah, offering an invitation. What do you say we go join the party? Yeah, I'd like that, Jonah replies softly. The Parker family and their friends gather around the table, a moment of pure, normal joy. In a world of monsters and gods, this is what matters most. Back at Fisk Tower, a helicopter lands on the private pad as the sun begins to set over the city. It's a meeting of shadows in the highest room in the world. Wilson Fisk's assistant, Mr. Wesley, confirms that the last lieutenant is arriving now. Fisk notes that gathering the heads of the other 5 boroughs was a difficult job. Fisk stares out at his city, his presence overwhelming. Wesley tries to defend his record, but Fisk only cares about the results of this meeting. "Are you sure you're ready for it?" he asks James. They walk toward the boardroom. James explains what he's learned so far. While Fisk rules Manhattan with an iron fist, the heads of the other territories are more subtle in their control. He starts with Martin Lee, the CEO of the FEASD Foundation, a philanthropist providing food and shelter to the needy, seemingly a good, possibly even great man. But James reveals the truth. By night, Lee runs the Demons, a gang that holds queens tightly in their grasp. Their dominion is untraceable, their enemies crumbling from within. He reveals the secret behind Lee's power. Mr. Negative possesses superhuman abilities of mind control. It's a secret the * Daily Bugle takes great pride in denying. Then there is Walter Hardy, once considered the greatest top-floor thief in the world. He seemingly retired after a career of never being caught. But Hardy didn't disappear. He used his wealth to consolidate and control his territory in the Bronx, becoming a force that even Fisk must reckon with. James mentions Hardy's family. Tragically, his wife passed away years ago, leaving behind only a daughter who is the center of his world. Hardy goes out on the prowl every night, not for money, but for the thrill. As a result, his motivations are often dangerous because they are entirely unaligned with Fisk's goals. Inside the boardroom, Lee and Hardy meet. Lee raises a glass to Hardy's health. "I don't see anyone else. Are we early?" Lee asks. Hardy smirks. "No, you are much, much too late." Next is Sergei Kravinov, a billionaire oligarch excommunicated from Russia during the Rasputin Purge. He's more dangerous and more directed than anyone else on the council. Sergei is a hunter, born of a long line of hunters. He has hunted and killed everything that can be, and he will not be satisfied until he has killed one of everything. He always hunts in pairs. When he kills, one he saves. Both trophies are preserved, one for his private lair and the other for the public in his private zoo. Until that day, the hunter of Staten Island prowls. James continues his report. Sergei, Lee, and Hardy are gathered, the tension between them crackling like a storm. Sergei claims to hear everything he needs to hear through his eyes and ears around New York. "So long as your men are reliable," Hardy scoffs, "and others are never as reliable as oneself." Lee's face is a mask of dark intensity. "No, my men are *** always * reliable," he asserts, his power radiating from his eyes. Hardy counters that mind control isn't the same thing as loyalty. Suddenly, a new voice enters the room, dripping with mystery and illusion. A swirling green fog fills the center of the room as Brooklyn's master arrives. Beyond the name Mysterio, they know absolutely nothing about him. Mysterio steps out of the mist, his crystal helmet reflecting the dark intentions of everyone in the room. "Mysterio, have you gotten shorter since our last meeting?" Hardy jokes. The crystal dome tilts slightly. "Of course not," Mysterio replies, his voice echoing from everywhere at once. Wilson Fisk stands before his council. "Everyone hungry, ready to wet your beaks?" he asks, gesturing to the lavish spread behind him. Lee notes that most people think there are only 5 boroughs. Fisk smiles, a dark and terrifying expression. But there are actually 6. He's talking about the underworld, a domain larger than all the other 5 combined. It is the foundation on which the entire city rests, and those who think they can escape his iron fist are wrong. They think they can slip through the cracks and disappear, but that domain belongs to Fisk's final lieutenant. "Let's go inside," Fisk commands. The Mole Man, Fisk's oldest and most loyal comrade, emerges from the shadows. Fisk warns to watch him closely, for those with the longest history often carry the longest knives. The lieutenants gather around a low table. "Must be something important to bring us all together," Mole Man says, his voice like grinding stone. Indeed, Fisk replies. Fisk addresses his gathered council. This city is mine, and what is mine I have divided over the years and given a portion to each of you, but now it seems our city has an infestation. He holds out a folder containing photos of Spider-Man and the Green Goblin. Sergei looks at the images with a predatory grin. And do you prefer that the 6 of us should catch them? Or should we kill them? Fisk's eyes gleam with a purple light as he looks at his lieutenants. Actually, I was thinking we could make a game of it. The hunt for Spider-Man is now open season. Next, the stakes are raised as the city's deadliest hunters are unleashed. The battle for Wakanda intensifies in Ultimate Black Panther. No throne is safe from the coming storm. The 6 have their targets, and the web is closing around Peter Parker. Can he survive the most dangerous game in New York? The mystery of the Ultimate X-Men deepens as new mutants emerge from the shadows of a world that wants to forget them. Stay tuned for more updates and news from the Ultimate Universe. The world you know is over. The one you deserve is just beginning. The Ultimates must face their greatest challenge, yet as the Maker's influence continues to poison the timeline. The revolution has begun. The shadows of New York's underworld loom large over the city's newest protector. Beneath the gaze of the Kingpin and the illusions of Mysterio, a hero struggles to stand his ground. Spider-Man senses the walls closing in. The criminal hierarchy is watching, and they aren't just looking for a fight, they're looking for a weakness. The morning sun glints off the glass towers of Manhattan, but the high-rises hide a city in flux. Below the skyline, a different kind of power move is being orchestrated over morning drinks. At a quiet bar, a bartender meticulously polishes a glass. It's a scene of calm before a conversational storm, where the clink of bottles sets the tempo for a meeting of minds. The bartender approaches the table and asks if they want the bill, but Ben Parker isn't ready to leave. "Actually, good sir, what I want is another drink," he says, while Jonah Jameson adds, "Make it 2, because the occasion calls for it." The bartender nods with a simple sure. He begins to pour the dark liquid, unaware that the men he's serving are currently the most dangerous journalists in the city. Ben lifts his glass, ready to toast to their unlikely partnership. He asks, "Shall we drink to our success?" But Jonah, ever the cynic, has a bigger vision in mind. Jonah shakes his head, his eyes fixed on a goal higher than mere survival. "Oh no, to victory and achieving everything we've ever wanted," he declares as the door opens, revealing Mary Jane Watson. MJ smiles as she approaches her 2 favorite entrepreneurs. The bartender warns her that they're celebrating, and she playfully retorts, "Well, they should be. I'll have whatever they're having." She notices the heavy atmosphere lingering despite the drinks. "What's with the sour looks, gentlemen? Did something happen I don't know about?" she asks. Jonah slides a tablet across the table, his expression tight. "No, MJ, I think you pretty much covered it when you called us here to meet you," he says, pointing to the latest headlines. The screen displays the paper with a massive headline, "Spider-Man Stops Crime Wave in Its Tracks," accompanied by a photo of the wall-crawler in action. Another story reads, "Spider-Man Foils Bank Robbery," showing webbed-up thugs left for the police. It's the kind of coverage that sells, but it's not what they founded the paper for. The list goes on, detailing how Spider-Man and his friends broke up a criminal ring involving demon masks. The hero is everywhere, and for Jonah, that's the problem. Jonah groans, frustrated by the data. "It's our first month of the paper being live, and 8 of our top 10 stories are about Spider-Man. And that's because we only have 8 Spider-Man stories," he complains. MJ watches them, trying to find the logic in their frustration. "I don't get it. People love those stories, and Peter has gotten some great pick to," she starts, but Jonah cuts her off with a curt, "We know." Ben chimes in, explaining their higher mission. "Our intention, what we want, is to do serious stories that no one is covering," he says, while MJ remains unconvinced by their high-mindedness. Jonah leans forward, challenging MJ to see things from his perspective. "How about you explain it to us?" he says, leaning into his role as the veteran newsman. MJ isn't intimidated. She knows the numbers are on her side. She reminds them that they have the fastest growing online presence in years, primarily because of their Spider-Man coverage. She pulls up the analytics, proving her point with cold, hard data. The subscriber list already numbers in the hundreds of thousands and is growing by the day. She leans in, her voice dropping to emphasize the magnitude of their growth. In the next 6 months, the two of you are going to be bigger than the Bugle, she predicts. Jonah likes the sound of that, even if it hurts his pride. Ben thanks MJ for her marketing genius, but he insists there's a deeper story people need to see. MJ gestures with her glass, explaining the reality of the business. Listen to me, of course they love the icing, but I'm betting that they'll also love the cake, she says. She places a hand on the table, looking Ben in the eye. These numbers mean the devil cannot cast you out. They mean you can write whatever you want and people will see it, she argues. Ben and Jonah share a look of realization. The sensationalism isn't the end goal, it's the armor that protects the truth they want to tell. MJ smiles, knowing she's won them over. Now, do you guys want to continue this sad country song, or should we all get back to work? She asks. Meanwhile, high above the city, two figures glide through the air toward the Oscorp skunk works. Spider-Man and the Green Goblin are on a mission that doesn't involve the press. They land inside a high-tech lab where Otto Octavius is waiting for them. You're late, Otto remarks without looking up, to which Harry replies that they were a little busy. Otto stands among his mechanical arms, holding a small data pad. He has been working on something he believes will change the game. Just a little thing I like to call freedom, he says. Spider-Man perches on a piece of equipment, skeptical. I think some people call that selfishness, Harry, he quips, but Otto clears his throat to regain control of the room. Harry explains his philosophy of wealth and power to Peter. Having money just makes life a little more frictionless. Easier, which doesn't mean happiness, and it certainly doesn't mean freedom, he says. Otto presents his solutions for their vulnerability to Stark's tech. For Harry, it's a firmware update. For Peter, it's something entirely new. He gestures toward a covered object in the center of the room. Peter looks at the mysterious shape, his curiosity finally piqued. Give me a second, he says, needing a moment to process the fact that Otto has redesigned his identity. Spider-Man looks back at his allies, weighing the risks of Stark's surveillance. Well, I'm offended for you, and personally, my feelings are a little hurt, he jokes, though the underlying threat is real. He admits that they've been reckless, and that caution isn't a terrible idea. The eyes of his mask narrow as he considers the trade-off Otto is offering. Harry and Otto watch him, confused by his silence. What's he doing? Otto asks, to which Harry replies, talking to himself. He does that a lot. Peter addresses his suit, or perhaps the memory of the man who gave it to him. I'll bet you a limitless credit card that the good doctor tries to keep me, he mutters. He turns back to Otto, asking the practical question. Hey, if I use the new suit, what do we do with this one? Otto's silhouette is framed by the lab's glow as he suggests building a Faraday cage for the old suit. He wants time to play around with it and figure out its secrets. Spider-Man is hesitant to leave his primary tool in Otto's hands. He suggests staying home until things are sorted, calling himself the best home defense system you could possibly have. They eventually agree that Stark already knows where they live, so the Faraday cage is the best move. I guess all that's left is seeing the new suit, right? Peter asks. Otto pulls back the tarp to reveal a suit of red and gold armor. The Spider Armor Mark I, it's a masterpiece of engineering, equipped with optimized web shooters and cutting lasers. The suit is bulletproof, M-proof, and connected directly to Oscorp systems. Otto beams with pride. So what do you think? He asks as Peter stares at the mechanical beast. Spider-Man stands frozen, looking at the armored monstrosity. It's powerful, certainly, but it's not him. He looks up at Otto and delivers his verdict. I think I'm good, he says, shocking the scientist. Otto is flabbergasted. What does that mean? You're good. Peter clarifies, it means no, man, no, that's, no. Otto stares in disbelief. The rejection of his greatest work hits him hard, and he can only offer a stunned, no. Harry steps in to smooth things over, putting an arm around Otto. He explains that while the armor is a marvel, Spider-Man is lithe and agile. The suit might just be too much for him. Otto ponders the feedback, his analytical mind already shifting gears. Yes, maybe even a tad overdesigned. There is a simpler solution, he realizes. Spider-Man gives a thumbs up, relieved. Cool, whatever it is, I'll take it, he says, eager to get out of the heavy metal conversation. Days later, the exterior of the paper headquarters stands under a clear sky. The building is a beacon of old-school journalism in a digital age, housing a truth the city isn't ready for. Inside, Ben and Jonah are buried in files and legal documents. Jonah asks to go over what they have, his feet up on the desk as he sips his coffee. Ben explains that they have financials, internal memos, and a paper trail that leads to the heart of the city's corruption. Ton of noise, but also a whole lot of signal, he notes. He credits their reporter, Robbie, for the breakthrough. They are almost ready to go public, but the stakes are higher than ever. Jonah looks at the files with a grim expression. The deeper they go, the more dangerous the path becomes. Once we start digging, he begins. He finishes his thought as he looks at Ben. What are we gonna find? The silence in the office is heavy with the weight of the unknown. Ben looks down at a folder labeled Stain/Stark. A business card from a mysterious source is clipped to the top. Only one way to find out, he says softly. Later that night, two figures stand on the edge of a rooftop overlooking the skyline. The air is quiet, but the tension between the partners remains. Harry tells Peter to shut up, but Peter keeps talking about the new suit. It's spandex, he says, though Harry reminds him Otto called it a spandex Kevlar composite. Peter worries about the mundane details of being a hero. What if it shrinks when I wash it? Oh God, MJ's never gonna let me hear the end of this, he frets. Harry changes the subject to Christmas plans, mentioning that his family always goes to the Hamptons. He suggests Peter's family join them this year. Harry puts a friendly hand on Peter's shoulder. He admits it would be nice to have friends there for the holidays. Peter starts to respond, but he's interrupted by a sharp pain. Spider-Man winces, clutching his head as a high-pitched sound rings through his ears. "Heh, Iowa," he mutters. Harry asks, "What?" Peter explains that ever since he got his powers, he gets a feeling like something bad is about to happen. Harry's response is chillingly certain. That's because something bad is always about to happen. Suddenly, a projectile streaks through the air, narrowly missing the heroes. Spider-Man screams, "Look out," as a metallic thunk echoes against the roof. Harry's goblin armor begins to spark with wild electricity. He groans in pain, "Herc, can't move," suits locked up, as a blue pulse of energy paralyses his tech. A figure lands on the roof, looking at the grounded goblin with clinical interest. "It's fascinating, really?" he begins, his voice smooth and cold. The attacker, dressed in black tactical gear, reveals that he knew the device would work. "What can I say? I do love long odds," he says as he prepares to strike again. Spider-Man stands between the attacker and his paralyzed friend. "He better be okay," Peter warns, but the attacker just scoffs. "I'd worry about yourself. You're both in the same boat after all." Inside Harry's helmet, his father's voice crackles over the comms. Peter tries to start a conversation, introducing himself as Spider-Man to buy time, but the attacker is unimpressed. The mystery man claims he is a shadow in the night, a whisper of a dream. "My friends, what few I allow myself to have embarrassingly call me the Velvet Blade," he says. He leans in with a cruel smile. "But my enemies, they call me the Black Cat." Spider-Man retorts, "I felt that, maybe don't do that again." The Black Cat narrows his eyes, his mask hiding his true identity, but not his malice. He is a predator who has finally cornered his prey. He pulls a cable taut between his hands. "I think you will find, little spider, that I will do whatever I want, whenever I want, to whomever I want," he threatens. Peter flips away from a strike, his agility his only defense. "Actually, not to be a stickler, but I think it's whoever, not whomever. Or wait, maybe that's backwards. Either way, why'd you attack my friend?" The Black Cat reveals his lethal intent. "Actually, at the time, I wasn't aiming for him, I was aiming for you. I suppose the moral of that story is, men like me, we cannot miss." Spider-Man lands on a nearby structure with a heavy thud. "Ha! Well, you just did," he shouts, trying to keep the villain's focus on him and away from the vulnerable Harry. Suddenly, a giant water tower is ripped from its moorings, crashing down on the rooftop in a cloud of dust and debris. Spider-Man curses as he barely avoids being crushed. The Black Cat watches the chaos with satisfaction. "Tables, turns, that's what you get for being cocky, Spider-Man," he taunts as the debris settles. The villain explains the bigger picture. "The Kingpin of New York has called together all its captains to play the great game," he reveals, standing over a fallen Spider-Man. He wraps his cable around Spider-Man's neck, tightening the noose. "You and the Goblin, you are both prey and prize," he snarls. Peter gasps for air. "Herc, woo, what did we do?" Inside Harry's helmet, the Green Goblin systems finally begin to reboot. Harry screams into the comms for help as the digital interface flickers back to life. The Black Cat leans in close to the suffocating Spider-Man. "You caught our attention, then you dared lay siege to Olympus. You angered the gods, and for those sins, your lives are forfeit," he whispers. Peter asks what the villain gets out of this, but the Black Cat just smiles. "That is none of your business," he says, preparing the final blow. Spider-Man manages to grab the cable, his strength returning. "Well, I guess that gives me something to live for then, doesn't it?" he grunts, ready to fight back. He launches a kick that sends the Black Cat flying backward through a cloud of shattered glass. It's a desperate move, but it breaks the villain's momentum. The Black Cat tumbles, he lets out a roar of frustration. Behind him, Peter's hands flash forward, the sound of webbing filling the air as he fires a barrage of shots. The Black Cat is slammed against a wall, pinned by a massive web net. He looks up in shock, realizing the fight isn't over yet. Spider-Man takes a breath, shaking out his hands. "HRMPT, not bad, Otto," he mutters, thankful for the gear that just saved his life. The Black Cat slumps in the webbing, his voice filled with resignation. "I suppose living is for the young, and I am but an old man. This day has been coming for some time. Go ahead, get it over with." He looks up at Spider-Man through his glowing mask. "You are going to kill me now, aren't you?" he asks, accepting his fate in the brutal world of the Kingpin. Spider-Man stares him down, his voice steady. "Of course not. Don't be ridiculous," he says, holding true to his moral compass even in the face of a killer. He turns to Harry, placing a concerned hand on the Goblin's armor. "Hey, you okay in there?" he asks, checking on his friend after the brutal ambush. The Black Cat watches from the webbing as Harry's suit powers back up. "Well," he mutters, sensing a change in the air. He looks at the two heroes standing together. "I'd say this must be my lucky day," he says, but his words are cut short by a hum of energy. The Green Goblin's armor glows with a lethal light as the reboot completes. "Boot complete," the suit announces, and Harry's posture changes from vulnerable to aggressive. Before Peter can react, Harry charges forward. "Armor's back online. Don't think, son. Just act," he yells, aiming a blast directly at the pinned villain. A green energy beam erupts from the Goblin's gauntlet, striking the Black Cat dead center. The villain screams as the force of the blast tears through the webbing and throws him back. The impact is so great that the Black Cat is launched off the side of the building, his body disappearing into the dark chasm of the city streets. The two heroes stand at the edge, looking down at the empty space where their attacker just was. The silence that follows is deafening. Far below, the Black Cat lies crumpled on the sidewalk. People begin to gather, their faces filled with horror as they witness the aftermath of a hero's victory. Peter looks at Harry, his voice cold. "He's still moving. Call for an ambulance," he commands, the first crack appearing in their partnership. Minutes later, the flashing lights of an ambulance wash over the scene. The chaos has transitioned from a fight to a rescue mission, but the damage is already done. Spider-Man and the Goblin watch from the safety of the roof. The height that once offered them freedom now only offers them a detached view of the violence they've wrought. Harry asks if Peter thinks he'll live. "Well, he's not dead yet," Peter replies, the weight of the moment making his words sharp. Peter pulls off his mask, revealing his exhausted face. "What the hell, Harry?" he asks, demanding an explanation for the unnecessary violence. Harry justifies his actions, claiming the villain would have killed Peter without hesitation. "I did what I had to," he insists, but Peter just shakes his head. Harry warns Peter that they are running out of time and that he needs to realize who these people really are. "He would have killed you, Peter, and not thought twice about it," he argues. The argument escalates, with Harry bringing up the loss of their parents and Peter's aunt. "I didn't make the rules we're playing by. We can't be like them. We're supposed to be heroes," Peter counters. Harry stares at him, his gaze intense. The idealistic world Peter wants to live in is a fantasy that Harry believes will get them both killed. He delivers a chilling promise to his friend. "You need to know something, Peter. If I'm put to the choice and one of them is about to kill you, I will never hesitate." Peter looks at Harry, seeing the darkness that has taken root in his friend. The armor Harry wears isn't just protecting him from the Kingpin, it's changing him. He tries to break the tension with a small gesture of normalcy. "Well, just so you know, you're still invited to Christmas," he says with a weak smile. Harry looks away, his face hardening. "Sorry, I've got plans," he replies, shutting the door on the friendship they once had. Peter tries one last time to reach him, joking about getting the kids something spandex. Harry tells him he might be the worst best friend a guy could have as they walk away together, but the distance between them has never been greater. The confrontation with the Kingpin is looming. As the threats multiply, the hero must decide how far he is willing to go to save a city that is already burning. 1 week later, the city of New York sits under a heavy gray sky. The tall buildings of Manhattan stand as monuments to a power structure that Ben and Jonah are determined to tear down. Ben Parker holds 2 cups of coffee as he waits by a sleek silver car. He's dressed in his usual trench coat, looking like a man who has seen too much but isn't ready to stop looking. Jonah approaches and Ben offers him a choice. "You want the good news or the bad news?" he asks, setting the stage for their next big move. Jonah walks down the steps of a brownstone, looking as gruff as ever. "Do I look like a good news first thing in the mornin' kinda guy?" he grumbles. Ben hands him a coffee, noting that people change every day. It's a bit of optimism that Jonah has no time for as they prepare for their drive. Jonah takes the cup with a scowl. "No, they don't. Ben lets have it," he says, ready for whatever bad news Ben has found in the files. Ben explains that they have a long drive out to Long Island ahead of them. The target of their investigation is waiting in a place where the rich hide their secrets. Jonah gets into the car, his curiosity getting the better of him. "And why is that bad news?" he asks, checking his watch. Ben smiles, a look of mischief in his eyes. "I see a trip to a golf course in your immediate future," he reveals, knowing Jonah's disdain for the sport. Jonah huffs, complaining that the devil invented the game. "What's the good news?" he asks, hoping for something that makes the trip worthwhile. Ben tells him that a certain lawyer is going to be there. They have a schedule, tee off at 10 and lunch in the clubhouse at noon. Jonah takes a sip of his coffee, finally satisfied. "Nice. Well done," he admits, as the car pulls away and begins its journey out of the city. They drive. Jonah asks how Ben managed to wrangle information out of the Fisk Empire. He knows the Kingpin doesn't leave loose ends. Ben explains that after weeks of trying to see the target without luck, he got tired of playing by the rules. He decided to take a more direct approach. Jonah laughs, recognizing the tactic. "Ah, I know this trick, the all-secretary two-step," he says with a knowing grin. Ben corrects him, saying the term is personal assistant. He's focused on the road, his eyes sharp as they navigate the highway. Jonah jokes that Ben's condescension makes it hard for him to enjoy the good news. They are 2 veterans of the game, and their banter is the only thing keeping the tension at bay. He tells Ben he'll have to make it up to him. The 2 men are on the verge of uncovering something that could destroy them both, but for now, they are just 2 friends on a drive. A close-up of the car's interior shows the gear shift and the dashboard. The mechanical sounds of the car are a constant rhythm as they move further away from the city. The silver car speeds down the highway toward Long Island. The skyline of Manhattan fades in the background, replaced by the sprawl of the suburbs and the secrets they hold. Later, they arrive at a prestigious golf club in Long Island. The clubhouse is a sprawling estate, a place designed for privacy and the quiet exchange of power. Inside the restaurant, a man in a sharp suit sits alone at a table, looking over a menu. He's the picture of corporate composure until Ben and Jonah approach. The man looks up, his expression neutral. He tells them he normally eats alone, but the two journalists aren't there for a social visit. Ben stands over him, holding a blue folder. "Well, we're not actually here to eat, so," he says, setting the folder down with intent. Jonah pulls out a chair, noting that the service here seems a little slow. He's already making himself comfortable, much to the man's annoyance. The man corrects him, saying the food and service are excellent. He looks from Ben to Jonah. "I do suppose security could be better. Who are you gentlemen?" he asks. Ben introduces himself and Jonah, mentioning they are with the paper. He tells the man, Mr. Wesley, that they were hoping he could help them with a story. Wesley acknowledges that he's seen the paper and notes its popularity. Jonah asks with a smirk, "Charming, huh?" while he picks at a piece of bread. Wesley continues, mockingly describing their coverage of masked heroes soaring through the sky. He calls it G-rated appeal for upper-middle-class recreational revolutionaries. He looks directly at them, his gaze cold behind his glasses. "Like I said, charming," he repeats, dismissing their entire organization in a single word. Ben doesn't flinch. He asks Wesley how he would write the story, wanting to see if the man will tip his hand. Wesley's reflection in his glasses shows Ben's determined face. He says he would write about why it's always a bad idea to break things you don't understand. Ben slides a document toward him. "Well, I am always on the lookout for illumination, and that's why we're here," he says, opening the folder. The document is a legal paper for Stain/Stark Industries, detailing a corporate dissolution and sale dated December 14, 2023. Ben points to a specific line on the page. It's a signature, and it's the key to everything they've been investigating. He looks Wesley in the eye. "And that's your signature, right? James Wesley," he says, pinning the man with a fact he cannot deny. Wesley's composure breaks for just a second. He asks where they got the document, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Ben tells a story about having a dream to escape his G-rated, upper-middle-class hell and waking up to find the document under his pillow. It's a blatant lie, and they both know it. Ben explains that the paperwork authorizes the sale of Stain/Stark to a chain of offshore companies. It's a shell game designed to hide the true owner. Wesley adjusts his glasses, his eyes narrowing. He tells Ben he can't imagine how he could help, maintaining his stance of plausible deniability. Ben pushes further, asking if Wesley's boss might be more willing to talk. He knows that Wesley is just the messenger for someone much more powerful. The light catches Wesley's glasses, obscuring his eyes in a blinding glare. The man is a wall, and the journalists are trying to find a way over it. Wesley points a finger at the document, explaining that it tells the story of someone removing themselves from anything to do with Stain/Stark. "If that's what you're looking for, you need to look somewhere else," he advises. Jonah takes a large bite of his bread, watching Wesley with intense focus. He isn't buying the man's explanation, and he's ready to push back. Wesley smiles, a chilling expression that doesn't reach his eyes. He tells them he couldn't begin to tell them if they're right or wrong because he's not prepared to do that today. Ben asks the obvious question, "Well, what about tomorrow?" He's looking for an opening, any sign that Wesley will eventually talk. Wesley's response is a warning. "Oh, tomorrow is promised to no one, especially for those brave souls who choose to swim in deep water," he says, his hand gesturing dismissively. Two large security guards suddenly appear behind Ben and Jonah. "Excuse me, gentlemen, it's time for you to leave," one of them says, their physical presence ending the conversation. Jonah stands up, wiping his mouth with a napkin. "Hey, you were right. Security was a little slow," he quips to Ben. Ben just nods. "Some other time, then." They are escorted out. Wesley watches them go, his face unreadable. The two journalists have poked the hornet's nest, and now they have to wait and see what flies out. 1 week later, the exterior of an apartment building is bathed in the light of a setting sun. Inside, the final pieces of the puzzle are coming together. Jonah stands in his office, arms crossed, as Ben works on his laptop. Ben tells him he thinks he's got something, and Jonah replies that it would be nice to finally catch a fish. Ben stands up and moves toward a corkboard covered in notes and diagrams. Sure, gives me an excuse to put it up on the board anyway, he says. He traces the chain of ownership from Stark to a holding company called TSSC, then to an offshore corp called Dinos based in the Bahamas. The assets are then split into two companies, SS Securities and the U65 company. The latter has been dormant, with zero activity recorded. Ben notes that SS Securities has been sold and resold every 30 days between Shellcore. It's a deliberate attempt to stay ahead of anyone looking for it, a snipe hunt. Jonah looks at the board, his eyes narrowing as he looks at the second company, U65. It seemed too perfect, and Ben's teeth itch when things look too easy. He pins a final note to the board, revealing the owner of the dormant company. You'll never guess who owns it, he says. The note reads, Oscorp. 1 week later, the massive headquarters of Oscorp Industries looms over the city. It's a fortress of corporate power, and the next stage of their investigation begins at the top. In an executive office, a woman with short-cropped purple hair answers the phone. Your 2 o'clock is here, ma'am, she's told, and she calmly replies, send them in. She opens the door to her office, inviting the visitors inside. Her expression is one of professional courtesy, but her eyes are sharp and calculating. Gwen Stacy stands in the center of the large room, her arms open in a welcoming gesture. Ah, if it isn't my 2 favorite reporters on planet Earth. Sorry you had to wait. Busy, she says. Ben and Jonah walk in, and Ben is immediately struck by the opulence of the office. Now this is something else, he remarks, looking around at the high-tech surroundings. Jonah leans against a high-backed leather chair, his expression one of mock humility. He says it makes his own office feel like it doesn't exist. Because this is an office, he declares. Gwen smiles at the compliment, but she quickly moves the conversation toward the reason for their visit. She notes that despite the difference in scale, their offices have one major thing in common. Jonah leans forward, his hand out as if to catch the answer. What's that? He asks, eager to get past the pleasantries and into the heart of the matter. Gwen sits at her desk, her hands clasped in front of her. I paid for them, she says simply, her smile never reaching her eyes. She looks from Ben to Jonah, her posture radiating authority. So what can I do for you? She asks, inviting them to lay out their case. Jonah speaks up, his voice serious. He tells her that the matter is delicate and that they don't want to upset her, but Gwen isn't a woman who upsets easily. She leans closer to them, her gaze steady. I promise you're talking to the wrong lady in the wrong town, because I'm not delicate, and you will not upset me, she declares. Ben takes over, explaining that one of their reporters is working on a story and they have a few questions. He's the calm one, the one who can navigate the corporate minefield. Gwen leans back, intrigued by the mention of a story. Okay, I'm intrigued. Let's hear it, she says, giving them the floor. Jonah lays out the timeline, how Stark was sold off cheaply and eventually bought by a company inside the Oscorp umbrella. He implies that Gwen's company is the true owner. Gwen listens without interruption, her hands supporting her chin. When Jonah finishes, she asks a single, pointed question. What's the name of this reporter who's working on the story? Ben calls it an interesting question, but says they have a few of their own first. He isn't ready to reveal his sources until he gets some answers of his own. He reaches into his jacket and pulls out a small digital recorder. He's prepared for this, a veteran newsman who knows the value of a recorded confession. He sets the recorder on the desk with a sharp click. The device begins to capture every word spoken in the room, a digital witness to the coming confrontation. Ben asks why she's working so hard to hide the fact that Oscorp owns Stark. He wants to know who arranged the deal and why it was buried under so many shell companies. He leans in, his face tight with focus. What happened to all that technology? He asks, referring to the lethal innovations of the Stark Empire. The recorder captures Ben's questions about the coincidence of armored figures flying through the air at the same time as the takeover. He asks if Gwen is the one secretly financing it all. Jonah leans over the desk, his presence filling the space. Care to comment? He asks, challenging her to deny the connection they've uncovered. Gwen's expression hardens as she looks at the two men. I want my $8 hash money back, she says, her voice low and filled with a sudden, sharp anger. Later, the scene shifts to a more personal setting. Peter is playing chess with his daughter, May, while Harry and MJ are nearby. The tension of the outside world has followed them into the home. Ben enters the room, noting how families are always the highlight of his week. He seems tired but satisfied, a man who has done a hard day's work and is now looking for peace. MJ approaches him, offering dinner. She knows Ben doesn't usually join them on weekends, but she thought he might need it after a day she suspects was a little rough. Ben looks at her, his expression unreadable. And why would you think that? He asks, testing to see how much she knows about his meeting with Gwen. MJ looks him straight in the eye. Gwen called me, she reveals, and the atmosphere in the room immediately shifts toward a confrontation. Ben takes a plate from her, his hand steady, but his mind already working on his next move. Oh, he says simply, the word carrying more weight than its single syllable suggests. He looks at MJ, his face partially in shadow. That, he says, acknowledging the conflict that is about to erupt between his professional and personal lives. At the chess table, Peter makes a move, his voice quiet. Check, he says, his focus apparently on the game even as he listens to the conversation behind him. May looks at the board, her eyes widening as she realizes her father's mistake. She's inherited Peter's intelligence, and she's already seeing the endgame. She moves her bishop to b7 and declares, Mate, sorry dad, you missed my bishop on b7. She's proud of her win, a small moment of joy in a heavy room. Peter pulls her into a hug, smiling despite his loss. I tried to tell you, she says, and he replies, yeah, and I shoulda listened. Good game, kiddo. Ben explains to MJ that they are working on something big, and following the story naturally led them to Gwen. He admits he didn't expect it, but he had to follow the trail. He looks at her with a mix of defiance and regret. Did she tell you what we talked about? He asks, wanting to know Gwen's version of the meeting. MJ doesn't look happy. She didn't get into specifics, but she was not happy, she says, her concern for her friend clashing with her husband's career. Ben acknowledges that he noticed her anger. He notes MJ's concern about Peter just starting at the paper and Gwen's threat to pull her funding, but MJ has another point. MJ says she isn't worried about the money because the paper is crushing it. She also clarifies her relationship with Gwen, and I wouldn't necessarily call her a friend. Ben looks at her, waiting for the but. He knows that MJ always has a deeper perspective on these situations, one that goes beyond business and headlines. She explains that she's close to lining up other advertisers, so they have other options for funding. She just needs a little more time to finalize the deals. Ben remains firm in his journalistic duty. The story is the story, MJ. When we have it, we publish. That's the business, he says, his principles unwavering. He sighs and looks at Peter, who has been listening from the chess table. Do you have anything you'd like to add to this, Peter? He asks, involving his nephew in the debate. Peter tries to stay neutral, putting his arm around Ben. Hey, I just take the pictures and collect unemployment, he says, trying to lighten the mood with self-deprecating humor. MJ isn't letting it go. She wants them to be sure about the consequences. This could blow up everything you guys have done, and, she starts to say. Ben interrupts her with a sharp and. He's ready to hear her final argument, his face set in a grim mask of determination. MJ looks at Peter and says Gwen wanted her to ask how long they have until the story runs. It's a direct question from the woman who holds their financial future in her hands. Ben's silhouette is stark against the wall as he gives his final answer. Tell her she's got a week, he says, setting a deadline for the truth to be told. 2 days later, the same apartment building is shown, but the atmosphere has changed. The deadline is approaching, and the consequences of their investigation are about to manifest. Harry Osborne stands in front of the building, his expression one of grim purpose. He's no longer just a friend or a businessman, he's a man with a lethal secret and a mission to fulfill. He looks up at the building and let out a heavy sigh. He's about to step into a situation that could destroy his life, but he believes he has no other choice. He speaks to someone who isn't there, perhaps Peter or even his father. "Hope you can forgive me if this doesn't go well, Peter," he says quietly. The camera focuses on his profile, his gaze fixed and unmoving. He's a man who has made a decision, and he's ready to face whatever comes next. He turns his head, looking toward the door. The moment of decision has passed, now only action remains. Inside, Ben and Jonah are waiting for him. They stand in the office, their expressions a mix of curiosity and suspicion as Harry enters the room. Harry looks at them and offers a simple hello. His voice is calm, but his presence is heavy with the weight of the revelation he's about to make. Ben and Jonah share a look, wondering what the heir to the Osborne Empire is doing in their office. They've been following the trail to his company, and now he's come to them. Ben clears his throat, breaking the silence. He's ready to hear what Harry has to say, even if it confirms his worst fears about the city's corruption. Jonah reaches into his pocket and pulls out his wallet. He's a man of action and bets, and he's ready to put his money where his mouth is. He pulls out a bill and hands it to Ben, a silent acknowledgement of a wager won or lost. It's a small moment of normalcy in a situation that is anything but normal. Harry watches them, his expression one of controlled amusement. "Fine, I'll ask, what's that about?" he says, referring to the exchange of money. Ben explains that when he told MJ that Gwen had a week, Jonah bet that one of them would show up in 3 days. Jonah took the under and won. Jonah tucks the money away with a smug smile. "Because I'm a student of human nature, and I know a good bet when I see one," he declares, his confidence unshaken. Harry looks at them, his gaze hardening. "Like this is a game or something. Well, if that's how it's gonna be, might as well get to it," he says, preparing to speak his truth. He looks Jonah in the eye and asks what he needs to do for them to not write the story about Oscorp. He wants to protect his company's secrets, no matter the cost. Ben looks back at him, his face set in a grim line. "Are we writing a story about Oscorp?" he asks, challenging Harry's assumption. Ben answers his own question with a cold no. "I don't think we are." He's a man who values the truth above all else, even if it puts him in the crosshairs of a billionaire. Harry leans in, his face close to the camera. "Gentlemen, I'm not here to play games," he says, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Ben doesn't flinch. "We're not either, Mr. Osborne," he replies, his own voice steady and filled with a quiet authority. Ben admits that he has a hard time believing that Harry bought and hid Stark with bad intentions, despite his complicated history with Harry's father. Harry asks how Ben could possibly know anything about his intentions. He's a man who has been defined by his father's legacy, and he's tired of being judged by it. Ben's response is personal. "Because my wife died at the same time, and the same way your parents did. And like my friend Jonah here, I'm also a student of human behavior," he says. Harry looks down, the weight of the shared tragedy hitting him. He asks, his voice barely a whisper, "Then what story are you writing?" Jonah explains that it's hard not to notice the timing between Oscorp's takeover and the emergence of a green armor flying through the air. The connection is too strong to ignore. Ben adds that they think Oscorp took existing Iron Man technology, gave it a new look, and used it for a new show. They are following the money, and it leads straight to Harry. Harry looks at them, his eyes wide as he realizes how much they've uncovered. "And more than that," he says, sensing that the worst is yet to come. Ben finishes the thought. "I think it's you or your wife who's inside the suit." It's a direct accusation, one that could destroy everything Harry has built. Harry stands in silence for a moment, his face in shadow. He's a man caught between his secrets and the truth, and he's forced to make a choice. Suddenly, green energy begins to crackle around Harry's arms as a high-tech gauntlet manifests from thin air. "I suggest you leave my wife out of this," he warns, his voice filled with a lethal intent. The two journalists watch in shock as the armor continues to form. They've finally found their fish, and it's more dangerous than they ever imagined. Harry looks at them, the mask of the Green Goblin slowly closing around his head. "Really?" he asks, his voice distorted by the technology. Jonah smiles, his eyes filled with a reckless excitement. "Yeah, I bet it was your wife. What can I say? I'm not a sexist," he jokes, even with a powered-up goblin in front of him. Harry roars in frustration. "Enough, enough with your banter. Enough with your nonsense." He screams, the power of his suit surging as he prepares to strike. He holds up a glowing green hand. "So you've figured out I'm the goblin, which puts me in a dangerous spot. I guess the question is, what am I gonna do about it?" he asks, his voice filled with a cold, calculated threat. Ben stays calm, even as the energy sparks around him. He addresses Jonah, asking if Harry really thinks they are writing a story about who the Green Goblin is. Jonah looks at Harry with a dismissive smirk. "No, Ben, I don't think we are," he says, completely unintimidated by the lethal technology staring him down. Harry is officially tired of their games. He gives them a last warning to stop screwing around and demands to know what they are really up to. Ben looks him in the eye, his gaze steady. "Here's our real question," he says, ready to reveal the true target of their investigation. He explains that they know Fisk enabled the sale of the company to Oscorp, and that Harry and his spider friend have been waging a war on the Fisk Empire. Ben asks the ultimate question, "So why would Fisk sell you the thing you're using to destroy him?" It's a question that cuts to the core of the city's corruption and the mystery of the Kingpin's power. Harry's gauntlet sparks as he answers. He reveals that buried deep inside Stain/Stark was a hidden record of what Fisk and his masters have been up to for decades. He tells them he learned they are evil, old as the history of man, evil, and they have to be stopped. It's a confession of a higher purpose, one that Ben and Jonah can finally respect. He pulls a small data drive from his jacket, holding it up like a trophy. It's the evidence they've been looking for, the final piece of the puzzle that will destroy the Kingpin's empire. Ben looks at the small device, his expression one of grave importance. He knows that once he takes that drive, there's no turning back. "What is it?" he asks, even though he already knows. Harry admits that he came there thinking he would have to stop them by any means necessary, but now he's scared to give them the drive. He didn't think they'd put it all together so easily. Jonah looks at him with a mix of pride and cynicism. "Kid, it ain't easy, we just make it look that way," he says, the old newsman finally recognizing a kindred spirit. Harry looks at Ben, his voice filled with a raw honesty. "They're the ones who did it. They killed my parents," he reveals, the tragedy finally coming into focus. He looks at Ben, his eyes searching for a shared understanding. "And they killed your wife," he adds, bridging the gap between them through their common loss. He tells Ben that Peter says he can trust him. He asks a final, desperate question, "Can I trust you?" Ben stands with his arms crossed, his face a mask of quiet resolve. He's been waiting for this moment, and he's ready to accept the responsibility that comes with it. "Yeah," he says simply. Harry reaches out and hands the data drive to Ben. It's a transfer of power, a handing over of the weapons that will be used to fight the war for the city's soul. Ben takes the drive, looking at it with a heavy heart. He asks what's on it, knowing that the information it contains will change their lives forever. Harry's answer is chilling. "A rabbit hole," he says, describing the depths of the conspiracy they are about to uncover. He explains that it's everything Oscorp has on the man who made the world the way it is, his council, what happened with the Starks, and yes, Fisk himself. He looks at Ben, his gaze unwavering. "Your story starts there. Then, if you have the courage to write it, it will grow. Do you think you're up for this?" he asks. Harry warns them that these people are dangerous and ruthless, and that Ben and Jonah have friends and families to protect. The cost of the truth is high. He notes that there's a reason he wears a mask and says he wouldn't put his name anywhere near this story. He's choosing to stay in the shadows while they step into the light. Ben smiles, a confident and fearless expression. He looks at Harry and asks the final question, "Who said we were?" Later that night, Jonah is back at his laptop, his hands flying across the keys. The office is dark, save for the glow of the screen as he writes the most important story of his life. He finishes the final draft and looks at Ben. Okay, done. Wanna give it the once-over before we publish? He asks, his voice filled with a sense of accomplishment. Ben reviews the text, noting a typo in the 8th paragraph and a subject-verb agreement that needs to be fixed. Even in the face of a city-shaking revelation, he is a perfectionist. He places a hand on Jonah's shoulder, his expression one of deep pride. It's good, Jonah, he says, and Jonah simply replies, I know. Jonah looks up at him, a sudden doubt crossing his mind. Ben, you sure you're ready to jump off this cliff? I know I am, but I gotta ask. Ben smiles, his eyes filled with a quiet fire. I'm going over head first, pal. You can follow me down. Besides, that's the point of us using the byline, right? Jonah nods, the shadow falling over his face. Yeah, a fictional name to hide behind. A fictional newsman to throw him off the scent, he says, ready for the consequences. Ben looks at the screen, a sense of destiny in his gaze. Hello, world. You're about to read the most explosive story in years, and it's brought to you exclusively by the paper's brand new, top-secret investigative prodigy. The screen displays the final article under the paper. The headline screams, New York Kingpin, Wilson Fisk runs New York, but who runs Wilson Fisk? And beneath it, the byline that will change everything, by Ben Reilly. The game is finally afoot. The skyline of Manhattan stands cold and indifferent under a blanket of heavy, gray clouds. Crouched on the edge of a skyscraper, Spider-Man waits as the phone rings, listening to Harry Osborn's smug voicemail message. Congrats, you obviously have my attention. The recording says before ending with a dismissive, or not. Peter sighs into the receiver, his voice echoing over the city streets. Hey Harry, this is your friendly neighborhood, friend, again, he says, checking his watch. I've been here for 2 hours. Desperate for a lead, Peter dials another number, hoping for better luck. Hello, this is Otto Octavius. Who's calling? A voice answers. Peter tries to explain he's looking for Harry, but Otto is dismissive, claiming us mortals aren't privy to an Osborn schedule. Peter begs for a track, but Otto cuts him off. I'm very busy at the moment. Wait, Otto begins before Peter sees something on the street below and abruptly hangs up. Oh, actually, I gotta run. From his vantage point, Peter looks down at the Citibank entrance where a group of masked men is swarming the sidewalk. Well, Harry, of all the stakeouts to stand me up on, Peter whispers to himself. He dives from the rooftop, a thin line of webbing trailing behind him as he swings toward the chaos. It just so happens to be one where some real crime ensues. Glass shatters as the wall crawler bursts through the bank's window, catching the robbers completely off guard. More fun for me then, he quips amidst the flying shards. Spider-Man sticks a perfect landing in the center of the lobby, spreading his arms wide as if performing for an audience. Hey guys, sorry to interrupt your little escapade here. And sure, everyone has a problem with banks these days. But are guns really the answer? The robbers, clad in eerie black and white masks, quickly recover and level their pistols at the intruder. It's the Spider-Man, one shouts, his finger twitching on the trigger. Peter doesn't skip a beat, gesturing toward the terrified hostages. And look, I know transaction fees are out of control, but come on, bank robberies never go well, so let's put the weapons down, let these good people go. The lobby is a standoff, with guards on the floor and robbers holding the line. And we can all walk away, nice and easy, or this could go the other way. Suddenly, a hostage with red hair screams at him, her face contorted in anger. Why don't you shut up? You're going to get everyone killed, she bellows. Spider-Man pauses, giving her a thumbs up with a dry edge to his voice. Okay, fine, you can keep her, but everyone else goes free. What's it gonna be? The answer comes in the form of muzzle flashes. The robbers open fire, but Spider-Man is already a blur of motion, backflipping over the counter and firing webs. Okay, just remember, I did warn you, he shouts over the gunfire. He lunges forward, a powerful kick connecting with a robber's jaw as a glowing energy blade hums just inches from his ribs. The thug grunts as he hits the floor. Peter flips through the air, entangling another gunman in a sticky cocoon. Wow, are you guys terrible at fighting, or am I just getting way better at this? He fires a final web, pinning the last of the initial wave to the wall. Either way, I think it's time to wrap this up. He lands in the center of the downed men, looking around at the silent lobby. I know, I'm hilarious, he says to no one in particular. Don't everyone applaud at once. The silence is broken by the cold click of a hammer. One robber remains, holding the red-haired woman with a gun to her temple. Quiet. Either we leave with the money, Spider-Man, or she gets one in the head. Spider-Man doesn't flinch, his large white lenses narrowing. Good try, but that's totally against my save everyone, no matter what ethos, so, while it's tempting, no dice. A sharp thwip echoes through the room as Peter fires a high-speed web projectile. The webbing hits with surgical precision, gumming up the gun and sealing the robber's face in an instant. The hostage is left gasping as the threat is neutralized. Peter turns, his spider sense buzzing as a new figure emerges from the shadows of the vault. It appears you've made short work of my men. A voice smooth as silk calls out. The man steps forward, his skin and clothes inverted into a monochromatic nightmare. This is Mr. Negative. Peter tilts his head. Whoa, look at you, rockin' the man bun. Peter keeps his hands up, ready for anything. Don't get me wrong. I understand most of the grief you guys get is just petty jealousy from the male pattern baldness brigade. But still, bold choice. He taps his chin thoughtfully. People are gonna love you in jail. Mr. Negative remains unmoved by the taunts. You think you're the man to put me there? It's hard to forget what you and your companion did to my colleague, the Black Cat, a few weeks ago. Impossible to forgive. Peter's posture shifts, a hint of regret in his voice. I didn't mean for that to happen, he says quietly. Mr. Negative narrows his eyes. And where is your green friend today? Spider-Man gestures to himself with a thumb. Afraid I'm flying solo on this one. Mr. Negative's face contorts into a dark, knowing smile. It's a tough life being alone, me, I never am. I don't allow it, he adds, his voice echoing with an unnatural authority. Suddenly, hands reach out from the crowd of hostages, their eyes turning black and veins bulging. Peter's spider sense screams a warning too late. The very people Peter just saved surge forward like a mindless tide, grabbing at his limbs and pulling him down. Hey, what's going on? Why are you? Stop that, Peter cries out. He tries to leap away, but they are relentless. Stop, I'm on your side, he shouts over their groans. Behind him, Mr. Negative watches with cold satisfaction. No, you don't get it. The civilians swarm over the hero, pinning him to the floor with the strength of their corruption. These people work for me now. Spider-Man is buried under a dozen sets of hands, his struggle becoming desperate as Mr. Negative's influence spreads. Doing the good work of stopping men like you. Later that night, the city has quieted, the neon lights of the skyscrapers reflecting off the damp pavement. In an apartment overlooking the city, Peter Parker hobbles through the door, his costume shredded and his spirit bruised. He clutches his side, his face half exposed by his torn mask. He collapses onto the sofa with a heavy groan. Ooh-off. He looks up with a weary, bloodshot eye. Oh, hey there. Mary Jane is waiting for him, sitting on the couch with a look of concern and exhaustion. Hey yourself, Tiger. Having a bad day at work. Peter winces as he peels back the mask, revealing more of his battered face. Please tell me the kids aren't here. Mary Jane offers a soft, sad smile. You're in luck. They both had something after school. Peter lets out a breath he feels like he's been holding for hours. Thank God. I didn't want them to see how I look and freak out. Mary Jane leans forward, her expression turning stern. Yeah, maybe worry about me right now. Peter tries to charm his way out of the tension, reaching out a gloved hand. Right, well, to start off, you look amazing today. She sighs, twisting a lock of her red hair. Thank you. Peter stands up, trying to justify the state of his suit. And I know all this looks bad, but believe it or not, it was a moral decision. I could have avoided it, but innocent people might have gotten hurt, so I took the beating. He raises a finger as if making a profound point. And, I want to add, I learned a valuable lesson today. Not all women are Mary Jane Watson Parker, not even close, and I'm lucky to have you. She looks away, the weight of their life pressing down on her. Yeah, that's what my sister used to say, but not in a nice way, and now you don't even talk to each other, but you and I do. Absolutely. Peter watches her closely, sensing the unsaid words hanging in the air. And I feel like there's something you want to say, and I should pay close attention when you do. MJ looks him in the eye, her voice trembling slightly. Yeah, so I think I've been pretty cool about you becoming the new you. Like, I think I've taken the threat of violence and an overall looming sense of danger in stride. Peter nods solemnly. Agreed. MJ continues, so what should I do if, say, I'm starting to freak out a little bit because of this? Sure, and the thousands of photos and hours of video you take for the paper, MJ adds, highlighting the irony of their secret lives. She looks at him curiously. Peter, I don't think it's ever come up before, but had you ever even gotten into a fight before all this? Peter thinks back. Sure, Flash Thompson, 8th grade. MJ tilts her head. How'd that go? Peter stares into the distance. Oh, he beat the %% out of me. It was terrifying. So how are you dealing with it now? She asks softly. Peter looks at his hands, his voice dropping an octave. I hate it. I mean, it feels good to stop someone that only someone like me can stop, but I don't want to hurt anybody, and I don't want anybody to get hurt. MJ watches him, her heart aching for the man behind the mask. Which is why you're perfect for this, I suppose, but... She searches his face, needing a promise. Do you promise to tell me when I should get scared? Peter leans in, his expression dead serious. Baby, if I ever come home and tell you it's time to run, be ready to run. But until then, please don't worry, I'm supposed to be doing this. They sit in silence for a moment, the tension slowly beginning to dissipate. MJ breaks the quiet with a mischievous glint in her eye. You wanna fool around. Peter rubs his eyes, exhausted. Oh God, I can't believe I'm saying this, but... I've got the MJ finishes for him with an annoyed huff. That's right, how could I forget? When are you supposed to meet Ben? Peter stands up, checking his torn costume. Now, I honestly just swung home to change. Rain check? MJ looks at him from the couch. Okay, definitely. Across town, in a darkened office overlooking the city's underbelly, a massive shadow looms at the window. The kingpin, Wilson Fisk, turns his gaze from the skyline. Do I understand you correctly? You had him, and you let him go. Mr. Negative stands at the bar, pouring himself a drink. No, Kingpin, it was, at best, a stalemate. It took him less than a minute to defeat almost all my men, so I took the liberty the rabble gave me and withdrew from the conflict. A man with green goggles and a scraggly beard mole man sneers from the shadows. What about his mind and your formidable feats of persuasion, Mr. Negative? Did you fear that battle as well? Negative looks over his shoulder. I can judge Will at a glance, mole man. As one measures determination, the spider would do well in comparison to everyone in this room. Craven the hunter steps into the light, his face marked by tribal tattoos. So, you see this man and you must kill him. Do it in whatever manner you wish, but he must die. For we have been reduced to 5 from 6. From the corner of the room, a man in a wheelchair with an oxygen tank, Walter Hardy, speaks up. I have not surrendered my seat, Craven. Mysterio, the territory will remain in Hardy hands. Mysterio's glass-domed head reflects the dim light. Maybe not yet. Fisk's fist slams onto the table with a deafening roar. Enough, no, what's yours belongs to me. Each of you, and all of it, you rule at my pleasure. And there are currently too many rats biting at my feet. The camera pans over the cold, indifferent city. Fisk's voice echoes in a dark monologue. Whatever distractions, plans, or agendas you might currently have, stop them all now. My kingdom is in rebellion, and I will not be pleased until there are bodies laid before me. The scene shifts to the quiet, somber grounds of Memorial Park, where the names of the fallen are etched into glass monuments. The camera lingers on the list of names, a testament to the lives lost in the city's ongoing struggles. Ben Parker stands alone before the memorial, his head bowed as falling leaves dance around him in the cold wind. Peter walks through the park, carrying a bouquet of roses and checking his phone. A message from Ben pings. Hey, sorry about earlier. The text chain reveals Peter's struggle to keep up. What happened? Where were you? Ben asks. Can't talk about it over the phone. Headed your way, Peter replies. Peter reaches Ben, placing a hand on the older man's shoulder. Hey, he says softly. Ben looks up, his face etched with a mixture of sadness and relief. Hey, Peter, thanks for coming. Peter looks around at the empty park. Of course, you sure you don't want to come tomorrow? That's the official date. Everyone's going to be here. The mayor's supposed to speak, and Ben cuts him off. I'm not one for the show, kiddo. Peter kneels down, placing the roses among the others at the base of the memorial. Yeah, I know. I can't believe it's been a year already. Ben gazes at the names. I get up every morning, I have my coffee, and then ask myself if today's the day I start going through her things, see what's what, but I can't bring myself to do it. I'm still waiting for her to walk through the door. Peter stands by his side. I miss her too, she was some kind of woman. Yeah, hey, you know what? Peter adds, trying to lighten the mood. Aunt May would absolutely love what you're doing, you think so? Ben smiles faintly. I do. Well, she'd love what you're doing too, Ben says, his eyes fixed on Peter. Peter offers a wistful look. Yeah, she did always like my photos. Ben's expression hardens, his voice becoming serious. She did, but that's not what I'm talking about, Peter. Peter falls silent, the weight of Ben's gaze making him uncomfortable. The two men stand in the gathering dark, the secret between them feeling heavier than ever. It took me about a week after we figured out who Harry was, Ben begins. Peter tries to interrupt. Ben, I've been wanting to tell you and... Ben holds up a hand. No, don't say it, and don't ever say it out loud to anyone again. Peter looks at him, stunned. What? How many people know? Ben asks point blank. Peter rubs his temple, counting. 6, you make 7, unless Jonah knows? Ben shakes his head. No, not yet, but he's just as good at this as I am. He'll get there. Eventually. Ben steps closer, his voice a whisper. It's hard to keep a secret, especially when it's such an important one. But keeping it could save your life. Your lives. You have to try harder, Peter. Make some changes. They begin to walk away from the memorial. MJ asked me if she should be scared earlier. What did you tell her? Ben asks. That I would let her know when she should be, Peter replies. Ben stops, looking him in the eye. And you think you'd know when that is, before the wave crashes over your head. Peter closes his eyes for a moment. I think so, I believe so. I do know that I'm strong enough now to do something about it if I had to. Why are you doing it? Ben asks, searching for the core of Peter's mission. Peter doesn't hesitate. Because they're evil, and someone has to stand up to that. Peter's phone pings again. It's Harry. Hey, I'm here. Black SUV parked on the street behind you. Peter looks up. Harry's here. I gotta go see what. Ben nods. Sure, go do some good, kiddo. Hey, Peter, Ben calls out as he walks away. Peter stops and turns. Yeah. I'm old, well, old enough. I've lived a good life. And I've lived long enough to see the woman I loved be buried and gone. I do miss her, but it was a good life. And I'm fine with whatever happens next. Can you say that? The camera pans over the memorial names again, a silent reminder of the high cost of their world. Peter looks back at Ben, then at the black SUV waiting at the curb. No, he says softly. Peter walks toward the vehicle, Ben's final warning echoes in the air. Maybe keep that in mind. Time passes, and the city transforms into a winter wonderland, the skyscrapers twinkling with holiday lights as snow begins to fall. In the Parker apartment, a festive wreath hangs on the door. A loud ding-dong echoes through the hall. Somebody get the door, MJ calls out. On it, Mom, Richard replies. Richard opens the door to find Ben Parker and J. Jonah Jameson standing there, Ben in a loud reindeer sweater and Jonah in a suit topped with a Santa hat. Hey, kiddo, hope we're not late, Ben says with a grin. Richard smiles, welcoming them in. Nah, you're right on time. Party's just getting started. Inside, the apartment is a scene of holiday warmth. Aunt Anna and Peter's daughter, May, are looking at drawings while the rest of the family gathers near the kitchen. Ben nudges Jonah, just like I said. Christmas sweaters are a requirement for friends and family. Jonah scowls, adjusting his hat. Enough, I'm wearing the hat. This is as friendly as I get. Richard looks over the crowd. Huh, a bit of a different crowd this year. Ben nods. Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Brock couldn't make it, and then we had a few surprises. Obviously, you know Aunt Anna, Richard says as they look over at the white-haired woman on the couch. She wouldn't miss this for the world. Richard spots a woman with a sharp dark bob sipping wine. Of course, wait. Is that Gail? Ben smiles. Yeah, big surprise. Well, your mom does invite her sister every year, but you know she never comes. Richard looks skeptical. Suo, that's a good thing, right? Ben shrugs. I dunno, Uncle Ben. I'm just a poor, simple teenager, way out of my depth when it comes to things like complex adult relationships. May runs past them, her reindeer antlers bobbing. Mom, just please don't touch anything. I've got it under control. Richard watches her go. Speaking of, Grandma's back from one of her trips. Ben and Jonah look toward the kitchen. Grandma? Oh my goodness. Madeline Watson, world traveler, 3-time widow, occasional mother. How's that going, Richard? Richard lets out a long sigh. Well, it's Grandma. In the kitchen, Madeline Watson is hovering over Mary Jane. I'm just saying, Mary Jane, this is a lot, but if you don't want my help. MJ stays focused on her work, her voice tight. It's fine, Mom, really, I was trying to keep it simple. Casual finger food. I might have overdone it, MJ admits as she checks the oven. May tugs at her sweater. Hey, Mom, can I play games on your phone? MJ hands it over without looking. Sure, May, just let me know if someone calls. Madeline crosses her arms. What I meant was this is a lot for someone who doesn't cook, won't cook, can't cook, whichever it is. MJ shoots back. It was catered, Mom. You just stick it in the oven and heat it up. It's not a big deal. MJ turns to face her mother. And speaking of things that aren't a big deal, how long are you planning on staying in town? Madeline's eyes narrow. Trying to get rid of me already, dear? Of course not. I'm happy you're here. Very happy. But you didn't tell anyone you were coming and I just want to plan accordingly. So, do you have any idea how long it's going to be? MJ asks. Madeline looks away. I haven't really thought about it, Mary Jane. We'll see what comes up. MJ sighs. Let me know when you do. Madeline watches Ben and Jonah through the kitchen window. I'll make sure you're the first person I tell, dear. Anyway, how's Ben Parker doing? You know, after everything that happened. MJ follows her gaze. He's good, doing well. Madeline raises an eyebrow. It looks that way. Is he seeing anyone yet? MJ's jaw drops slightly. Mom, don't, seriously. Madeline turns back to the counter, her voice dropping to a harsh whisper. Time passes. People need to move on, have new experiences. MJ groans. Seriously, Mary Jane, I think your food might be burning. MJ rushes to the stove, pulling out a tray of appetizers. Okay, it's not that bad. I think I saved it. She turns to Peter, who has just entered the kitchen. Can you put this on the table? Careful, it's hot. Peter, wearing a bright pink, Secret Santa sweater, takes the tray. Ben reaches out to grab a bite. Hey, I'll take one of those. Ben offers a supportive smile to MJ. I'm sure you're tired of people offering to help, MJ, and I know you don't need it, but unfortunately I am burdened with incredible manners. So can I do anything? MJ smiles back. Thanks, but no, Ben, putting in the last of it now, so you're free to just enjoy the party. You know where everything's at. Ben nods, heading toward the living room. I do. Drinks are right over there. Hors d'oeuvres are on the table. White elephant chaos gifts are already in the living room, and, you know, keep an eye out, 'cause there are Watsons everywhere. MJ watches him go with a warm smile. Tell me about it. In the living room, May is engrossed in a game on MJ's phone, the screen flashing with colorful cartoon icons. Bip bip, the sound effects echo as she taps away. Gail leans over to look at the screen. Yeah, that's going around. Do you remember me? May looks up with wide, innocent eyes. Your Aunt Gail, Mom's sister. I've seen lots of pictures, but you don't remember me, do you? MJ joins them, her hands on her hips. Of course she doesn't. You haven't seen her since she was 2, and don't act like it's on her that she doesn't remember. Suddenly, the phone in May's hand begins to ring. Mom, Gwen is calling you, she says, holding up the device. The screen shows a caller ID for Gwen Stacy. MJ brushes it off with a wave of her hand. Just let it go to voicemail, and go play over there if you don't mind. She turns her attention to Gail, her expression softening slightly. Happy you came. Gail looks away, her voice a sharp contrast to the holiday cheer. Thanks. MJ takes a step closer, the tension between them thick. Why, what do you mean? You know what I mean. Why show up? Why after all this time? Why? Gail stares at her sister, her eyes hard. Can't you just be happy to see me? MJ doesn't back down. I am happy to see you, and I'm happy to see you too, if you can finally apologize for what you did. Gail looks stunned, then defensive. I don't know what you're talking about, Mary Jane. MJ throws her hands up in frustration. Oh, you don't know. Gail takes a slow sip of her wine. I suppose I could guess what you're talking about, but even then, I'm not sure I'd need to apologize for it. MJ's voice rises. You don't think telling me that I was wasting my life because I married the wrong guy, and then saying that having kids was making all those mistakes permanent isn't something you need to apologize for? The sisters stand in the shadow of the Christmas tree, the festive lights mocking their bitter argument. Gail looks away, her voice dropping to a whisper. I just thought you could have done better. In another part of the room, Ben and Jonah are watching the scene unfold from a distance. You think they're ever going to work things out? Jonah asks. Ben sigh. You know how it is, Ben, you do your best and then you let them go. Hopefully it's for the best, and if it's not, you endure the pain of not being able to save them from it. Aunt Anna joins them, her face bright with a forced smile. How are you doing? Oh, I'm great, can't you tell? Ben gives her a knowing look. If she can't, some of us sure can, speaking of enduring things. Madeline walks over, patting Ben on the shoulder. Oh, shush, you know you're happy to see me, and you're going to love what I got you for Christmas. Aunt Anna looks horrified. Please tell me it's not you moving in with me until you figure out where you're off to next. Madeline laughs, putting an arm around Anna. It is exactly me moving in with you, and spicing things up. Get ready, Watson's on tilt, drinks for lunch and doubles in the evening. Anna looks at Ben in disbelief. How are you able to be this way? Madeline smiles, looking toward the window. Oh, I just keep going, no matter what. Tell her, Ben. You know, eventually you gotta get up and get back on that horse. Ben's expression turns somber. Yeah, well, I just hope MJ and Gail work things out. Anna sighs, her voice dropping to a low whisper. Me too, because she needs her. Gail's getting divorced. Ben looks surprised. When did that happen? Not sure exactly. She doesn't want to talk about it much. I just found out last week. Madeline shakes her head. Woof, divorce, never fun. Now I'm not one to give unsolicited advice. Anna rolls her eyes. Aha. Madeline continues, her voice momentarily serious. But having experience with being divorced as well as being a widow, I do know that they both have the same solution. That right? Ben asks. Madeline nods. Yes, Ben, they do. Lie down for a while, have a good cry, but like I said, sooner or later, you gotta get back on that horse. In the kitchen, MJ is pacing, her frustration boiling over. Unbelievable. First my mother, the nerve of her. She pulls a beer from the fridge, her movements sharp. Just showing up with no warning, no heads up, and then acting like she's the one who's put out. Let me tell you, I don't even want to think about where that could lead. She looks at Peter, her eyes flashing. But Gail, we haven't really talked in years and she's spouting the same garbage that, honestly, I don't know that I want to get past it. Forgive and forget? Not likely. MJ takes a long swig of her beer, then lets out a heavy sigh. But if that's the case, why did I invite her? Why do I always invite her? Peter looks at her with a gentle, knowing smile. Because I don't want it to be this way, and I have to hope for something better, right? MJ's anger begins to melt away. She steps toward him, leaning her head against his shoulder. Yeah, of course, thanks, you're the best. In the living room, Jonah is sitting on the couch, watching the family interact. Richard walks over. Hey, kiddo, how you doin'? Pretty good, I finished your book. Jonah's face lights up. So, great or really great? Richard smirks. Well, I have questions, specifically about Chapter 14. Jonah chuckles, leaning back. Chapter 14, Finding Love in the Big City. One of my favorites. You got any experience with that? Richard looks away. Absolutely none. Jonah gestures toward the room. Sure, I get it. Hard to get any experience when it's lack of experience that's keeping you from having any. Normally, with a smart and good-looking kid like yourself, I'd tell you not to worry about it. Just give it time. But should an opportunity arise, might I suggest Chapter 17? Richard tilts his head. Chapter 17? I don't know at percent dollars, but I sure act like I do. Jonah laughs, pulling off his Santa hat. First, watch your language. Second, absolutely, the all fake it till you make it. It's a gamble, but what isn't right? Richard smiles. Right, it's a pretty helpful book, isn't it? Jonah nods. Yeah, thanks again, no problem. Maybe spread the word, I still have inventory. Back in the kitchen hallway, MJ finds Gail standing alone. Come with me, she says firmly, grabbing her sister's hand. She leads Gail away from the party, seeking a moment of privacy. They stop in a quiet corner. MJ points a finger, her voice dropping to a low, intense whisper. I want to be clear about something. I love you, but this nonsense between us has to stop. I want it to stop. But you have to meet me halfway. Deal. Gail looks at the floor, her shoulders slumping. I could do that. MJ searches her face. So spill it. Why are you here? Why now? Gail's voice cracks as she finally speaks the truth. I found out Douglas has been having an affair. I'm getting divorced. MJ is stunned. Attler%, can you fix? Gail shakes her head. I've added it all up. Thought about seeing if I could save things, find some way to work it out. Then I found out it's been going on for a couple of years. Several years, and people knew. MJ's anger returns, but this time it's on her sister's behalf. Are you gonna kill him? 'Cause if you are, I could help, dig a hole, not in the committing of the actual act. Maybe I could drive. Gail lets out a weak laugh, her eyes filling with tears. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm so angry and embarrassed. Suddenly, May runs up to MJ, pulling at her sweater. Mom, she's calling again. MJ kneels down, trying to keep her focus on Gail. Just ignore it, honey. I'll call her back when I'm done. May looks from her mother to her aunt, sensing the heavy mood. Okay. MJ turns back to Gail. So, I get it now. You came here because you needed support. Gail scoffs, looking away. No, support. A shoulder to cry on. Someone to talk to. No, I came here because with as bad as things were for me, I just wanted to feel better. So I figured I'd come check out your whole situation. Compare what I'm going through to your perfectly normal, perfectly average, bore-me-to-death existence, Gail adds, her voice dripping with self-pity. MJ looks at her, bewildered. What is wrong with you? Gail looks up at the ceiling. Haven't you been paying attention? Plenty, but turns out the joke's on me. She looks toward the living room, where the family is laughing together. I knew your job was going well, but your kids are amazing. And sure, as much as I didn't care for you settling for Peter, I have to say, there is something different about him. I just thought boring was the worst thing someone could be, and that you deserved a more exciting life. A single tear tracks down Gail's cheek, what I wouldn't give for boring right now. MJ softens, the old bond between them finally beginning to bridge the gap. If you think this is in any way an apology for year after year of unacceptable behavior. She pulls her sister into a tight hug. It is not. Gail buries her face in MJ's shoulder, finally letting the tears flow. Is that really all you want from me? An apology? Fine, sorry. MJ pulls back, wiping Gail's eyes. Well, I'm also kinda wondering if you ever signed your prenup. Gail manages a small, genuine smile. I did not. MJ grins. Good for you. Gail looks at her sister with a new sense of respect. I really am sorry. I know I've been awful. MJ hugs her again. I forgive you, but don't do it again. In the corner, Ben and Jonah clink their glasses together. Here you go. Happy holidays, pal, Ben says. You always know just what to get me, Jonah replies. Ben nods toward the kitchen. I noticed you chatting with MJ's mom, and Anna, what about it? Jonah looks over his shoulder, watching Madeline, fine-looking woman. He takes a long swig of his drink. You think she'd fancy a guy like me? Ben chuckles. Of course she would. I was thinking about asking her out. Jonah looks at him with surprise. You think I should ask her out? Absolutely. Well, I just might do that, Jonah says, his confidence returning. I know it started off rough, pal, but this just might be the perfect end to a very good year. Ben smiles, raising his glass to the room full of family and friends. No, Jonah, all things considered, I'd say it was a great year. Suddenly, May runs into the center of the room, her voice frantic. Mom, she's calling again. MJ grabs the phone, her face turning pale. Excuse me for a second, she says to Gail. She picks up. Hello, Gwen. Gwen's voice is a panicked rush. Oh God, finally, why haven't you been picking up? I'm losing my mind here. Is Peter there? Does he know we? Hold on, MJ says, pulling the phone away. She looks toward the balcony, where Peter is standing alone. Peter. Peter doesn't turn, his posture stiff. Something's up, MJ whispers. She walks toward him, putting the phone on speaker. Okay, Gwen, you're on speaker. What's going on? Gwen's voice echoes through the quiet room. I'm at our house for the holidays. I had a meeting out of town, so I came straight here, and Harry was supposed to drive up, but he didn't show up. That was 6 days ago, and I can't reach him. Does Peter have any idea where he is? MJ stares at Peter's back, a cold feeling spreading through her chest. Peter. She reaches out to touch his shoulder. Peter, did you hear what Gwen was saying? Do you know where Harry is? He still doesn't move. Peter, MJ asks again, her voice trembling. Her hand brushes against his sweater, and she pulls back with a gasp. A strange, black residue is clinging to the wool, pulsating with a dark energy. What th? The residue begins to move, stretching into long, oily tendrils that lash out into the air. Oh my God, you're not Peter, MJ gasps, horror dawning on her face. She covers her mouth, her eyes wide with terror as she backs away. Who? Where is? What have you done? The figure finally turns, his eyes cold and dark, a sinister smile creeping across his face as the black substance begins to consume his form. Merry Christmas, he says, his voice a chilling echo of the man she loved. A cold, winter silence descends upon the city, painting the concrete jungle in shades of steel and ice. Below, the citizens of New York move like ghosts through the falling snow, unaware of the legends walking among them. The date is the 31st of the month, and high above the neon glow of Times Square, a lone shadow cuts through the air. Richard Parker, the young Spider-Man, swings with a grace that belies his age, his black suit blending into the stormy night. He lands on a rooftop, breath hitching in his chest. At least that went better than last time, Richard mutters, shaking off the adrenaline. The dark, wispy silhouette of his symbiote mentor looms over him. It sure did. You're improving at a remarkable rate, kiddo, the shadow encourages. The entity shifts its form, looking down at the boy. You know, your dad fell in a dumpster his first time, and he has actual superpowers, the mentor adds with a smirk. Richard looks away, a pang of grief hitting him. What's wrong? The shadow asks. You know, it really freaks me out when you do that. Look like him, Richard whispers. The creature shifts again, assuming the face of a younger, bearded Peter Parker. Is this any better? He asks softly. The boy winces, the resemblance too painful to bear. Worse somehow, maybe you could. Richard trails off, his voice cracking. The shadow melts into a mask that covers half its face, mimicking the Spider-Man cowl. Like this? It asks, searching for common ground. Richard sighs, looking out at the city his father once protected. Thanks, I understand why you do it. To pretend like things are normal, but Dad's been gone almost 2 months and it's... He turns back to the shadow, his expression hardening. It's a reminder. I'd rather you not pretend when it's just us, Richard says firmly. The shadow nods, its voice echoing with a dark history. Yeah, sure, of course. Your mom said the same thing. Richard blinks, surprised. I'm sure she did. Hey, wait a minute. I just thought about it and, about Mom, there's not any. The shadow interrupts him, raising a hand. Whoa, your dad was very clear. He gave me 3 rules if something happened to him. The rules are spoken with gravity. 1, no touching Mary Jane. 2, protect the family, no matter what. And 3, no touching Mary Jane. Richard stands in the rain, processing the strange morality of his father's guardian. Okay, good to know, he says slowly. Yeah, the shadow replies. This is also weird. The mentor leans in, its white eyes glowing. Sure, that's one word for it. Richard looks down at his hands. I'm just so worried about him. He looks up with a desperate hope. Do you think he's okay? The shadow stands tall. What I know is that your dad's a fighter. He'll get up from whatever knocked him down. The voice drops to a low rumble. And if it was worse than that if he was, gone I would know that too. Richard stares at him. How? The entity shrugs. Not sure, I just do. Richard presses, so you can sense him. I don't understand it, but yes, the shadow admits. Richard's eyes widen. Then why don't you use that to find him? The shadow shakes its head. Doesn't really work that way. The creature explains the missed opportunity. I did tell him a few months ago that if he wanted, I could inject a trace amount of myself into his bloodstream, and that way I'd always be able to find him. Meanwhile, far beneath Staten Island, in the lightless kingdom of the Mole Man, a different kind of darkness is brewing. The Mole Man leads Craven the Hunter through the subterranean depths. I also told him I could do the same for all of you. He didn't care for the idea of it, Mole Man mutters. Craven looks back, a cold smile on his face. I bet he'd change his mind now, Mole Man sighs. Well, as soon as he gets back, we'll have to ask him. Craven stops, looking up at the cavern's ceiling. Where are you, Dad? He whispers, mocking the sentiment. Above them, the city remains oblivious to the coming storm. Craven turns to his host. How long have you had them? Mole Man answers cautiously. I ask because no one likes to be surprised, Craven, and he will like it less than anyone. Mole Man continues, his voice echoing. I've had them long enough to break them open. Drug them, beat them, learn their strengths, relish in their weaknesses. Craven watches the Mole Man with predatory intensity. You and the others will simply have to endure my indiscretions. They walk onto a ledge overlooking a primitive, hidden world. I tell you, friend, I anticipate this being my greatest hunt, Craven declares. Mole Man stops him. Do what you will, I don't care, not one bit. But this is you dragging me into your schemes, making me part of your plans. He points toward the jungle. For you want to do the deed in my territory, and make the Mole Man complicit in your acts. Craven scoffs. Such a minor sin for such a major act. Don't you know me by now? I'm not some recreational hunter claiming trophies on the weekend. Craven beats his chest, his eyes burning. I am a true predator, and the hunt must be pure. There must be real risk, the prey must be free. Craven surveys the savage land, and the environment not just to my advantage. Mole Man looks around warily. I'm not sure you truly understand what you're asking, Craven. This is not a soft land. Mole Man warns, it is a savage one. Craven smiles at a passing dinosaur. Yes, I can see that. The creatures you have down here are remarkable. They descend to a luxurious table set in the middle of the wilderness. They are from a better time, when the world was simple and motivations were pure. Live or die, kill or be killed, Craven notes. Craven pours a drink. This place is truly a testing ground, and it is perfection, and it is mine. He looks Mole Man in the eye. So I'll say it again, I will decide how it will be used, and by whom. Mole Man narrows his eyes. Well, I see neither of you were paying attention to the kingpin when he spoke, because he was very clear. Suddenly, green smoke swirls around the table. What is ours is only ours at his pleasure, so the only question that matters is, do your actions please him or anger him? Mysterio materializes from the mist, his globe reflecting the jungle light. Craven is unfazed. I told you we were to meet in secret, he growls at Mole Man. Mole Man gestures frantically. Please, this wasn't my doing, I did not invite Mysterio. Craven glares at him. Are you accusing me of doing so? Well, did you? Craven demands. Mysterio chuckles, a hollow sound. Don't fight, boys, this is not on either of you. I simply come and go as I please. Whenever, wherever, Mysterio boasts, his form shifting in the light. Craven steps close to the illusionist. I hope you don't plan to try to stop me. Mysterio tilts his head. Now, where's the fun in that? Mysterio's voice turns cold. No, what I want is to see them. Craven grins, don't you? Mole Man looks at Craven, defeated. Yes. Craven turns toward the jungle. Very well, comrades, follow me. Back on the surface, or rather at the dinner table prepared for the captives, Craven asks, can I assume that you keep them sedated? Mole Man replies while eating, I did it first, before I got to know them. Then there were other drugs to learn their secrets and their greater truths. He continues, and of course, the occasional bout of physical domination necessary in these captor-captive situations. Mole Man smirks, revealing a new method. But now I've come up with something more effective. Mysterio asks, bomb collars. Mysterio inspects the tech. With what looks like a proximity sensor, Craven nods. Yes, a different kind of cage for a different kind of animal. Harry Osborn sits at the table, his face bruised and bloody. Craven asks, "And all this is what? A final meal before the hunt." Mole Man tears into some meat. "Of course, there is a way these things are done. After all, where's the sport in hunting a starving animal?" Harry looks at Mysterio. "How are you going to do it?" Craven answers, "I won't lie. My first instinct was to be a loyal soldier." Craven leans in close to Harry. "I was going to make them fight each other to the death, while we the six of us looked on." Harry stares him down. "We would never do that." Craven smiles. "Yes, I have to agree." Craven explains his change of heart. "Especially once I learned that one of you was a physical dynamo, and the other was just a weak man in a suit." He drags a knife across the table. "It didn't lend itself to the kind of satisfaction I craved." Craven stares into the fire. "So I dug a little deeper, looked for a more profound motivating factor. Truth, serums, and monogamy showed me the way." He looks at Harry and Peter. "It woke the hunter in me." Craven laughs. "Ah, you know who they really are." Craven addresses the table. "I figured out who the goblin was before anyone else. The tracks were easy for a hunter of men to follow." He points his knife at Harry. "He is Harry Osborn. If you don't know the name, I'm sure you know the company he owns. Oscorp. His only family member is his wife, Gwen." Harry's blood runs cold. Craven warns, "Don't even think about hurting her." Mysterio turns to Craven. "Her fate is entirely in your hands, Mr. Osborn." Craven turns to the bearded man beside Harry. "And who's this?" Harry spits out, This is Peter." Craven thumps a knife into the wood. "Peter Parker with his perfect wife, Mary Jane, and his perfect children, Richard and May." He leans over Peter. "Such a hard thing to hold on to, perfection, so I want to see if he can." Mysterio sighs. "There is nothing more tedious than believing that facts about a person reveal who they truly are." Craven nods to him. "Spoken like a true Mysterio, but I agree. That's the point of the hunt, to reveal the prey as they truly are." Harry snaps, his patience gone. "Listen to me. You abducted us, drugged us, and tortured us. We're never going to play your stupid game." Craven stands tall, looming over the prisoners. "Oh, but you will. You will run, and I will hunt, because if you die, so does your family." He gives them a final chance. "But if you can kill me, then you and your loved ones are safe." Mole Man looks at Craven. "And are we to assume that the great Craven the Hunter will hunt two of the Kingpin's greatest enemies alone?" Craven checks his weapon. "I will." Mole Man smiles toothily. "Then you can have my jungle, but only if you entertain me. A wager, perhaps." He looks at the silent captives. "And, of course, all this depends on if the hunted choose to play along." Harry looks at Peter, then back at his captor. Harry's resolve breaks. "I've changed my mind. I will take that deal." Craven beams. "Wonderful. I cannot tell you how pleased this makes me." Craven offers a toast. "Shall we eat? One final meal, as my comrade put it." Harry stands up, glaring. "I don't want your food. Let's get on with it." Mole Man looks at the silent Peter. "And you, Peter, you've said nothing. Don't you have anything you want to say?" Peter just glares with eyes of stone. Craven looks Peter in the face. "Ah, I see you, hero. I see what you are." He pulls a lever. "So why wait? I give you the hunt." With a loud click, the floor beneath Harry and Peter gives way. They fall into the dark abyss as the mechanism releases them into the wild. Craven watches them disappear. Harry and Peter plummet through the air, screaming as they are cast into the unknown of the savage land. They crash through the canopy of the prehistoric jungle below, a world where the laws of man no longer apply. Harry grabs a branch, his fall broken by the thick foliage. "Gotcha," he gasps, reaching for Peter. They hit the ground hard. "Great, now I've got to find a way to get due." Peter stops, looking at his surroundings. "Oh man, where are we?" Harry groans, standing up. "Well, as you noticed, we fell down, so subterranean, I'd think, and..." Back in the city, the time is 11:58 p.m. Richard swings through the skyscrapers, his comms buzzing. "Gotta say, kiddo, that was pretty impressive back there." Richard is shaking. "Says you, now that it's over, I'm kind of shaking." The Shadow replies, "That's a completely natural reaction to the adrenaline your body was producing, Richard. Take a deep breath." Richard worries about his parents. "Mom and Dad would be so furious if they found out. I could have gotten hurt." The shadow scoffs. It was a petty criminal, Richard. You were never in any real danger, and if you had frozen up or stumbled, I would have stepped in. Richard lands on a roof. Okay, but Mom and Dad would still be mad. The shadow disappears into his suit. Probably, but we'll deal with that if it becomes a problem. Richard sighs. It was pretty cool, I was pretty cool. Suddenly, something hums with energy. A disc flies through the air, glowing with a dangerous light. The disc connects with Richard's web, severing it mid-swing. Richard tumbles, surprised by the sudden attack. He lands roughly on a nearby rooftop, the impact jarring his teeth. "Wha?" he shouts, trying to find his footing. Richard looks up as a figure in a black bodysuit lands across from him. "I have some bad news for you, Spider-Man," she calls out. Richard is confused. "Supervillain?" the shadow asks within his head. "Appears so," Richard replies grimly. The girl strikes a pose, her curly hair wild. "Ayu fa blah," she starts, her voice caught in the wind. "Who are you?" Richard demands. She lunges with razor-sharp claws. "I told you, I'm the new black cat, and that's only because you and your friend threw my father off a building." Richard dodges the strike. "Look, I don't know who you think I am, but you've got the wrong guy." She snarls, "I don't even know your dad, and even if I did, I wouldn't push him off a building." She stops her assault, staring at his eyes. "Just because you got a new suit doesn't mean you can hide from who you are and what you did." Richard backs away, "And I feel like you're not listening to me." She points a finger. "I feel like you're lying, because I know you are Spider-Man." Richard gives in. "I'm telling you that you have the wrong, you know what, never mind, I'll just show you." He pulls back his mask. The girl's mask widens in shock. "Wait, you look how old are you?" Richard shrugs. "I'm 15 and a half." She lowers her claws. "How old are you?" Richard repeats the question. She hesitates. "Almost 17. Richard nods. "So, 16 and a half. She looks down at him, her anger replaced by confusion. "You're really not Spider-Man, are you?" Richard replies. "Yeah, I said that. Exactly the way I was supposed to." Richard stands tall. "I was direct, I was emphatic, I projected, my enunciation was clear, and I used declarative sentences." She smirks. "Ah, you read a lot of books, don't you?" Richard looks at her seriously. "A few, I'm Richard." She softens, her mask retracting slightly. "I'm Felicia." Back in the Savage Land, on February 1st, 5 miles from the edge, Peter and Harry have managed to survive and even domesticate a raptor to ride. 4 miles from the edge, they move through the sunset. Peter is silent, his mind constantly racing back to the family he left behind. Craven knows about MJ and the kids. 3 miles, they huddle around a fire, Peter sharpening a stick. He can't shake the threat. Craven knows about MJ and the kids. 2 miles, they've hunted for food, a dead creature lying behind them. The distance is closing, but so is Craven. He knows about MJ and the kids. 1 mile from freedom, Peter stands on a rock, looking toward the horizon. The weight of his family's lives sits heavy on his shoulders. He knows about MJ and the kids. Harry watches Peter closely. "I'm worried we're lost." Peter doesn't answer. "Peter," still nothing. "Are you listening to me?" Peter finally blinks. "Yeah." "Yeah," Peter repeats, his voice hollow. Harry steps closer. "Hey man, you need to focus on right now. You need to focus on that and nothing else." Harry continues his lecture. "Because we have to succeed in this before we can do anything about what's out there, and you need to come to grips with what has to happen." Peter snaps his head toward him. "Don't tell me what I have to do, Harry. I know what I have to do." Peter looks away again. "And I know in what order. We have to escape first, then hide our families, then you suit up and we take care of business." Harry challenges him. "And then what? Do you really think you're going to be able to hide from these people forever?" Peter looks down into the valley. "Like you said, let's focus on the now. I'll worry about later if we get the chance." Suddenly, a shot rings out. Their mount is hit, a green splatter of blood painting the rocks as the creature shrieks in pain. Craven's eye watches through a high-powered scope. Now, come out and play. Is no fun if you simply wait for your death," he mocks from the shadows. Harry falls to the ground, clutching his leg. "Arg-GGH, Harry," Peter yells, diving to cover as bullets whistle past his head. Peter grabs Harry and drags him behind a large boulder. I'm stuck. Peter checks him over. It's okay, I gotcha. Did you see where that came from? Harry asks, breathing hard. No, but something's wrong with my leg, he winces. Another shot cracks against the stone right above them. Peter and Harry huddle closer to the base of the rock as dust showers them. Peter looks out at the jungle. Yeah, something's definitely wrong with my leg. I think my ankle's busted. Peter asks, Can you walk? Harry looks grim. Got to, right? Peter peers around the edge of the rock. Very well. Who am I to deny a man what he wants? Craven's voice echoes from the trees. Peter turns to Harry. Peter, what are you? Harry asks as Peter stands up in plain sight. Peter shouts, Now Harry, go now. Peter charges toward the gunfire. Now Harry, go now, he yells again, drawing Craven's fire toward himself. Harry scrambles toward the tree line as Peter dodges and weaves. Blam, blam! Craven's shots miss Peter by inches. They manage to regroup under the canopy. Harry leans against a tree, gasping, Huff huff, that was really dumb, Peter. Peter looks back into the light. I think I can sense when he's about to shoot at me. Before he does, and what's good is what works, so let's not overthink it. Peter helps Harry move deeper into the bush. We need to keep moving. Harry hesitates. I'm not sure I can make it. I'm just going to slow you down. Peter turns on him, his eyes fierce. Well, I'm not leaving you behind, Harry, and you don't want me to, so cut that out. We're both getting out of here. A low voice comes from the darkness ahead. Oh, that's quite doubtful. Mole Man emerges from the brush, holding a staff. Mole Man looks at them with a strange pity. At least not without some help. Peter looks at him warily. Fortunate for you, I am a man of means. He taps his staff on the ground, especially in this place. Suddenly, several small, gray creatures emerge from holes in the earth. Peter looks at the Mole Man. How'd you do that? Mole Man strokes the head of a moloid. This is my domain, my refuge. My place of peace, and I do not care for this current disturbance. Harry looks around. You're one of them, aren't you? Mole Man smirks. I am more of them than with them. But yes, Harry asks, so why would you betray the Kingpin to help us? Mole Man scoffs. Oh no, I would never dare to do such a thing over such things as you, but the Kingpin knows not of Craven's excursion. He looks at Peter and Harry significantly. So, as for why I would help you, that's really none of your business. They walk with the moloids into the darkness. Well, that was interesting. Think we can trust him? Harry whispers. Peter doesn't even look back. Hell no. Deep in the forest, Craven is halted by Mysterio's illusions. Good luck, young heroes, but I fear that you are almost Craven snaps his head toward the mist. What are you doing here? Mysterio hovers in the air. Just observing this dangerous game you're playing. It's surprising, how delightful. Craven glares at the globe. I never should have told you he had them, and I certainly should not have told you that they were here. Mysterio replies smoothly, but you did, and any regrets you have, I promise, are pure folly. You did the right thing, and I will not forget it. Craven turns away with a huff. Bah, I wish you would, and we should also forget this insane plan of ours. The closer we get to our day of action, the more I fear it will be the end of us both. Mysterio disappears in a puff of smoke. Craven looks around suspiciously. Is there no fear in you at all? I don't see how. Gone, and without a whisper. Craven mutters to himself as he adjusts his gear. And this is why I'm afraid. When the time comes, will you disappear when I need you most? I think you just might. Craven looks through his scope again, spotting a tunnel opening. You molids cover that, and then hide yourself and the others. A quote appears over the scene of the hunt. There is danger everywhere. Predators are loose in this jungle. Back in the city, on a rooftop at dawn, Richard and Felicia sit together. So let me see if I understand this correctly. Your dad, the original Black Cat, is part of a supervillain group who actually runs the city. Felicia explains her situation. But he got hurt, and instead of losing his territory, he enlisted you, who he's been secretly training for years, to take his place. Sort of. Richard looks at her. Yeah, that's basically it. Felicia asks, and you think that somehow you're technically not a supervillain? Richard answers firmly, exactly, I'm not. Felicia scoffs at him. Okay, I didn't ask for this. I'm doing the best I can. An hour ago, you tried to beat up a 15-year-old. Richard corrects her with a smile. Hey, 15 and a half, big difference. Felicia rolls her eyes. Okay, that we can agree on. She looks down, her voice small. I was just mad about the position I've been put in. I feel so powerless, and I wanted to take it out on someone. Sorry. Richard puts a hand on her shoulder. You don't have to be, I'm glad we met. No matter how weird it was, so my dad's a super villain, what's yours do? Richard freezes. Careful, Richard. The shadow warns. Richard replies, I'd love to tell you, but I'm a superhero, and that means I'm supposed to protect the identities of the people close to me. Felicia looks at him curiously. Well, now I'm really curious. The sun begins to rise behind the buildings of New York. Back in the Savage Land, Peter and Harry set a trap with the proximity bomb. Think it'll work? Harry asks. It should, Peter replies while arming the collar. Okay, done, they're armed. We're assuming this guy is an incredible tracker, so he'll be following the way we came, or at least pick up our trail here. Then if he hits the tripwire or touches the collars, they detonate. Boom. Peter finishes his explanation. Probably won't kill him, but it'll slow him down. Good, we need that. He looks at Harry. How's your leg? Harry winces. Hurts. They walk through a dry valley. Well, we're close to the edge now. We could be out of here soon. Peter turns back toward the jungle. I still say we should stay and fight this guy, put an end to the problem, cut it off at the source. Harry stops him. We've talked about this. Peter looks desperate. MJ, the kids, Gwen, they're just out there unprotected with no idea what might be coming for them. Peter stares into the distance. What? Harry asks, sensing Peter's change in tone. Gwen's not in danger, probably not anyway. Peter looks confused. What are you talking about? Harry sighs. You heard of ransom insurance. Like, if someone kidnapped me, the insurance company would make sure the kidnappers are paid off if I'm returned. It ensures that things don't get out of hand. Harry explains the protection in place. Gwen and I have an elevated version of that. Danger liability. If something happens to either of us, not only does someone try to resolve it, but the other person gets an extreme level of security. Harry continues, it's invisible to the person being protected, but effective. Otto created the protocols, and he would have activated them by now. He would have done the same for you, but... Harry looks at Peter sadly. He doesn't know who I am. Peter nods. Yeah, and I didn't tell him because, well, I don't trust him. Yeah. Harry finishes, his voice soft. So you and yours are good, but MJ and the kids are just out there all alone. Peter's jaw sets. We're getting out of here, Harry, now. They start to run again. Suddenly, they stumble upon a clearing. The bodies of Mollids are scattered everywhere. No, Harry gasps. Oh no. A wounded Mollid sits propped against a tree. Peter rushes to him. What happened here? Who did this? The creature gasps, pointing toward the brush. It was the man-thing who hunts. He know that some of us can speak. So he hurt and kill until he found someone who tell him what he want. Peter looks at the dying creature. And what was that, sweet child? The Mollid whispers his final breath. Where the tunnels go. Peter stands up, his fists clenched in rage. Harry looks at Peter. Almost there. Peter nods. Thank God, because my ankle is hairy. Suddenly, a massive machine gun roar erupts from the brush. Bap bap bap, Birdep. Peter yells, get down. Craven emerges from the trees, a massive Gatling gun in his arms, his face twisted in a manic laugh. Ha ha ha. Bullets shred the earth around them. I'm getting really tired of this guy, Peter grunts, pinned down. What now? Harry asks. Craven fires until the barrels glow red. Back the way we came, to the hatch, go, Peter commands. They sprint back into the jungle as the Gatling gun clicks empty. Click, click, click. Craven throws the weapon aside. Craven pulls a sniper rifle from his back. You're out. I have as many guns as there are ways to hunt my prey. He stalks forward, his voice booming. Don't you see? I have hunted everything and never failed to catch them. There is nowhere you can run. Craven shouts into the clearing, so running will not save you. I guess I should stop then, right? Peter turns toward him, eyes blazing. Peter looks at Harry. Do it, Harry. He pulls a small rock from his pocket and hurls it toward Craven. The rock hits a tripwire near Craven's feet. No, Craven gasps as the explosive collars detonate. Boom! The explosion rips through the brush, sending Craven flying through the air as fire and shrapnel fill the clearing. Craven lands hard, smoking, and bloody. It's been some time since I've truly been tested, he mutters, coughing up blood. He slowly pushes himself up. That was a good trap, but it wasn't enough. He looks at the two men with a predatory hunger. He stands tall despite his wounds, pulling a knife. And I can tell that you have never hunted. Haven't you heard the saying? Craven growls, there is nothing more dangerous than a wounded animal. He lunges with a roar, rawr. Peter meets the charge, catching Craven's arm mid-strike. Arrarrunk, Peter punches him square in the face. Crack. Peter grabs Craven by the throat, slamming him against a tree. Wham! He doesn't hold back, his anger overflowing. He pins Craven's arm back, preparing for a final blow. Hunt's over, Peter growls. He slams Craven into the earth again. Wham! The ground shudders from the impact of the blow. Peter stands over the broken hunter. Now you need to understand, there's only one way this ends. Craven gasps, Herc. Peter picks up Craven's rifle, looking at it with disgust. You hurt us, you bled us, you learned everything you could about us. He looks Craven in the eye. But you didn't really comprehend what you were hunting, did you? Peter snaps the rifle over his knee. Croc! The weapon breaks like a twig in his hands. Did you really think you could kill someone like me with a gun? He looms over Craven, his voice like thunder. You know what I understand now? I know what the line is, because you crossed it. Peter draws back his fist, screaming with all the pain he's endured. No one goes after my family, no one. He delivers a devastating punch. Wham! Craven's face turns into a mask of blood and broken bone. Harry watches from the sideline, his eyes wide. Do it, Peter, finish him. Harry shouts again, you have to. Peter looks down at his bloody knuckles, then back at Craven. Peter takes a deep breath, stepping back. No, I'm not like him. We're not him. He's going to forget everything he knows, leave our city, and never return. Harry is stunned. What are you talking about, Peter? He's a killer. That's what he does. The sun begins its slow descent over the jagged peaks of the American Southwest, casting long, crimson shadows across the desert floor. From the cramped confines of a weathered RV, a man steps out into the dry air, his body telling the story of a lifetime of battles. He looks out at the vast, uncaring landscape, a sense of weary peace washing over him. Not too bad, Peter Parker mutters to the wind. The morning light catches the gray in his beard as he hears the door creak behind him. No, it is not, a familiar voice agrees. Mary Jane joins him on the steps, the desert wind catching her hair as she looks back toward the RV. Hey there, kids still asleep? She asks softly. She pulls a shirt over his shoulders, her hands lingering for a moment as she feels the tension in his muscles. They're stirring. How are you feeling? She asks, her eyes searching his. Peter looks away, his gaze returning to the horizon where the world feels too big to manage. Body'll be fine, but I'm just, he begins, his voice trailing off into a heavy silence. I wake up every day and think it was all a bad dream. I just can't believe I couldn't save him. I can't believe I put you guys at risk. And I can't believe we're living like this on the run. Mary Jane smiles, a flash of the old fire lighting up her face as she pulls him close. Hey, we're not on the run, we're on vacation, she whispers, offering a comfort she's not entirely sure she believes. Peter runs a hand through his hair, the weight of the suit he no longer wears still heavy on his spirit. Yeah, but I'm supposed to be helping people, he admits, the guilt a permanent fixture in his chest. She leans her head against his shoulder, reminding him that the hero's journey doesn't always involve a cape. You are us, speaking of. The door swings open again as Mayday stumbles out, rubbing the sleep from her eyes with small, messy buns on her head. Mornin', she chirps, unaffected by the heavy air of her parents' conversation. Mary Jane leans down to plant a kiss on her daughter's forehead. Good morning to you. Where's your brother? She asks, looking for the other half of their small world. Still in bed, he was up late reading. He wouldn't cut his light off, May explains as Peter watches them with a bittersweet smile. Peter looks out over the makeshift community of travelers, a dozen RVs parked in the dust. Your brother appears to be the only person immune to getting up early out here, he remarks as the park begins to wake up. A figure approaches through the hazy light, carrying a French press like a peace offering. "Mornin', neighbors. Beware strangers bearing gifts," calls out David, a regular in the camp. MJ accepts the coffee with a playful grin. "You know, if you keep bringing us coffee every morning, pretty soon I'm gonna start expecting it," she teases. David laughs, adjusting his goggles as he glances at Peter. "Well, don't do that. That's exactly how the government gets you. Peter here actually thinks you're from the government, David," MJ jokes, though Peter's eyes stay sharp. David taps his goggles with a conspiratorial smirk. "Joke's on you, Pete. The only people around here with working X-ray goggles are over on the back row. They'll deny it, but they got 'em." He points out the hierarchy of the camp, a hidden world beneath the surface of retirees and travelers. "The UFO guys are on our row. Back row is split between amateur filmmakers and foreign intelligence agents." Little Mayday looks up, her eyes wide with hope. "Can I have some coffee?" she asks. MJ doesn't miss a beat. "Absolutely not. You already bounce off the walls." David leans down, matching her height. "Sorry, kiddo. I'm a wild man, but I draw the line at aggravating mothers. What are you guys doing today?" May starts counting on her fingers, listing their desert adventures. "Well, we've been to the canyon with the tall rocks, and the one with the rock on top of the other rocks, like a hat." David listens intently, but his smile fades as Peter mentions their next destination. "So I think we're finally going to check out one of the arches." Peter gestures vaguely toward the horizon. One of the lesser-known ones, in the middle of the desert, like 40 miles from here." David stops cold. "Don't go there." The mood shifts instantly as David leans in, his voice dropping to a low, gravelly warning. "Nobody knows what's going on there. Weird sounds, earth moving, old abandoned military base. It's not safe. People have disappeared out there, not like lost time, abducted, experimentations. I mean, disappeared, for real." David turns to walk away, his message delivered. Peter watches him go, the warning ringing in his ears. "Well, that was ominous," he notes. MJ doesn't look away from the horizon. "I mean, people have disappeared, Peter. For real, they could be in danger." She turns back to him, her eyes bright with the familiar spark of justice. "You know, they might need help or something. Maybe somebody should take a look." Meanwhile, miles away on a perilous cliffside, Richard Parker stands on the edge of the world, his phone glowing as he reads a stream of texts from Felicia. He struggles with the signal, his thumb hovering over the screen. "Failed to send, failed to send," he growls, his frustration boiling over into a curse. The black suit begins to bleed out from beneath his clothes, responding to his anger. "Language," a voice calls out. Richard jumps, pocketing the phone. "Sorry, Dad." Peter, now in his full Spider-Man costume, lands silently beside his son. "So I'm still not sure about this. Why, again, is it a good idea to bring you along on this little adventure?" Richard's black suit fully envelops him, the sleek design reflecting the sun. "Because, historically, team-ups are awesome, and people eat this father-son stuff up, especially the sons." Peter's mask hides his expression, but his voice is heavy with a lesson hard-learned. "You understand that something bad happened to Mr. Harry, and now he's gone." He places a hand on Richard's shoulder, the bond between them tightening. "Well, the truth is, I want to protect you from things like that. Forever. But whether I like it or not, at some point you're gonna be on your own, kiddo." Richard looks up at his father, the strength of the suit pulsing beneath his skin. "Well, remember, I do have the suit. Speaking of, let's have a chat about that." Peter looks past Richard, his focus shifting to the sentient entity bound to his son. "He's talking to me," the suit's voice echoes, a dark mirror of Peter's own history. "There are a couple of rules I want to go over," Peter states firmly. "Rule number 1, no touching Mary Jane. Rule number 2, PR, no," the suit interrupts. "These are different rules. For when Richard is wearing you in a dangerous situation. He told me you've been practicing. How's that going?" Peter asks, his voice cautious. "Well, I think, yes, I will," the suit responds. "So if you have to make a choice between saving me and saving him, you know what to do, right?" Peter challenges. The suit doesn't hesitate. Yes, Peter, because I'm modeled after you. If that ever happens, I need to save everyone. Peter rubs the back of his neck, the logic being too perfect to argue with. That's not what I mean. I know exactly what you mean, the suit replies. Would you ever let anything happen to him? You know I wouldn't. Then no, I wouldn't either. Richard watches the exchange, throwing up his hands. Can I just say that you guys are really sucking all the fun out of this? Both Peters answer in unison. No. Later that day, the two Spidermen swing through the canyon, the desert heat shimmering off the rocks as they approach a high-security perimeter. The abandoned military base looms ahead, a collection of rusted hangars and a strange, skeletal tower. There it is, Peter notes. Wanna take a closer look? They land silently on the concrete floor of the complex, their senses on high alert. Richard looks around at the silence. Spooky, he whispers. Peter crouches, his spider sense buzzing at the edge of his awareness. No doubt, and that's your first lesson of the day. If you get a bad feeling about something, assume something is wrong even if you don't see anything. Suddenly, the ground itself erupts. A massive, coarse hand made of compacted sand explodes from the earth, reaching for them. Dad, Richard screams. The entity consolidates, a towering giant of grit and fury. Peter is snatched up in a massive fist. Oof! A digitized voice booms from the tower. Entity consolidation detected. Charging. The tower begins to hum with lethal energy, the countdown echoing through the base. 3. Peter struggles against the crushing grip as the sand giant prepares to swing. Lesson number 2, he shouts, trying to maintain his composure even as he's tossed through the air. Be ready for anything. Stay on your toes. He fires a web line, swinging clear of the giant's reach as the hum from the tower intensifies. 2. You never know when you're going to need to act fast. The tower reaches its peak, lightning crackling across its dome. 1. Aim. The sand giant stops, its eyes widening in realization of what's coming. A massive bolt of electricity arcs from the tower, slamming into the sand creature with the force of a falling star. The giant screams as it's blasted into a cloud of scattered particulates. Peter hits the ground, his ears ringing as Richard rushes to his side. Are you okay? What the %hash was that? Richard asks, his voice shaking. Peter groans, checking his ribs. Language, and I have no idea.